Sagrais Greengrass is a time traveler and a scion of a pure blood family in the magical realm. His initial encounter with magic was instigated by a piercing curse cast by his mother, and it was only when he sought assistance from his father that he discovered his father's allegiance to the Death Eaters. After being expelled from Hogwarts in his 5th year, Sagrais returned to the ancient castle, now donning the guise of a professor, enveloped in the briny mist of the North Sea. The imprisonment within Azkaban had not left him maddened or decayed, rather, it had bestowed upon him a chilling elegance. Chapter 1. The Visitor of Azkaban. The dreary Azkaban prison looms atop the cliffs of a solitary island in the North Sea. Waves crash against the rocks, while Dementors soar ominously overhead. At this moment, Sagrais Greengrass is seated upon the stone bed of his cell, gripping a slender wand that glimmers faintly with silver light. His gaze is focused and devoid of warmth. The wails of prisoners and the shrieks of Dementors fail to stir him in the slightest. An aged spellbook hovers in midair, its pages turning incessantly, as arcane symbols and formulas are rearranged by an unseen force. Suddenly, the door to the cell swings open. Sagrais does not cease his wand's movements. How unexpected, he remarks without lifting his head. Since when does Azkaban permit visitors? For someone of my age, certain privileges are always afforded. Dumbledore replies with a smile as he steps into the cell, his blue eyes scrutinizing Sagrais through half-moon spectacles. His robes emit a soft glow in the dim light, a stark contrast to the surrounding gloom. It appears they have not assigned you a roommate, Dumbledore observes, placing a bag of lemon drops upon the stone table. Sagrais' fingers twitch, and the hovering spellbook turns to ashes. Cascading down, he raises his gaze to the elder, his expression serene. There are many vacant rooms in Azkaban, headmaster, but they did not even confiscate your wand. The elder winks playfully. I understand your confusion. After all, it was you who personally cast the trace on my wand. However now, he gestures with his wand, his calm demeanor betraying a hint of pride. Even the Dementors cannot detect my wand's essence. Dumbledore remains silent, surveying his surroundings until his gaze settled upon the anti-magic stone bricks of the cell wall, which were etched with magical formulas. It seems that even here, you have not ceased your studies, he remarks as he leans closer, softly reading aloud. The energy transformation of emotional magic and its symbiotic relationship with Dementor's incarceration does not appear too dire. Perhaps this place cannot truly contain you. The elder smiles, retrieving a buzzing honeycomb sweet from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. Merely passing the time, Sagrais waved his wand, obscuring the inscriptions on the wall. I often ponder if it is due to my advancing years, but I find myself reflecting that expelling you from Hogwarts 5 years ago might be the greatest mistake of my life, Dumbledore said with a hint of nostalgia. Sagrais furrowed his brow at this remark. Professor Dumbledore, if you have come to mock my circumstances, you may take your leave. The study of foolish Dementors has already been sufficiently tiresome without the addition of another self-important visitor. Dumbledore sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. Sagrais, I never intended to mock you. The decision to expel you was made because your research was encroaching upon perilous boundaries. I had to consider the safety of Hogwarts students. Perilous? Sagrais shook his head. Magic itself is inherently dangerous. With a flick of his wand, he conjured an oak chair from the stone bench. Of course, I comprehend your rationale, and I have never harbored resentment towards you for it. Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened as he pulled the chair closer and sat down, the oak creaking softly beneath him. I am pleased to hear you say that, especially since you have not communicated with me even once in the 5 years since your departure from Hogwarts. Dumbledore's half-moon glasses glimmered slightly. I heard from Phileas about your endeavors. I know you have relentlessly pursued the essence of magic over these years, and I must admit, I am quite gratified by your significant achievements. As for your purpose in visiting, I suggest you speak plainly, Sagrais interjected. Your preambles have sufficed. Indeed. What I mean to convey is that, based on your past accomplishments, you deserve a more suitable research environment. As he spoke, the elder produced a wax-sealed letter from his robe. Moreover, Hogwarts is in need of a charms consultant, responsible for guiding the theoretical research topics and practical spell work of the upper-year students, teaching all those who have passed their OWL. Sagrais accepted the letter but did not break the seal, his fingertips tracing the Hogwarts crest as he murmured, "Return to Hogwarts." His mind drifted back, the memories of his time at Hogwarts resurfacing. To be frank, it had indeed been a tranquil and wonderful period. Dumbledore did not urge him, and after a moment, Sagrais returned to the present. I believe I can accept this. However, Professor, it will require your influence as a Wisingamot judge to facilitate my legitimate departure from here. Of course, I shall address these matters. Dumbledore rose. By tomorrow morning, the Ministry of Magic will deliver your pardon, and besides that, Sagrais, every Thursday afternoon, come for tea at the headmaster's office, and he paused. Momentarily, when the castle requires it, protect it in your own way. Silence enveloped the cell for a brief moment, the only sound being the waves of the North Sea seeping through the iron bars. Sagrais approached the stone table, lightly tapping the sugar bag of lemon snowballs with his wand, causing the candies to automatically arrange themselves into a miniature model of Hogwarts Castle. I can assure you, Professor Dumbledore, he declared as the sugar towers sparkled under the moonlight, but I also have two conditions. Please proceed. First, my research shall not be subjected to any ethical review board's interference. With a flick of his wand, the sugar castle collapsed and reformed into intricate three-dimensional runes. Second, I reserve the right to instigate educational reforms when I believe certain traditional wisdom obstructs the pursuit of truth. Dumbledore gazed at the floating sugar runes in ancient Nordic runic magic. After a prolonged silence, he calmly extended his hand. Then Hogwarts welcomes you, Professor Greengrass. Sagrais smiled and reached out his right hand. This time, wandering through the restricted section of the library shall not be deemed a violation of school rules. Indeed, but please refrain from replacing the index page of the darkest arts. Dumbledore winked. Mrs. Pants still believes it was merely a classification error on her part. As he watched Dumbledore vanish through the Phoenix's transfiguration, fleeting memories that did not belong to this world occasionally flitted through Sagrais' mind. Glassware. From a laboratory in another realm, blackboards filled with formulas and endless experiments. Yet, those images were always swiftly replaced by reality, disdainful expressions of his family during his childhood, the anguished screams of his mother, tormented by the Cruciatus Curse, and the indifferent silhouette of his father. In truth, as a transmigrator, Sagrais initially felt a sense of elation at his circumstances. After all, most individuals who received the script of their new lives found themselves as orphans with deceased parents, whereas he not only had both parents alive, but also belonged to one of the pure-blooded 28 families, the Greengrass family. In his early imaginings, as a noble of the magical world, he believed he would live a life devoid of worries, merely savoring the beauty of magic, while perhaps establishing a hedge fund to short the Goblin Bank, that he envisioned demonstrating to these antiquated denizens of the magical realm what Muggle wisdom truly entailed, fulfilling his self-worth in the process. However, reality soon dealt him a heavy blow. From the moment he transcended until his admission into Hogwarts, the British magical community was shrouded under the dominion of Voldemort. Indeed, he was aware that Voldemort would eventually falter, but at that time, the Dark Lord had yet to fall, and the boy who lived was still nestled in his mother's womb. Most importantly, he only knew that Harry Potter was the savior and Voldemort the archvillain, and that Harry would ultimately triumph over Voldemort. However, he was entirely oblivious to the specifics of when and how this victory would transpire. The Greengrass family, staunch supporters of Voldemort, comprised a household filled with Death Eaters. His father, a reticent member of the Ministry of Magic, rarely spoke, while his mother was a Muggle-born witch. Indeed, Sagrais was of mixed blood. His beautiful mother, despite being a Muggle witch, harbored a profound disdain for Sagrais' bloodline. She did not conceal her animosity towards him, as if such contempt might allow others to forget that she herself was not of pure blood. If it had merely been familial disdain and abuse, it might have been bearable. However, the Death Eaters of the Greengrass family, in their fervor to align with Voldemort's blood, purity ideology subjected Sagrais' mother to torment as a demonstration of their loyalty. This pitiable woman was tortured into madness by those she sought to support, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of a killing curse. Upon learning of this news at the tender age of 5, Sagrais was at a loss as to whether he should feel joy or sorrow this woman, who had given him life, had also bestowed upon him endless vitriol and torment. That time, young Sagrais had just experienced his first surge of magical power and did not even possess a wand, forcing him to confront his dire circumstances. The phrase he muttered most frequently was, "This is worse than being an orphan." With the specter of death looming, he sought refuge in magic. Thus, at the age of 5, Sagrais, out of sheer necessity, conjured his first spell. It was then that he discovered his innate ability. Upon accumulating a certain level of magical energy, he could forcibly enhance or even create spells from thin air. He devised the enhanced Confundus charm, a revised incantation devoid of offensive capabilities, but allowing him to be overlooked by others, particularly given that he was already a nonentity within his family. Utilizing this spell, he concealed himself, living in a state of trepidation at home for 6 years, a remarkable feat, indeed. Later, upon receiving his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he took it upon himself to send 2 Death Eater relatives, who had once cast the Cruciatus Curse upon him, to Azkaban on the eve of his departure from home. For his father, he had been incarcerated since Voldemort's downfall, and was likely long dead, claimed by the kiss of a Dementor. A raven, flapping its wings, interrupted his reverie as it perched upon the windowsill. Sagrais grasped the fragment of the soul-stealing cloak from the transitional raven's beak. And with a gentle flick of his wand, the shard was reduced to ashes, releasing a wisp of ethereal blue energy that surged into his being. The flame-like runic scar upon his wrist glimmered softly under the moonlightened emblem of a dark magic experiment. It served as the foundation of his calm composure as he traversed the depths of Azkaban that it is time to depart from this place. All shall be forgotten. Chapter 2. Arrival at Diagon Alley. The number 93 was affixed to a moldy brick wall, and passing wizards assumed it to be an abandoned warehouse. With a gentle tap of his wand, Sagrais summoned the bricks to undulate and rearrange like piano keys. Revealing a spiral staircase leading to a cellar, his temporary abode rented for 2 galleons a week, originally belonging to a confectionary's candy vault. Having been freshly cleaned, he waved his wand at an oak barrel encrusted with icing. Amidst the aroma of aged cream, 12 barrels automatically assembled into a desk, while toffee syrup clinging to the wall transformed into an amber-hued lamp. As the Daily Prophet slipped through the window, its front page boldly proclaimed, Merlin Medal recipient cleared of charges to teach at Hogwarts, accompanied by an image of him emerging from Azkaban, the hem of his black robe billowing in the sea breeze. Beneath the headline lay a copy of the Ministry of Magic's pardon. Sagrais crumpled the newspaper into a paper crane and tossed it into the fireplace, the flames licking at the words dangerous genius until they were reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a warm droplet of bird droppings landed on the pardon. You are late by 2 minutes and 57 seconds, he remarked without looking up. Ashes fluttered down as the raven, Locris, folded its metallic-hued wings, clutching a letter sealed with wax in its beak. This creature was a cursed creation he had salvaged from the ruins of Durmstrang. Its left eye embedded with an obsidian shard capable of refracting magic. Now, it relied on Sagrais' magic for survival, and in return, the raven named Locris served as his messenger. Sagrais retrieved the letter, glancing at it before a feather quill and parchment flew out from a dragonhide chest. He produced a handful of silver dust, prompting Locris to soar onto his arm, tilting its head and emitting a harsh caw. Silence. The reprimanded raven turned to peck at the silver dust, while the quill began to glide across the parchment. Essential reading for advanced spell theory and practice. 1. High-end spell applications by Miranda Goshawk. 2. Introduction to Magic by the Ancient Runes Society. 3. Cutting-edge magical topology by Sagrais Greengrass. The quill paused momentarily before adding a final note. Recommended tools. 1. Silver-plated calculating ruler. 2. Double-sided crystal prism. As he completed the last stroke and capped the inkwell, sunlight streamed through the cellar's air vent, illuminating his profile. Sagrais unfastened his shirt collar and stood before the dressing mirror. The Hogwarts professor's black robe automatically adjusting its cut until a silver-embroidered emblem of Ravenclaw materialized on his left breast. This was his privilege as an alumnus. The steam from platform 9 3/4, infused with the scent of coal, enveloped him. Sagrais navigated through a throng of first-year students pushing luggage carts, the hem of his robe brushing against a red-haired boy's suitcase, where a chocolate frog card featuring Dumbledore winked at him. Make way, make way. This wretched trunk is about to fall apart. The simultaneous cries of Ron Weasley and the sound of a suitcase spring bursting forth resonated through the air. A multitude of magical tomes, interspersed with magazines, comic books, newspapers, and even half a bag of leftover Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, along with a limping old mouse, soared past Sagrais, narrowly missing his boots. Behind him, another bespectacled boy struggled to mend the cracked suitcase with tape. With a gentle wave of his hand, Sagrais restored the scattered items back inside the case at an accelerated pace, while the suitcase's brass clasps reconfigured themselves into a more robust geometric structure. Ron stared wide-eyed at the restored suitcase as Sagrais inquired, "Red hair? Are you a member of the Weasley family?" Sagrais noticed the tattered wand peeking from the boy's pocket, its white wood marred by a fine crack, and its tip faintly glowing, revealing that the core of unicorn hair had been worn down. Before Ron could respond, Sagrais continued, "Even as a first year, one should possess knowledge of the most fundamental repair charm, especially being a Weasley." Observing the two boys standing there, speechless, Sagrais shook his head and turned toward the end of the train. The whistle drowned out their stammered expressions of gratitude. Upon entering the final compartment, a powerful freezing charm crystallized around the door handle, compelling all passers-by to unconsciously overlook this particular space. Hermione Granger pushed open the door to another compartment and asked, "Has anyone seen a toad?" Neville lost one. Harry and Ron, engrossed in their snacks, looked up and shook their heads at the girl in the doorway. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in from outside, flipping the front page of the Daily Prophet, revealing the headline, "Merlin's Medal Winner Exonerated. Controversial Genius Returns to Hogwarts." In the accompanying image, a handsome man in a black robe bore a stern profile, with the iron bars of Azkaban blurred in the morning light behind him. "By Merlin. He is the new professor at Hogwarts," Ron exclaimed, nearly pressing his nose against the newspaper, remnants of chocolate frog smeared on the headline, which stated he had magically killed 5 wizards. Harry leaned in closer, and as if on cue, The photograph of Sagrais turned his gaze toward the camera. A fleeting silver glimmer in his gray eyes startling Harry, causing him to jolt, and inadvertently drop the chocolate frog into Ron's pumpkin juice. They were 5 dark wizards. Hermione corrected, simultaneously shutting the compartment door. I have read several reports about him. What is the Merlin's medal? Harry seized the opportunity to inquire. Hermione, preoccupied with drawing her wand to clean the stains, replied, I have seen coverage from several newspapers. The Daily Prophet tends to deliberately muddle concepts. According to the records from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, those 5 were dark wizards attempting to abduct a Muggle MP. And Professor Greengrass was a rookie in the Auror Command at that time. But it says here that he burned the bodies to ashes. Ron shuddered. It wasn't burning. It was a spell of his own creation. Hermione pointed to a line in the report, stating a witness claimed he used only one spell, without even uttering an incantation. You have yet to enlighten me on what precisely the Order of Merlin entails. Harry, observing the silence from the two, could not restrain himself from inquiring once more. How can you not know this? Hermione exclaimed, casting him a bewildered glance. The Order of Merlin is one of the highest honors in the wizarding world, awarded by the Wisingamot since the 15th century, symbolizing recognition of a wizard's personal achievements and contributions. Hermione gestured with the newspaper in her hand, which reported that he had improved several healing spells, including mending like new, quick recovery, and restoration of vitality, on the very day he was expelled from Hogwarts, raising the healing efficacy for severe injuries by at least 60%. The Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore, who had expelled him, was criticized by numerous media outlets, being labeled as senile. It sounds like a defiance against those who expelled him. I have heard my father mention this as well. Yet the professor from Gringotts did not even attend the award ceremony, Hermione remarked, her tone neutral. She pointed to another segment. The newspaper stated that after his expulsion in his 5th year, he chose to attend Durmstrang and graduated 2 years later. He was then invited to teach at Ilvermorny but left after a year, embarking on a journey for another year before being exceptionally recruited by the British Ministry of Magic. Ron, chewing on a bubblegum wizarding wonder, mumbled, so he ended up in Azkaban for murder? It was self-defense. Hermione's curly hair quivered with her fervent tone. The Wizards' Rights Protection Act explicitly states that an Auror may employ defensive measures when faced with danger during a mission. At this point, the young girl nodded to herself. The 2 pureblood families must have conspired against him, especially since one of the 5 dark wizards was from their ranks. So, why did Dumbledore expel him in the first place? Harry could not help but ask. Hermione fell silent, pausing for a moment before responding, I do not know. Chapter 3, The Sorting Ceremony. The flickering candlelight in the Great Hall of Hogwarts swayed amidst the torrential rain as Sagrielius followed Professor McGonagall into the hall. Peeves was poised upside down above the Ravenclaw table, ready to spill ink onto the seats. He exchanged a glance with Peeves, a faint smile gracing his lips. But the ghost froze mid-action, resembling a bat specimen encased in ice, crashing onto the floor. Professor Flitwick was dusting off the sorting hat, the candlelight reflecting off his graying temples, and the Ravenclaw blue and silver badge glimmered slightly. Phileas, your cufflink, Professor McGonagall gently reminded, rousing the drowsy Madame Lorelei. The diminutive charms professor clutched his left sleeve, where a common silver cufflink was askew. He turned towards the entrance, a look of surprise blooming on his wrinkled face. Oh, Sagrielius. Long time no see. Indeed, Professor Flitwick, Sagrielius replied, hurrying forward and extending his hands to shake with his former headmaster. In the corner, the perpetually stoic Snape displayed an expression of annoyance. The candlelight danced within the castle, casting flickering shadows from the torches on the walls. While distant sounds of chatter from other students in the Great Hall echoed, the freshmen huddled nervously together, their robes chilled by the night's breeze, some trembling with anticipation. Professor McGonagall, clad in a resplendent emerald robe, bore a solemn expression as she descended the marble staircase, a roll of parchment containing the list of new students in hand. Her footsteps rang crisply, and her robe billowed behind her. Upon reaching the bottom of the steps, her keen gaze swept across the crowd of newcomers, and the clamor abruptly ceased, as if they had been struck by a freezing charm. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. But before you indulge in the delightful cuisine, you must first undergo the sorting ceremony. This ceremony will determine the house in which you will spend the next few years of your education. The brave Gryffindor, the just Hufflepuff, the wise Ravenclaw, or the cunning Slytherin. Each house boasts a proud and storied history, having nurtured countless remarkable wizards who have made significant contributions to the magical world. Throughout your time at Hogwarts, your house will serve as a warm home, where each act of excellence will bring glory and points to your house, while any misconduct will tarnish its name and result in penalties. At the year's end, we will tally the total points for each house, and the house with the highest score will win the coveted House Cup, a supreme honor that every student aspires to achieve. With a flick of her wand, which shimmered with a silvery light at its tip, she signaled for the freshmen to form an orderly single line. Then, she commanded in a clear voice, "Line up and follow me." Before pushing open the grand oak doors of the Great Hall, She paused slightly, turning to face the slightly pale-faced newcomers. Her tone softened, yet retained an undeniable authority. There is no need to be anxious. The sorting ceremony will not cause you any harm. You need only don the sorting hat, which will astutely discern your qualities and potential, subsequently declaring the house to which you truly belong. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she sought to infuse a modicum of warmth into the tense atmosphere. Yet, her serious demeanor swiftly returned, like a layer of frost. She then turned, striding confidently at the forefront of the procession, while the freshmen, hearts aflutter, closely followed in her wake into the solemn and mysterious Great Hall. Inside, silence enveloped the space, with thousands of eyes fixed intently upon the newcomers. Professor McGonagall steadied a four-legged stool at the front of the hall, upon which rested the tattered, patched, and seemingly unremarkable sorting hat. Subsequently, she quietly stepped aside, arms folded across her chest, her gaze unwavering as she oversaw the entire sorting process. Just as the first-year students exchanged glances filled with confusion and trepidation, the seemingly ordinary hat, adorned with a fissure, suddenly came to life and began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you find a hat more clever than I shall gladly eat myself whole. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you which house you belong to. Do not fear. There is no reason for panic. In my grasp, you are entirely safe, for I am a sentient sorting hat. As the sorting hat concludes its song, Professor McGonagall approaches with the list of new students. The sorting process begins. Those whose names I call, please take a seat. Hannah Abbott, a small witch, nervously steps forward from the crowd and sits upon the stool, while Professor McGonagall places the tattered hat upon her head. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat suddenly proclaimed with its gaping mouth, and an uproar of cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Witnessing this familiar scene, Sagrais could not help but smile. His thoughts drifted back a decade to when he first arrived at Hogwarts. At that time, Voldemort had just been vanquished, and the air was thick with the scent of aged oak and candle smoke, reminiscent of the current moment. At 11 years of age, he approached the sorting hat with a second-hand wand in hand, his sleeves still dusted with the soot of Nocturne Alley. The instant the hat was placed upon his head, the mocking whispers of a Death Eater's son pierced the hall. How can a mud-blood wield a wand? The derisive laughter slithered from the Slytherin table like a serpent across stone. Blood traitor. Filthy half-breed. He is not one of us, the Greengrass family. Then all voices faded, and the sorting hat's voice resonated within his mind. Let me see where you belong. Ah, you are filled with ambition, yet disdainful of honor. You possess courage but scorn recklessness. You are loyal and undoubtedly fair, yet seem intolerant of laziness and mediocrity. Oh, yes, you possess exceptional wisdom. Yet within you lurks unparalleled arrogance and detachment. How peculiar. You embody the traits of all four houses, yet ideologically oppose each one. A challenging choice indeed. Let me go to Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw? Very well, it suits you, although you may not necessarily fit it. However, since you insist, Gryffindor. The sorting hat's voice jolted Professor Sagrais from his reverie, and the Gryffindor table erupted in exuberant applause. He raised his gaze, realizing that the renowned Harry Potter had been sorted into Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students appeared elated, with a pair of twins whistling and shouting, "We've got Potter. Potter is ours." Sagrais raised an eyebrow, noting the savior's name was indeed well received, despite the fact that he was merely an 11-year-old child. His gaze roamed the table until he recognized that Potter was none other than the bespectacled boy he had encountered on the Hogwarts Express. Reflecting on the other person's hesitant demeanor and their worn spectacles, he suddenly grasped a profound truth. The individual had evidently not fared well in the Muggle world. However, Sagrais felt a sense of relief. He understood the rationale behind Dumbledore's actions. The venerable headmaster had placed the boy, who had miraculously survived, into the Muggle realm not only for his protection but perhaps for another reason as well. After all, every member of the British magical community was aware of Harry's name, even before he could walk or talk. This infant had attained fame due to events he could not possibly remember, and if he were to remain in the magical realm, he would be constantly enveloped in that immense notoriety. In such an environment, what sort of person would the young savior become? Perhaps a boastful, arrogant individual, insufferable and oblivious to the feelings of others. There were certainly numerous examples of such characters among pureblood families, which led Sagrais to conclude that the current state of the savior was quite satisfactory. Aside from appearing somewhat insecure, he exhibited no other significant flaws. Chapter 4. The new professor and the first lesson. As the starlight from the hall's dome filtered through the stained glass, Dumbledore tapped his golden goblet. The dancing gingerbread men abruptly froze, only to scurry back to their plates under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. Before we commence dinner, I must address a few important matters, Dumbledore announced, noting that all eyes were now upon him. First and foremost, Mr. Filch, the castle caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that all students are strictly prohibited from using magic in the corridors. Noticing no objections from the audience, he continued, "You will also observe the notices posted around the castle. The right side of the fourth-floor corridor is off-limits to all students without exception. Furthermore, the forest has been marked on the school map as the Forbidden Forest. No student is allowed to enter, for it is fraught with peril. In addition to these reminders, we are fortunate to welcome 2 new professors this semester. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept across the faculty table, and it was at this moment that Sagrais finally set down his cutlery. The first is our new defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. The man with the purple turban rose in a fluster, inadvertently spilling his mead, as the liquid threatened to soak his copy of Curses and Counter-Curses. Sagrais frowned and flicked his fingers against the table's edge, causing the liquid to reverse course and return to the cup, much to Quirrell's bewildered astonishment. Dumbledore's introduction continued, moreover. In light of new regulations from the Ministry of Magic, aimed at enhancing the practical skills and theoretical foundation of Hogwarts graduates, the Board of Governors has decided to introduce a new course, Theory and Practice of Charms. With a flourish, he gestured to the audience, and here, I present Professor Sagrais Greengrass, who will be responsible for this new subject. All students who pass the examinations will be required to participate in this course. Upon hearing this, the students reacted with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Draco Malfoy, seated at the Slytherin table, could not suppress a snide remark. My father says certain individuals lack even a certificate. Keep your voice down. Beside him, Crabbe and Goyle quickly exchanged terrified glances to halt him. Although Malfoy felt somewhat dissatisfied, he chose not to continue speaking. Professor Sagrais rose from his seat at the faculty table, nodding in acknowledgement to the headmaster. He did not intervene in the students' hushed murmurs. In his view, the mixed praises and criticisms held no significance. Suddenly, the raven Noctis descended from the sky, landing on his shoulder. Silence enveloped the room as a hoarse whisper escaped from the raven's throat, reminiscent of rusty hinges creaking, a bizarre scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine. At that moment, the creature's left eye glimmered with an eerie light, and it clutched a fragment of mithril in its beak. Sagrais raised his hand to restrain the frenzied Noctis, and then his calm voice resonated in every ear. I am Sagrais Greengrass. Some may know me as a madman, a scholar, a murderer. Feel free to concoct your narratives. His voice bore no self-pity or justification, only a chilling declaration of fact. You have the right to feel fear. You have the right to harbor disdain. You have the right to question the decisions of the headmaster and the Ministry of Magic. His gaze seemed somewhat indifferent, yet his tone was unequivocal. However, you do not have the right to be complacent in my classroom. This, I hope you all comprehend. With that, he returned to his seat. The hall fell into a momentary silence before the Ravenclaw table erupted into enthusiastic applause, welcoming their former classmate, once a renowned and dangerous prodigy. Moments later, the feast officially commenced under Dumbledore's announcement. I suspect Dumbledore has truly lost his mind. Daphne Greengrass waved a dinner knife dramatically, exclaiming, He actually let a murderer teach us? What can a half-blood teach? How to brew potions from snot harvested from mud? Pansy Parkinson scoffed. It seems you have quite a strong opinion about your cousin. Shut up, Daphne retorted, ruffled like an angry rooster. He is a filthy half-blood. His family has long disowned him. I suppose so. Otherwise, how have I heard that he personally sent your 2 uncles to Azkaban? Malfoy interjected, unable to contain his amusement. Humph, Malfoy, don't forget why he was imprisoned not long ago. My mother said he obliterated 5 people with a single curse, leaving nothing but bone dust. Draco struck his silver fork against his goblet. What your mother said is utterly irrelevant, as she cannot even distinguish between Dementors and house elves. Daphne produced a copy of the Daily Prophet, slamming it onto the long table. At least she can differentiate that among the 5 dark wizards who were killed, 2 were associates of your father's Death Eater comrades. How dare you? Keep your voices down. Crabbe, clearly at his wits' end, anxiously warned everyone. Didn't he, your elders, advise you not to provoke him? After all, he has blood on his hands from more than one pureblood family. The long table fell into an abrupt silence, the only sound piercing through the air being the clatter of knives and forks against porcelain plates. After the banquet, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron sat by the fireplace discussing the enigmatic professor. Lately, rumors about the new instructor had circulated widely. Harry gazed into the flickering flames, a faint pain radiating from his scar. He recalled the glance Professor Gringot had cast towards Professor Quirrell during dinner, reminiscent of Uncle Vernon's expression upon discovering a spider weaving a web in the jam jar. Truth be told, he sensed something amiss. Though Ron insisted it was merely his paranoia. That bird was truly terrifying, wasn't it? Ron exclaimed, slightly exaggerating. I've never seen a talking raven, especially with such an unpleasant voice. Harry nestled deeper into his armchair, surprisingly agreeing. I found it rather unsettling too, but was it really a raven? What else could it be? Ron pressed on. For a raven to speak, it surely requires dark magic. What is dark magic? Harry inquired, having just stepped into the magical world and grasping its concepts only superficially. Quite literally, it refers to malevolent sorcery, Ron explained. Harry paused. But I perceive Professor Gringot as a decent person, and he even repaired your broken trunk on the train today. I know. but the Daily Prophet claims he has killed someone. To reiterate, it was in self-defense. Hermione stormed over, clutching a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. And that was not a raven. It was a necrophilian raven, a magical creature that is inherently capable of speech. Observing the two boys rendered speechless by her fervor, Hermione issued a warning to Ron. And you, best not attempt to speak ill of a professor behind their back, or Gryffindor may suffer point deductions. Without awaiting their response, she turned on her heel and departed. Harry and Ron exchanged bemused glances, their confusion nearly spilling over. Who does she think she is? The Minister of Magic? Ron sighed. Forget it. I believe Hermione has elevated Professor Gringotts to the status of an idol. Idol? What does that entail? Something akin to a spiritual leader, I suppose. Oh, now I understand. Much like Death Eaters idolizing the Dark Lord. The inaugural lesson in Charms began. On Tuesday morning, the theoretical course on Charms marked Professor Sagrais's first class at Hogwarts. Upon entering the Ravenclaw Tower's Charms classroom with Introduction to Magic in hand, he discovered a complete transformation in the classroom's layout since his own student days. The original oak long table had been replaced by a circular stone platform, with a suspended crystal prism now adorning the center of the room. He ascended the stone platform, swiftly surveying the students before nodding. Excellent, everyone is present. I believe an introduction is unnecessary. However, as this is a newly established course, I must clarify some matters at the outset. Sagrais then drew his wand and tapped the podium, causing it to lift from the ground and hover in midair. Disregarding the astonishment of the 6th grade students, the tome titled Introduction to Magic in his hands melted into a liquid, ascending into the air to form a series of ever-changing textual incantations that represented both theory and practice. This course imparted only two essential components, the theory of spells and the practice of casting. Casting a glance at the neatly arranged students, reminiscent of quails, a subtle smile crept onto Sagrais' lips. It appeared that his years of iron-fisted discipline had not been entirely in vain. While he mused internally, his lips articulated words pertaining to the lesson at hand. Unlike Professor Flivy's spellcasting class, this course refrained from addressing standard spells. The liquid text shifted accordingly. The theory of spells would aid you in constructing a framework for magical understanding, allowing you to recognize the blind spots within the current educational system through an analysis of the historical evolution of incantations. Upon hearing this, a student from Ravenclaw could not help but raise a hand to inquire. But Professor, hasn't the knowledge encompassed within standard spells been validated by history? Without turning his head, Sagrais replied, the standard spells you are presently studying are the product of the 1890 standardization movement, having been published for merely 101 years. In the extensive epochs preceding this, magic itself has flourished in a myriad of splendid forms. But I know what you are about to say, Sagrais interjected. Of course, I understand that you all wish to prepare for next year's examinations. However, worry not, for this course will not entail any homework, thus it will not add to your already burdensome academic load. On the contrary, mastering it will enable you to pass your exams with greater ease, of that there is no doubt. As he uttered the absence of assignments, the students began to whisper excitedly among themselves. Professor, does this course truly have no homework? Sagrais' lips curved into a subtle smile. Indeed not. After all, with a flourish of his wand, he traced an arc, locking all doors and windows with a resounding click. Practical application is the finest form of homework. Before we commence our formal instruction, do you have any questions? A petite Hufflepuff boy wobbled as he raised his right hand. So, Professor Greengrass, is the sole purpose of this course to prepare for exams? Excellent, Sagrais nodded. That is precisely the question you should be pondering. He opened his arms, a hint of amusement gracing his features. The answer is, of course, a resounding no. Without further elaboration, he shifted the discussion to other queries. Does anyone know how many individuals perish in the Auror office each year? Observing the sea of shaking heads, Sagrais continued. How many unsolvable curses does a curse breaker encounter throughout their lifetime? The students remained silent, heads still shaking. What do the healers at St. Mungo's do when confronted with particularly challenging ailments? This time, he did not wait for their responses, instead providing a direct answer. Standard spells may enable you to release incantations in the simplest manner, yet they are neither the most comprehensive nor the most effective. With a gentle flick of the wand, the floating words erupted into stardust, weaving a scene reminiscent of medieval sorcerers inscribing spells in ancient script upon the vaulted ceiling. The Ministry of Magic introduced the course on theoretical and practical charms to equip underage wizards with survival skills that transcend mere examination frameworks before they depart from school. Whether aspiring to become an Auror, a scholar, or an alchemist, mastering this course is imperative, for it shall forge the very foundation upon which your future existence relies. As the words lingered in the air, shimmering silver ripples emanated from the wand's tip, cascading over the stone dais. Janet White, the former head of Ravenclaw, felt her pupils constrict suddenly, acutely aware of the tumultuous thoughts within her mind being quelled by an unseen force. In that fleeting moment, as the ripples touched the students, their gazes transformed, becoming remarkably clear and sharp. Professor? Her voice resonated with an unsettling calmness that startled her. Sagrais descended the floating staircase, his black robe sweeping through the suspended words. Emotions are the fog of cognition. Thus, in my classroom, absolute rationality is paramount. Professor Greengrass, are you implying that you have cast a spell upon us? The students promptly recognized their own transformation. A tall, slender boy observed his own form while speaking with composure. That seems likely, for if our emotions remained undisturbed, we should not be so tranquil at this moment. I believe this is against regulations. The ministry would not permit you to cast such an unregistered and uncertain spell upon students. The Hufflepuff students began to voice their protests with equal calmness. Sagrais brushed his fingertips across the textbooks of the front row students, answering their inquiries without turning. Mechanical mind, a special approval from the ministry's Department of Education, ensures that you maintain absolute rationality for 90 minutes, though its effects are confined to the classroom. Professor Greengrass, we have never heard of such a spell, because it is a unique aspect of my emotional magic. As he spoke, all students' textbooks soared to their desks, flipping open to page 12. Lesson 1. The distribution of magical nodes in the levitation charm. For the ensuing 90 minutes, only Sagrais' voice echoed within the classroom. As the last traces of silver luminescence faded from the prismatic ceiling, the bell rang, rousing those enraptured by the lesson. The students' emotions gradually returned, and they exchanged glances. The intricate trajectories of magical script etched into their minds as if carved by a blade. They finally comprehended why Professor Greengrass had proclaimed at the commencement feast that all would glean knowledge in his class. If Harry were present, he would wager that even Neville could recite the formulas for spell attenuation in their entirety, with a flick of his wand. Sagrais restored the transformed floating lectern to its original state, his deep voice resonating in the ears of all present. Next Tuesday, we shall engage in practical spellcasting. With that, he paid no heed to the students regaining their vitality and departed the classroom, leaving a buzz of excitement in his wake. Cool. No need for notes at all. The Hufflepuff boys gazed at the blank parchment, and I found myself recalling every word spoken by Professor Greengrass. In my view, if other subjects could adopt such methods, it would be splendid. The students chattered incessantly, their excitement palpable. Chapter 5. Dumbledore's Tea Gathering. Thursday arrived, and during this time, Sagrais had conducted 2 lessons for the group of young wizards. Presently, among the 6th and 7th years at Hogwarts, Professor Greengrass had become the most esteemed instructor. After all, there was no homework, yet the learning outcomes were remarkably effective. Such classes were a rarity at Hogwarts. Back when Sagrais was a student at Hogwarts, these 6th and 7th year students were merely in their 1st and 2nd years. They could be considered alumni, yet now he had transformed into their professor, truth be told. It was quite a delightful feeling. Sagrais had not anticipated that a facet of his character inclined towards teaching would emerge. Having spent the entire morning in the restricted section, he finally lifted his gaze from the mountain of books, only to be greeted by the arrival of the Phoenix, Fawkes, emerging from a burst of flames. Unrolling the small note clutched in Fawkes' beak, he read, "Do not forget today's afternoon tea gathering." What a bother. Sagrais grumbled as he waved his wand, returning all the magical tomes to their rightful places. Only after completing this task did he nod at Fawkes perched upon his shoulder. In a flash of flames, the pair disappeared from the library. Caw, caw. A shrill, piercing cry suddenly echoed through the library. It was none other than the raven, Locktiz, who had been napping in the ceiling beams, startled awake by the firelight, now squawking in a frenzy. Madame Pants hurriedly ran, her skirts held high, her face a mixture of astonishment and ire, causing the young wizards along her path to instinctively part ways. Sagrais, if you ever bring that foolish raven into the library again, I shall petition Dumbledore to bar you from entering these doors forever. The fury in her voice made the students shrink back, for they had never witnessed Madame Pants in such a state of anger. Coffee, mead, or black tea? Dumbledore inquired, seated comfortably as he absent-mindedly stroked the rim of his crescent-shaped spectacles. Sagrais remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards the portraits behind Dumbledore. Iolaus Kindenberg, headmaster from a period in 1503. Ambrose Swatter, headmaster during the late Tudor period. Delis Devante, headmaster from 1741 to 1768, a renowned healer. Phineas Nigellus Black, headmaster from the late 19th century until 1926, belonging to the Black family. Armando Dipet, headmaster from the early 20th century until 1956, during Voldemort's time at school. At that moment, these portraits were engaged in hushed whispers. Sagrais did not bother to listen closely to their conversation. Instead, he casually picked up a cup of coffee from the gilded tea tray, as 3 sugar cubes merrily leapt into his bone china cup. He symbolically took a sip of his coffee before setting it down, calmly inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" "Professor Dumbledore, I believe I must return to my lesson preparations." Sagrais, since your employment began, aside from immersing yourself in the ocean of books in the library, I have never witnessed you stepping into the office to prepare lessons. The elder unflinchingly dismantled his feeble pretense. Yet I believe I teach rather well, and I trust my students share that sentiment. Sagrais replied dismissively, downplaying the matter. It was only when Dumbledore retrieved 3 letters sealed with the Ministry of Magic's wax that Sagraus's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The ornate signature of fudge-bled red luminescence at the conclusion of the 3rd letter. I do not question your teaching methods, Sagrais. The elder remarked with a hint of resignation, exhaling deeply. Nor do I deny your teaching achievements. The students' performances corroborate this. However, I wish to ascertain when the Department of Education granted you special permission to cast spells upon your students in class. Sagrais responded with a stoic expression, Professor. I believe we reached a consensus back in Azkaban. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. I concede. But even so, you ought to have informed me beforehand. Moreover, to deceive a group of underage students is hardly befitting of a professor. Sagrais felt a twinge of irritation. The scene bore a resemblance to the moment he was expelled. Yet he forced himself to remain composed. I would not classify that as a lie. You should know that my spells would never harm the students. Sagrais calmly raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the letters. A pale flame surged from his fingers, incinerating the letters to ash. And I dare assert that had Voldemort or Grindelwald been seated here, the ministry would not have dared to send such correspondence. They lack respect for you. That is merely because people fear them, my boy. The old headmaster's voice carried a weariness. I do not believe that is just. I respect your choice, Albus. This marked the first time he addressed the elder by his first name. However, I am unlike you. I do not appreciate being dictated to. He drew his wand, tracing a silver line upon the table. I dislike it, especially when I am in the right. My request is simple, whether out of respect or fear. Do not overstep your bounds, and do not provoke me. Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Sagrais. They may certainly engage in political games within the magical realm, but they must discern the appropriate targets. To be frank, the state they find themselves in now is partially your responsibility, Headmaster. Your tolerance has emboldened their arrogance. Dumbledore's voice bore an unusual somberness. The greater the power one possesses, the lesser the control over it, for no one can guarantee they will not err. Sagrais nodded in agreement. I do not oppose this notion, Professor Dumbledore. As I said, I respect your choice. He shifted his tone, stating, however, I am not you. I lack your expansive heart. Therefore, if those politicians who manipulate power within the magical realm come knocking, I shall reveal to them the underlying logic of our world. With that, his figure swiftly vanished, leaving Dumbledore gazing in astonishment at the empty office, though he ultimately sighed in resignation. Suddenly, the portrait of Delilah Devante spoke up. That child is correct, Albus. At times, fear is more persuasive than respect. Dumbledore did not respond directly. Instead, he tossed a screaming sugar cube into his tea. He can even apparate within Hogwarts, Delilah. He raised the teacup to his lips, savoring a sip. He is more formidable than I anticipated. You cannot control every aspect of existence. Armando Dippet joined the conversation, adding, moreover, this child is entirely different from Tom, so you need not worry. Dumbledore fell silent, retrieving the elder wand in an attempt to mend the marks left by Sagrais on the desk, only to discover his impotence. A derisive chuckle emanated from behind him, and Dumbledore turned, unsure of which portrait had produced the sound. The explosive sound of Sagrais's apparition startled several crows near the pumpkin patch. He brushed off the grass clippings clinging to his robes and looked up at the crooked wooden cabin before him. The twilight cast the forbidden forest in shades of bluish-gray, while the warm yellow light seeping through the cabin's window illuminated the damp air. Operating within Hogwarts is no simple feat. Even Sagrais expended considerable magical energy. Nevertheless, he felt it was worth the effort, as he needed Dumbledore to realize he was no longer the fifth-year student of yore. He had come to request some magical materials from Hagrid. Although Snape had some as well, Sagrais surmised that given their relationship, it would be difficult to obtain anything other than disdain from the former potions master. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of knuckles rapping against the door stirred those inside. Sagrais knocked on the cabin door, but it took a considerable time before a gap opened. Professor Greengrass. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Sagrais greeted, peering through the crack to catch a glimpse of 2 figures. Are there other guests? Oh, please come in and join us, Professor. Hagrid shifted his massive frame, abruptly swinging the door wide open with a creak of protest from the hinges. It's Harry and Ron. I invited them over for tea to celebrate their enrollment. Sagrais narrowed his eyes as the flickering light from the oil lamp danced upon the oak table, revealing 2 diminutive figures nearly swallowed by Hagrid's oversized armchair. Harry absent-mindedly fidgeted with the chipped teacup, while Ron's ears flushed a bright red beneath his tousled hair. Observing the 2 boys seated at the table, Sagrais greeted them. Good to see you again, gentlemen. Good afternoon, Professor, the boys stammered, hastily rising, their voices stumbling forth from their throats. Sagrais nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hagrid spoke with a light-hearted tone. Would you care for some rock cakes, Professor? Call me Sagrais, Hagrid. He waved away the copper platter Hagrid offered. I have come here to ask for your assistance. Speak freely, Professor. How may I be of service to you? If possible, I would like to purchase some unicorn tail hairs and a few bundles of wandwood. Sagrais was straightforward. To be honest, he preferred dealing with Hagrid. Purchase? It would be my honor to assist you, Hagrid exclaimed, patting his fluffy chest, his booming voice causing the cauldron to tremble slightly. He reached for a patched dragonhide pouch hanging from a wall, rummaged briefly, and produced a handful of pristine hair, freshly collected just last week and groomed under the moonlight a few days prior. As for the wand would last year suffice? Of course, I appreciate your generosity, Hagrid. You are too kind, Professor. Should you need anything else, do not hesitate to come to me. Thank you, Hagrid. Sagrais stowed the materials in his pocket, and with a flick of his wand, the cluttered room began to tidy itself, transforming into a cozy haven in the blink of an eye. Hagrid stared in awe and quickly expressed his gratitude, but Sagrais waved his hand dismissively. It is but a small feat within my capabilities. He rose to bid farewell to the others, turning at the door to say to Hagrid, this year, I shall take care of the Christmas tree's transport and decoration. Hagrid, please do not refuse. Hagrid paused at this, instinctively replying, of course. Then a genuine smile spread across his face. I mean, absolutely no problem at all. Thank you, Sagrais. Hagrid leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he watched Sagrais depart. Just then, Harry pushed open the door, leaning in closely. Hagrid, are you quite familiar with Professor Gringotts? Familiar? He rubbed his beard with a hand the size of a frying pan. As you can see, we know each other, but I wouldn't say we are close. Although, we have certainly interacted on numerous occasions. But why did you give him so many magical materials for free? Those items are not inexpensive. Ron interjected. Don't think of it that way, Ron. Professor Gringotts was invited back to Hogwarts by Dumbledore himself. Hagrid stuffed a rock cake into his mouth. You may not see it, but despite his youth, his accomplishments are quite remarkable. Rest assured, Hagrid, we have learned quite a bit about his achievements in recent days. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, recalling how Hermione had frequently whispered about him in their ears, leaving them somewhat exasperated. Share something we do not know? Like what you just mentioned about the Gringotts heist. I shall not utter another word regarding that matter, Hagrid asserted immediately. Then do you know why Professor Gringotts was expelled? Ron leaned forward, his face a canvas of curiosity. At this, Hagrid's broad back stiffened noticeably, his expression unwilling. However, he did not refuse this time. This matter is not a secret, and I can share it with you. But you must not speak of it elsewhere. Gossiping behind someone's back is always ill-advised. Rest assured, Hagrid, the boys promised, thumping their chests in assurance. Several years ago, when he was in the 5th grade, Hagrid reflected on the past as he turned to face the two boys. Have I ever mentioned to you that he is a Ravenclaw? No. But we are already aware of that, they replied. Ah, very well. He paused, seemingly lost in recollection. He truly embodies the essence of a Ravenclaw. From the moment he entered the school in his first year, he never once left for 5 consecutive years. Did his family neglect him? Ron interjected, somewhat perplexed. It's unclear. It seems he had a rather strained relationship with them, or so I've heard. Well, during that time, he would occasionally come to me for advice on the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. He smacked his lips. Later, as he delved deeper into the study of magic, he broke numerous school rules. Broke school rules? What rules? Ron pressed on. Oh, there were many, such as reading restricted books without permission, wandering the castle at night, and sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Ultimately, he lost control of a spell and incinerated a large portion of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid took a sip from his teacup. Then Dumbledore, unable to withstand the pressure from the Ministry of Magic, had no choice but to expel him. Harry glanced at Ron and directly posed his question to Hagrid. What do you think of him? Hagrid, is he studying dark magic? Dark magic? I don't know. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. However, Professor Gringotts is not a bad person. Just like I don't particularly enjoy decorating the Christmas tree, I merely mentioned it in passing. Even as a student, he offered to assist me, although he was expelled before Christmas arrived. Chapter 6, Past Events. In the dark of night, within the restricted section, moonlight streamed through the high windows, weaving a black net upon the mildew-stained parchment. Sagrais gazed at the potion in his hand, hesitating repeatedly, before finally prying open Loctus's mouth and forcefully administering it. However, prior to this, to prevent the foolish bird from going mad again, he had already applied a throat-binding spell. The raven's metallic black feathers shimmered slightly, and distinct patterns began to emerge. In the interim, he could not help but reminisce about his experiences over the years. He had been in this world for 21 years, and by now, Sagrais had successfully created 7 spells using his awakened abilities, and further derived and improved a series of spells from them. These spells had once been the foundation of his existence in this world. Yet now, this gift that had accompanied his transmigration had ceased to function 3 years ago on the night of his coming-of-age ceremony. This ability was predicated on the enhancement of magical power, and a wizard's magical capacity does not grow indefinitely. From the first surge of power at 5 years old to the stagnation of his magical tide upon reaching adulthood, over the course of these years, Sagrius's magical growth had gradually slowed, and by the age of 18, it had almost completely halted. This was the innate limitation of a wizard's magical potential. It was a universal truth, one from which even a transgressor could not escape. Although his overall magical power far surpassed that of an average adult wizard in practical terms, it was roughly equivalent to the combined magical energy of 3 seasoned combatants. He surmised that it likely did not even measure up to that of the venerable Albus Dumbledore. Nevertheless, even if his total magical capacity fell short of Dumbledore's, he was confident that the potency of his spells was on par with that of the legendary wizard. He understood that his incantations had long since transcended the constraints of sheer magical quantity, employing precise control to forge every ounce of magic into a lethal blade capable of striking true. This almost obsessive pursuit could be traced back to a turbulent period in his youth. His childhood experiences had left him with a profound sense of insecurity, prompting him, in the decade following his departure from his family, to fervently absorb knowledge, and, of course, to seize power along the way. From dark arts to ancient warfare magic, and even to the runic magic of antiquity, Sagrais was open to all. He traversed the ancient and crumbling ruins, repeatedly resurrecting forgotten spells from the tomes of history, transforming them for his own use. He had nearly exhausted the libraries of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Ilvermorny, and during the subsequent year of his travels, he visited the magical institutions of Beauxbatons in the Pyrenees, the Moon Mountain School of Magic in Uganda, and a magical establishment on a volcanic island in Japan. Of course, the heads of these institutions had no inkling that Sagrais had once studied within their libraries. After years of tireless study, nourished by countless tomes of magic, the boy who once curled up in the Gringot family library had metamorphosed into a sorcerer capable of instilling terror throughout the magical realm. Improving spells? Creating magic? These had become instincts ingrained in his very marrow, with the distinction that he now relied not on external forces, but on the knowledge residing within his own mind. As Sagrais lightly tapped his fingers on the table, Loctis, who was preening his feathers, looked up, the obsidian depths of his eyes reflecting the deepening curve of Sagrais' smile. He recalled the life and death crisis in the North Sea 3 years prior, when he was attempting to enhance the disapparition spell. The ripples of space triggered by his incantation had awakened the slumbering Norwegian sea monster. Tentacle-like appendages surged from the depths, tightening around him upon contact. Yet Sagrais remained ensnared in the illusion woven by the creature, oblivious even to the briny water flooding his nostrils. Even now, the memory sent chills down his spine. The monster's psychic influence could bypass the magical barrier he had maintained unwaveringly for years, had it not been for Loctis's piercing cries, born of choking on seawater. Shattering the illusion, he might have already become a mere skeleton in the lair of that beast. Fortunately, at that moment, this foolish bird, despite often driving Sagrais to the brink of madness, had been there. After a fleeting moment of terror upon witnessing the colossal creature, Sagrais was overcome by an uncontrollable fury. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and unleashed his most formidable spell. A torrent of violent magical energy erupted, the crimson light of the incantation tearing through the water's veil. In that instant, the mountain-like octopus was obliterated into a mass of flesh. Then there was that damn trip to France. Loctis, lured by the allure of the ancient tomes housed in the Beauxbatons library, inadvertently awakened a tome of dark magic that had slumbered for 2 centuries. The panicked raven flitted chaotically between the beams of the dome, its feathers cascading over ancient texts and triggering a series of magical wards, culminating in a school-wide alert for an invasion of dark creatures. As he grasped the raven by its neck beneath the watchful eyes of the gargoyle patrol, the foolish creature still clutched a half-eaten shard of the enchanted silver in its claws. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Sagrais turned to the entrance, where Snape, enveloped in an enormous black cloak, glided in. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed Sagrais, though his disdain became palpable upon encountering the raven. Sagrais, only you would dare to command such a peculiar creature. In response to this remark, Sagrais nodded in agreement, his tone earnest. Indeed, Professor Snape. The potions master's disgust was now unmistakable. What on earth are you plotting by lingering in the restricted section at such an hour? His voice dripped with scrutiny and suspicion. As you can see, Professor, he gestured toward the raven on the table, I'm studying dark magic, and naturally, how to conquer the world. Snape let out a derisive snort, poised to unleash a scathing retort, but Sagrais waved his wand at the raven on the table, causing Loctis to instantly perch upon his shoulder, cawing loudly. Silence, you fool, Sagrais admonished. He then turned to Snape, a look of contrition on his face. My apologies. Professor Snape, I did not mean to imply you. Snape's countenance darkened, his voice low and laced with ire. Perhaps you should learn to show some respect for your former professors. Of course, Professor Snape, Sagrais replied, donning a courteous smile. Rest assured, I hold you in the highest esteem. However, if you truly believe I have offended you, feel free to deduct points from me. He bowed slightly to Snape, then turned to leave, only to glance back and add, Oh, I almost forgot, you can't deduct my points anymore, Professor. as I am no longer a student at Hogwarts. With that, he disregarded Snape's darkening expression and departed the library with Loctus. Sagrais was well aware of Snape's disdain for him, and he harbored a profound dislike for the former potions master in return. Their animosity had deep roots, stemming from a long history of insults and derision during Sagrais' time as a student. Notably, the students of Slytherin were particularly notorious for their sharp tongues. Initially, Sagrais paid little mind to the insults, as they scarcely registered as affronts in his eyes. After all, what harm could such taunts inflict upon one possessing the lineage of a modern, adult-souled wizard? The impact was minimal, and the insults lacked any substantial weight. Thus, Sagrais lacked even the most perfunctory pleasantries, opting instead to ignore the situation entirely. However, his persistent tolerance did not temper the unruly behavior of this group of morally misguided students. Rather, his silence only served to embolden their audacity, allowing them to overstep their bounds. When verbal assaults proved ineffective, they resorted to malicious hexes. Initially, Sagrais fell victim to their ambushes a few times, leaving his face swollen and covered in hair. Although the negative effects of these minor curses were not particularly severe and could be remedied by Madame Pomfrey in mere minutes, it was impractical for Sagrais to remain on high alert with his wand drawn at all times. After all, while insults could be tolerated, physical aggression could not. He was not merely an intellectually inclined Ravenclaw. It was evident that his prowess in combat was equally formidable. In the subsequent days, apart from attending classes and frequenting the library, Sagrais dedicated his time to intercepting solitary Slytherins, pressing the tip of his wand against their trembling throats, providing them with a practical lesson each day. The atmosphere at Hogwarts became chaotic. Nonetheless, after imparting his lessons, Sagrais would typically cast a healing spell to alleviate their superficial injuries, as otherwise, he risked detention. As for their psychological trauma, that was beyond his concern. Perhaps due to the severity of his actions, these young wizards were left profoundly shaken, prompting members of certain pureblood families to exert pressure on Snape. This young head of house sought Sagrais out for discussions on multiple occasions, even resorting to verbal threats. Initially, Sagrais was somewhat compliant, but he soon realized that the Slytherin head was not genuinely interested in resolving the issue. His extreme protectiveness and lack of impartiality led him to impose detentions on Sagrais without due consideration. This infuriated Sagrais, who attempted to report the matter to Dumbledore, but to little avail. With no other recourse, Sagrais redirected his frustration towards the Slytherin students. This time, he did not wait for them to provoke him. Instead, he proactively sought them out to cause trouble, only to heal them afterward. When students reported him, he simply denied the allegations. Sagrais recalled how he had initially responded. "Professor, you claim I used a slicing curse on him?" His face displayed nothing but confusion. "How could that be? Why would I cast such an aggressive spell on a fellow student? You must be mistaken. Furthermore, they bore no injuries whatsoever. If this was not a misunderstanding, then it was a blatant slander. What? You say I cursed him and then healed him? Who would engage in such a trivial endeavor?" This stalemate concluded when Dumbledore stamped his second-hand wand with a trace. The instant the old wand touched the U-wand, Sagrais sensed the underlying warning concealed behind those half-moon spectacles. He understood that from that moment forth, Dumbledore would be able to observe every spell he cast with that wand, should the old headmaster choose to do so. That evening, Sagrais leaned against the pinnacle of the Ravenclaw Tower, allowing the mountain breeze to fill his robes. Ultimately, he chose to encase the second-hand wand within a dragonhide sheath. And then on the summit of the astronomy tower, he fervently practiced silent, wandless magic. Truth be told, the entire magical community ought to express gratitude that Sagrais is a time traveler. After all, had it not been for the indelible mark left by 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, Sagrais might have easily transformed into another Dark Lord. During that period, his days were consumed by classes and detentions, with only the tranquil nights affording him the opportunity to stealthily slip into the library, devouring knowledge with insatiable hunger. At that time, Severus Snape, much like today, would invariably arrive at the library in the dead of night, intent on apprehending him. Occasionally, Sagrais managed to evade capture, yet more often than not, he found himself ensnared, subsequently subjected to further detentions, with Peeves contributing his fair share of mischief. Initially, Sagrais felt a surge of anger and discouragement, but as time wore on, he gradually found peace. Fortunately, his diligent practice bore fruit. The potency of his silent, wandless spells had come to rival that of his wand-based magic. Subsequently, the incident leading to his expulsion in the 5th year transpired. After self-studying a myriad of spells in the library, the youthful Sagrais began to experiment with crafting incantations unaided. Under the cloak of night, he ventured into the Forbidden Forest, where he summoned his Patronus, a raven. Indeed, he shared a profound bond with the raven. At that moment, he felt somewhat disillusioned with the Patronus charm, as this intricate high-level magic seemed solely effective against Dementors and Boggarts, offering little versatility. He resolved to merge the Patronus with other forms of magic to augment its offensive capabilities. Ultimately, he chose the Fiendfire spell. The pristine raven was engulfed in a pale flame, starkly contrasting with the Fiendfire he had previously wielded. This pale fire not only manifested in a more grotesque form, but also proved more perilous and elusive. The raven soared through the air, its dazzling tail of flames distorting the very fabric of the atmosphere. For a fleeting moment, Sagrais believed he had succeeded, yet soon after, his Patronus began to emit a mournful cry, ultimately vanishing into the inferno. The Fiendfire, that dreadful dark magic, reduced everything in Sagrais' vicinity to ashes. To his relief, the incantation did not spiral out of control. He had not found himself ensnared in a self-immolating predicament. Although his initial attempt at crafting a spell ended in failure, Sagrais did not dwell too heavily on disappointment. However, the ever-persistent Snape re-emerged. Gazing upon the charred remnants of the forest, Sagrais understood that this time, a minimum of 1 month in detention awaited him. Snape's tone was laced with a hint of schadenfreude as he remarked, "I must admit, you possess quite the audacity." He scrutinized Sagrais as though encountering him for the first time. "You dare to experiment with Fiendfire? Do you comprehend the horrific consequences that could ensue should that spell spiral out of control?" Sagrais furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Snape continued, "Your wand bears the trace set by Dumbledore. No matter what, you cannot escape the consequences. Prepare to be expelled." Sagrais coldly retorted, "Snape, why do you always target me? Address me as Professor Snape. Do you require a lesson in how to show respect to your potions professor?" Sagrais's wand cracked slightly in his palm, and he suddenly chuckled lightly at Snape from a distance, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Very well, Professor Snape. Would you like to witness a true spell?" In an instant, the power of magic tore through the night, as dozens of colorful spells erupted in the forbidden forest, creating a vivid and terrifying tableau. The powerful magical waves even reached the walls of Hogwarts. Standing amidst the scorched earth with his charred wand, Sagrais remained silent, the traces within his wand nearly dissipating into smoke under the force of his magic. "Professor Snape," Sagrais coldly stared at Snape emerging from the forbidden forest, his tone laced with icy resolve. "Had I so chosen, you would have perished just now." Snape pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Yet the shock in his eyes betrayed his otherwise composed facade. Sagrais's voice was low and merciless, sharp as a blade. "If not for my repeated restraint, do you think you and your pureblood cohorts could continue to study at Hogwarts unscathed?" Reflecting on his years at the school, Sagrais felt a tumult of emotions. He realized he might indeed be leaving this ancient castle, but before doing so, he had to voice his grievances. "Your fairness is non-existent, Dumbledore. Is it solely because of my bloodline?" Sagrais turned to Dumbledore, who appeared in the light of the phoenix flame, his expression darkening further. "Ah, bloodline. My esteemed headmaster. The great Professor Dumbledore. Where were you when those noble names condemned my heritage, when I was cursed by others? Why did you not arrive with such urgency today?" "Oh, I see." Sagrais nodded. "You have come to expel me." "Indeed, Sagrais, you have violated too many school regulations." Dumbledore's voice was calm yet resolute, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze. Sagrais turned to Snape, his eyes devoid of warmth. "As you wished, Severus Snape. I have finally been driven from Hogwarts." He then cast a final, deep look at Dumbledore, saying nothing, and vanished with a disapparation spell. There was nothing left to say. Regrettably, he had not finished the books in the library. In that final moment before departing, Sagrais thought to himself. Chapter 7, Halloween. Time swiftly moved to October, and Hogwarts grew colder. The first month of school passed quietly, with a few minor events occurring. The most talked about news was that Harry Potter had been selected as the youngest seeker for Gryffindor in a century. Furthermore, Professor Quirinus Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class had devolved into a classic example of failure. This left Sagrais somewhat perplexed, for Professor Quirrell, much like himself, had once been a student at Ravenclaw. It was said that Quirrell excelled academically, demonstrating remarkable theoretical prowess. Yet he was plagued by a lack of confidence and possessed a rather introverted and sensitive disposition. During Sagrais' time at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell briefly taught a course on Muggle studies. And although Sagrais attended his lectures, he found them rather lacking in quality. Quirrell held a somewhat contradictory view of Muggle culture, expressing both interest and underlying prejudice, a sentiment not uncommon in the magical community. Despite the unsatisfactory results of his teaching back then, it was hard to believe that he had regressed to such a state in the intervening years. However, such matters were of little concern to Sagrais. After all, it was Dumbledore who had invited Quirrell back, and regardless of the teaching quality, it was not his place to worry, as he merely needed to focus on his own classes. As Sagrais toyed with the Raven's obsidian eye, he found himself at an impasse in his research and felt the need for a distraction. For instance, he had arranged to replace the creature's eye and had already commissioned a new one. Suddenly, a gray owl fluttered down to his office window, clutching a package in its beak. Sagrais opened the window and, while accepting the package, retrieved a handful of silver shavings. Inside the package lay a singular item, a magically rotating eye, crafted by the renowned alchemist, Barkley. His knowledge of Barkley stemmed entirely from the endorsement of Mad-Eye Moody. Indeed, Barkley was the very artisan responsible for creating Moody's magical eye. However, the eye Sagrais had commissioned differed from Moody's, as it was considerably smaller and designed solely for the purpose of scrying, transmitting only the images witnessed by the raven. It also retained its original function of refracting magic, capable of emitting light to play pre-recorded messages. Nevertheless, this sufficed, as it was intended to serve as a messenger. Satisfied, Sagrais nodded, only to suddenly notice the owl perched at the window, tilting its head curiously at him. He smacked his forehead in realization. My apologies, I've grown accustomed to this. With a wave of his hand, a nearly expired bag of owl treats flew from his drawer, and he offered a handful to the creature. After sending the owl on its way, Sagrais swiftly replaced the raven's eye and let it take flight for a brief reconnaissance. The raven soared around the castle, and through its new eye, Sagrais observed a group of young wizards training on the Quidditch pitch. By late October, Halloween was upon them. Hogwarts was adorned with floating jack-o'-lanterns and bats, enveloped in a rich, festive atmosphere. Sagrais sat at the faculty table, his interest in the lavish feast waning. In truth, when he received the notice to attend the banquet, he had contemplated declining. However, Professor Flitwick, who had been a supportive figure during his student days, swayed him from uttering a refusal. Within the grand hall, the young wizards reveled in their evening feast, while the professors engaged in animated discussions. However, the spirits that haunted the castle were nowhere to be seen, save for the mischievous Peeves who roamed about. Yet, not all were present in the hall. Hermione Granger, the astute young witch, found herself isolated. Despite her remarkable intellect, she had yet to forge a single friendship in nearly 2 months since her arrival. This solitude weighed heavily upon her, and to her dismay, Ron Weasley had publicly disparaged her in front of many peers for merely correcting his spellcasting technique during Charms class. She had extended her assistance, only to be met with disdain behind her back. Hermione repeated these thoughts in her mind, her heart heavy with indignation. As a girl of considerable pride, Hermione had always excelled academically, and even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, she stood out as an exceptionally gifted witch. She could not fathom why she was met with such unkindness. Was adhering strictly to the rules and refraining from misconduct truly a reason for her isolation? In the restroom, she secluded herself in a stall, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Saglaus's gaze swept over the ravenous students before settling on the renowned Harry Potter. As a traveler from another realm, he harbored an ever-present question. Lacking knowledge of the story's progression, he only understood that Harry, the prophesied savior, ultimately vanquished Voldemort. Through the lens of his own experiences, he pondered a perplexing dilemma. The defeat of Voldemort had ostensibly occurred 11 years prior when Harry was but an infant. What then? Did the celebrated novel encapsulate? Did it narrate the tale of an infant conquering Voldemort? Such a notion seemed implausible. He contemplated countless possibilities, yet remained unable to reach a conclusion. Perhaps Voldemort had not truly perished? While Saglaus sat pensively at the professor's table, a sudden, terrified cry pierced the air from the hall's entrance. Troll! Professor Quirrell rushed into the chamber, his voice frantic as he shouted, "There's a troll in the dungeon." He dashed directly to Dumbledore's side, breathless, uttering, "I thought you ought to know." Then, he collapsed, fainting on the floor. A commotion erupted in the hall. Young wizards stood in alarm, their faces etched with fear, shouting and scrambling about. Saglaus observed the ensuing chaos in silence, remaining seated with an air of calm. Though his mind was troubled by the bizarre occurrence of a troll in Hogwarts, Quirrell's behavior seemed wildly irrational, while Saglaus understood his cowardice. The sheer panic culminating in fainting was perplexing. Silence. Dumbledore raised his wand, producing a series of resounding cracks that restored order to the tumultuous hall. Prefects, escort your students back to the dormitories. Professors, follow me to the dungeon to deal with the troll. The headmaster's composed demeanor quelled the students' panic, bringing a sense of reassurance amidst the turmoil. Under the leadership of the head student, the students huddled together. Ron turned to Harry and whispered, "Hermione, doesn't he know there's a troll? She is still crying in the girls' bathroom." Harry, realizing the urgency, promptly decided, "We must inform her." Ron, grimacing, did not argue and followed Harry as they slipped away from the crowd amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, upon hearing Dumbledore's instructions, Sagrais rose and waved to the raven perched on the chandelier. It immediately swooped down, landing gracefully on his arm. Sagrais, accompanied by several professors, made his way to the underground classroom, during which Dumbledore and Snape detached from the group, their whereabouts unknown. However, upon arriving at the underground classroom, they found no sign of the troll. Professor McGonagall, looking perplexed, voiced her confusion. "It is not here. There is no troll. It has been here. I can smell it," Sagrais remarked, surveying the surroundings. McGonagall nodded and instructed the other 2 professors. "Phileas, you and Sprout keep an eye on the students. Do not let them come over, Sagrais." I understand, Sagrais replied, nodding as he released the raven with a serious command. Find it. The raven soared into the corridor, swiftly searching every passage. Sagrais squinted, silently observing the images relayed from the bird's eyes. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the girl's bathroom, prompting the raven to veer sharply and dart towards the restroom's entrance. Inside, the massive silhouette of the troll came into view. It was a mountain troll, with grayish skin, a lumpy physique, and flat, horn-covered feet. Yet, there was more than just the troll. 3 small wizards were also present, appearing quite disheveled. In an instant, Sagrais vanished from the sight of the professors. The restroom was now in utter chaos, with sinks and stalls shattered, water gushing from a burst pipe. Hermione cowered in a corner, frozen in fear. Ron Weasley hurled a piece of broken wood at the troll, while Harry dangled upside down, gripped by the troll's hand at the ankle. The troll, wielding a wooden club in one hand and holding Harry aloft with the other, seemed poised to strike the young wizard. The raven emitted a sharp cry. Hermione Granger felt overwhelming regret at that moment. She gazed at the towering, gray-black troll, her heart filled with despair. All her previous courage evaporated in an instant as she witnessed Harry Potter climbing onto the troll's back, jamming his wand into its nostril to save her. She yearned to assist, yet her legs trembled, rendering her unable to stand. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though everything unfolding was a surreal nightmare. Initially, she believed it was a beautiful dream about magic, but suddenly, a terrifying troll had intruded upon that dream. The wooden stick is about to swing, and as the boy is reduced to mere fragments, his beautiful dream will shatter, swiftly transforming into an inescapable nightmare. Despairing, Hermione curls helplessly in the corner, only to witness an extraordinary scene. The new professor's raven flies in through the door, and with a piercing cry, Professor Greengrass materializes out of thin air. He raises his wand toward the giant, decisively and coldly uttering the incantation. A scarlet rift tears through the air. A crimson light shoots forth from the tip of his wand, striking the giant in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous crash, the mountain-like creature is instantly reduced to mere pulp, the powerful surge of magical energy sending the scattered remains crashing against the restroom walls, casting a massive, scarlet shadow. Thus, the giant meets its demise. The 3 young wizards, though safe, remain in a state of shock, particularly Harry, who finds himself drenched in the creature's blood and entrails, the foul stench making him feel nauseous. With a wave of his wand, Professor Greengrass gestures towards the 3 students. An unseen wave of air sweeps over them, and they are instantly rejuvenated. The filth from their robes vanishes, cold sweat and tears dissipate, and even the disheveled hair clinging to their foreheads becomes neat and tidy. Ignoring the bewildered trio, Greengrass continues with his spells. Restoration complete. The damaged sink reverts to its original condition, and the splashed water begins to retreat from the floor, returning to the fractured pipe. He then picks up a wand from the ground, glances at the 3, and returns it to Harry's hand. As the 3 young wizards prepare to speak, Greengrass raises a hand to silence them. The remains are rising. The dismembered flesh ascends from the ground, coalescing into a sphere, blood seeping from the seams and transforming into delicate threads. These threads envelop the sphere, slowly floating before the group. Without the need for further explanation, he offers a slight smile. You might want to save the excuses for your headmaster. I suspect she won't be too pleased to find you here shortly. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Professors Snape, Quirrell, and McGonagall appeared at the entrance. Chapter 8, Aftermath. The 3 newly arrived professors gazed at the pristine restroom with puzzled expressions. It was a 12-foot mountain troll that I have dealt with, Greengrass stated calmly, his demeanor unruffled. The professors wore varied expressions. Snape could not restrain himself from inquiring, dealt with? How exactly? Stunned? Expelled? Or killed? The situation was rather dire, so for Mr. Potter's safety, I had to resort to somewhat extreme measures. Greengrass displayed the floating sphere of remains, causing several of them to furrow their brows, yet it also clarified their lingering doubts. Once he confirmed that everyone understood the situation, Greengrass nodded and snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, a plume of white flame erupted, engulfing the sphere of remains, which was swiftly reduced to ashes. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the last traces of ash into the toilet, which it promptly covered with the lid. The flush button was pressed, and the enormous troll was swiftly dealt with. Professor McGonagall then noticed 3 young wizards still present in the restroom, and to her dismay, they were all from Gryffindor House. You 3, how did you come to be here? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly, her lips pale with anger as she pointed at Ron, who stood nearest to her. Weasley explained the situation. The red-haired boy hesitated, his mind racing with various excuses that all seemed inadequate. He eventually surrendered, his head drooping in acknowledgement of his wrongdoing. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, it was me. I came to find the troll. Hermione interrupted Ron, trembling as she spoke. I read about them in a book and thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to rescue me. Professor McGonagall appeared taken aback. clearly not expecting the typically sensible Miss Granger to act so recklessly. However, she quickly regained her composure and declared her judgment with seriousness. Miss Granger, your foolishness has resulted in a deduction of 5 points from your house. Hermione lowered her head in disappointment, and McGonagall then turned to the two boys. As for Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, your bravery in the face of danger to assist a fellow student will earn your house 5 points each. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with radiant smiles. But let this serve as a warning. Do not handle such matters privately in the future. After all, you are merely first-year students. Professor McGonagall admonished them, emphasizing the danger of their actions. Quirrell stammered in agreement, drawing a disdainful glance from Snape. Ignoring them, McGonagall addressed Sarglass. Sarglass, please escort these 3 back to the common room. I've just been informed by Phileas that several students were pushed off the moving staircase on their way back from the Great Hall and are currently in the infirmary. Sarglass nodded. Of course, Professor McGonagall, I will ensure they safely reach the Gryffindor common room. He gestured for the 3 young wizards to follow. Let us go, you 3. The trio complied like quails, obediently turning to leave. Sarglass cast a sidelong glance at Snape's torn trousers before calmly calling back the raven that had lingered at the door of the stall, following the young wizards out of the restroom. As they walked, the quartet remained silent, the 3 students still visibly shaken. It was understandable, as confronting a dangerous troll was indeed beyond the expectations for first-year students. Sarglass turned to the silent trio, unusually initiating conversation. Cheer up. You just fought alongside one of the giants and emerged unscathed. That is certainly a cause for celebration. The 3, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment, recalling their own performances, which, to be honest, were far from commendable. Thank you, Professor Gringotts. Hermione expressed her gratitude to Sarglass. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude to the professor for rescuing them this time. Otherwise, Ron shuddered as he recalled the ogre's menacing club. Sagrais chuckled softly, shaking his head. He delicately tapped his wand upon Harry and Ron, and an immediate wave of warmth and tranquility surged through their bodies, allowing them to relax completely. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you possess extraordinary courage. Such a quality is indeed rare, especially for Gryffindor, Sagrais commended, causing the young wizards to blush slightly and instinctively scratch their heads. He then pointed his wand at the still downtrodden Hermione, posing a query. Miss Granger, have you ever heard of Amortentia? Hermione, puzzled by Sagrais's inquiry, nonetheless replied earnestly, I have. Professor. Simultaneously, an unknown force invigorated her, prompting her to add, I came across a description of this potion in our potions textbook. Sagrais nodded thoughtfully, stating, Amortentia can induce false love, yet there exists no potion capable of conjuring friendship from thin air. He emphasized, not even a counterfeit. This underscores the preciousness of friendship, does it not? He then ushered the contemplative trio into the common room. Before the fat lady's portrait, the 3 young wizards expressed their gratitude to Sagrais once more, with Hermione waving goodbye to Loctis. Goodbye, Mr. Raven. Loctis ignored her. Later that night, in the library, Sagrais sat at a table. The notion that had emerged during the earlier dinner becoming increasingly clear, solidifying his belief that the truth aligned with his suspicions. Voldemort had not perished. This formidable figure, who once wielded immense power in the British magical community, ultimately faltered in the face of an infant, disappearing into obscurity. Many claimed he was dead, yet Sagrais now felt that his hypothesis might indeed be the reality. He resolved to inquire with Dumbledore during Thursday's tea. Since the Halloween ogre incident, Harry and Ron had noticed a significant change in Hermione. As Ron put it, she had suddenly become much more endearing. This intelligent girl had finally grasped an important lesson. Sometimes, even if one is right, the manner of expression matters. A condescending tone can make others feel as though one is boasting. Recognizing this, Hermione quickly integrated herself into the class. Following their shared crisis, the trio naturally forged a friendship, not solely due to Hermione taking the blame for Harry and Ron during the ogre incident. She no longer resisted breaking school rules as vehemently. To be frank, a clever individual determined to foster a good relationship can rarely be thwarted. At that moment, the 3 were heading towards the Quidditch pitch, as the matches were set to commence at the end of the month. Harry needed to make the most of his training, while Hermione and Ron were there to cheer him on. What incantation is that? Harry turned to Hermione, who had always excelled academically among the trio, possessing knowledge that eluded both him and Ron. I have already told you. Harry, I have no idea, Hermione replied, shaking her head in exasperation, as this was the 4th time they had posed the question to her. I've heard that upperclassmen greatly enjoy Professor Gringotts' classes, Ron interjected wistfully. There's absolutely no homework. Not even a need for notes. Most importantly, everyone seems to become considerably more astute in his classroom. That is due to the enchantment he casts on the students. Draco Malfoy appeared with his 2 minions, speaking in his slow, annoying drawl. He even claims it has been sanctioned by the Department of Magical Education. But Fudge told my father that there is no record of it. Ah, right. Fudge is the current Minister of Magic. As you are aware, Ron remarked dismissively. Completely ignoring Malfoy and his companions, he turned to Harry and Hermione, continuing, "Look at his pompous demeanor. One would think his father is the Minister of Magic." Draco's expression soured as he stepped in front of the trio, malice lacing his tone. "Weasley, it seems you and your father both have an affinity for dealings with muggles." He cast a disdainful glance at Hermione beside Ron and continued to mock him. "If I were you, I would hurry home to see if your rotund mother is once again sneaking food in the kitchen. Do not insult my mother." Ron seethed, charging toward Malfoy and seizing his collar. However, before his fist could land, a hollow voice emerged from behind. "Weasley, Gryffindor will lose 5 points for your brawling." Snape had appeared unnoticed behind them, immediately deducting points from Gryffindor. Fuming, Ron glared at Malfoy's smug expression and retorted, "That's unfair. He insulted my mother first. Disrespecting a professor will cost you another 5 points." Snape's face remained impassive. Ron attempted to respond, but Harry and Hermione intervened, forcibly dragging him away. Upon reaching the Quidditch pitch near the Forbidden Forest, Ron continued to grumble under his breath, "You shouldn't have stopped me just now." To allow Snape to find more excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor, Hermione interrupted his complaints. "But I know, Ron. We all recognize that Malfoy is a sneaky little villain. Last time he talked about dueling, he ran off to tell Filch, nearly getting us caught," she reminded him. "Then you should have let me confront him." Ron's temper began to cool, though he still muttered incessantly, "If I were as formidable as Professor Gringotts, I would guarantee that just one spell would suffice to silence Malfoy's foul mouth forever." Hermione cautioned him, "That's impossible, even if you were the professor. You cannot cast spells on students at will." Harry could not refrain from asking, "Do you think what Malfoy just said is true?" Upon witnessing Ron's imminent outburst, Harry hastily interjected, "I was referring to Professor Gringotts. Malfoy claimed he cast spells on students during class." Ron replied, "Members of the Malfoy family are prone to exaggeration. If Professor Gringotts truly broke the rules, why is he still teaching at Hogwarts without issue?" Hermione remained silent, for she privately entertained the notion that Malfoy might indeed be telling the truth. However, she sensed that Ron was still fuming, so she kept her thoughts to herself. Harry, on the other hand, believed Ron's assertion held merit. After all, Professor Gringotts had been invited back to Hogwarts by Headmaster Dumbledore, and Harry trusted Dumbledore, which suggested that Professor Gringotts' teaching methods were sound. "Do you think that night when he tapped our bodies with his wand, he was casting a spell on us?" Harry suddenly recalled the Halloween night when, on their way back to the Gryffindor common room, Gringotts had pointed his wand at them, and they seemed to become considerably happier thereafter. "You should focus on your training. Would must have arrived by now." Chapter 9. Instruction on Dealing with Trolls. Gringotts, carrying his books, made his way to the Ravenclaw Astronomy Tower, as these were his final 2 classes of November. Soon, the Quidditch Cup would commence, and he intended to use this time to attend to some personal matters away from Hogwarts. The familiar classroom was still filled with students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. To be candid, he preferred teaching these 2 houses. The personalities of Gryffindor and Slytherin were too intense, often engaging in mutual ridicule. Although his class was enhanced by spells, it couldn't entirely circumvent this dynamic. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that achieving the current level of discipline in a class focused on spell theory and practice was a rare miracle for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Upon entering the classroom and surveying the students present, Gringotts immediately noticed the absence of 2 Badger House students. "Why are Jerry and Rune absent?" The head boy of Badger House promptly responded, "Professor, they were trampled during the Halloween feast and sustained broken bones. They are currently hospitalized in the infirmary." Gringotts nodded, rapped his knuckles on the desk to signal for silence, and then opened the textbook. "Today, we will discuss the evolution of the stunning spell and the distribution of magical nodes." "Professor," Ginny raised her hand, interrupting Gringotts. He frowned and gestured for her to continue. "Could you teach us how to deal with trolls? I heard that you handled the troll that invaded Hogwarts during Halloween." Without a moment's hesitation, Gringotts firmly declined. "It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, handling dangerous creatures falls under the purview of your defense against the dark arts, Professor. Therefore, I believe you are seeking the wrong person." "But Professor," she persisted, "you must have heard that Professor Quirrell. What I mean is, the past defense against the dark arts classes have been quite lacking. We haven't learned much of practical value." As he gazed upon the multitude of approving eyes in the classroom, Sagrais pondered for a moment before ultimately closing the tome titled Introduction to Magic. His demeanor softened. "No longer so grave. Since you persist in your requests, I shall impart some foundational knowledge regarding giants." A chorus of delighted exclamations erupted in the classroom. Sagrais raised his hand to quiet them and began his discourse. "Firstly, giants are classified by the Ministry of Magic as dangerous yet manageable beings. They are categorized into 3 subspecies based on their habitats and physical characteristics: the mountain giant, the forest giant, and the swamp giant." Observing the eager faces before him, Sagrais could not help but sigh inwardly. The defense against the dark arts curriculum at Hogwarts was indeed rather superficial, and the students' grievances were not unfounded. With that thought in mind, he elaborated further. The first type, the mountain giant, is the largest of the three, with skin of a pale gray hue, rough and covered in warty protrusions. Their bodies exude a foul odor, and their teeth and nails are grimy and yellowed. They typically inhabit remote mountains or caves, wielding crude wooden clubs or stones as weapons, possessing very low intelligence and high aggression, often acting purely on instinct. He paused here, emphasizing, this is the most perilous type of giant. He continued, the second type, the forest giant, boasts a pale green skin that allows it to meld seamlessly with its woodland surroundings. Slightly smaller than the mountain giant, yet more muscular. They often wield tree trunks or thorny sticks and reside in dense forests, such as the primeval woodlands of northern and eastern Europe. Forest giants are somewhat more intelligent than their mountain counterparts. They excel in ambushing prey and may use camouflage or set traps to attack intruders. Noticing the fearful expressions on the students' faces, Sagrais calmly reassured them. Do not be overly concerned, for unlike mountain giants, forest giants are exceedingly sensitive to fire magic, which can effectively repel them. He proceeded to introduce the third type, the swamp giant, also known as the river giant. Their skin is a grayish purple, adorned with scale-like textures. Adapted to an aquatic environment, they possess broad, webbed feet, facilitating movement along riverbeds. Their heads feature horn-like protrusions, and their teeth are sharp. They inhabit marshes, rivers, and lakes, being particularly prevalent in northern Europe. These giants are adept at diving, capable of lurking underwater for extended periods to ambush their prey, employing methods such as biting or striking with stones. Sagrais cautioned the class. It is crucial to note that swamp giants become weakened when away from water for too long. Arid conditions severely restrict their movement. He then reminded everyone, giants are distinct from trolls. Giants are sentient beings that share a closer kinship with humans, whereas trolls are entirely wild magical creatures. Should any of you fail to differentiate between the two, Professor Ketterburn may very well use his alchemical prosthetic to give you a firm rap on the head. Laughter erupted among the students, for Professor Ketterburn, their care of magical creatures instructor, had endured numerous encounters with dangerous beings, leaving him with but one leg and half an arm. Sagrais continued, these three types of giants possess thick skin and a high resistance to magic, thus addressing them necessitates a strategic combination of their weaknesses and behaviors, along with the selection of appropriate spells and tactics. He glanced at the students present, earnestly offering his counsel. Naturally, should any of you encounter a giant in the wild, my advice is to flee without hesitation. It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but rather that giants are creatures of little value, and hunting them would be a futile expenditure of time. Observing the students nodding in agreement, Sagrais proceeded with satisfaction. Therefore, when seeking to evade a cognitively challenged giant, the barrier charm, disillusionment charm, and transfiguration charm would serve as excellent options. The barrier charm can obstruct the giant's movements. The transfiguration charm can transform mundane objects into vividly colored animals to divert the giant's attention, while the disillusionment charm allows for stealthy retreat. A student raised a hand to inquire, but Professor, what if evasion is not an option? Then you must prepare for battle. Sagrais inscribed a few key principles in the air with his wand, speaking with gravity and seriousness. First, maintain your distance. Giants possess immense strength, yet are quite clumsy, making ranged attacks safer. Second, exploit their weaknesses. Formulate strategies based on the habitats and physiological traits of different giants. Third, teamwork is essential. Collaborative efforts can distract the giant, thus enhancing your chances of success. He then posed a rare question to the students. Can anyone tell me which spells are most effective when battling giants? A chorus of right hands shot up. Sagrais did not immediately select a respondent, instead advising them. As previously stated, there are no bonus points in my class, and that remains unchanged. The students continued to hold their hands aloft. Sagrais nodded. Charles, you may respond. The stunning spell. Robert, what about you? The stunning spell, Professor. Jenny? Perhaps the disarming charm would be effective. Clarice? I believe the fire spell and the Lumos charm, Professor. Angwa, your answer? I would use the binding charm to restrain their limbs. Sagrais chose not to call upon any more students, gesturing for them to lower their hands. I previously mentioned that giants have a high resistance to magic. Therefore, Charles, unless your stunning spell strikes the giant's head, it will be ineffective. And even if you do manage to hit it, the effect might only induce a brief daze. He beckoned, and a raven flew in from the window, landing obediently on the lectern. From its eyes, it emitted a beam of light, projecting the silhouette of a giant onto the blackboard. Sagrais pointed to the image. Do not forget, in comparison to their towering frames, giants possess disproportionately small heads, so if you wish to strike their heads from a distance, you must ensure your spellcasting accuracy is sufficiently high. He continued with his critique. The stunning spell is indeed a viable option, but similarly, it must target the head. The disarmament spell is indeed a profound error. Setting aside the question of whether it can be successfully executed, even if you were to succeed, A wooden club weighing at least 100 pounds would be hurtling toward you. Oh, it may not even require the giant to intervene. The students could not help but burst into laughter, and Sagrais chose not to intervene. He now believed that a little merriment in the classroom was not unwelcome. The blazing flames and flickering lights would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the forest troll, and once the assailant's wooden club and the surrounding environment were ignited, effective expulsion could be achieved. The binding curse requires considerable magical power to ensure that the opponent is rendered completely immobile, for the giant possesses extraordinary strength. After evaluating everyone's responses, Sagrais provided a standard answer suitable for his students. Considering your magical reserves and the number of spells you have mastered, I personally believe that a widespread attack spell, such as the multitude of projectiles, would enable you to strike the troll's head more easily. Simultaneously, a flock of birds could effectively obscure the troll's line of sight, and the combination of these two tactics would yield exceptional results. In confronting the swamp troll, it is advisable to utilize the freezing spell, as freezing the water surface would better restrict the opponent's movement. And the drying spell could alter the environment to weaken its stamina, provided one can sustain the incantation. Finally, Sagrais sternly cautioned everyone. There are two crucial points to bear in mind. Firstly, do not entertain the notion of engaging in close combat with a giant unless you are a giant yourself. Secondly, strive not to face them alone unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, always seek assistance. Noting that the students had understood, he inscribed the mentioned spells on the blackboard with his wand. We shall now study the distribution of magical nodes for all the spells discussed in this lesson. Before the next practical class arrives, it is imperative that each of you master them proficiently. The sound of pages turning filled the classroom. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, Sagrais had already envisioned an engaging and vivid practical lesson on spells for this group of young wizards. The timing would likely be a few days before Christmas, when he intended to gather all students from 2 years and 4 houses together to face a real giant. Professor Greengrass. Just as Sagrais prepared to leave the classroom, several students called out to him. Professor, I have a brother in 5th year who has not yet taken his exams. May he sit in on your class? Sagrais looked puzzled. When had Hogwarts students become so fervent about learning? Nonetheless, he ultimately shook his head. That is not within my jurisdiction field. Hogwarts has no precedent for such a thing. The young wizards instantly wore expressions of disappointment, but Sagrais quickly changed his tone. However, perhaps you could petition Professor Dumbledore. After all, seeking to learn more is not a bad thing. Upon finishing his statement, he turned to leave, and the students, realizing the implication of his words, immediately sprang into action, excitedly calling to their companions. They intended to rally as many as possible and organize a petition at Hogwarts. Chapter 10. The Quidditch Match Begins. Sagrais glanced at the clock on the wall, then took out his pocket watch for confirmation before finally donning his coat and departing from the office. The Quidditch Academy Cup is on the verge of commencing, and the students are brimming with unprecedented enthusiasm. However, he is scheduled to depart from Hogwarts for a while the following morning. Before that, he intends to attend the first match at the Quidditch pitch and then proceed to the headmaster's office for a routine conversation with Dumbledore. To be candid, he harbors little interest in the forthcoming Quidditch match. Although Professor McGonagall has specifically invited him to attend, Sagrais has resolved that should time be pressing, he would leave midway through the event. Settling into the professor's exclusive seating, Sagrais glanced around and noted that, aside from Professor Keltburn, the instructor of care of magical creatures, all other professors had arrived. Naturally, Dumbledore was absent as well, yet Sagrais surmised that the headmaster was likely observing the proceedings from his office through a scrying mirror. Positioned in the last row, Sagrais's thoughts wandered freely. This match featured Gryffindor pitted against Slytherin, with Madame Hooch officiating, who had once played professionally in her youth. Professor McGonagall's experience differed. She had served as Gryffindor Seeker during her student days and even possessed a trophy inscribed with her name in the trophy room. Though she never pursued a professional career, unbeknownst to him, the match had commenced, and Sagrais sat in boredom. While Gryffindor's team indeed had a chance at victory, it was merely a chance. Slytherin's gameplay appeared lackluster, committing several fouls shortly after the match began. At this juncture, the Golden Snitch had yet to appear, rendering Gryffindor Seeker, Harry Potter, ineffective. The scores swiftly escalated to 10-40, and the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly fervent. Suddenly, Harry, who had been lingering at the edge of the pitch, sprang into action, diving downward with remarkable speed, evidently having spotted the Golden Snitch. In that moment, all the Seekers on the field momentarily halted, their focus entirely diverted from the game. The audience collectively held its breath, and the expansive stadium fell into an unprecedented silence. Then, a resounding crash echoed through the air. An uproar of angry shouts ensued as Slytherin's captain, Marcus, collided with Harry on his broomstick. Harry's slight frame was sent spiraling through the air, and as he finally regained control of his broom, he discovered that the Golden Snitch had vanished once more. The Gryffindor players glared furiously at Marcus, while the spectators voiced their protests against Slytherin's actions. Amidst the chaos, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, awarding Gryffindor a penalty shot. Thus far, everything remained relatively normal. However, an unusual phenomenon began to unfold on the pitch. Harry Potter started to tremble violently in the air, occasionally plummeting a short distance before precariously rising again, all the while experiencing intense turbulence. It appeared as though he had lost control of his broom. The spectators in the stands observed the transformation that had befallen Harry, with some young wizards speculating whether Marcus's recent collision had damaged Harry's broom. Sagrais gently stroked the wand concealed in his pocket, quickly discerning the underlying currents of magic. From his position at the professor's table, he noted two serpentine trails of magical energy spiraling upward. The sources of these energies were Snape, situated to his left, and Quirrell, not far to his right. Sagrais refrained from interrupting their incantations, curious to uncover their intentions. While this posed a certain danger to Harry, he felt it remained within his control. To Sagrais, despite the match being a contest between Gryffindor and Slytherin, he believed that Snape would not act with such reckless abandon as to assault a student for the sake of an ordinary house cup. Instead, Quirrell had exhibited increasingly suspicious behavior since his return to Hogwarts, particularly following the bizarre troll invasion on Halloween. The defense against the dark arts professor, swathed in a scarf, had become increasingly eccentric, often colliding with students in the corridors, his lectern perpetually dusted with peculiar herbal remnants, and rumors circulated of him whispering to his reflection in the mirror at midnight. These peculiarities, when combined with Sagrais's own conjectures, led him to draw tentative conclusions. Firstly, Quirrell's odd demeanor indicated significant issues, and it was likely that Dumbledore, one of the most powerful figures in the magical realm, had taken note of them. Sagrais surmised that the old headmaster's apparent indifference might stem from a desire to observe what Quirrell intended to do. Clearly, someone of Dumbledore's stature would not be concerned with Quirrell himself, suggesting that a more astonishing truth lay behind Quirrell's peculiarities. The answer seemed almost self-evident. Perhaps, as Sagrais suspected, Voldemort had not perished. The Dark Lord, who had vanished for over a decade, had resurfaced, and Quirrell was his emissary, sent to test Hogwarts. Sagrais felt his conjectures were nearing the truth, yet lingering questions remained. He found Quirrell's behavior upon entering Hogwarts to be exceedingly perplexing. His disguise was ineffectual, and his performance was undeniably clumsy. If he was indeed under Voldemort's sway, he should have been more patient and covert. After all, true serpents often lie in the shadows, and such overt actions would only draw attention to his presence. Especially alarming was Quirrell's attempt to cast a spell on Harry in plain sight, even without Snape's intervention. How much harm could he inflict in the presence of so many professors? What, then, was his true objective? To assert his presence? To capture others' attention? A flash of insight struck Sagrais. Yes, to attract attention. He suddenly contemplated the possibility that if all of Quirrell's actions were not dictated by the Dark Lord's command, but rather stemmed from his own volition, what might that imply? As Sagrais reflected on Quirrell's series of actions, his thoughts grew increasingly lucid. He realized that perhaps Quirrell's intent was not to inflict harm. Rather, he seemed desperately eager to capture the attention of others, akin to a coerced hostage seeking rescue. With this revelation, Sagrais glanced at Harry, who was on the verge of being thrown from his broom. He swiftly drew his wand and made a decisive motion in the air. All spells cease. After murmuring the incantation, Harry managed to regain control of his broom in the arena. Meanwhile, below the professor's balcony, Hermione gazed at her wand in astonishment. The flame she had just ignited on Snape's robes had suddenly extinguished. Concurrently, gasps arose from the audience as Hermione peered through a gap and realized that Harry had once again seized control of his flying broom and had rediscovered the golden snitch. A sigh of relief escaped Hermione. Her presence here was entirely due to spotting Snape casting a spell on Harry through her telescope when Harry's broom had gone awry. She had read that such persistent dark magic required one to maintain a steady gaze on the victim while muttering incantations, and Snape's recent behavior aligned perfectly with this description. She had seen it clearly through her telescope, a detail that even Dumbledore could not alter. Having grasped the perilous situation Harry found himself in, Hermione summoned her inner bravery and swiftly entrusted her brass telescope to Ron, offering a brief explanation before hastening towards the professor's balcony to create a diversion. Truth be told, had it not been for Sagrius's counterspell, she might have succeeded in her endeavor. Just as Hermione returned to her seat, a visibly excited Ron animatedly recounted the scenes he had witnessed through the telescope. It was then that she learned that before Harry's broom had regained its normalcy, precisely at the moment she had ignited Snape's robes, Professor Gringotts had drawn his wand and made a sweeping motion towards the uncontrollable Harry, restoring order. No wonder she had faintly heard someone casting a spell from below the balcony. Upon reflection, it was indeed Professor Gringotts' voice. All spells cease, she recalled, as it sounded reminiscent of the spell Stupefy. After the match, she resolved to investigate further in the library. Unbeknownst to Sagrais, their confrontation on the balcony had been observed in its entirety. After Quirrell's spell was interrupted, He hurriedly exited the balcony, with Snape hastily trailing behind him. Witnessing Harry Potter extricate himself from peril and ultimately capture the snitch, Sagrais rose, brushed off his robe, and departed the Quidditch pitch amidst the triumphant cheers of Gryffindor. Chapter 11. The Nightingale's Letter. Dumbledore had forgotten to provide him with the password. Standing before the Griffin statue at the 8th floor of the castle, Sagrius's fingers anxiously tapped his wand. The intricate patterns of the honey stone glimmered and then dimmed. The lemon snow stone remained unresponsive. The cockroach's wand tip sparked as he prepared for one final attempt. The amber-hued eyes of the toffee statue finally shifted, slowly parting the way accompanied by the creaking of gears. Sagrais ascended the spiral staircase, the rhythm of his boots striking the ground growing increasingly rapid. "Good afternoon, Sagrais," came the cheerful voice of the headmaster from beside the fireplace. However, Sagrais was not in the mood for such pleasantries, responding with a lackluster, "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Just back from the pitch? How was the match?" "It was absolutely thrilling, Professor," he remarked flatly, pulling up an oak chair to sit. "Oh, come now, Sagrais. All the professors know you have never been fond of Quidditch," Dumbledore said, adjusting his half-moon spectacles. "I believe you have misunderstood me." Sagrais leaned forward. "What I meant to say was that the match between Voldemort's henchman Quirrell and your subordinate Snape was quite captivating." Dumbledore looked up, his demeanor turning serious. "That is not amusing, Sagrais." "I am not jesting, Headmaster." The old man's movements gradually ceased, and the portraits on the wall held their breath. "It appears you know more than I anticipated." Sagrais was not fond of the enigmatic mannerisms and retorted with slight sarcasm. "Compared to you, the wizard who possesses the most secrets in the magical realm, I truly know nothing in this regard. Do not jest with me any longer, Sagrais. In some aspects, I cannot match you." Sagrais remained noncommittal. "So, may we conclude this mutual flattery?" Dumbledore nodded gently, inquiring, "So, how much do you truly know about this matter?" "Well, it's merely conjecture. At least in this instance, I am indeed ignorant," Sagrais replied leisurely. "Well, you remain remarkably perceptive. Your conjectures are nearly the truth, though you are mistaken on one point," Dumbledore stated earnestly. "Severus has never been my pawn, though I did indeed have him discreetly investigate Quirrell." Sagrais raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. The elder fell into reminiscence, murmuring reflectively, "Yes, I never believed Voldemort was truly dead. I held that conviction over a decade ago. However, at that time, the entire British wizarding community was immersed in the joy of victory. I could not bear to reveal this harsh truth to them." Dumbledore emerged from his reverie, his gaze once more profound. "For years, I have been searching for clues about him. Perhaps he did indeed sustain severe injuries back then, otherwise he would not have lain dormant for so many years. As for Quirrell," the elder shook his head. "I do not know if he is still the same Quirrell. He was always sensitive during his student years, harboring aspirations for distinction, yearning for everyone's recognition." His voice gradually took on a serious tone. In his pursuit of magic, he had strayed down the wrong path. Seduced and misled, Voldemort had sent him to Hogwarts to obtain an item, one that could heal his wounds. "What item?" Saglas instinctively inquired. "I cannot disclose that, Saglas. It does not belong to me. I am merely its custodian." "I see." Saglas let out a light chuckle. Another secret. Rather than concern himself with Dumbledore's reticence, he broached another topic. "Have you considered that perhaps Professor Quirrell is being coerced? After all, his actions hardly reflect those of a competent infiltrator." "Perhaps." Dumbledore rose to his feet, "But Saglas, it took me a decade to uncover even a hint of his whereabouts. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. After all, I do not know if I can wait another 10 years. However, I can assure you that if given the chance, I will guide Quirrell back to the right path." Saglas waved his hand dismissively. "You need not assure me. I am hardly acquainted with Professor Quirrell. Rest assured, I will not alert the snake and disrupt your plans." "Thank you, Saglas." The elder finally smiled. "Would you like a sweet?" "No, thank you." Saglas stepped back. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Wait, Saglas." "What?" Saglas leaned against the doorframe. "You performed admirably on Halloween night, and today at the Quidditch pitch. Indeed, your teaching has been quite commendable. It seems I have finally made a sound decision." The elder spoke calmly and earnestly. "You are indeed well suited to be a professor." "You flatter me." Saglas shook his head. "In matters of teaching, I must do justice to the remuneration you provide. As for the troll on Halloween, that was merely because I promised you I would intervene should danger arise within the castle." Dumbledore picked up a wriggling candy from a jar of amber syrup and popped it into his mouth. "Well, there is one more thing." The elder wiped his hands and spoke indistinctly. "Please do your utmost to avoid using apparition within Hogwarts. Of course, I shall refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary." Saglas nodded in agreement and turned to descend the staircase, leaving the headmaster's office. Hoot! A plump owl alighted on his window. Upon seeing this familiar messenger, Saglas rarely allowed a smile to escape him. After retrieving a pouch of owl treats and offering it to the creature, he carefully took the letter it was clutching in its beak. The wax seal bore a crest of a nightingale entwined with violets, gleaming brightly. Producing a sheet of parchment imbued with a faint fragrance, Sagrais raised his hand to cast a privacy charm before cautiously unfolding the letter. The page was blank. He drew his wand, and the room pulsed with magic, revealing charm. After the incantation, neat handwriting slowly emerged on the parchment. Dear Raven, may this letter find you before the snowflakes of Hogwarts have fallen. In the Oak Market, 30 miles southwest of Blackmarsh Town, I encountered the enigmatic old Ilias, the notorious wand maker spoken of by the wandering bard. True to the tales, he was indeed peculiar. Yet his vigilance thwarted my attempts to extract any valuable information from him. The only certainty is that, like Myron Waters Grigovich, he possesses and has studied the ancient wand. Today, Thunderbird delivered a letter, revealing that he had discovered some research manuscripts regarding the ancient wand in Grigovich's workshop, bearing both of their signatures. This is promising news, as it illuminates our path forward. Regrettably, I have still been unable to establish contact with the Red Falcon. Perhaps this venture must be undertaken solely by the three of us. Enclosed within the letter was a crystal vial containing a few drops of the Fortitude elixir. Should you choose to seek her out, please ensure to consume it before embarking on your quest. For the Red Falcon had warned me in her correspondence that she had encountered two dark wizards disguised as gypsies at her safe house in Bulgaria when we parted ways. I suspect her disappearance may be linked to these dark sorcerers. The Nightingale hopes to receive your response before the crescent moon rises. In the Dark Marsh. On the second night of Frostmoon, the reverse of the letter bore hasty notes in invisible ink. Exercise caution around the camping tents to the east of the market, as there are at least 9 wizards and 2 werewolves who unleashed the venomous serpent curse upon my tent thrice this morning. Sagrais furrowed his brow as he finished reading the letter, and after a moment of contemplation, he swiftly determined their next course of action. First, he would rendezvous with the Nightingale, and together they would search for the Red Falcon. As for the dark wizards and werewolves mentioned at the letter's end, his eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glimmer surfacing within. He hoped they would not make any foolish decisions. Before departing, he poured out the crystal vial from the envelope, conjured a flame with his fingertips, and incinerated the remaining parchment and envelope to ashes. Chapter 12, Smugglers and Werewolves. The Shadow's Fleetness. Sagrais' form vanished instantaneously. In the headmaster's office, the old principal suddenly lifted his gaze towards Sagrais' office. Weariness etched upon his aged visage. The fetid muck squelched beneath his soles. As Sagrais followed the scent of blood, cutting through the obstructive man-eating vines, arriving at the small town mentioned in the Nightingale's letter, black magical flames blazed throughout the town. He bent down to retrieve a shard of ice, encasing a werewolf's fang from the damp, yielding mire. This was the Nightingale's signature spell, custom crafted for her before his descent into Azkaban. The chaotic scene only indicated one thing. She had been ambushed, emotionlessly shattering the ice shard in his grasp. Sagrais drew his wand and decisively released a brilliant spell into the sky. The spell erupted with a piercing sound, ultimately exploding into a horrifying black raven's head high above. 2 seconds later, a burst of purple spell light ignited 800 yards away, exploding to form an elegant nightingale pattern. Sagrais exhaled a sigh of relief, and in the next moment, he transformed into a shadowy raven, soaring swiftly towards the direction indicated by the nightingale's signal. The scenery below rushed past in a blur, revealing intermittent bloodstains and 3 mangled corpses. One was impaled on a tree by an ice spear, while the other 2 lay half-buried in the mire, their severed torsos protruding. Pure white ice crystals emerging from their broken waists, nearly encasing the remains in frost. Suddenly, a sense of heaviness permeated the air, and Sagrais realized that it was a trap set by the opposing dark sorcerers, utilizing an alchemical array to establish a counter-teleportation device. Evidently, they had come prepared. Following the guidance, he arrived at the heart of the battlefield, where a mass of bloodthirsty serpent vines loomed ominously. These twisted, vine-like magical plants were wildly extending across the battlefield, their serpent heads gnashing, searching hungrily for prey. Sagrais plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor. Infernal flame. Pale fire erupted from the tip of his staff, revealing a pristine guardian emerging from the flames. In an instant, it ascended towards the sky before reversing direction and crashing down to the earth. Boom. At the point of impact, a colossal wave of flames surged forth, incinerating all the bloodthirsty serpent vines, reducing them to ashes before they could even struggle. This peculiar white fire inflicted no harm upon anything else. After consuming the perilous magical plants, it transformed into tiny white birds, coalescing in the air into the form of the guardian that had just been summoned. At last, Sagrais beheld the battlefield cleared of the serpent vines. Ice and fire had partitioned this small expanse into 2 segments. To the left, a boiling swamp emanating black flames. And to the right, clusters of sharp ice spikes towering 3 meters high. At the boundary between ice and fire, a black-robed corpse was pierced by an ice shard. frozen in the posture of casting a spell in life. Just as he discerned the situation on the battlefield, 5 black-robed sorcerers emerged from the black flames, followed by a throng of newly conjured undead staggering in their wake. Sagrais ignored the somber-faced dark sorcerers and turned his gaze to the right side of the battlefield. The nightingale rose from the decaying swamp, her silvery hair matted with mud, blood droplets crystallizing at the tips and falling like sparks, a sign that the bloodline of the siren was on the verge of eruption. She bent over, supporting herself on her knees, gasping in distress, yet none of this could obscure her breathtaking beauty. This was precisely why the dark sorcerers were willing to pay a steep price to capture her. Her beauty surpassed that of a siren, and selling her to the Fae would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. Seeing her still holding on, Sagrais offered her a slight nod before resolutely raising his wand towards the culprits who sought to speak, ignoring the leading dark sorcerer's attempts at communication. He uttered the incantation with a cold and resolute tone. Chaotic explosion. A robust crimson spell erupted from his wand, striking like lightning and abruptly interrupting the leading dark wizard's discourse. With a thunderous roar, the ground was rent asunder, a gaping crater forming, from which charred veins radiated outward. Dozens of spectral corpses were obliterated by the explosive curse, leaving only one mangled leader among the 5 dark wizards, his limbs shattered and body marred, while the others were reduced to mere ashes. Ah, wait. In Merlin's name, the surviving dark wizard discarded his broken wand, groaning as he raised his fractured hands above his head. We are but mercenaries doing our jobs. I implore you, spare me. I am willing to serve you, whatever the task may be. Sagrais nodded slightly. There is but one thing I require of you. The dark wizard seemed to grasp his intent. His mutilated hand twitched, and a pristine wand materialized within his grasp. Avada, a sharp hiss interrupted him. A silent curse, slicing through the air like a knife, surged forth from Sagrais' wand, severing not only the 4 fingers clutching the wand, but also half of the wizard's head. I knew it, Sagrais scoffed, turning away as he approached Nightingale. Be careful, she urgently cried out as he helped her up. Suddenly, a towering werewolf leaped from the boiling mire, lunging at Sagrais with claws ablaze in black flames. Crimson rend. Even before the werewolf reached its target, Sagrais had already aimed his wand at its anticipated trajectory. A piercing red light flashed, and the oncoming beast was instantaneously transformed into a pool of crimson liquid, retreating at an even swifter pace. No. In the instant the werewolf was torn apart and dissolved by the curse, a furious roar echoed from afar. With a flourish of his wand, the swirling crimson liquid abruptly solidified into a multitude of blood-red crystals, hurtling towards the source of the voice. He then waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the smoke, revealing the figure that had just bellowed in rage. Who could it be? Sagrais' voice was calm as a still pond. Recognizing the infamous werewolf leader, the wanted murderer of muggles for sport, Fenrir Greyback. As the smoke cleared, a towering silhouette emerged, having reverted from its werewolf form to that of a man, yet its twisted visage and sharp, yellowed teeth retained the essence of its beastly nature. After the assault of the blood-red crystals, Fenrir was now marred with numerous small wounds, his disheveled fur matted with mud and blood, appearing savage and feral. I know you, Sagrais rasped, his voice strained with palpable hatred and revulsion. As he spoke, his jaundiced eyes flicked towards Nightingale, positioned behind Sagrais, with an animosity that surpassed even his disdain for Sagrais himself. It was this woman who had caused them grievous losses, even costing him the life of his own brother. Greyback extracted a blood-red crystal embedded in his flesh, clutching it tightly in his hand. This was his brother's blood, the offspring of the Greengrass family. Today's events conclude here. I shall not. Did I ever declare that this would come to an end? Sagrais coldly interrupted the werewolf, his wand poised for action. Do you wish to be marked by the Blood Moon Alliance? Greyback struggled against his instinct to transform, forcing out the words through clenched teeth. Kill me, and you will become the target of every werewolf's hunt. Huh, hunt me? Sagrais scoffed. With you, a mere mongrel infected with wolf's poison? He toyed with his old second-hand wand, shaking his head in disdain. Do you truly believe yourself to be a player in this game? The overwhelming humiliation ignited a fierce rage within Greyback, causing his spine to crackle ominously as fury surged from his chest to his throat. A howl erupted from him, a sound mingled with the metallic clang of blood. In that moment, the last vestige of reason within Fenrir Greyback dissipated alongside his cry. Saliva mixed with blood dripped from his fangs, and the hot breath expelled during his howl carried the stench of decaying flesh. He, the mad sorcerer who willingly embraced the wolf's venom for power. He, the wolf leader who had slaughtered countless muggles and infected numerous wizards. He, the magical beast that spread ceaseless terror and wrought innumerable bloody curses. Reduced to being berated and humiliated by a wretched wizard, as though he were a mere dog. Anger bestowed upon him strength. As the wolfish Fenrir lunged forward, shrouded in the scent of blood, Sagrais raised his hand and cast a silent freezing spell. instantly freezing the grotesque werewolf in place as if it were an insect trapped in amber. He then carelessly summoned the swamp's murky waters, which, under the influence of a transfiguration spell, transformed into a spiked cage, ensnaring the recently liberated werewolf once more. The spiked cage ignited in flames, mercilessly ravaging the already battered creature. A relentless barrage of humiliating attacks silenced Greyberk's furious howls, leaving only the whimpers of a defeated beast. Yet he continued to mumble, "You dare not kill me. You cannot bear the mark of the Blood Moon Alliance's vengeance." Sagrais leaned closer to the werewolf, pressing his wand against the creature's rapidly beating heart, and coldly declared, "Then let your wolf cubs come and try." A surge of chaotic magic erupted. A strange light flickered at the tip of the wand, and Fenrir began to emit unrestrained screams, gradually transforming back into human form amidst the fading cries. Fenrir Greyberk was dead. Nightingale. Chapter 13. Nightingale. Sagrais approached Nightingale, tapping her body gently with the tip of his wand, and an invisible current swept the grime from her form. He supported her shoulder with one hand while using his wand to slice through the fabric covering her shoulder. A gruesome wound stretched from the shoulder to the back, with forked black veins manifesting near the injury. Sagrais frowned slightly and, disregarding her protests, tore open her blood-stained cloak. Heal as before. A verdant glow illuminated the wound, from which a wisp of black smoke emerged. The harm wrought by dark magic often requires specific countercharms for healing. However, Sagrais was adept in the art of healing spells. Although the efficacy of the recent healing charm was evidently inadequate, he remained confident in his ability to mend it. Heal swiftly. Another burst of pure white light flashed, yet the result was still unsatisfactory, prompting a faint groan of pain from Nightingale. He grasped his wand, preparing to cast another spell, but the weakened Nightingale suddenly seized his wrist and, amidst his puzzled gaze, whispered, "Safe house, Tree Hollow." Then she abruptly fell unconscious. Sagrais gazed at the unconscious Nightingale, pondering briefly before snapping his fingers. An invisible ripple spread outward, and soon, small, silver strands of hair and droplets of blood began to soar from various corners of the town. After collecting them all into a crystal vial, he cradled the unconscious Nightingale and performed a disapparation. Moldova, Twilight Forest. Following a series of faint cracking sounds, Sagrais materialized before a towering oak tree. The slumbering Nightingale stirred slightly, emitting a soft murmur, yet showed no signs of awakening. He nodded toward the great tree and recited an archaic incantation. The trunk of the tree then caved inward, forming a tree hollow approximately 2 feet high. The space within was remarkably spacious, evidently enhanced by a seamless expansion charm. Sagrais raised his chin, and gentle light instantly illuminated the interior. A branch descended from the top of the hollow, rapidly growing and weaving itself into a wooden chaise longue, where he gently placed the unconscious Nightingale. He then approached the entrance of the hollow and cast several layers of potent protective charms. Turning back, he gazed at the unconscious Nightingale and sighed deeply, for dealing with a woman of her caliber was indeed a taxing endeavor. The Rusalka, a highly beguiling and perilous magical creature, is commonly found in Eastern Europe. They typically manifest as exquisitely beautiful women, endowed with silvery long hair, smooth skin, and captivating features. In their unconscious state, their bodies may even emit a faint glow. Of course, the Rusalka also possesses an alternate form, a bird-like monster with a sharp beak, burning wings, and fearsome claws. They can intermarry with humans, and their offspring may inherit certain Rusalka traits. Nightingale, whose true name is Velasnikia, is a hybrid descendant of the Rusalka. Her mother possessed Rusalka lineage, while her father bore the blood of a snow spirit, resulting in her exhibiting some ancestral and mutated characteristics. Prior to Sagrais' encounter with her, Nightingale had chosen to dwell in the primordial forests of Moldova, living in seclusion to prevent others from becoming enamored with her appearance and causing chaos. Lifting the still unconscious Nightingale, Sagrais thrust the tip of his wand into the wound on her back. The dark tendrils coiling beneath her skin emitted a piercing shriek, and then slowly yet resolutely detached from her form. The black magic gradually surged from the wound toward the wand, causing Sagrais to feel a slight warmth in his palm. When he finally extracted this malevolent force from Nightingale, he discovered that some dark curses had seeped into his hand from the wand. This revelation took him by surprise, though he remained unperturbed. However, upon retrieving the wand, he realized that the ancient wand had been corroded by the curse and was rendered utterly unusable. Sagrais felt a pang of nostalgia. This wand had been unearthed from the attic of the Greengrass family when he was a child, accompanying him since he was 6 years old. Though it had never quite fit his grip, he had never replaced it over the years. Placing the decayed wand upon the table, Sagrais gently stroked Nightingale's back, and the gruesome wound vanished without a trace. With 2 successive silent incantations, her tattered clothing returned to its original state. As he carefully laid her back on the chaise, he instinctively glanced at her and found her eyes wide open. Sagrais nonchalantly withdrew his hand and calmly nodded at her, The curse had been dispelled, leaving no scars behind. Nightingale gazed vacantly at his cursed hand, rendered vulnerable during the healing process, yet remained silent. Sagrais furrowed his brow and conjured a teapot, pouring a steaming cup and offering it to her. How could that group of dark wizards unleash such a potent curse? Nightingale slowly accepted the cup, her voice low and hoarse. Ilias ambushed me and stole the Norwegian sea monster's heart that you gifted me. Sagrais offered no words of consolation nor accusation. Instead, he calmly proposed. Thus, our search has now expanded to 2 individuals, Red Falcon and Ilias. I suggest we pursue Red Falcon first. As he spoke, he retrieved a thumb-sized deep blue gem from his cloak. The Norwegian sea monster possesses 2 hearts. As long as Ilias still carries yours, locating him should not prove too challenging. Nightingale nodded, placing her teacup down and taking hold of Sagais' hand, now marred with dark veins, before sinking into a prolonged silence. Can it be cured? Certainly. Sagais withdrew his hand from hers, casually breaking the decayed wand in 2. If there are no other matters at hand, I propose we embark immediately. With that, he handed her 3 crystal vials, each containing her silver hair, blood, and tears. Keep your belongings secure. I expect half of the potion brewed. Nightingale hesitated for a moment, then revealed an elegant smile. Do you have a lead on her? No, but I know who does. Sagais extended his left hand, and Nightingale, understanding, extended her pale right hand to meet his. The instant their hands touched, their forms vanished in an instant. Once again, a brief moment of phantasmal translocation transported Sagrais and Nightingale across the Moldovan border to the Balkan Peninsula. The 2 wandered into a secluded village, where, guided by the locals, they discovered a gypsy's divination tent. Just as Sagrais pointed towards the tent, a venomous curse erupted from within. Which wretched scoundrel dares to cast a spell upon the tent of Seraphine Somberlin? No sooner had the words been uttered than an elderly crone, hunched and leaning on a cane, emerged from behind the tent's curtain. I shall fashion your skin into pages and brew ink from your blood. The malediction abruptly ceased as the wizened witch, upon laying eyes on Nightingale, fell momentarily silent, her gaze glazing over with a glimmer of avarice. Ah, what exquisite materials for spellcasting. Your hair could yield the finest elixir of seduction in the world. Slowly, she extended her grimy claws, yearning to caress Nightingale's silvery tresses. Remain perfectly still. Sagrais uttered a freezing incantation, ensnaring the old sorceress in place without the need for a wand. Subsequently, a mound of stones rose from the earth, and a silent transmutation spell transformed them into pointed spikes encircling her. Now I pose a question, and you shall provide the answer. Sagrais regarded her with calm assurance, disregarding the terror and malice reflected in her eyes. A month ago, outside a herbalist shop in Bulgaria, 2 gypsy-clad sorcerers set up their tent. Tell me, where are they now? The crone suddenly realized she had regained the ability to speak. She attempted to retrieve her wand, yet her body remained stubbornly unresponsive. Do not compel me to rummage through your mind for the answers. Trust me, you will not appreciate that method. Observing her reluctance, Sagrais gently reminded her. Whether it was his threat that swayed her or Seraphine Somberlin's recognition of her predicament, she soon became markedly compliant. Let me think. Oh, I require a crystal ball. Sagrais extended his palm, and 3 crystal orbs of varying sizes immediately soared from the tent, hovering above his hand. The smallest one. I desire the smallest one. The deep violet orb responded to her request, gradually drifting towards Seraphine, who realized her arms were now free to move. Resting her withered palm upon the orb, the purple mist within began to shift and swirl, her eyes widening with intrigue. The mist shall reveal to me where the children are. The wheel of fortune, if you continue to turn. I shall bury silver coins when the raven perches upon the laurel bough. Otherwise, let my name fade into oblivion upon the pages. The imagery within the crystal ball transformed continuously until it finally settled upon a scene of 2 gypsies guarding a dilapidated wooden cabin. An answer flickered in Sagrais' mind as he reached out toward Nightingale, their hands intertwining, and the sound of transmutation reverberated once more. Chapter 14, Unbreakable Oaths. Sagrais and Nightingale materialized directly before a quaint wooden cabin, where they beheld 2 dark sorceresses, recently unveiled within the confines of a crystal ball. These 2 gypsy witches, both women, adorned themselves with necklaces fashioned from finger bones and magical artifacts crafted from skulls, while the lifeless infants they bore at their waists emanated a foul stench. At that moment, the pair meandered outside the cabin, brandishing their wands with brazen audacity, drawing the curious gazes of nearby muggles. Indeed, they had not even cast a muggle-repelling charm. The statute of secrecy held no sway over these gypsy witches, who roamed freely across various European nations. Lacking nationality and a fixed abode, even the International Confederation of Wizards hesitated to expend considerable resources in their apprehension. After all, these gypsy witches were not inclined to surrender meekly when faced with capture. They wielded an extensive array of curses and dark magical artifacts, making assaults on muggles and wizards a mere trifling affair for them. Naturally, they could not enter the cabin, as it served as a safe house for the Order of the Bronze Feather, impervious to forced entry without an invitation. Before Sagrais could act, Nightingale raised her wand in defiance. A surge of explosive magical energy surged and coalesced in the air. Just as the two dark witches sensed the incantation being cast, a flurry of sharp, dense ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly transforming them into pincushions. Sagrais arched an eyebrow, circumventing the frozen figures to arrive at the cabin door. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door was flung open, revealing a petite witch with wine-red hair peering out from the doorway. Upon spotting Nightingale and Sagrais, her face lit up with a joyful smile. You've finally arrived. I've been here for nearly a month. The diminutive witch darted towards Sagrais, only to be halted mid-stride by an obstructive charm. Momentarily taken aback, she reconsidered her intentions of embracing the red-tailed hawk, sensing Sagrais's frosty demeanor, and promptly redirected her affections toward Nightingale. This time, she was met with a freezing spell. Huh, what mischief have you stirred up now? With the sound of apparition's explosive crack, an elderly voice resonated from behind them. Without needing to glance, the quartet knew the newcomer to be Thunderbird, one of the esteemed heads of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Who are you calling a troublemaker? I did not mention you. Then who are you referring to? I am speaking of the troublemaker. So you are indeed speaking of me. Sagrais and Nightingale were accustomed to this banter. The old and the young invariably found themselves at odds during their encounters, and it would be a peculiarity if they did not. The four gathered within the cabin, their presence here driven by a rather straightforward purpose. Approximately a year prior, upon joining the Order of the Bronze Feather, Sagrais sought a wand that would suit him well, while the red-tailed hawk whimsically indulged in divination regarding the matter, only to unexpectedly unveil a genuine prophecy. In the prophecy, Sagrais and the Nightingale would acquire the materials for 4 wands from a mystical relic, while the Thunderbird would forge the wands for them. Throughout the past year, the quartet had devoted considerable effort to this endeavor, and as the moment of fruition approached, Sagrais needed to ensure absolute certainty. Before their undertaking, he believed it imperative for everyone to comprehend the purpose of their journey. He cast a glance at the Red Falcon and the Thunderbird, his tone measured. All of you desire a powerful wand, yet I trust you have heard the tales of the Elder Wand. Antioch Peveril, the wand's inaugural master, ultimately met his demise due to his arrogance in flaunting its might. Thereafter, the Elder Wand seemed to be cursed, with the average lifespan of its subsequent wielders not exceeding 5 years. Sagrais surveyed the trio with a serious and unyielding demeanor, declaring, to avert the entanglement in ceaseless troubles in the future, regardless of the outcome of this operation, all must pledge an unbreakable oath to ensure the secrecy of each other's wands. The Red Falcon opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. Sagrais regarded her, emphasizing, not even the other members of the Bronze Feather may know. She recoiled slightly, cautiously inquiring about the consequences of an inadvertent slip of the tongue. The spell will alert you at crucial moments, but if you remain apprehensive, you may entrust this memory to me for safekeeping. The Red Falcon nodded, choosing silence. Observing no dissent among the group, Sagrais proceeded to cut his palm. A diminutive crystal vial captured a drop of his blood, and the other 3 followed suit, each adding a drop of their own to the vial. I, Sagrais Greengrass, he declared. The others echoed in unison. I, Velasnikia Balanavalfa, Irisha Lumina, with the stars as witnesses and blood as the covenant. Once the secrets of each other's wands are breached, the signatories must remain tight-lipped. No verbal disclosures, no written records. No magical insinuations shall be permitted. The betrayer shall perish from blood depletion, and the faithless shall meet their end through dissipated magic. This oath is forged into a shackle from this moment forth, lasting until the final signatory is laid to rest. As their solemn vows resonated, the blood within the vial transformed into golden threads that spiraled forth, ultimately entwining around the index fingers of the 4, seeping into their skin and vanishing. The oath was established. The unbreakable curse commenced. Chapter 15. The commencement of action. Sagrais' expression softened slightly. Prior to their departure, he posed a final query. Red Falcon, why have those 2 dark sorceresses fixated upon you? They must have seen my crystal ball. I suspect that is the reason. Sagrais' countenance turned grave, prompting the Nightingale to urgently caution her. We have warned you countless times not to reveal your divination gifts and tools in front of other sorcerers, especially gypsy sorcerers. The young girl lowered her gaze, clearly intimidated by Sagrais' stern demeanor. Upon witnessing this, the Thunderbird swiftly diverted the conversation, proactively mentioning some information he had acquired from Grigovich. I have obtained certain research manuscripts concerning the Elder Wand, which indeed contain techniques I had never contemplated before. To put it differently, they starkly contrast with the traditional craftsmanship of the wolf family. The Red Falcon, unable to suppress his curiosity, interjected with a question. So, will the 2 of us just remain here in the safe house? Sagrais nodded affirmatively, Nightingale and I will first seek out the old Ilias to retrieve her kraken heart, and then proceed to the location foretold in your prophecy to gather the necessary materials. Finally, we shall hand over these materials to Thunderbird for wand crafting. Nightingale, speaking with a hint of reassurance, added, rest assured, if your prophecy holds true, we shall undoubtedly find the required materials there. Thunderbird jested. My presence alongside you would only add to the chaos. Hence, staying here would indeed be a significant assistance to them. Before departing, Sagrais issued a final caution to the red-haired witch. You must refrain from using the crystal ball for divination within the next year, unless you wish to seal your own fate. Oh, I understand, the red falcon responded, lowering her head, her tone lacking conviction. Sagrais chose not to engage further with her, turning instead to Thunderbird. Do you have a spare wand? I require one temporarily, as my previous one has been damaged. Thunderbird promptly retrieved several wands from his satchel for Sagrais to choose from. However, as the Wolf family represents a lineage of traditional wand makers in North America, the wands he presented were quintessential examples of the North American style, which Sagrais found somewhat unmanageable, yet they were better than nothing. After stowing the wand in his robe pocket, Sagrais addressed Nightingale. Do you possess any elixirs? Provide each of them with 2 drops, and prepare some commonly used potions for emergencies. Nightingale nodded, extracting a collection of vibrantly colored crystal vials from her wizard's robe, distributing them one by one to Thunderbird and the Red Falcon. Although you two will not directly appear at the location indicated in the prophecy, it is imperative to remain vigilant. This operation has already encountered numerous complications, and I wish to hear no further reports of injury. The Red Falcon and Thunderbird nodded solemnly in agreement. Sagrais added, in the prophecy, all our actions will face obstacles. Thus, should you find yourselves in dire peril, shatter it. He handed a monster's eyeball to Thunderbird, which served as an illegal key, yet would assist them in evading danger. Once all preparations were complete, Sagrais produced his kraken heart, casting a spell to transform it into a temporary key. This key would lead them to another kraken heart, promising an unforgettable surprise for the old Ilias. Taking Nightingale's hand, Sagrais nodded to the other 2 occupants in the cabin, then grasped the key and exited the safe house. In a flash of spell light, the 2 figures vanished instantly. The experience of traversing through the key felt rather peculiar, akin to forcibly compressing one's body into a bottle, only to emerge from its neck. As the sensation finally dissipated, the figures of the 2 individuals materialized within a dust-laden magical ruin. The moment they revealed themselves, a wave of darkness surged towards them at an alarming speed. Sagrais swiftly raised his wand, conjuring a formidable ironclad charm that instantly thwarted the assault. Simultaneously, Nightingale employed a levitation charm to manipulate the furniture, obstructing their adversary's line of sight. With a thunderous explosion, a burst of yellow spell light erupted from a corner, striking the obstructions that shielded their vision. In an instant, a cacophony of blasts shattered the floating furniture into splinters. A bizarre laughter echoed from the swirling debris, resembling the croak of a strangled duck. Ah, it's you again, you greedy woman. The voice of Ilias wavered, clearly shifting positions. I am not greedy. I have merely come to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Nightingale replied with unwavering composure, continuing to manipulate the fragments. Oh, is that so? There is no need for deception. Avada Kedavra! A dazzling green light responded to her. Nightingale decisively used the barriers to deflect the lethal curse, then raised her hand, hurling the airborne debris towards the source of the green light. Armored protection. Ilias countered with an ironclad charm to shield himself from the assault, then swiftly retaliated with a stunning spell. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions, he shouted angrily. You are all coveting my skills, seeking to pilfer my research. No sooner had he spoken than a razor-sharp cutting curse grazed his scalp. Ilias, in a state of terror, touched his smooth crown, an inexplicable shame surging within him. You greedy brigands, I shall make you feel the wrath of Ilias. With a flourish of his wand, the dust-laden ground erupted in waves, and a multitude of grotesque creatures emerged, relentlessly assaulting the 2. These monsters, some humanoid and others magical beings, all bore the same grotesque black veins upon their glistening skin. Haha, I almost forgot, you were struck by my curse. The old man suddenly recalled, delight surging through him at the thought that she would soon be cursed like the rest of these creatures, transformed into his puppet. Truth be told, you astonish me, Ilias declared, swirling his wand as dark smoke billowed forth from its tip. To still wield magic after being afflicted by my curse. It appears you possess remarkable endurance. In my 90+ years of mastering this magic, few have achieved such resilience. Deadly blood plague. He abruptly aimed his wand at the 2, and the black smoke coalesced into 3 slender venomous serpents, which darted lightning fast towards Sagrais. Huh, it seems someone has aided you in deflecting the curse. Ilias remarked with increasing glee. Very well, it is you who severed my hair, is it not? Sagrais did not respond to his inquiry, for at that moment, an indescribable agony radiated from his cursed right hand, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. Chapter 16, Ilias. The nightingale promptly summoned a vast expanse of icy mist to decelerate the monstrous horde, then decisively employed a banishing spell to compel Sargles to retreat from the battlefield. "Do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate him." Sargles spoke with a calm demeanor, nonchalantly casting a mechanical mind upon himself. A cerulean glow swept over him. Although the pain coursing through his body remained unabated, his reason, eroded by suffering, returned to him. Chaotic explosion. Sargles turned and unleashed an explosive spell, the terrifying blast scattering the throng of creatures. Yet, some of the cursed beings had already encroached upon their vicinity. In the shadows, Ilias was startled by Sargles' astonishing destructive power. Realizing that matters had spiraled out of control, and promptly resolved to make his escape. Sargles immediately sensed his intent, casting a shattering spell that obliterated the nearest monster into fragments, then swiftly directing his wand toward the old man. Pale flames ignited from the tip of his wand, and the pristine guardian surged forth, engulfed in roaring flames, racing toward Ilias. The flames incinerated all monsters that obstructed its path, creating a clear passage between Sargles and Ilias. Summon Dispel. Ilias hastily released a dark spell to intercept the guardian. Dispel. Dispel. The old man uttered consecutive banishing spells until Sargles' guardian was utterly dissipated. Breathing heavily, he then resolutely unleashed a stream of crimson spell light toward the monsters. Blood-flesh exhaustion. At the hoarse utterance, the speed of all creatures suddenly surged, their black veins swelling and then bursting, splattering cursed blood. The situation grew increasingly dire. Sargles unleashed a spell that sent several approaching monsters flying, followed by a slicing spell that shredded them midair. Holy light dispel. A pure white blade of light shot from his wand, and the cursed monster before him disintegrated into scattered bones upon impact. At that moment, the nightingale swiftly approached Ilias, but several canine beasts lunged at her from the side. Quicksand trap. The canine monsters were immediately ensnared and submerged into the swirling quicksand. Mire abyss. A long expanse of swamp materialized between the monsters and Sargles, halting their frenzied advance. At last, Sargles found himself with a free hand. Netherworld fire. Ilias sought to seize the opportunity to flee, yet the nightingale had already closed in on him from the side. A chilling wave coalesced in the air, and ice spikes shot forth, forcing the old man into a desperate retreat. In a panic, he cast an acceleration spell, narrowly evading the fierce assault. Cold sweat trickled down his smooth scalp as Ilias, in exasperation, turned to face the nightingale, unleashing a lethal spell before hastily preparing to teleport away from the scene. The nightingale deftly wielded ice spikes to deflect the lethal green light of the curse, then delivered a precise blow that sent the elderly man careening through the air. Ilias, determined to invoke a phantom shift despite the peril of dismemberment, found himself struck once more by the nightingale's spell before he could utter his incantation. Release your weapon. The crimson light struck his chest, causing his wand to slip from his grasp. Silence. Old Ilias crashed into a wooden frame in the corner, falling to the ground, unable to emit even a muffled groan. Quickly bind him. Magical ropes materialized, ensnaring him tightly. Remain still. The freezing spell extinguished his last flicker of hope. A series of instantaneous incantations fully subdued Ilias, and the nightingale employed a levitation spell to lift him from the rubble. After lifting the old man's silencing enchantment, she pointed her ebony wand at Ilias's throat, coldly threatening, "Command them to cease." "Huh. This curse has no counter-curse. Make them stop. Kill me, you foolish woman." Excruciating torment. "Huh. Filk Ilias will never submit to you. Kill me with your wretched stick. Do it now." Excruciating torment. "Cease this, nightingale." The voice of Sagrais restored her composure. Turning to look, she discovered that Sagrais had vanquished all the monsters and was now advancing, stepping over severed limbs. The pale firebird soared, leaving a trail of ash in its wake where once there had been flesh and bone. Approaching old Ilias, Sagrais gently tapped the frail man's chest with his wand. He had now mastered the mechanics of emotional manipulation, altering the emotional fluctuations of life as effortlessly as controlling machinery. This was a more intricate form of emotional magic than the excruciating curse, capable of evoking the latent emotions hidden within individuals. Though Ilias did not yet comprehend, a surge of extreme rage suddenly welled up within him, his ashen veins pulsing at his temples. He then lost his reason and erupted in furious curses. "You wretched parasites. Thieves, get out of my domain. You failures unworthy even of hawthorn wood. You seek to seize my wand? Huh, not a chance. It has become part of my very essence. Any other user will suffer a backlash, spewing their insides from their nostrils. Is Grigovich that fool who sent you? He has been holed up in his workshop, obsessing over how to surpass Garrick Ollivander. What? In pursuit of his goals, this swine, brandishing an old wand as a gimmick, now covets my research." Sagrais tapped Ilias's body once more with his wand, and an indescribable sorrow enveloped the old man, prompting a mournful wail. Continuing his spellcasting, Sagrais next plunged Ilias into a frenzy of ecstasy, his maniacal laughter echoing through the ruins. Finally, Sagrais lightly touched the tip of his wand to Ilias's head, instilling an overwhelming calm that overtook all of the old man's thoughts. Sagrais bore the pain in his arm with stoic resolve, his voice cutting like ice. We pursue the prophecy in search of the wand, while you are merely a peripheral figure with only a tenuous connection to it. We harbor no interest in your skills or research. It is your own avarice that has summoned your doom. He gazed at the seemingly hollow old man, delivering his frigid verdict. You should not covet what does not belong to you, nor should you employ dark magic against Villies. As his words echoed, the unforgivable curse was unleashed in an instant. Old Ilias was immediately ensnared by the soul-binding spell, his trembling fingers slowly reaching toward the dark curse upon Sagrais' right hand, gradually peeling it away and transferring it onto himself. Only after the curse was entirely eradicated did Sagrais release the soul-binding spell, extending his palm towards the elder, return the heart of the sea monster. Chapter 17, for legendary wands. Is that so? Ilias murmured, lost in a daze. Did you never contemplate seizing my research? The nightingale calmly replied, we are merely in search of materials. Someone will assist us in crafting the wand. Who? When it comes to wand making, who can rival me? His neurotic tendencies began to resurface. Crafting a wand is an ancient and profound art. Only I possess the ability to create works that rival the elder wands. Only I can accomplish this. A manic glint flickered across his aged visage. Whom have you sought to craft your wands? Before either could respond, he continued with disdain and scorn, the Ollivander family, representing the European traditionalist faction, is merely conservative and lacks innovation. If you seek him, you are gravely mistaken. Noticing their silence, he pressed on. That fool Grigovich possesses a modicum of creativity, but his thirst for fame has eclipsed the essence of wand making. The wands crafted by the North American fusion factions Hickabar Wolf, while advantageous in elemental magic, are severely limited in scope. The Ada Bayou family of West Africa excels in merging magic with alchemy, yet they are so dependent on nature that they have forgotten the essence of magic itself. Only I am the greatest wand maker in the world. With trembling hands, the elder parted his robes and retrieved several wands of varying shapes from a swaying pouch at his waist. You seek wands, do you not? Then allow me to show you what true legendary creations are. He cautiously produced the first wand, reverently cradling it for their inspection, crafted from ancient cypress. With the core of a thunderbird's tail feather, the wand's tip encased in amber, housing remnants of prehistoric insects. When wielded for natural magic, its effects far surpass those of other wands. It merely requires the final step of infusing the user's blood into its veins to be complete. The second wand, a self-healing yew carved into a spine-like form, with a core made from the tendons of a mountain Tyrannosaurus heart. It requires a year's soaking in the blood of a moonstruck beast to be finished, yet even in its incomplete state, it already exhibits exceptional defensive magic. The third wand, crafted from the rare twin cherry wood, it demands 2 strands of hair from twin unicorns that perished during birth to serve as its core, truly a rarity. Without a doubt, this is a stunning masterpiece. The aggressive magic it unleashes is unparalleled. Trust me, after countless attempts at various combinations, I can assert that this is the most perfect. Initially, it was merely a step away from completion, lacking only the heart of a Norwegian sea monster. But now it is finished. All that remains is to add a drop of the user's tears, and it can be wielded instantly. The final wand, wrapped in velvet by Ilias, was lifted with a tone of nostalgia. The shaft, crafted from the everlasting flower wood, is comprised of a core fashioned from 3 elements: the tail feather of the night steed, slain by the killing curse, the hair of a snow spirit, driven mad by the drilling curse, and the spine of a serpent bird, ravaged by the soul-stealing curse. These 3 components intertwine to create a core of limitless potential. The spiraled thorns etched along the wand's body can store residual magical energy from multiple castings. The greater the user's magical prowess, the more formidable the spells they can invoke. It adapts flawlessly to every form of magic and stands as the pinnacle of my painstaking efforts. What it lacks is a master capable of absolute control. The pride on the old man's face began to fade. No one has yet managed to tame it. He gazed at the 2 young individuals before him and uttered a statement that left them both astonished. If you can master it flawlessly, I would willingly offer all my achievements to you. Sagrais grasped the translucent wand of everlasting flower wood and immediately sensed its uniqueness. He casually released a few incantations, their immense power leaving him in quiet astonishment. The nightingale inquired of the old wizard, what constitutes perfect mastery? Old Ilias, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly burst into laughter, for he realized that he had achieved it. The old wizard's expression turned somber. Ordinary wizards would succumb to madness upon touching it, as it magnifies one's innermost desires, rendering even the simplest spells impossible to cast. How absurd it is that I have created a legendary wand that even I cannot wield. The dark veins had already crept up his throat, his aged body rapidly eroded by the potent curse. He wriggled to retrieve a crystal vial, collecting a drop of his murky tears before the two. Here, take it. I offer you all my skills and research. Sagrais and the Nightingale observed him calmly, making no move. I implore you, help me. Even if it is to find someone who can carry it on. At last, Sagrais nodded, extending his hand to accept the vial, acknowledging, indeed. It is truly a brilliant craft, and it should not vanish with you into this sunless ruin. Ah, indeed. The dark veins now marred his face, and he stifled his pain, pointing at the wand in Sagraus's hand. My final request. Use this wand to end my life with that beautiful flame magic. Sagrais remained silent, prompting the old man to plead earnestly. I have lived for 131 years, and the number of lives lost beneath my wand is incalculable. Undoubtedly, I am a complete scoundrel, but for the sake of these wands, please grant me this insignificant request. Sagrais finally lowered his wand to the old man's chest. A flicker of white flame igniting at the tip, instantly consuming the man entirely. He then silently waved his wand, and a small pit appeared in the ground. Nightingale tossed a few specks of fine ash, along with the wand once wielded by Ilias, into the pit for burial. While Sagrais conjured a piece of floor to serve as a gravestone, Nightingale inscribed the following words upon it. Here lies the grave of a villain, the end of a legendary wand maker. To those who come after, do not be tempted by greed to take the bloodline wand belonging to Filk Ilias, lest you invite dire retribution. After completing this task, she rose and exchanged a glance with Sagrais. So, have we fulfilled our objective? I believe so, Sagrais replied, surveying their surroundings. He had long recognized this as the place foretold in the prophecy, where, in the dark door to the north, lay their intended goal, some rare materials for wand making, though they were evidently no longer needed. Sagrais stowed away the everlasting flowerwood wand and handed the twin cherrywood wand to Nightingale, while the other two unfinished wands had already been claimed by their destined owners. With matters settled, it was time to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 18, Christmas Eve. Before departing, Sagrais and Nightingale took a moment to explore the ruins. The site was clearly of ancient origin. Nightingale's boots crunched over the lichen-covered stone bricks, and the glow from her wand startled a flock of slumbering bronze-winged beetles. As these thumb-sized magical creatures flitted about, they traced pale green arcs through the damp air, reminiscent of shooting stars streaking across the night sky. The architectural style suggested it was a remnant from the Tudor period. Nightingale brushed her fingers against the reliefs on the stone door, where vine-like golden ferns intertwined, emerging from the eye sockets of the carvings. This area was once a magical plant cultivation zone, largely untouched by Ilias during his renovations, preserving plants from the 13th century. Sagrais used the everlasting flowerwood wand to lift a dark red plant that hung from the arching ceiling, sidestepping its spiny tendrils. Collect what you need, leave the rest here. I shall leave behind a permanent key to the door for you to return whenever you wish. Nightingale nodded in agreement, her glass vial now levitating beside her. The U-wood spoon on the cork automatically gathering rare specimens. This ruin, a vestige from the Tudor dynasty, harbored many rare species, and they had even discovered 2 plants listed on the Ministry of Magic's Functional Extinction Registry. This thrilled Nightingale, for as a young master of potions, her inclusion in the Bronze Feather was not solely based on her prowess in offensive magic, but rather her ability to brew a multitude of complex potions. I will head directly back to Hogwarts, Sagrais said as he handed the 2 unfinished wands to Nightingale. Aside from the commission from Bronze Feather, he would not be leaving again anytime soon. Nightingale nodded, accepting the wands, and hesitantly spoke. Sagrais, what is it? Next July, I shall embark on my role as a professor at Buxbaden. What subject is Maxim preparing for you to teach? Potions. Indeed, that is your forte, Sagrais nodded earnestly. However, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Don Avail. Otherwise, your students may learn nothing at all. I shall give it due consideration. The Nightingale chuckled, as the fireflies atop the ruins flickered in unison, as if winking. Releasing frost magic at least thrice a week would greatly assist in suppressing the blood of the charm wielder within you, Sagrais remarked, tapping his wand against the dragonhide pouch at his waist. And do remember to remind them of the unfinished steps when handing over the wand. He then plucked a luminous night-blooming rose, and as its petals brushed against the wand, it solidified into a perpetually fresh brooch. This is the key. How can one casually gift a rose to a lady? The Nightingale jested with a hint of mischief in her smile. You have become rather tender-hearted lately, Mr. Greengrass. Indeed. Perhaps I have been enchanted by you, he mused. I now suspect that I inadvertently mixed some love potion into your luck elixir. The Nightingale winked at him. That would indeed be superfluous, Sagrais replied humorously. A truth serum would suffice. The Nightingale laughed heartily, then decisively tucked away her potion bottle and waved farewell to Sagrais. Until we meet again, Sagrais. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished in a flash of silver light. Sagrais smiled, then also disapparated back to Hogsmeade. He recalled Dumbledore once stating that directly disapparating into someone else's home was quite impolite, akin to kicking open their front door. He pondered that Hogwarts must have seemed akin to home in the old headmaster's eyes. Thus, he opted to disapparate away from the castle. For if he were to return directly, Dumbledore might indeed become vexed. As Christmas approached, a thick layer of snow blanketed Hogsmeade, and the edges of the lake had frozen over. It was here that Sagrais encountered two unexpected individuals, the Weasley twins. As he passed by the street, the two brothers emerged from Honeydukes. The Weasley twins felt quite embarrassed upon colliding with the professor, clearly taken aback. If I recall correctly, today does not belong to a Hogsmeade weekend. Sagrais calmly inquired of the brothers. So, gentlemen, who shall enlighten me as to why you find yourselves here? Fred, Professor. This is a misunderstanding. George. Yes, after all, who would risk breaching school rules to come to Hogsmeade? Fred. Even if someone did, it would certainly not be a member of the Weasley family. George. Even if it were a Weasley, it wouldn't be us. Fred. Quite right. For George and I are merely temporarily lost. Sardlas raised his hand to interrupt the idle chatter of the two brothers. What a coincidence. I happen to know the way back to Hogwarts. The brothers immediately wilted but had no choice but to follow Sardlas towards Hogwarts. Don't be so downcast, Sardlas said without turning around to the two young wizards behind him. Returning with me now will not cost you any points. Or you may choose to continue back to Hogsmeade, in which case I shall deduct 5 points from each of you. Fred replied, Thank you, Professor. But I believe it is wiser for us to return to Hogwarts. George added, Fred is right. But Professor, what brings you to Hogsmeade? Sardlas turned to look at them, a smirk playing on his lips. If I were you too, I would remain silent at this moment. The twins immediately recognized the hint and ceased their inquiries. Sardlas shook his head and led the brothers through the wind and snow towards Hogwarts. The weather was frigid, yet the owls were unusually busy during this time, as it was now mid-December, and many young wizards were sending letters home to inquire whether they would remain at school for the holidays. In Potions class, Malfoy and his cronies were, as usual, causing trouble. It's a pity, Malfoy drawled slowly, a hint of deliberate mockery in his tone as he cast a sidelong glance at Harry, that those who must remain at school for Christmas are merely the homeless. Crabbe and Goyle snickered nearby, attempting to amplify Malfoy's ridicule with their laughter. Meanwhile, Harry focused on measuring the powdered lionfish spine, choosing to ignore their taunts. Ever since the last Quidditch match, Malfoy had been seething with resentment over Harry's performance on the field. Anger and jealousy intertwined within him, prompting him to mock Harry about his lack of a home once more. The news that young wizards could stay at Hogwarts for Christmas filled Harry with elation. He would not have to return to face the harassment of Uncle Vernon, nor see Dudley's loathsome face. This was destined to be the happiest Christmas he had experienced in years. Each time he contemplated this, a warmth and anticipation surged within him, rendering Malfoy's cruel jibes far less unbearable. Chapter 19. Turmoil. Harry endeavored to concentrate on the task at hand, seeking solace in his busyness to disregard Malfoy's presence. He knew that no matter how provocatively Malfoy acted, he could not allow this Christmas to be overshadowed. He felt genuinely delighted at the prospect of remaining at school for the holiday. Meanwhile, Ron's parents planned to visit Charlie in Romania, leaving the Weasley brothers with nowhere to go. Thus they too would spend Christmas at Hogwarts. After Potions class, they exited the dungeon classroom only to be blocked at the entrance to the Great Hall by a towering fir tree. Hermione, with her keen eyes, spotted the enormous feet protruding from beneath the tree and enthusiastically greeted, Hello, Hagrid. Hello there, Miss Granger, Hagrid replied. Christmas is approaching. Will you be staying at school? Hermione shook her head. I shall return home on the Hogwarts Express tomorrow to spend Christmas with my parents. Ron leaned into the branches of the fir tree. Hello, Hagrid. Do you need assistance? Oh, no. Professor Grubbly-Plank has already aided me with most of the work, but I appreciate your offer, Ron, Hagrid replied gratefully. Just then Malfoy, with his characteristic haughty tone, coldly remarked, Would you mind not blocking the way, Weasley? Looking to earn some pocket money? The Keeper's hut is certainly a palace compared to your home. Infuriated by Malfoy's comment, which struck at his family, Ron lunged towards him. Weasley. Snape's icy voice echoed from behind them. Ron released Malfoy's collar, but continued to breathe heavily in indignation. Professor Snape, he provoked me, Hagrid said, lowering the fir tree from his shoulder, revealing his snow-dusted head. Malfoy insulted Ron's family, which is why he reacted. Regardless, Hagrid, fighting contravenes Hogwarts regulations, Snape said, casting a cold, hollow glance at the group. Gryffindor will lose 5 points for this. You should consider yourselves fortunate I did not deduct more, as this is not the first occurrence. He fixed a warning gaze upon Harry and his companions before commanding, Now, all of you, leave this place. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle wore smug expressions as they brusquely pushed through the fir branches, shaking off needles and leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione standing there, seething with frustration. Just wait. I will deal with those brutes, Ron said through clenched teeth, watching Malfoy and his friends retreat. Hold on, A calm voice from the Great Hall interrupted, stopping the departing trio. If you three cannot restore this fir tree to its original state, you will have to venture into the Forbidden Forest and procure another. It was Professor Grubblyplank. Hermione recognized the voice immediately, pushing past Harry and Ron to the front, where she saw Professor Grubblyplank confronting Malfoy and his friends. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Professor, I don't understand, Malfoy began, perplexed. This year, I am responsible for decorating the Great Hall and the Christmas tree, so technically, the tree you have damaged belongs to me, Grubblyplank stated calmly. But it was in the way, Malfoy attempted to explain, but she raised her hand to cut him off. That is no excuse for your destruction. Standing squarely in the entrance of the Great Hall, even Snape was halted at the steps. Now, you can either go into the Forbidden Forest and fetch me another tree, or each of you will lose 5 points. Upon hearing these words, Snape immediately revealed a hint of sarcasm. With disdain, he drew his wand, causing the fallen branches and leaves on the ground to return to their rightful place upon the trees. Sarglass, it is merely a few leaves. Slytherin will not suffer any deductions for that. It seems that shielding your students has become second nature to you, Professor Snape, Sarglass remarked calmly, without waiting for a response. He continued, Mr. Malfoy, you will be deducted 5 points for insulting a fellow student. Having uttered this, he disregarded Snape's darkened expression and waved his hand at the obstructing fir tree, guiding it gracefully into the Great Hall. Huh, that was immensely satisfying, Ron exclaimed joyfully to Harry and Hermione. Too bad he couldn't lose more points. Look at their faces, they are positively glum, Harry whispered. By the way, Hagrid, can you still not tell us who Nicholas Flamel is? Hermione inquired eagerly, watching as the Slytherin students gradually receded from view before turning her hopeful gaze towards Hagrid. Forget about it, Hagrid replied, appearing somewhat agitated. That dog is guarding something that is of no concern to you. We merely wish to know who Nicholas Flamel is. Unless you can enlighten us, Ron interjected anxiously. That would save us some trouble, though we truly have nothing else to occupy our time, Harry cleverly added, attempting to coax Hagrid into revealing the information. Listen, I won't say a word, don't even think about it. Hagrid resolutely refused them, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, it seems we shall have to seek the answers ourselves, Hermione said, exchanging amused glances with the others. They then cheerfully dashed towards the library, leaving Hagrid alone, glowering at their departing figures. What troubles you, Hagrid? Sarglass asked as he waved his wand over the Christmas tree. Noticing Hagrid's troubled countenance. Oh, it's nothing, Professor, Hagrid quickly answered, enviously observing Sarglass as he effortlessly adorned the Christmas tree with his wand, promptly casting aside his earlier discontent. The hall was adorned with over a dozen towering Christmas trees, each uniquely decorated with various ornaments, some with icicles, others with candles, magical firecrackers, and small gift boxes. Hagrid plucked a small gift box from one of the trees, opening it to reveal a brand new pair of dragonhide gloves. This discovery brought him great joy, but he soon realized that his large hands would likely struggle to fit into the gloves. What a pity, Hagrid mused, cradling the gloves in his hands. Perhaps these gifts are meant for the little wizards. Upon completing the decoration of the hall, Sarglass noticed Hagrid's predicament. As he passed by, he pointed his wand at the gloves Hagrid held, causing them to magically enlarge. Hagrid tried them on and found them to fit perfectly. Thank you ever so much, Professor Greengrass, Hagrid exclaimed with excitement. This is the best Christmas gift I have ever received. Just a small gesture, Sarglass replied with a warm smile. After decorating the hall, he took a rare moment to return to his office. With Christmas approaching, he had numerous letters to dispatch, though he found this task rather unnecessary. Chapter 20, Letters. In truth, it seemed that the professors of Hogwarts never left the castle during the festive season, as the students remaining on campus still required supervision. All staff members retained their administrative powers during the holiday. These idle young wizards were perpetually brimming with energy. Without the professors to oversee them, Hogwarts could easily descend into chaos within a single night. Thus, during this time of year, the corridors of the school were never devoid of patrols, comprising professors, ghosts, and Filch with his cat. However, since Christmas was tomorrow, the young wizards were relatively well-behaved today. Sagrais dispatched the letters and gifts one by one before heading to the library to pass the time. Early the next morning, the campus was awash in a festive atmosphere. After having breakfast in the hall, Sagrais returned to his office, where, as expected, a small pile of letters and gifts awaited him at the window. He casually picked up a deep blue parchment envelope, sealed with a red falcon emblem and sprinkled with gold dust. This was a letter from the falcon. He raised an eyebrow and opened it. Dear Mr. Raven, first, I must express my gratitude for the items you entrusted to the Nightingale, despite my complete dissatisfaction. I must declare that the peculiar wand indeed left me astounded. If there were to be an award for the most terrifying wand design of the year, it would undoubtedly rank in the top 3. However, Mr. Raven, have you not considered that as a young lady, wielding such a wand may appear rather peculiar? Do you envision me as some frightful old witch? Or is it that your awareness of user experience is even worse than that of a troll in ballet shoes? Of course, I rise Illumina, would not be as careless as you. This return gift has been meticulously chosen, and I assure you, it will meet your satisfaction. Lastly, allow me to offer you a free piece of advice in my capacity as a professional diviner. Next time you present a gift, refer less to the illustrations in revealing dark arts and pay more heed to the fairy fashion yearbook. Sincerely, the falcon at the most chaotic moment of the winter night sky. Enclosed was a gift box, which Sagrais unwrapped to discover a muggle book titled Selected Jokes from England. He could not help but smirk, having anticipated that the falcon would not be entirely pleased with the design of her wand. However, her grievances seemed deeper than he had imagined, as her words dripped with dissatisfaction. She had certainly become bolder since their last encounter. Sagrais flipped through a couple of pages of the joke book, only to find it filled with outdated humor, and he set it aside. Next came a letter from the Thunderbird, along with a book he had sent that introduced the wand cores and bodies of North America. He casually skimmed through it, discovering it contained only information he was already familiar with. Then came letters from 2 other members of the Bronze Feathers, congratulating him on Christmas while inquiring if he would be interested in accepting a commission. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. Following that, there were letters from his students. Although he had only served as a professor at Ifamoni for a year, he had garnered quite a few admirers among them. Most of their letters recounted their recent experiences and lamented the arrival of a new instructor. He remained non-committal as he picked up the last letter. A familiar fragrance wafting through the air, it was a missive from Nightingale. Dear Mr. Raven, when the morning mist still curled deep within the Pyrenees, the emotional spell analysis diagram you sent has already appeared upon my desk. The breakdown of the spell-casting nodes on the parchment is remarkably clear. I believe I shall soon master this magic. To be frank, this will greatly aid my forthcoming teaching endeavors, and I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Additionally, when Loctis delivered his letter to me, I noticed he has become considerably less talkative. I wonder if this is merely my illusion. Enclosed within the accompanying amethyst vial is my newly concocted perfume potion, Deep Blue Song. Crafted specifically for you as a Christmas gift after gaining insight into the potion-making traditions of Busbatten. I sincerely hope you will enjoy it. Note, if you observe closely, you will also find a little gnome barrel creature imprisoned within the vial, claiming to be the muse of Deep Blue Song. I find myself powerless against it. Thus I have sent it along with the letter. May the starlight guide your research endeavors. Yours sincerely, Nightingale. On Christmas Eve, Sagrais unscrewed the vial's cap and glanced at the barrel creature inside, which immediately cowered to the bottom in fright. He chuckled softly, replaced the cap, and exited his office. The Christmas feast at Hogwarts was quite sumptuous, featuring roasted turkey, sausages, buttered peas, and potatoes. Everyone appeared to be in high spirits. Professor Flitwick regaled Dumbledore with a joke, causing him to erupt in laughter. A tipsy Hagrid even planted a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek, who, unusually, did not seem offended but was instead amused by Hagrid's drunken antics. Her wizarding hat askew. Having finished his meal, Sagrais departed the hall. On his way to the library, he encountered the Weasley twins engaged in a spirited snowball fight with Harry and a group of young wizards. The skirmish was quite intense, and Sagrais nearly found himself struck by a flying snowball as he passed by. "Excuse me, Professor," one of them, either George or Fred, apologized before dashing back into the fray. Sagrais stood still, watching their playful antics, a smile unconsciously gracing his face, until the drenched group made their way toward the common room. He resumed his steps toward his office just as Filch, accompanied by his cat, suddenly burst from the porch, seizing the twin sweaters and roughly pulling Harry's arm, attempting to drag them away. "Is there a problem?" Sagrais inquired coldly upon witnessing the agitated Filch. "Professor, look at the corridor. It is filled with water. Peeves has tugged at the little wizards he caught. They are responsible for this, and I shall hand them over. However, this does not contravene school regulations." Sagrais abruptly interrupted Peeves, harboring a distinct aversion towards the self-righteous old poltergeist, who had caused him no small amount of trouble since his own days as a student. Slowly, Sagrais approached the group, tapping his wand lightly over them. Their drenched garments instantaneously transformed into dry attire. He then gestured for them to depart. The Weasley brothers and Harry wore expressions of gratitude as they left Peeves' side, while Sagrais disregarded the scowling Peeves and turned away. He considered himself magnanimous. After all, the only individuals in the entire school who managed to coexist amicably with Peeves were likely Severus Snape and the feline known as Mrs. Norris. During his own studies, Peeves often collaborated with Snape to apprehend students who roamed the castle at night. If luck were not on their side and they encountered Peeves, points would invariably be deducted, and detention was all but assured. Upon returning to his office, Sagrais dismissed thoughts of Peeves and contemplated the curriculum for the upcoming term after Christmas. He then retrieved a quill and parchment to compose a letter. "Dear Madam Snowy Owl, I have a request regarding the ogre specimens. In next month's Theory and Practical Magic class, I intend to demonstrate the distinctions and handling methods for 3 ogre subspecies. mountain ogre, river ogre, and forest ogre. I kindly implore your assistance in procuring the following individuals. 1. An alpine rock ogre must retain complete antlers for demonstrating its attack methods. 2. A Rhine mud ogre, preferably accompanied by aquatic barnacles for analyzing water-related mutations. 3. A black forest moss ogre. Please ensure the luminescent lichen on its back remains undamaged. Enclosed are 3 unmarked expanding crystal vials, each containing a stasis opal that has been subjected to a powerful shrinking charm. When the ogre enters a 10-yard radius, the incantation Subdue will weave a spell within the stone, compressing it to the size of a doll. During captivity, the ogre will fall into a dreamless slumber, with all vital activities suspended. 1. The specimens are solely for academic demonstration, and will be returned in the same manner upon conclusion. 2. As a token of gratitude, I shall present you with a phoenix feather quill discovered in Nocturne Alley, its shaft engraved with to the craftiest of cargo couriers. I wonder if it is the one you misplaced last year. Yours sincerely, the Raven, after carefully placing the parchment and the 3 crystal vials into the envelope. Sagrais sealed it with a raven-shaped wax stamp and summoned Loctis. He first fed it a generous handful of mithril before handing over the envelope. Watching the messenger raven soar into the distance, he couldn't help but envision the expressions that would adorn the faces of the little wizards upon their return to Hogwarts after Christmas, as they beheld the surprise he had prepared for them. It would also serve as an opportune moment to assess their grasp of the knowledge imparted to them. Suppressing his smile, Sagrais rose and made his way to the library. Chapter 21, Night Wanderings. On Christmas, first-year Harry Potter received a gift from Dumbledore. The invisibility cloak left by his father, and an impulsive thought incessantly lingered in his mind. Draped in this cloak, Hogwarts Castle seemed to open its doors to him. He could roam wherever he pleased, evading Filch and remaining unseen by the professors. He could even use this cloak to venture into the restricted section of the library to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel and decipher what the insufferable Snape sought behind the trapdoor. However, there was a thought he had not shared with anyone. He wished to be alone the first time he used the cloak, for it was a cherished memento from his father. With this in mind, Harry took action as night fell. Clad in the cloak, he passed through the entrance of the common room, navigated the moving staircases and long corridors, and then slipped into the library. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly until he encountered Professor Greengrass in the restricted section. Fortunately, a bookshelf concealed him from view, allowing him to remain undetected. It appeared that Professor Greengrass was engrossed in his reading, prompting Harry to quietly stow his lantern within the cloak and stealthily pass by from behind. He did not bother to see what the professor was reading. The restricted section was expansive, and he merely needed to surreptitiously take a book back to his dormitory and return it the following evening. As he maneuvered through the shelves, he made no sound, and Harry felt immense satisfaction with his invisibility cloak, which only heightened his curiosity about his father. What kind of man was he? How had he come to possess such a remarkable invisibility cloak? Had he too wandered the castle at night, cloaked in invisibility during his time at Hogwarts? A torrent of questions surged through Harry's mind as he absently navigated the shelves, when suddenly he thought he heard a voice calling to him. He paused before a row of bookshelves and reached out to take down a thick tome. The cover read, "The Book of Answers," and the elusive call intensified, as if urging him to open the book to resolve all his uncertainties, just as its title suggested. Under normal circumstances, Harry would have unhesitatingly declined, for Ron had warned him many times about the dangers of books with mysterious origins. Yet in that moment, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the book, compelling him to open its cover without a second thought. A shrill scream suddenly erupted from within the pages. On the cover, a grotesque face seemed to struggle to escape the confines of the book, the scream emanating from its mouth. Harry was startled by this abrupt transformation. He snapped the book shut and hurriedly returned it to its place. The scream vanished, and everything that had just transpired felt like an illusion. Yet reason reminded him that it had been all too real. As he heard footsteps approaching, and not just one pair, Harry quickly donned his invisibility cloak and sprang to his feet, inadvertently knocking over the lamp. However, he could not afford to linger on that thought. The footsteps grew increasingly nearer. How many points would Gryffindor lose if he were caught? Without a backward glance, he dashed out of the restricted section, narrowly evading Filch and his cat at the library's entrance, slipping past the glaring eyes of the caretaker and plunging into the darkness. After running for a while, Harry felt he had distanced himself sufficiently and paused to catch his breath. "Professor, you mentioned that if someone were found wandering the school or trespassing in the restricted section, I should notify you." Harry was startled by Filch's sudden voice, nearly letting out a cry. "The restricted section? Who is it? Did you see them?" Snape's voice emerged, heightening Harry's terror. "It's me." Sagrais materialized from the shadows, clutching a book in his left hand, its pages whispering indistinct cries. "Sagrais, you again?" Snape uttered his name through clenched teeth. "What do you think you are doing?" "Engaging in the same activities I partake in daily," Sagrais replied expressionlessly. "Aren't you doing the same thing you did years ago?" With that, he approached Filch and thrust the book into the caretaker's arms. The action startled Filch. causing him to instinctively take a step back. The Book of Answers, a standard tome on dark magic, detailing the harms caused by various dark spells. Sagrais cast a vague glance into the darkness before pointing at the book in Filch's grip, his demeanor cold and his tone harsh. Am I not allowed to look at it? Or do I need to report to you? No, you needn't, Filch replied, tilting his head back as if trying to distance himself from the book as much as possible. He merely wished to fulfill his duties. Snape reached out and retrieved the book from Filch's grasp. Is berating and punishing students also part of your duties? Sagrais regarded Snape with a sardonic smile. You truly are a fitting partner, considering your inclination to protect Slytherin students is also part of your job. Without waiting for a response to the other's displeasure, he took the book from Snape and walked away into the shadows. He was not entirely seeking to provoke the two. Rather, he had discovered something far more intriguing. During his reading in the restricted section, he had noticed young wizards illicitly roaming the area at night, and one was utilizing a rather rare item, an invisibility cloak. Such items were quite uncommon among Hogwarts students, and he had seen ordinary cloaks before. The difference was significant. If not for the faint sound of footsteps revealing the individual's location, he might not have even discerned that someone was wandering before him, cloaked in invisibility. This indicated that it was a high-quality magical artifact. Had he possessed such a thing during his studies, neither Snape nor Filch would have caught even a glimpse of him. He had just noticed that the other person had slipped into an abandoned classroom not far from their conversation. Thus, he decided to wait until Snape and the others had departed before returning to investigate. However, Sagrais surmised that the individual was merely a young wizard. For the professor could enter the restricted section at will, without the need for an invisibility cloak. As the lights of Snape and his companion gradually faded, Sagrais stealthily returned to the door. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and stepped into the classroom. It was Harry Potter, standing before a colossal mirror. His expression one of complexity. Sagrais glanced at the inscription atop the mirror and discovered it to be the Mirror of Arist, commonly known as the Mirror of Desire. Those who stood before it could behold their heart's deepest longing, and countless individuals had succumbed to its allure. Sagrais pursed his lips, pondering that this must surely be one of Dumbledore's tricks. Otherwise, how could such a magical object be so casually left here? The door was not even locked. Could it be any more obvious? Contemplating this, he surveyed his surroundings, but found no other presence. Shaking his head, he concluded that Dumbledore likely intended to provide a test of sorts, a means to challenge Harry. Thus, Sagrais chose to disregard the young wizard before the mirror and departed from this intricately woven snare crafted by Dumbledore. Chapter 22. The Mirror of Desire. The following day, after spending late hours in the restricted section, Sagrais suddenly looked up, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After listening intently for a moment, he sighed and made his way back to the classroom where he had encountered the Mirror of Arist the previous night. Sure enough, Harry had returned. And he was not alone. He had brought a companion with him. Sagrais felt somewhat exasperated. Did the young wizards of Gryffindor never consider the consequences? Faced with such an obviously magical object, they dared not to inquire in the library about its properties and origins, yet they casually flaunted themselves before it daily. Even if Harry, a newcomer to the magical realm, lacked understanding, how could the red-haired Weasley be so reckless? He was even vying with Harry for the right to use the mirror. Do you think this mirror can foresee the future? Ron asked curiously. A glimmer of hope flickered in Harry's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Impossible, my family is gone. Ron, I want to see them again. Ron stared intently at the mirror, unwilling to turn away. You had your chance last night. Now it's my turn to enjoy it. Are you only fixated on your house cup trophy? What is the point in that? Harry pushed him gently. I want to see my parents. They mean the world to me. Don't push me. Perhaps I might see something special as well. Sagrais could no longer endure the scene. He transformed a suit of armor in the corridor into the Lady of the Lake, commanding it to burst into the abandoned classroom. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos, with the two young wizards hastily donning their invisibility cloaks to flee the pandemonium. Sargalus found himself at a loss for words. He deemed the old headmaster utterly unreliable. Could such matters truly be entrusted to a first-year wizard? Was this not akin to inciting minors to engage in substance abuse? The trio of Harry Potter and his companions seemed equally untrustworthy. Thankfully, they were at Hogwarts. Had they been in Knockturn Alley, a haven for dark wizards, they might have already been dismantled and sold off piece by piece. On the third day, an unsettling premonition compelled Sargalus to set aside his books and venture to the abandoned classroom, where he fortuitously encountered Harry Potter once more. Harry sat in a daze before the mirror, entranced by the reflections within, so much so that he remained oblivious to Sargalus's approach from behind. Gazing at the familiar faces of his family, who smiled and waved at him, he felt a fleeting joy. Yet he was acutely aware that they could only ever exist within the confines of that mirror, plunging him into profound sorrow. The juxtaposition of these emotions marked the first time Harry truly experienced pain, unlike the taunts from Uncle Vernon, the beatings from Dudley, or the derision from Aunt Petunia. This was a sensation entirely foreign to him. Sargallas refrained from using the disillusionment charm, instead observing Harry's silhouette with a furrowed brow and a prolonged silence. "You've returned, Harry." He finally spoke in a calm tone. The young wizard froze, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. If he donned the invisibility cloak at that very moment, would Sargallas mistake his presence for an illusion? Harry could not fathom how he turned to face Sargallas, but upon seeing him standing there, he relinquished all pretense of struggle. "I'm sorry, Professor," he uttered, unable to articulate further as he grappled with the absence of excuses. Sargallas remained rooted in place, maintaining his composure as he addressed Harry. "Like many others, you have become ensnared in the world of the Mirror of Desire. I didn't realize it was the Mirror of Desire. I merely saw my family within it." Harry paused before adding dejectedly, "Though I cannot be certain that they are truly my family. I just feel deep down that they are." Indeed, therein lies its insidious nature. It shifts the reflections according to one's innermost yearnings, ensnaring individuals in its allure. Sargallas replied calmly, "Just as your friend Ron perceives himself basking in glory, becoming the center of attention." "How do you know?" Harry inquired, bewildered. "Because you are all intoxicated by desire. It leads you to trample upon the rules, rendering you unable to concentrate and alert," Sargallas stated solemnly. "For this, Gryffindor shall lose 40 points." Harry bowed his head in despair, tears welling in his eyes as he fought to suppress his sorrow. A strange thought plagued him. He did not want Professor Gringotts to believe his tears were solely due to the loss of points. In truth, he wished to cry not for that reason, but because he feared he might never again stand before the mirror to see his family, although they had only been reunited for less than 3 days. He dreaded that he might never behold them again in this lifetime. "I'm sorry, Professor. The deduction of points does not stem from your violation of school rules, for I have never been particularly fond of the regulations at Hogwarts," Sagrais calmly remarked. "I simply wish to convey to you that there exists but one genuine rule at Hogwarts. When one chooses to contravene the regulations, one must ensure not to be apprehended in the act." Upon hearing this, Harry lifted his gaze. "You have been rather careless, treating nearly all professors as if they were sluggish trolls. Consequently, my decision to deduct 10 points from each of you on every occasion has been exceedingly lenient." Sagrais fixed his gaze upon Harry's pale green eyes and solemnly stated, "Thus, I hope you will exhibit greater acumen in the future. Do not underestimate others simply because you possess an invisibility cloak. Frankly, if you can grasp this principle, then the 40 points deducted shall not have been in vain." "Thank you, Professor Greengrass," Harry replied earnestly. As for the mirror, Sagrais' tone softened somewhat. "Its true name is the Mirror of Erist. I am not at all surprised that you became entranced by it. That is entirely normal. It would be more peculiar if you could resist its allure." "Why do you say that, Professor?" "I do not understand," Harry inquired, bewildered. "Humans are perpetually vulnerable when confronted with their desires. They succumb to madness, spiraling into despair. And even when fully aware of its falsity, they unhesitatingly leap toward it." Sagrais regarded Harry, as countless others who had stood before this mirror had done. "I suspect that few have ever managed to escape its seduction." With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze lifted Harry from the ground and nudged him away from the mirror. "It is an extraordinary mirror, a potent magical artifact. Yet, it neither reveals the truth nor enhances our knowledge. Thus, it is merely a treacherous and deceitful mirror. For some, it is even less valuable than an ordinary looking glass." Patting the young wizard on the head, Sagrais earnestly remarked, "I shall inform Dumbledore and request that he remove this mirror. Harry, cease your attempts to seek it out." "Professor Greengrass, may I pose a few questions?" Harry asked. "Certainly. It is the duty of a professor to assist you in addressing your inquiries." "What did you see within that mirror?" "I have never gazed into it, Harry. I do not require a mirror to reveal to me what I desire." Sagrais smiled, a rare occurrence, and added, "I hope you hold the same sentiment." Harry nodded in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, he even suspected the professor might be lying. However, upon seeing the genuine smile on Sagrais' face, he understood the truth of the professor's words. "Now, return to your dormitory. Don your invisibility cloak, tread lightly. Evade Filch and his cat, and retire to your bed for a restful slumber." He looked deeply into Harry's eyes and earnestly advised him that the forthcoming period might prove challenging. "However, should you wish it, you can always set this matter aside." Harry nodded gravely and then picked up the cloak. Sagrais waved farewell, watching as Harry departed from the classroom. Chapter 23, The Troll Practical Course, Part 1. Should one continue to hide? All expressions vanished from Sargal's face as he gazed at a desk near the doorway, where the figure of the old headmaster gradually materialized. The latter bore a smile, entirely unperturbed by the apparent act of peeping. "You have performed exceptionally well, Sargals," Dumbledore exaggeratedly remarked. "To be honest, even I could not have done better." "Is that so, Professor Dumbledore? Then your own performance must have been utterly abysmal, considering that even I could not have managed such a feat. How did you conceive the idea of using the Mirror of Erist to tempt an orphan who has never known his parents?" Sargals furrowed his brow, his eyes scrutinizing. "Do you find satisfaction in taunting a young wizard who has long suppressed his desires?" Or do you believe that showing Harry Potter a glimpse of his parents slain by Voldemort will fortify his hatred towards him? You have misunderstood me, Sargles. Dumbledore gently approached the mirror of Ariste, his tone soothing. I merely wish for this child to endure certain trials, so that when he encounters adversity in the future, he can discern the truth of his own heart and not be blinded by illusions. I comprehend your intent, Headmaster, Sargles replied. You mean to say that to prevent Harry Potter from losing himself later on, you allow him to become utterly enmeshed in his studies now? Is that it? Sargles. You know that is not my meaning. The elder smiled at him, shaking his head as if meeting him for the first time. Yet, you care for them more than I had imagined. It appears you possess a kind heart after all. How exhausting it must be to maintain such an icy facade every day. Not nearly as exhausting as your pretense of being amiable, Sargles retorted with disdain. You must have already plotted the boy's fate in your mind. Tell me, have I disrupted your plans? He loathed the self-satisfied, wise demeanor of the other. Finding it arrogant for the elder to dictate the destinies of those perceived as weaker, a condescension he had encountered during his own time at Hogwarts. I believe you truly misunderstand me, Dumbledore said, gazing into the mirror without turning around. In fact, even if you had not intervened today, I would have emerged to speak with him regardless. What significance does this bear? Sargles inquired. It bears significance, Sargles. Of course it does. He finally turned to face him. I understand the human heart better than you do. Rather than power, I prefer to place my faith in love and compassion. You do not believe in power because you possess sufficient strength already, Sargles countered, wholly unconvinced. To foster inner strength in a novice who has yet to experience life or death, how can you expect that? Harry has already faced death, Sargles. Even from the moment of his birth, this experience is invaluable to him. The elder blinked, adding, I told you from the outset that your education is commendable, and Harry will greatly benefit from it. I hope you can heed my earlier words and conceal this mirror in a location beyond the reach of the young wizards. At least until they are adequately prepared. As you wish, I shall hide this mirror, the old man replied with a smile. However, before I do you truly not wish to come closer and take a look? Do you genuinely want me to see it, Professor Dumbledore? Sagrais inquired, gazing calmly at him. His expression unperturbed. The old man opened his mouth but offered no response, and Sagrais turned to leave the classroom. Hogwarts seemed to once again bask in its former tranquility. After imparting a lesson on how to confront trolls to the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, Sagrais received a letter in reply from Madame Snowy Owl. Upon discovering the 3 crystal vials attached to the letter, a smirk of schadenfreude crept upon his lips. Earlier, the 6th and 7th year students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had also achieved a satisfactory resolution in their extensive negotiations with Headmaster Dumbledore. After consulting Sagrais, the old headmaster decided to permit the younger students to audit Sagrais's classes, albeit solely those on spell theory. After all, practical courses carried certain risks and were ill-suited for those who had yet to undergo examinations. At this juncture, Sagrais was diligently preparing his practical course on trolls. He meticulously selected a spacious area at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, placing the 3 vials containing different types of trolls in their respective unique locations. The Alpine Rock Troll was situated amidst a rocky terrain, the Rhine Mud Troll was positioned in a vast, muddy marsh, and the Moss Troll of the Black Forest was placed deep within the lush, dense woods. To ensure safety, he employed a repelling charm to establish protective isolation around the area, preventing any young wizards or other creatures from inadvertently intruding. Moreover, he ingeniously crafted 3 trigger-based magical traps. Should anyone attempt to seize a crystal vial, the troll within would be automatically unleashed, and all confinement charms placed upon it would be immediately lifted. Accessing and exiting the area would necessitate the use of a key, with the entering group being randomly transported to a designated location. The exit's key would be clearly marked, but could only be utilized once the troll had been subdued, repelled, or had entirely lost its target. Of course, he would not leave these young wizards defenseless against the trolls. To this end, he specifically cast protective magic to ensure that, should they be impacted by the troll's formidable strength, they could be safely transported to predetermined locations. After personally conducting experiments and confirming that these devices would function correctly, he sought out Professor McGonagall to discuss the final details. This could be regarded as a midterm examination, as Sagrais believed this practical course would significantly showcase the young wizard's ability to resolve real-world challenges. For this group of young wizards who have grown up in an era of peace, confronting a troll undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge. Even during the tumultuous times of the past, most wizards lived their lives in quiet compliance. Sagrais was unsure how many of these young wizards would eventually pursue perilous professions. But if given the choice, he would prefer that their initial encounter with a troll occur within the relatively secure confines of the school. They might acquire knowledge that they would never employ, yet it is far better than discovering their lack of preparation in a moment of true necessity. Guided by this philosophy, he successfully persuaded Professor McGonagall. However, Sagrais ultimately had to acquiesce to the requests of Professor McGonagall and the other professors to observe the proceedings. as they insisted on being present to ensure absolute safety. Though he privately deemed this unnecessary, he consented under their persistent insistence. Let them witness this. Perhaps it might encourage a re-evaluation of their overly protective educational approach, Sagrais mused. Chapter 24, The Troll Practical Course, Part 2. Wednesday soon arrived, marking the first collaborative practical lesson involving 2 grades and 4 houses, with a multitude of young wizards attending. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were all present, and notably, Professor Snape had also arrived, though Sagrais suspected he was merely there to observe what sort of chaos might ensue. Despite the large number of young wizards, they displayed commendable obedience. After all, they were on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and each student was under the watchful gaze of their respective head of house, which kept them relatively well behaved. I understand that you may harbor some uncertainty, but I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose the specifics of this practical course. Sagrais began. I have been instructing you for nearly 5 months, and now I wish to see tangible results. Therefore, this practical session will serve as an assessment, primarily testing your ability to adapt in real time. The spells required for this endeavor have all been covered in your lessons. Rest assured, I have cast protective charms on each of you. You will not suffer any genuine harm. Having reassured the somewhat anxious young wizards, Sagrais continued, before the assessment commences. You are free to form your groups, with 3 groups entering the testing area at a time. Remember, your objective is to locate a crystal vial inscribed with runes. As long as you successfully retrieve it from the testing grounds, you will have completed the challenge. To ensure the integrity of this assessment, I will not be employing any mental manipulation this time, but I sincerely hope you will maintain your composure and rationality throughout. Sagrais then allotted the young wizards half an hour to organize themselves into groups. Ultimately, they formed over 20 groups of varying sizes, with the largest comprising more than 30 members and the smallest consisting of just 2. Let us begin. You have all mastered the necessary spells, he declared. Sagrais announced the commencement, and 3 teams promptly vanished. The 30-member team from Slytherin was teleported to the Mountain Troll area. The 5-member team from Gryffindor found themselves in the Forest Creature region, while the 2-member team from Ravenclaw was transported to the Water Creature zone. The 30-member team consisted entirely of 7th-year students from Slytherin House. Upon traversing the entrance, they arrived in a rugged terrain adorned with colossal stones. The students quickly dispersed, embarking on a quest to uncover the whereabouts of the crystal vial. The crystal vial soared through the air. Some students attempted to use the levitation charm, but predictably, it proved ineffective. Revelio. Another student invoked the revealing spell to uncover hidden objects. I found it. It's embedded in the rock, a Slytherin student exclaimed, as he struggled with the giant boulder before him. Half of the crystal vial ensnared within the stone, despite his repeated efforts yielding no success. Let me give it a try. Another student stepped forward, whispering a series of incantations. A glimmer emanated from the tip of his wand, causing the stones surrounding the vial to tremble slightly before finally loosening. Is it successful? The surrounding students gathered, their curiosity piqued. Not yet. I believe we need to work together to extract it, the student wielding the wand replied, turning to his peers. Shatter. A girl boldly directed a shattering spell at the boulder, which immediately cracked open with several fissures, sending fine debris flying. Stop. You'll shatter the vial. Another cautioned. Use your brain. Do you think the vial is that fragile? Together, let us use the shattering charm to dismantle the stone. The students clustered together. Wands pointed at the rock, chanting in unison, shatter. Upon the utterance of the spell, the boulder fractured into pieces, and the runes on the crystal vial began to glow. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted from within the vial, causing the students to stagger backward. What is that? Someone cried in terror. As they glimpsed through the crystal vial a massive figure breaking free from its constraints, an enormous mountain troll. The troll roared, its colossal fists smashing into the ground, sending stones flying in all directions. The students scrambled to evade the chaos. Some attempted to cast defensive spells, while others sought to flee the area. Stay calm. Walter, the Slytherin prefect, shouted, use the barrier charm. Do not let it approach. The students rallied, their wands intertwining in a display of light, forming a barrier to impede the troll's advance. Professor Greengrass advised targeting the head. The professor suggested we first attempt to evade. Fool. How can we evade with so many of us? We must bring it down. The exit lies behind it. Obstacles abound. Fire at will. More than 30 students unleashed their magic upon the troll, and under this concentrated assault, numerous spells struck the troll's head. However, the alpine rock troll's cranium was enveloped in a thick layer of stone hide, rendering it highly resistant to magic. No, this is the alpine rock troll. Its head is protected by a hard shell. Use the stunning spell. As soon as Friend uttered those words, he was swatted off the boulder by the giant, disappearing into a fleeting white light mid-air, witnessed by the remaining 20-odd students. This spectacle startled the young wizards, some of whom began to attempt the disillusionment charm to avoid the chaos of the battlefield, stealthily approaching the location of the exit key. only to discover their efforts were futile. In a fragmented scene, a beam of white spell light struck the giant's head, shattering its horns. However, rather than incapacitating it, this incantation incited its fury. The alpine rock monster seized a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it towards the cluster of young wizards. The stone crashed into the crowd with a thunderous roar, and several unfortunate students were instantly transformed into white light upon impact. In a moment of desperation, a student unleashed their preferred malevolent curse, but it went awry, striking their comrades instead. The girl hit by the spell doubled over in laughter, only to be met by the giant, which, using its shattered horn, knocked her into a beam of white light. "Fool, what have you done? It's not my fault. She was running too fast." Another student attempted to transfigure the stone into a multitude of large white rabbits, which scattered and captured the giant's attention. Observing this, other students began waving their wands, and amidst the flickering lights of transfiguration spells, vibrant little creatures leaped through the smoke. The giant's murky yellow eyes darted around, suddenly smashing the boulder to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, 2 panicked Slytherins were reduced to mere shadows under the impact. Some young wizards, seizing the opportunity to escape, were also caught in the turmoil, vanishing into white light beneath the barrage of tumbling stones. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the group of over 30 had been decimated by the giant's onslaught, leaving only about 10 survivors, most of whom had resorted to the disillusionment charm. At last quieting the monster, the students stumbled towards the exit, and this time, they successfully transported themselves away through the exit key. Meanwhile, a quintet from Gryffindor, upon encountering the forest giant in the dense woods, swiftly devised a strategy. Instead of attempting to evade with the disillusionment charm, they opted to ignite the nearby trees with roaring flames. The fire was deliberately cast towards the treetops, transforming the towering fir trees into towering torches over 10 meters high. The forest giant, in a state of panic, retreated, ultimately ignited by the glowing moss on its back, compelling it to flee entirely. Conversely, the duo from Ravenclaw was less fortunate. Upon their crystal vial touching the swamp, a 3-meter-tall mud giant emerged from the putrid waters. Startled, Miranda, the first to react, immediately cast the ice water spell, but as her wand barely grazed the water's surface, the giant bit it into a flash of white light. The other, slower to respond, panicked upon witnessing her companion's disappearance. Though she too successfully froze the giant with the ice water spell, her crystal vial likewise became encased in ice, forcing her to abandon all hope. Snape stood there like a dark sculpture, and whenever a student from another house faltered, his cold smirk sent a chill through the air. It seemed Ravenclaw's wisdom was not so impressive after all. Yet, their performance was not entirely lacking, was it? Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a straight line. The Transfiguration textbook in her hands crumpled as she gripped it tightly until she witnessed a Gryffindor student ensnare the giant with flames. At which point she relaxed her white-knuckled grip, revealing a fleeting smile. But was this truly acceptable? "This is precisely where they are tested," Professor Flitwick interjected. "They must learn to think and act under pressure. After all, there are few places as secure as Hogwarts." Sagrais waved his hand to restore the arena to its original state, then carefully returned the giant to its vial. Subsequently, more groups entered the testing grounds, each facing their own challenges, yet some students shone remarkably. 6th-year Ravenclaw student Jofrin excavated a pit with a depth of 3 feet, successfully trapping the not-so-bright mountain troll. 7th-year Hufflepuff student Cooperus levitated a stone above the swamp troll's head, then employed a stunning spell to crash the stone onto the troll's skull, knocking it unconscious. 7th-year Slytherin student Pian ensnared the forest troll with a swamp spell, effortlessly passing the assessment. 6th-year Gryffindor student Grace caused the giant to collapse with a ground collapse spell, then struck its head with a boulder. Some students evaded the trolls with a disillusionment charm, others knocked out the forest troll with a barrage of spells. Some toppled the mountain troll with a slide spell, some weakened the river troll with a drying spell, and others altered the terrain with transfiguration spells. These children possessed more dueling potential than I had anticipated. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in delight, remarking that mastering these spells would not be a simple feat. A truth I am more aware of than anyone. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement, noting that it seemed Sagrius's teaching methods were effective. Ultimately, as the final group of students exited the testing area with their crystal vials, a wave of applause erupted at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 25, back in the papers. "Well done," Sagrius surveyed the crowd, astonished that over 70 students had passed the assessment. "Truth be told, this ratio exceeded my expectations." "Professor, is there a reward for those who pass the test?" "A reward?" Sagrius had not considered this. He felt there was little merit in rewarding a mere test completion. However, since students were inquiring, he decided to provide a cursory response. "The runic crystal vial serves as a reward. Each successful candidate may obtain one from me." He raised the crystal vial, explaining to the crowd, "It has been enchanted with a weightless extension charm and an undetectable marking charm. allowing it to hold magical flames or alchemical liquids. And, of course, it can also store food while preserving it indefinitely. This simple alchemical item could even be mass-produced, as it merely represents a basic application of rune magic, with minimal technical complexity aside from a few ancient and rare runes. Nevertheless, its capacity to contain alchemical liquids and magical flames already surpasses most similar items available on the black market, fetching a value no less than 6 galleons if sold. As a new day dawned, the young wizards were still enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall when the silence was shattered by the arrival of an owl delivering the Daily Prophet. The front page headline glimmered ominously in the candlelight. Is Hogwarts experiencing dark arts combat training? Over 200 students in peril. Accompanying the article was a snapshot of a Slytherin girl being struck by a troll, despite her currently seated and dining peacefully in the hall. What is this? Ron exclaimed, bewildered as he held the newspaper. Didn't Fred and the others say Professor Gringotts' practical class was a resounding success? Harry snatched the paper from him, swiftly scanning the headline before scrutinizing the report. What utter nonsense. No one was injured in class, he declared angrily, slamming the newspaper onto the table. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell us that all students were protected by enchantments? They even enchanted the troll's tusks. Hermione picked up the paper, placing her pumpkin juice cup heavily on the table. She noticed Ron staring intently at the anonymous interview at the end of the article. An heir from an ancient family admits that certain professors are turning the school into a gladiatorial arena. Another pure-blood conspiracy, she realized with clarity, understanding it to be a smear campaign. Why do they always fixate on Professor Gringotts? Well, I heard that before becoming an Auror, Professor Gringotts sent several members of certain families to Azkaban, Ron revealed, seemingly privy to some secrets of the pure-blood families. Or perhaps they were not secrets at all. Some had even met their demise at his hands. Of course, they were exceedingly dangerous dark wizards, each with some ties to specific families. Are you saying this isn't the only incident? Harry inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Professor Gringotts has done similar things before. Yes, Ron affirmed. You may not know, but Professor Gringotts became a registered dark wizard hunter with the International Confederation of Wizards right after graduating from Durmstrang. Many have fallen to his prowess. A dark wizard hunter? How have I never heard of this before? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ron replied nonchalantly, that organization was disbanded last year due to certain special circumstances. And they were few in number to begin with. Plus, the Confederation prohibited related reporting. How do you know this? Hermione questioned skeptically. Ron's expression shifted to indignation, feeling as though he had been insulted. My dad was involved in related work, so what? Do you have any more questions? Hermione raised an eyebrow, but fell silent. Harry remained unsettled by the news in the paper, yet it was evident that he felt powerless to change the situation. Initially, Professor McGonagall expressed some reservations regarding Professor Gringotts' teaching methods, yet following recent events, she seemingly developed a degree of admiration for him. Hermione conveyed her observations to the two of them. So what does this imply? Ron remarked nonchalantly. It signifies that Professor Gringotts' teaching methodology is not only sound, but also remarkably effective, Hermione asserted. Aside from Snape, all three heads of houses have acknowledged Professor Gringotts' teaching achievements. Doesn't that speak volumes? Oddly, Harry pondered why the Daily Prophet would publish such a report without conducting any investigation. That is hardly surprising. Hermione responded. The Daily Prophet frequently engages in such practices, displaying little regard for the truth. Hermione's assertion was indeed accurate. Ron added. That is precisely why we hardly read the Daily Prophet at home. By the way, a new regulation has been instituted at school, Hermione abruptly informed them. Lower year students are now permitted to audit Professor Gringotts' Theory of Charms class. I've already signed up. Would you like to join me? Ron exclaimed. We already have enough classes to attend. We don't even have any time to rest. Although Harry was also intrigued, he had Quidditch practice to attend, leaving him little time, and he was prepared to decline Hermione's proposal. Are you going to refuse as well? Hermione glared at Harry, her temper flaring. Humph. Then don't even think about seeing my notes or assignments in the future. Ron's face paled in horror as he hastily waved his hands in denial. You misunderstood me, Hermione. What I meant was that we already have plenty of classes, so it's not a big deal to add one more. Exactly. Ron concurred. Moreover, this is Professor Gringotts' class. We certainly should attend. That's more like it, Hermione huffed. You should know that not everyone can participate. I had to request our spots from Professor McGonagall. Chapter 26, The Hidden Hand. Meanwhile, in a cellar adorned with the Flint family crest, Carbot Flint was gently tapping a stack of parchment with his wand. We require more authentic medical records. His pale fingertips brushed over the image of Professor Sagrais teaching within a crystal ball. Have Mrs. Not inform everyone that her daughter's injured arm was wounded by a troll during class and has been diagnosed with permanent magical damage. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. Is this how we can expel him from Hogwarts? Carbot's face briefly displayed a sneer, yet the other party seemed oblivious. The Board of Governors could utilize this as leverage against Dumbledore, and I will ensure that the Daily Prophet publishes statements calling for the dismissal of this dangerous individual tomorrow, ultimately allowing pureblood families to temporarily withdraw their students from Hogwarts. He paused, casting a glance at the figure. Cornelius Fudge has already sent a letter to Dumbledore. As long as we continue to expand our influence, expelling him from Hogwarts will prove to be no difficult task. Once he departs from Hogwarts, he will no longer have Dumbledore as protection. As you wished, a figure emerged completely from the shadows, his towering form leaning slightly forward as he coldly addressed Carlotte. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly for this, he declared. Humph, perhaps you ought to concern yourselves with your own safety. Carlotte, undeterred by the threat, acknowledged that while the man was of mixed heritage, he was far from easy to contend with. This matter does not require your concern. Another gray-haired woman stepped forth from the darkness, gently pushing the tall man aside and softly advising Carlotte, you merely need to attend to your own affairs. She tenderly brushed her hand across Carlotte's collar, yet he subtly retreated a step, maintaining his composure. The gray-haired woman, though still smiling, revealed a flicker of coldness in her eyes. When do you intend to leave this place? Carlotte inquired coolly. I believe we shall remain until you depart from Hogwarts. She replied. Are you suggesting that you plan to stay in my estate indefinitely? He asked incredulously. Where else could we possibly go? The gray-haired woman responded with a smile. Carlotte's expression soured, yet he suppressed his anger and turned to leave. Once I am expelled from Hogwarts, you must vacate this place immediately. The man and woman slowly retreated back into the shadows, offering no reply. Upon exiting the cellar, Carlotte no longer concealed his disdain. Raising his wand to cast a cleaning charm on his collar, but feeling it insufficient, he summoned a house elf to fetch him a new coat. As he muttered under his breath about a group of filthy beings while drafting a letter to the editor of the Daily Prophet, inside the headmaster's office, Sagrais remained composed as he perused the newspaper. Dumbledore, with a smile, handed him a letter sealed with the Ministry of Magic's emblem, remarking, It appears we have found ourselves in a new predicament. Sagrais did not take the letter but observed the newspaper, silently noting the editor's name, Barnabas Cuff. The Board of Governors is currently demanding a suspension of all outdoor activities. When did you begin to run errands for Fudge? Dumbledore calmly interjected. Sagrais, you ought not to be so harsh with an elder. Sagrais raised the newspaper in his hand, replying, And you cannot blame me simply because a dog has bitten me. I harbor no intention of accusing you, Dumbledore said with a smile. Then what is the purpose of my presence here? Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, Sagrais tossed the newspaper onto the desk, exclaiming, Never mind, I shall handle it myself. No, Sagrais. Dumbledore straightened in his seat, his expression turning serious. As headmaster, it is my duty to address this matter, and you must remain composed. I am calmer than anyone else, Sagrais replied evenly, towering over Dumbledore. You may not realize that I cast spells on myself daily to maintain my calm. Nevertheless, I still hope you will entrust this matter to me, Dumbledore said, gazing intently into his eyes. Professor Dumbledore, while you may possess your own methods, my years of diligent pursuit of the essence of magic are not intended for engaging in political games. Sagrais gestured towards the letters and newspapers on the desk. You should comprehend my meaning, yet this group evidently does not grasp it. Thus, it is imperative for me to impart a lesson upon them. With that, he disregarded any further attempts at dialogue and turned to exit the office. As he descended the spiral staircase, Sagrais maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly, he was quite displeased. During his time in Azkaban, a promise had been made to him. As long as his teaching ensured the safety of the students, he would be free from the meddling of those chaotic review committees. Yet, it seemed that the matter had barely commenced, and Dumbledore had already thrust the issue upon him. If Dumbledore truly wished to resolve it himself, why summon him for this discussion? Was it to gauge his stance or seek his counsel? Coincidentally, he harbored some reservations regarding the lethargic officials of the Ministry of Magic, and thus he intended to impart a lesson to this group, ensuring that upon hearing his name in the future, they would instinctively retreat far away. Sagrais recalled the sensationalized reports in the Daily Prophet, softly muttering the editor's name, Barnabas Cuff. In the next moment, his form vanished into thin air. The moonlight fractured into silver scales upon the Thames as Sagrais traversed the marble steps of the Daily Prophet headquarters, a potent surge of magical energy coursing through the air. The heartwood door of Barnabas Cuff's office began to carbonize upon the instant it met Sagrais' gaze. As his fingertips traced the gilded inscription of truth above all on the door, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Good evening, Mr. Cuff, Sagrais greeted the editor, who was engrossed in a mountain of manuscripts. Barnabas Cuff looked up in confusion, donning his glasses to regard his visitor, only to realize that everything around them was beginning to smolder. The pile of documents before him ignited in fierce flames, yet astonishingly, everyone within the Daily Prophet seemed oblivious to this bizarre scene. It appeared as though they were all engrossed in their own affairs, turning a blind eye to the unfolding chaos. As a wizard, Barnabas felt an overwhelming urge to express his sentiments with a muggle phrase. This is not scientific. Of course, this was hardly magical. At least, he had never heard of any spell capable of such an effect. An introduction could certainly be omitted, as all reports concerning me have been personally crafted by you. Sagrais took a seat directly across from him, merely stating that he had heard you seemed to have some reservations regarding his teaching methods. Cold sweat began to bead at the nape of Barnabas Cuff's neck as he shot up from behind the desk. Realizing that his meticulously arranged protective charms were utterly ineffective, he instinctively attempted to flee, only to abandon the notion almost immediately. Instead, he began to yell frantically down the corridor, calling for help in a wild frenzy, followed by attempts to soothe the menacing Sagrais. In the end, he even contemplated drawing his wand in defiance. However, his trembling hand was incapable of casting a single effective spell. Outside the glass window, the employees of the Daily Prophet busily moved to and fro, yet none seemed to take notice of him. Everything felt as though it had plunged into an absurd dreamscape. Chapter 27. The Flint Family. Sagrais observed the unfolding events with calmness, only speaking when Barnabas ceased his struggle. As a wizard, it is quite disappointing that you only considered wielding your wand against me at this juncture. Sagrais shook his head, admitting, to be honest, I am rather disappointed. You cannot do this. Barnabas Guffey stammered. Once you inflict any harm upon me, the Ministry of Magic will apprehend you and return you to Azkaban, and this time, even Dumbledore will be unable to save you. Harm you? I would never dream of doing so, Sagrais replied, astonished. I merely find your assessment of me and my teaching methods rather unsatisfactory. He reached into the flames and retrieved a still-burning new draft, shaking it casually until the flames extinguished, restoring the partially burned newspaper to its entirety. For instance, he indicated a segment of the article, this headline, Outrageous Teaching Methods. Dangerous elements may lead to Hogwarts closure, is something I find quite distasteful. Perhaps we could amend it? The letters on the newspaper fell away, rearranging themselves upon the parchment into new words. Editor of the Daily Prophet mysteriously dies, suspected to have endured horrific torment. Barnabas Guffey's face drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his temples, leaving him utterly speechless. Sagrais cast a glance at him, raising an eyebrow. It appears Mr. Guffey does not favor this. In that case, let us collaboratively devise a headline that pleases us both. He placed the newspaper on the desk, and the letters once again rearranged themselves. Hogwarts introduces groundbreaking spell practice course. Risks manageable, results significant. Barnabas Guffey momentarily froze, then fervently nodded in agreement. Observing this, Sagrais smiled and nodded back. Excellent. It seems Mr. Guffey is quite satisfied. Leaning back in his chair, he watched as the other struggled to force a smile, continuing with a smile. Now, I would like Mr. Guffey to enlighten me on one matter. The forced smile on Barnabas Guffey's face became rigid, and Sagrais' own smile gradually faded. Who exactly requested you to undertake this? The memory extraction spell was instantaneously activated, effortlessly breaching the inadequately constructed mental barriers of his opponent. Calvert Flint. Sagrais swiftly acquired the answer he sought. However, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he continued to employ 3 variants of the memory erasing charm: memory recollection, total forgetfulness, and memory weaving. First, he used memory recollection to glean detailed information about the meeting between Barnabas and Calvert Flint, and then he wove a false memory into the recesses of Barnabas's mind. Having accomplished this, he utilized apparition to depart from the offices of the Daily Prophet. Sagrais manifested in the estate of the Flint family, and in the depths of the cellar, Gargo Scafra immediately opened his eyes. The towering figure lifted his head to sniff the air, and then his orange-yellow pupils abruptly constricted, akin to a beast locking onto its prey. The cruel and cold voice of Gargos echoed in the darkness, and instantly, several pairs of coldly glowing eyes appeared in the cellar. The prey had delivered itself. The faded silver-green crest hovered above the wrought iron gates of the 3-tiered Baroque structure, which lay prostrate in the depths of the beech forest. This was not Sagrais' first visit. 2 years prior, he had come here while pursuing an official wanted by the Ministry of Magic, and he distinctly recalled the man's name, Leonard Flint. Without any intention of knocking, Sagrais raised his hand and cast a blasting spell. The heavy iron door was instantly blown open, rendering all protective enchantments utterly futile against the might of the explosion. An elderly house elf peeked out from the breach in the iron door, and upon seeing Sagrais, he immediately twisted his face in outrage and leaped through the opening. "What have you done, you filthy mongrel?" he shouted, pointing at Sagrais. "How dare you defile the ancient architecture of the Flint family? Do you not fear the wrath of the noble Lord Flint?" The aged house elf snapped his fingers in fury, and the iron door swung wide, revealing 2 rows of weapon-wielding, ironclad alchemical automatons marching out in formation. Sagrais paid them no mind, and immediately cast a slicing spell towards the house elf. Just as the spell was about to strike the elf's neck, a circular shield materialized in front of him, deflecting the oncoming light of the curse. "Kosian, get out of the way," Calbot commanded the house elf without looking back, then waved his wand towards the dark corridor, summoning more steel puppets to emerge in succession. Who do we have here? Is this not the dangerous individual repeatedly criticized by the prophet? Calbot sneered. What? Come to beg for the ancient family's forgiveness with your filthy mudblood heritage? Forgiveness is Merlin's affair, Sagrais said, idly toying with his wand. I could arrange for you to meet him. The smile vanished from Calbot's face, his wand tip crackling with electricity as he restrained the impulse to strike. 2 years ago, you killed my brother, nearly obliterating the Flint family's foundation within the Ministry of Magic. Are you referring to that lunatic who sought to mend the family tree with his wife's brain after she bore a squib? Sagrais chuckled dismissively. I guess the tapestry of the Flint family tree is on the verge of being devoured by the squib branches. Sagrais. Calbot erupted in fury, rising from his seat. The illustrious bloodline of the Flint family has crushed countless formidable foes, and you, not even worthy of serving as a guardian at my family's cemetery. Utterly foolish as ever, Sagrais remarked, unfazed by the insults. He waved his hand to clear the poisonous thorn vines sprouting from the ground, then drew his wand as he advanced towards his adversary. The filthy hybrid, I must say, you possess quite the audacity. Calbot's tone was peculiar, a blend of suppressed fury and sarcasm. Do you truly believe you can walk away alive from the Flint family's domain today? Sagrais couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle at these words. Just you? No sooner had he spoken than a conical beam of light shot swiftly towards Calbot's armor. Calbot hastily invoked a protective spell, but the immense force sent him hurtling back until he crashed against the wall. A piercing wolf howl echoed from a distance. As Sagrais glanced towards the approaching werewolf, an unusual smile crept across his face. So that is how you muster the courage to trouble me. You have this pack of pups backing you. He strolled forward nonchalantly, the everlasting flower wand lightly gesturing towards Calbot, who lay crumpled in the corner. Do you know the term inviting wolves into your home? Calbot, sprawled on the ground, offered no response. The violent impact had shattered his ribs. Yet, he gritted his teeth against the pain and waved his wand. Rise, undead. With a grimace, Calbot brandished his wand, and from beneath the ancient gnarled tree in the backyard, the corpses of executed ancestors burst forth from their graves. Humph. Sagrais dismissed him with a flick of his wand. Iron armor torrent. The iron golem, poised with weapons before him, instantly melted into molten iron, cascading towards the undead creatures emerging from the earth. You ought to be grateful to me, Sagrais remarked as he advanced. Had I not eliminated Leonard, it would hardly have been your turn to ascend as the head of the Flint family, would it? Silence. Calbot continued to furiously wave his wand, sending a green beam hurtling towards Sagrais. With a casual flick of his wand, a stone wall erupted from the ground, blocking the charging werewolf while simultaneously deflecting Calbot's lethal curse. Tomorrow's headlines in the Prophet may need to change, he mused, his pace unhurried as the stone wall gradually dissipated with his approach. Finally, Sagrais stood before him, looking down imperiously. Flint family attacked by werewolves. Head Calbot Flint meets untimely demise. What do you think of that title? Behind him, the iron golem and alchemical constructs had been liquefied into iron, and the risen undead were reduced to ashes. Observing the terror etched on Calbot's face, Sagrais calmly nodded. It appears you are not particularly fond of it. But that is of no consequence. I like it just fine. He raised his hand and, with a wave of his wand, sent a cutting spell speeding down the dark corridor. The house elf, attempting a sneak attack, quickly cast a protective spell, but the scarlet light of the spell melted upon contact with the circular shield. The aged elf, witnessing this, fell into confusion, only for his protective spell to transform into a multitude of red spell blades, shooting like lightning towards himself behind the shield. Crash! The house elf named Keshin was torn to pieces, his remains scattered across the floor. The last flicker of hope in Calbot's eyes faded away as he slumped helplessly to the ground, his venomous gaze fixed intently on Sagrais. Calmly meeting his stare, Sagrais emotionlessly remarked, I wager that within 3 seconds, you will be begging me to end your life. I shall never yield to you. Flesh shall be torn asunder. With a chilling withdrawal of his wand, Sagrais declared, It appears I have overestimated you, a wretch incapable of uttering a plea for mercy. With a mere gesture, he dismantled the stone barriers encircling the werewolves, who leaped from the cast-iron bridge of Flint Manor, rushing towards him once more. A levitation spell hurled the barely alive Calbot towards the oncoming werewolves, and the foremost towering figure brandished its claws, swiftly reducing Calbot to 2 halves. Raising an eyebrow, Sagrais calmly unleashed a spell against the charging werewolves. Reveal your true forms. A powerful surge of magic swept through the air, causing the frenzied werewolves to revert to their human shapes, collapsing heavily upon the ground. To his surprise, several of them were notorious fugitives he recognized. The initially disoriented pack swiftly regained their composure, howling as they transformed back into werewolves. The foremost among them, Scarafella, dripped corrosive saliva from his fangs but collided with an invisible barrier a mere 3 feet from Sagrais. It was not an ironclad spell, but rather a mirrored impact. The towering werewolf was sent reeling, and Sagrais nonchalantly identified him. Gargoth Scarafella, former interrogator of the Department for Dangerous Creatures, now a tactical commander of the Blood Moon Alliance. Having fled after being discovered conducting dark magic experiments on werewolf prisoners. Observing Gargotha's imposing figure, Sagrais could not help but shake his head. Clearly, he was a mindless fool. The title of tactical commander was no laughing matter. Incensed by Sagrais' words, Gargoth howled and charged at him with even greater speed. Seeking your own demise, Sagrais coldly retorted, sending him flying once more with a blast of sand and stone, followed by a binding spell that summoned rock spikes at Gargotha's landing site. This time, Gargoth was impaled upon the spikes like a hedgehog, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Sagrais deftly evaded 3 projectiles of corrosive pus, swiftly maneuvering his wand. Returned to the sender. The vile liquid immediately hurtled back at the approaching grayish-white werewolf, who shrieked in agony as he fell to the ground, struggling to revert to human form. Sagrais pointed at the woman writhing on the ground and continued with an unhurried critique. Blood-scabbed Seraphina, hailing from St. Mungo's as a healer. Obsessed with concocting a new plague by mixing werewolf venom and potions, willingly joining the Blood Moon Alliance to obtain live subjects for experimentation. He raised an eyebrow. I have heard that you cultivated a parasitic plant using werewolf saliva, capable of growing on the vocal cords of its victims, emitting screams until death. Before she could respond, a crimson tearing spell swiftly ended her suffering. He then turned towards the distant iron-cast corridor and waved his wand, instantly animating the heavy steel into a colossal serpent that writhed frantically, joining the fray. A werewolf leaping from the second floor towards Sagrais was unable to evade in time and was flung away by the snake's tail. At that moment, Sagrais continued to speak. Grimmater Block, the assistant of the alchemist born of the mute canon, in his pursuit to follow Fenrir against magical discrimination, has ruthlessly slain his savior. With a shattering blow, he reduced the foe to ashes, relentlessly waving his wand to rearrange the chaos. The curtain on the left, torn apart by another werewolf, had yet to fall when the scattered fabric swiftly reformed into a spiked net, ensnaring it mid-air. The twin werewolves, Tick and Topak, grotesque conjoined twins, delighted in carving a double-headed wolf insignia upon their victims' corpses. He lifted his wand, and a conical sonic blast erupted from its tip, explosively causing the twin werewolves to bleed profusely from their mouths and noses, their innards shattered. At that moment, Sagrais noticed he had stepped into a mire of pus and blood, the stained ground igniting with blue flames. With disdain, he flicked his wand, Frostfire Reversal. The flames instantly receded from beneath his feet, rapidly retreating into the werewolf horde. The frost magic encased the werewolves' legs in ice sculptures, while the fire magic consumed their flesh and decay. The remaining 5 werewolves, terrified by Sagrais' relentless assault, turned and fled in sheer panic. You cannot escape, he declared, lightly tapping the iron serpent with his wand, causing its massive form to melt into molten iron, surging forth towards the remaining foes. The first 2 werewolves to flee, realizing their predicament, hastily shed their wolf forms and drew their wands to cast apparition. However, Sagrais was swifter. Dislocation and reversal. The werewolves who had just vanished reappeared mid-air, their interrupted apparition tearing their bodies asunder, scattering them across the ground. Sagrais' expression grew increasingly serene as he strode through the field of wolf fur towards the barely alive Gargoscafra, pointing his wand at the latter's forehead. Coldly uttering, "Convey my regards to Fenrir." A subtle wave swept over, and the figure hanging from the rock spikes was irrevocably transformed into a corpse. Turning to gaze upon the vast estate of the Flint family, Sagrais calmly commanded the torrent of iron to assail all structures. The ancient Baroque edifice soon became unrecognizable under the ravages of magic, yet to eradicate the magical portraits within entirely, Sagrais stood at a distance and unleashed a second ancient war spell. Meteor Summon. The sky abruptly darkened, and a massive, flaming meteor broke through the clouds, plummeting with immense wind pressure. This was a remnant of the war between the giants and wizards, akin to the Iron Deluge, both belonging to a category of warfare magic centered on efficient destruction, area damage, and strategic control, now classified as forbidden arts by the International Wizarding Federation. Sargallas gazed upon the nearly obliterated structure, murmuring softly to himself, "The Flint family has dwindled to but a few. I hope you have learned your lesson." Chapter 28. The Possibility of Expulsion. Upon returning to Hogsmeade through the art of apparition, the sun had yet to set. He indulged in an uncharacteristic respite at the tavern before meandering towards the castle of Hogwarts. Along the path, he spotted a furtive figure, shrouded in layers of concealment. Yet, as they brushed past one another, Sargallas discerned the identity of the individual, Quirrell. The unmistakable scent of garlic betrayed every effort at disguise. Nonetheless, Sargallas chose to disregard it. This was a matter for Dumbledore, or rather, a task assigned by Dumbledore to Snape, utterly unrelated to him. The following day heralded a stirring announcement that swept through the campus. The estate of one of the Sacred 28, the Flint family, had been besieged by werewolves the previous night. This news stirred considerable commotion within Hogwarts, as many Slytherin students engaged in hushed discussions, particularly regarding their Quidditch captain, Marcus, who belonged to the Flint lineage. Meanwhile, reports on Sargala's teaching methods went largely unnoticed, a development he welcomed with open arms. For there was nothing more pleasurable than teaching in tranquility at Hogwarts. He leisurely observed the Quidditch match, which transpired without incident. A fortunate occurrence attributed not only to Dumbledore's presence, but also to Harry Potter's remarkable contribution. Within mere minutes of the match's commencement, Harry caught the golden snitch, thereby concluding the game. Sargala's felt a wave of contentment wash over him, as this fortuitous turn of events saved him considerable time. After the match, he took a moment to converse with Harry. "I am delighted you did not lose yourself in that mirror," Sargala's remarked, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Your performance today was exceptional. May all future matches I attend see you achieve victory with such swiftness." "Thank you, Professor Greengrass," Harry replied, a faint blush of excitement coloring his cheeks. Just as they prepared to continue their dialogue, Dumbledore summoned Sargalas, causing his good spirits to evaporate instantaneously. Upon entering the headmaster's office, he discovered that he was not alone. Professor McGonagall was also present. Both the headmaster and the deputy headmistress were poised to address him. "What is the matter?" Sargalas inquired, his expression composed as he conjured a chair to sit. "Sargalas, I have called you here to discuss a matter of great importance," the venerable headmaster stated, casting a glance at Professor McGonagall. "This concerns your continued tenure as a professor at Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment at the words spoken, and she instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. In contrast, Sagrais maintained a calm demeanor, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. "Albus, you summoned me," Professor McGonagall stated. "Minerva. The decision to invite Sagrais back to Hogwarts was a mutual agreement between us," Dumbledore explained. "As you are the deputy headmistress, it is imperative that we jointly address the matter at hand." With a serious expression, the elderly wizard turned to Sagrais, demanding, "You must tell me. What is your connection to the events surrounding the Flint family?" Professor McGonagall gasped at this inquiry, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Albus, how is this related to Sagrais? Is it not merely due to the werewolves?" "I fear it may not be solely about the werewolves," Dumbledore replied gravely, casting a serious glance at Sagrais. "This could potentially be a murder, Sagrais. I believe we need to uncover the truth." "Before we proceed, I must ask," Sagrais said, narrowing his eyes at the old man behind the desk, his tone stiff. "Are you interrogating me?" "Do not take it that way, Sagrais, regardless of the circumstances." "I trust you," Professor McGonagall assured him firmly. He turned to her, nodding calmly. "Yes, I admit, this matter is directly related to me." Ignoring Professor McGonagall's shocked expression, Sagrais continued, "However, there is something I do not understand. If you respect the law, why did you not speak out and reveal the truth when the Daily Prophet was slandering me?" Before Dumbledore could respond, he pressed on, "And if you value power, then why do you resort to legal means to suppress me when I sought to reclaim my dignity? Am I perceived as weak and easily bullied? Or do you harbor a prejudice against me?" Sagrais candidly declared, "To be honest, there are not fewer than 80 individuals who have perished at my hands. Yet, I stand unrepentant, for each had a damned reason to meet their fate." He locked eyes with Dumbledore, his gaze calm and indifferent. "Regardless, that is not a justification for taking lives, and I shall not permit a murderer to instruct my students," Dumbledore stated in a measured tone, yet with unwavering authority. A heavy silence enveloped the office until Sagrais finally broke it. "Indeed, yesterday I visited the headquarters of the Daily Prophet, where Barnabas Cuff informed me that Carbot Flint threatened him with defamatory reports against me. Subsequently, I proceeded to the Flint estate." Professor McGonagall was left speechless in shock, while Dumbledore sternly questioned, "And then you killed him?" "To your disappointment," Sagrais replied, his heart unperturbed. "That imbecile, a product of inbreeding, consumed by notions of family honor and blood supremacy, was not worthy of dying by my hand." "Then who killed him? Why do you not investigate it yourself, headmaster?" Sagrais retorted, showing no courtesy. "Do not act this way, Sagrais," Professor McGonagall reassured. "Huh," he scoffed. "Are you aware of the curse that Carbot used against me?" "The killing curse," Sagrais replied calmly, "and in his estate's flowerbed lie at least 30 executed mutes." The two headmasters opened their mouths in shock, but Sagrais paid them no heed and continued, "To slay me, he conspired with the werewolves of the Blood Moon Alliance, even desecrating the corpses of those innocent dead with necromancy. I pose this question, should such a man not meet his end?" He stated coldly, "Do not say I did not kill him. Even if I did, what then? Nevertheless, we ought not to enact vigilante justice, but allow the law to judge him." The elder headmaster's expression softened considerably. "Law? If it were effective, it should have intervened long before they executed the first mute," Sagrais scoffed. "So it was those werewolves who killed him?" Professor McGonagall inquired softly. He nodded, Indeed, Gargo, the tactical commander of the Blood Moon Alliance, was responsible for his death. But were they not allies? Why would they were allies before transforming into werewolves? After the transformation, they were no longer. Dumbledore, having grasped the situation, sighed. I owe you an apology, Sagrais. It appears I misjudged you. Yet, I must express, I cannot forgive you. Sagrais rose, his face devoid of emotion. So if one day I am indeed in the wrong, do not expect me to surrender effortlessly. With that, he turned and exited the office. McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Momentarily speechless. I do not believe he is wrong. McGonagall finally broke the silence, stating earnestly, you have been rather harsh on him, Albus. Your approach may inadvertently lead him down a misguided path. Is it so, Minerva? Dumbledore seemed lost in thought, murmuring. But he is far too young and has matured too swiftly. Should such a person spiral out of control, the consequences would be more dreadful than 10 Voldemorts combined. McGonagall covered her mouth, astonished that Dumbledore would voice such sentiments. The Dark One would not act against a pure blood for the sake of a few mutes. At this, the portrait on the wall could no longer contain itself, prompting both McGonagall and Dumbledore to fall into contemplation. Chapter 29, Teaching the Library. As March commenced, since the allowance of auditing, Sagrais' classes had gained remarkable popularity at Hogwarts. On this day, as he entered the classroom with his textbook, a throng of students surrounded his messenger, Loctis, bombarding him with inquiries. The raven atop the lectern, thoroughly vexed by the noise, chose to take flight to the ceiling, refusing to descend again. The students, having ascertained that Loctis posed no threat, grew bolder, opting to pester the messenger rather than Sagrais himself. Today, the classroom was once again filled with a multitude of attendees, including several first-year wizards who had taken their seats. Although Sagrais was not well acquainted with many of them, he noticed that Harry and his two companions occupied the front row, their eyes fixed intently on the blackboard. Harry and Ron believed that attending Professor Gringless's lecture was one of the wisest decisions they had ever made. Albeit they seemed to have forgotten that it was Hermione who had initially persuaded them to come. They had gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge from the lesson, and while they had yet to learn some of the spells, the insights proved invaluable to their regular studies. Harry had also procured 3 crystal vials from the Weasley twins, intended for 6th-year students, which cost him a staggering 17 gold galleons. Although he was never short of galleons, he felt a pang of regret about the expenditure. However, upon receiving the vials, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. The rune crystal vials crafted by Professor Gringless were exceedingly practical. Harry often discreetly packed some food during meals in the Great Hall and shared it with his fellow Gryffindors upon returning to the common room. Honestly, indulging in midnight snacks made him feel that the expense was entirely justified. He also gifted 1 vial each to Ron and Hermione, with Ron filling his with butterbeer, which was against the rules, while Hermione used hers to carry books from the library. Sagrais entered the classroom, placed his textbook down, and immediately commenced the lecture without any preamble or unnecessary chatter. Today's topic was the distribution of luminous flickering magical nodes. He set the textbook on the desk and snapped his fingers, plunging the classroom into darkness. Now, cast aside all your foolish fantasies. Lumos is not a romantic ambience light, but the first bastion against the encroaching dark. Laughter erupted softly in the dimly lit room. But Sagrais' Lumos spell soon illuminated the entire classroom. The essence of the spell lies in control rather than mere creation. A luminous sphere at the tip of his wand suddenly fractured into a swarm of fireflies, which settled upon the astonished shoulders of the students. Cedric from Hufflepuff could not resist raising his hand to inquire. But Professor, the book states, to which Sagrais replied, the textbook was compiled 2 centuries ago. The fireflies upon Cedric's shoulder shattered into sparkling motes, imprinting glowing words on his desk. No questions from auditors. Embarrassed, Cedric scratched his head, while his classmates on either side stifled their laughter. I will reiterate, my classes seldom entertain questions, and thus, there is little opportunity for bonus points. He scanned the obediently seated students and continued calmly. Due to the varying year levels of auditors, your learning progress will differ. Many younger students have scarcely encountered a handful of spells, while the spells I discuss encompass all content prior to the examinations. This implies that some of the material I cover may be entirely unfamiliar to younger students. However, this is a concern for you to ponder, Sagrais said, continuing to wave his wand without turning around. Lumos is a simple incantation, yet its applications are manifold, dispelling darkness, blinding flashes, and communicating with allies. If you can harness the resonance of environmental magic to alter the shapes of the glowing flickers, he waved his wand, transforming all fireflies into miniature ravens. Congratulations. You have mastered the art of bait tactics. The minuscule orbs of light continuously morphed, ultimately assuming the forms of the students attentively listening. Sagrais observed the awestruck expressions of the students in the classroom, nodding in satisfaction. Any simple spell can unfold a plethora of possibilities. It was only as he approached adulthood that he grasped this truth. Fortunately, It was not too late, for many wizards go through life oblivious to this realization. With another wave of his wand, the glowing figures perched on the students' shoulders rose, surprisingly producing their own luminous wands to emit an even smaller flicker. Such meticulous control of magic is no trivial feat. Sagrais was confident that few in today's magical realm could achieve it. He then proceeded to teach them how to transmit messages through light and how to separate rays to repel dark creatures. As the class drew to a close, the students remained enraptured by the dazzling brilliance surrounding them. When class ended, Hermione used the runic crystal vial gifted by Harry to encapsulate her miniature self on her shoulder, appearing quite pleased. Dispelling the darkness in the classroom with a flick of his wand, Sagrais traced a luminous arc, causing all the glowing orbs to gradually vanish. Remember, the most perilous darkness is not the shadows cast from the outside, but the moment of hesitation in your spellcasting. Noticing the students attentively listening, he waved his wand once more. Instantly, glowing notes filled the pages of their textbooks, detailing advanced techniques for utilizing flickering lights. Time was limited, so he refrained from elaborating. Those curious could explore further. Before collecting his belongings and exiting the classroom, he turned back to add, "By the way, the writing will only remain until breakfast tomorrow." Several students immediately picked up their quills to transcribe the notes from their textbooks. Upon leaving the classroom, Sagrais made his way to the library, as there would be no classes for the next 2 days, granting him a rare moment of leisure. With 3 months left in the academic year, many courses had entered the review stage, and the young wizards faced an increasing workload. Sagrais often spotted them diligently immersed in their studies within the library. This was beneficial. While his classes assigned no homework, the other professors piled on assignments. Encouraging the young wizards to remain seated in the library to research was certainly preferable to allowing them to squander their energy elsewhere, for no one could predict what mischief they might conjure within the castle. Chapter 30. The Philosopher's Stone and the Dragon. Hagrid, are you here at the library for something? A voice tinged with curiosity caught Sagrais' attention. He recognized it as Ron Weasley, Harry's good friend. Hagrid's figure appeared somewhat evasive as he concealed several books within his coat. Speaking with a hint of cunning, "You lot haven't figured out who Nicholas Flamel is yet, have you?" "Ah, we have known who he is for several years now," Ron declared with pride. "Furthermore, we are aware of what that dog is guarding on the 3rd floor, the Philosopher's Stone." "Hush!" Hagrid nearly covered Ron's mouth, urging him to lower his voice. As he spoke, he glanced around, wary of anyone eavesdropping. In the distance, Slytherin wore a peculiar smile as he drew his wand and tapped his ear to enhance his hearing. "In fact, we have some inquiries for you, Hagrid." It was Harry's voice. "Yes, aside from Fluffy, who else is guarding the Philosopher's Stone?" "Hush!" Hagrid wished to leave this place. He felt that the mouths of these young wizards were utterly indiscreet. "Listen, do not utter another word. At least not here." He extricated his massive frame from the bookshelf and leaned closer to the 3 young wizards, whispering, "This cannot be known to students, or else Dumbledore will believe I have divulged everything to you." "It hardly makes a difference," Ron replied, bewildered. "You practically told us this information yourself." Hagrid, exasperated, covered his face and ceased his attempts at conversation, turning away from the library in discontent. "It seems he has hidden a book within his clothing?" Hermione pondered. "Do you think it relates to the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry perked up. "I shall investigate what books are on that shelf." Ron set aside his homework and approached the shelf where Hagrid had just been. Minutes later, he returned to the wooden table, clutching a large stack of books. "Dragons!" he exclaimed, eyes wide with intrigue, as he shared with his companions. "Hagrid is searching for books on dragons." He laid the books out on the table. The Species of Wild Dragons in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Dragon Care Manual, from Egg to Adult Dragon. "Hagrid indeed desires a dragon. He mentioned it during our first encounter, though at the time, I assumed he was jesting," Harry recalled, remembering Hagrid's words when he first brought him to school. "But that contravenes the secrecy laws," Ron asserted. "Under the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy enacted in 1709, the unauthorized keeping of dragons, classified as dangerous creatures, is illegal and subject to penalties from the Ministry of Magic." Observing their indifferent expressions, Ron added, "Moreover, dragons are perilous. You should be aware of Charlie's incident in Romania when he was bitten by a wild dragon. But there are no wild dragons in England." "Who says so?" Ron corrected. "There are the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. Furthermore, the ministry has a department dedicated to the regulation of magical creatures, specifically the Dragon Research Division, which is tasked with concealing these wild dragons." "So what exactly is Hagrid occupied with?" "Let us visit his hut shortly. I shall finish my work momentarily." As Slytherin listened to their scribbling, he finally set down his wand. The dialogue brims with significant information. Several individuals initially mentioned Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. And of course, Slytherin was well aware of who Flamel was. Without needing to consult any references, he understood that Nicholas Flamel, as the sole known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, was renowned in the magical community for his exceptional alchemical skills. The Philosopher's Stone, an exceedingly rare alchemical product, not only has the ability to transmute base metals into gold, but also purportedly grants immortality. While the notion of immortality remains questionable for Slytherin, it is beyond doubt that it can greatly extend one's lifespan. After all, Flamel and his wife's age of over 600 years speaks volumes. From their conversation, it seems the Philosopher's Stone is currently housed at Hogwarts. Thus, Voldemort's decision to send Quirrell back to Hogwarts must be to obtain the stone. Was it to heal his injuries or to achieve eternal life? Slytherin pondered many questions, though he remained unconcerned, knowing that with Dumbledore's support, everything would unfold as it should. He was confident that Harry Potter would ultimately triumph over Voldemort. Even if Harry were to falter, Slytherin was intrigued to witness just how formidable the former Dark Lord truly was. It was widely said that Voldemort's prowess in dark magic was unparalleled. Yet Slytherin felt his own accomplishments in this realm were not to be underestimated. There exists a belief in the magical community that frequent use of dark magic erodes the user's mind, leading them unwittingly into darkness. While he did not openly scoff at this notion, he harbored no fears regarding the corruption of dark magic. His mechanical mind enabled him to exert absolute control over his emotions, granting him a profound awareness of his soul's condition, which bolstered his audacity to delve into dark magic without restraint. Furthermore, his ability to modulate his emotions allowed for a higher potential in his spells. This, too, was common knowledge in the magical world. Intense emotions could significantly amplify the potency of spells. Although he typically suppressed his emotions during combat, this was merely because he had yet to encounter an adversary that necessitated the abandonment of reason to confront. As for the earlier mention by Harry and his friends regarding Hagrid's desire to raise a dragon, Slytherin mused that it hardly seemed an issue. He was aware of numerous spells that would allow one to raise a dragon without others being any the wiser. However, considering Hagrid's somewhat unreliable nature, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that the trio's concerns were not without merit. After a few tranquil days devoid of lessons, one day, upon returning to his office from the library, Slytherin was greeted by an owl that gracefully landed at his window. Upon opening the letter clutched in its beak, his brow furrowed involuntarily. "Dear Mr. Raven, I am writing to you from Reims, Belgium, in hopes of obtaining your assistance. Those cockroaches of the underground auction houses say that astrologers must calculate planetary trajectories even to pour a cup of tea. Thus I seek to draw upon your unique insights regarding the ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest. Last month, at an underground auction in the black market, I acquired a unique guest at the cost of 3 ounces of cursed mithril. This centaur warrior, who introduced himself as Leon, had his right forehoof corroded by the chains of a dark sorcerer, rendering him vulnerable to capture by poachers. I rescued him from their clutches and negotiated a classical pact. If I could escort him back to the northeastern corner of the Forbidden Forest, where the Frostdew clan resides, he would interpret the stars for me and provide magical materials worth 3,000 galleons, unique to the Forbidden Forest. Of course, you are aware that the Forbidden Forest is no longer the cozy model of the International Statute for Magical Creatures, and the Ministry's monitoring owls have become increasingly sensitive. More troublesome is the fact that the Frostdew clan still bears the scars of the 17th century wizarding purge, with every member harboring deep-seated animosity towards wizards. Additionally, for personal reasons, I am unable to travel to Britain. Hence, I thought that with your assistance, fulfilling this transaction might become less arduous for me. If you are willing to help, I will arrange for Leon to be transferred to Hogsmeade by midnight on Friday. In return, I offer 2 pieces of information that may pique your interest. 1. I have heard of your long-standing fascination with time turners. Coincidentally, I recently acquired a weathered time turner during my travels in Egypt, which I can offer as your reward. 2. The complete manuscript of the Squirming Darkness, which you have been diligently pursuing, currently rests in the innermost layer of the Bulk family safe. Should you desire it, I can retrieve it for an exchange. Sincerely, the Snowy Owl on the Night of the Waning Moon. Sagrais folded the letter, pondering briefly before retrieving a fresh piece of parchment to compose a reply. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in this matter, considering it entailed illicit dealings with an intelligent species, yet the allure of the information provided proved too compelling, leading him to ultimately decide to assist. The challenge of this commission lay in extracting the materials promised by Talion. Centaurs have historically harbored hostility towards human wizards, making it no simple task to persuade these proud beings to part with their magical resources. Furthermore, he adjusted the meeting location to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, as Hogsmeade, being a hub of wizards, was far more crowded and conspicuous, making the forest a safer option. He then entrusted the letter to a well-fed owl, watching as it departed from Hogwarts. Chapter 31. The Dragon Dilemma, Part 1. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions were quietly discussing Hagrid in the common room. Thus far, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Hagrid had indeed raised a dragon, and to make matters worse, Draco Malfoy had witnessed the hatchling's emergence. During this period, Malfoy had persistently cast sly glances at the trio, leaving them feeling somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, They had managed to persuade the frantic Hagrid to entrust the young dragon to Ron's brother, Charlie, for safekeeping. They only needed to place the young dragon into the wooden crate tonight, and then transport it to the top of the astronomy tower, where Charlie's colleague would ride a flying broom to take it to Romania. Do not fret too much, Hermione said, offering rare comfort to the anxious little witch. Once we get through tonight and safely send off Norbert, whatever Malfoy says will be meaningless. Who would believe him? Indeed. Ron nodded emphatically. These past few days, every time I see Malfoy's smug face, I can't help but want to punch him. He even borrowed a book from me today. But I could tell he was merely mocking us. Did you lend it to him? Harry inquired. Of course I did, Ron replied. I need to keep him calm, right? What if he really goes to the Ministry of Magic? Hermione closed her book and confirmed with Ron once more. It's at midnight tonight, correct? That's what the letter stated, I assent it? You've asked several times already, Ron answered wearily. Yes, it's true. If you're still worried, I can show you the letter again. As he spoke, he opened his textbook, but then suddenly froze under the watchful eyes of Harry and Hermione. Oh no, he exclaimed, his face paling in terror. I just remembered, I tucked the letter inside the book. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. Don't tell me it was the one Malfoy borrowed. I wish I could say otherwise, but that is indeed the one, Ron grimaced, and Harry and Hermione sighed in unison. It was now too late to alter their plans. We don't have time to send an owl with a message to Charlie, Harry said to the two of them. This is our only means of getting rid of Norbert. We must send him off tonight. But Malfoy 1T let us off easily, Hermione said pessimistically. If he reads the letter, he will know this is his last chance to expose us. Let us not forget we still have the invisibility cloak, Harry reminded them. Malfoy is unaware we possess such a thing. Harry's right. No matter how clever he is, he would never conceive that we could become invisible, Ron quickly concurred. That evening, as the three cloaked themselves in invisibility to seek Hagrid, they found Fong dutifully guarding the small wooden cabin, his tail bandaged. With tears in his eyes, Hagrid gently placed the young dragon into the crate, almost sobbing as he bid farewell to Norbert. I've packed some mice and brandy for you. If you get hungry on the way, just eat, he said in a hoarse voice, turning to the three who had uncovered their cloak. I also included your teddy bear to keep you company during the journey. A loud ripping sound emanated from the crate, and Hermione surmised that the teddy bear had already fulfilled its purpose. Goodbye, Norbert. Hagrid wept. I will come to see you. Do not forget about me. The three felt saddened by the parting, yet time was running short, and they could no longer afford to delay. Harry stepped forward, draping the invisibility cloak over the wooden crate, while the three of them nestled beneath it. Hermione produced her wand and, employing the levitation charm, caused the crate to rise. Harry and Ron stood ready to lift the crate at a moment's notice, ensuring Hermione would not exhaust her magical energy. They were unaware of how they managed to transport the crate to the summit of the astronomy tower. Each step felt like a trial. Even while traversing the lengthy staircase, they encountered the unfortunate sight of Peeves. The mischievous poltergeist was greasing the stairs with a bucket and brush, humming an indecipherable tune. Harry and his companions exerted every ounce of effort to remain undetected. Just a little longer, and they would arrive. Breathing heavily, Harry finally reached the corridor beneath the tower. Suddenly, a noise ahead startled them, nearly causing them to drop the crate. Fortunately, they remembered their concealed state and quickly retreated into the shadows. Closely observing a mere 10 paces away, they beheld two dark figures entangled with one another, one tall and the other short, illuminated by a flickering lamp. It turned out to be Professor McGonagall, clad in plaid pajamas and a hairnet, gripping Draco Malfoy's ear tightly with one hand. Detention, she exclaimed sternly, 20 points from Slytherin. What do you think you're doing, wandering the castle at this hour? No, Professor, let me explain. Potter and the others are coming. He has a dragon. Draco fervently protested. Such nonsense. You cannot fabricate a plausible excuse. McGonagall retorted, dragging Draco in the opposite direction. The three under the cloak were elated to witness Malfoy being taken away by Professor McGonagall. Ron was ecstatic, and even Hermione, who had been frowning lately, could not suppress a smile. They carried the crate to the top of the astronomy tower, yet Charlie's colleagues had not yet arrived. Who would have thought it would be Professor McGonagall who resolved our predicament? I am truly delighted. I even feel like dancing in celebration, Hermione declared. Her spirits lifted as she began to dance lightly, casting aside her earlier despondency. Stop. Harry and Ron interjected. I think you need to remain composed. Very well. Hermione replied with a casual shrug, but Malfoy's reaction was simply too amusing. As they reminisced about the sight of Malfoy being dragged away, they could not help but erupt into laughter. Moments later, 4 young men on broomsticks descended from the darkness, interrupting their merriment. Charlie's friends greeted them with smiles, fastening the crate containing Norbert to their brooms while sharing tales of their time at Hogwarts. Their voices rose a tad too high, prompting Harry to shyly remind them to lower their volume. Together, they secured Norbert, and the trio exchanged handshakes with each of them before the group soared away from the tower on their enchanted brooms. At last, matters have reached a resolution. They have freed themselves from Norbert, and the burdens of the wooden crate no longer weigh them down. The footsteps of the three seemed notably lighter. There could be no more delightful conclusion. The dragon has been safely dispatched, Slytherin has lost points, and Malfoy is destined for detention. My joy knows no bounds. Nothing can mar this elation. Oh, is that so? A raspy voice suddenly pierced the air, and shortly thereafter, Filch's pallid face emerged from around the corner of the staircase. The three young wizards were taken aback, having become so overly pleased that they neglected to don their invisibility cloak atop the roof, thus falling directly into Filch's clutches. Look at what I have encountered. The expression of triumph shifted onto Filch's face. He deliberately elongated his words, his gaze flitting between the trio. Well, as much as I loathe to dampen your spirits, I must inform you that you are in trouble. Chapter 32, The Dragon Incident, Part 2. Filch seized the group and marched them towards Professor McGonagall's lounge, only to unexpectedly encounter Professor Snape, who had just exited the library. Professor, Filch exclaimed, startled, bowing respectfully. Good evening, Filch, Snape remarked, casting a brief glance that seemed to convey an understanding of the situation. Good evening, Professor. I have apprehended a few young wizards who have breached curfew and am on my way to deliver them to Professor McGonagall. Snape nodded silently, making no move to clear the path, causing Filch's expression to gradually shift into one of awkwardness. Professor, please take care of these young wizards. I shall pretend I never caught them, Filch stammered, convinced that the professor, who had often roamed the corridors at night in his student days, might grant Harry and the others a reprieve. You misunderstand, Filch, Snape interjected, stifling the flickering hope ignited in the hearts of the three young wizards. It is your duty to bring them to Professor McGonagall. That is the correct course of action. With that, disregarding Filch's astonished expression, he stepped closer to the trio. Pausing momentarily before speaking again, Harry, it seems you have not heeded my previous words. This referred to his earlier admonition before the Mirror of Erist. And Harry clearly understood the implication, lowering his head in shame and embarrassment. I apologize, Professor. There is no need for apologies, Snape replied, shaking his head. His gaze fixed upon the trio's woeful countenances, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. I merely hope that you have justifiable reasons for violating school regulations, rather than indulging in mere frivolous pranks. His eyes subtly scrutinized the glimmer of excitement in their expressions, and he added, moreover, I wish to believe that you have found yourselves in this predicament out of necessity, rather than due to foolishness, arrogance, or hubris. The trio felt an even deeper sense of shame. Once Snape finished speaking, he stepped aside, nodding at Filch. The latter, taken aback, bowed in acknowledgement, then led the three onward to Professor McGonagall's lounge. Filch led them to Professor McGonagall's study on the second floor, where several individuals stood in silence. Excuses, pretexts, and charming little lies swirled in their minds, yet none were of any use. They were utterly at a loss on how to extricate themselves from this predicament. Regret filled their hearts as they recalled Professor Gringotts' earlier admonition that they had become overly complacent, utterly bewildered at their folly in leaving the invisibility cloak atop the roof. Most troubling was the fact that Professor McGonagall had scolded Malfoy on their behalf, effectively vouching for them, and she must be infuriated now. They even contemplated revealing the matter regarding Norbert, but quickly dismissed the idea. Mr. Filch mentioned you climbed to the top of the astronomy tower at dawn. Frankly, I am reluctant to accept this as truth. Could someone step forward and elucidate? Professor McGonagall's icy gaze scrutinized them. It might have been the first instance where Hermione found herself speechless before a teacher. The trio hung their heads, staring at Professor McGonagall's slippers, mouths agape, yet ultimately uttering nothing. Nothing to say? Then allow me. Professor McGonagall's expression was stern and furious. Unraveling the truth did not require extraordinary intellect. You fabricated an entire tale about a dragon merely to coax Draco Malfoy out of bed, intending to tease him and bring him to embarrassment, and lo and behold, you succeeded. Did you find this amusing? The trio remained mute. I can scarcely believe this, Professor McGonagall stated gravely, to prank a fellow student, to breach school regulations, and to roam the castle at such an hour. Such behavior is utterly unprecedented. You, Miss Granger, I had thought you were sensible. As for you, Mr. Potter, I believed you understood the importance of considering the house's reputation. And you, Mr. Weasley, your brothers have never engaged in such antics. They take pride in adhering to the rules. Ron could not suppress an eye roll at this remark. That was only because she had not caught George and Fred. You three are to be confined, and Gryffindor shall lose 50 points as a result. 50? Harry gasped, realizing they would lose their lead. He had worked hard to earn those points in the Quidditch match. Hermione's eyes widened. How many questions would she need to answer in class to regain those 50 points? Ron found it even more incredulous, especially since Malfoy had only lost 20 points, hadn't he? Each of you shall lose 50. Professor McGonagall added angrily, her long, pointed nose flaring as she appeared more dragon-like than Norbert himself. Hermione pleaded earnestly, Professor McGonagall, please. Harry chimed in urgently, Professor, you can't. Ron prepared to speak as well. But Professor McGonagall abruptly interrupted, roaring with undeniable authority, do not attempt to instruct me on what is right and what is wrong. The three young wizards fell silent. Now, all of you return to your beds and sleep, at once. The trio returned to the dormitory like lost souls, utterly dejected and speechless. Having lost a staggering 150 points, they hardly slept throughout the night, each lying in their respective beds, never before having feared the dawn's arrival so much. As expected, when the students of Gryffindor learned of this news, they were incredulous. Potter became even more renowned, albeit this time as a target of scorn, with ridicule following him wherever he went. Hermione and Ron fared slightly better, as discussions often centered around Harry and his two companions. Clearly, Harry had drawn considerable ire away from them, although their situation was hardly enviable. "Hey, little Ronnie," George greeted. "I heard you guys let Gryffindor lose 150 points?" Fred chimed in. The twins approached with smiles, the only ones who had actively engaged with the trio since the events of the previous night. "You've been losing points since you started, haven't you?" Ron retorted angrily. "True enough," they admitted. "But we've never lost 150 points at once. Not even half of that." They continued, "Perhaps in total? Not even that." The twins bantered back and forth as they sauntered away. They were right. They had been foolish beyond measure to commit such an error, Hermione lamented. "Professor Gringotts could have let us off the hook, but he didn't, did he?" "Ron, you can't expect a professor to cover for you." "Of course, I was merely stating an observation." Ron understood that this incident had nothing to do with Sagrais. "Actually, Professor Gringotts is quite different from the others," Harry murmured. "By the way, Harry, what did he mean last night when he spoke to you?" Ron recalled the initial remark Sagrais made to Harry, suggesting that he hadn't taken his words seriously. "Did he say anything to you?" "Previously, during Christmas break," Harry replied. "He knew about our nocturnal escapades and that mirror." "Was that when you lost 40 points?" Ron asked, astonished. "Indeed. Professor Gringotts mentioned that he doesn't particularly like the rules of Hogwarts. He deducted points merely to remind me that we were being too careless," Harry admitted, disappointment evident in his voice. "He had warned me, stating that there is only one true rule at Hogwarts. Never get caught while breaking the rules." But we were caught last night," Hermione interjected. "Though Professor Gringotts is indeed quite different, the young witch found herself at a loss for words and ultimately surrendered her thoughts. "Do you think he knew everything we were up to last night?" Ron suddenly asked, a note of panic in his voice. "I believe so," Hermione affirmed, nodding firmly. "Let us not forget his words. It was our own foolishness, arrogance, and hubris that led us to be caught. Therefore, we cannot blame anyone else." Harry also nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. The True Terror of Emotional Abuse on This Day. As the final bell rang, Sagrais was gathering his books in preparation to leave the classroom when he overheard the malicious discussions of the young wizards. He looked up to see Harry and his companions, burdened with textbooks, walking past a group of Slytherins who were applauding, whistling, and even cheering. "Thank you, Potter. You are truly our good friend, our benefactor. Just yesterday, I was pondering how to catch up with your scores, and today my dreams have come true." "Indeed. I must say, Malfoy is quite remarkable." "You are correct. Not everyone possesses the capability to achieve such feats. I believe this is all thanks to the illustrious Mr. Potter." As they mocked, they jostled Harry and his friends aside and exited the classroom in a throng. Students from the other three houses cast scornful glances at Harry and his companions, for they too harbored no desire for Slytherin to claim the House Cup, and this year, Gryffindor stood the best chance of overcoming Slytherin. But alas, Malfoy had performed the impossible, turning the tables so dramatically that now Harry, Ron, and Hermione faced disdain and contempt wherever they roamed. Even during Quidditch practice, others referred to him not by name, but as the Seeker. Reflecting on this, Harry spotted Wood in the crowd and, with a heavy heart, called out to him, expressing his desire to withdraw from the team. Sagrais had anticipated this turn of events, though he did not wish for Harry to resign from the Quidditch team. Despite his indifference towards the sport, Professor McGonagall persistently invited him to participate. Moreover, Harry was indeed talented. If he could consistently finish matches swiftly, he would be saving himself valuable time. With this thought, he stepped forward to quell the raucous crowd. Liberating Harry, Ron, and Hermione from their encirclement, he fixed his gaze on the Ravenclaw students among the throng and, with an impassive demeanor, remarked, "I am curious. What relevance does this matter hold for you?" As the crowd fell silent, he continued mercilessly, "To place your hopes upon others, and then cast blame when those hopes are dashed. Indeed, even if you have inherited but a fragment of the wisdom belonging to Ravenclaw, it should prevent you from such folly." He reminded them, after all, whether Gryffindor is penalized or not, Ravenclaw has not ascended to the top, has it? At this juncture, he deliberately cast a glance at the Ravenclaw students, who collectively lowered their heads in response. As for the others, he gestured towards another group, indicating, "The Sorting Hat often proclaims that Hufflepuff students are loyal and upright to their friends, yet regrettably, I have not witnessed such qualities." He continued, "I wonder whether only those who never err can be your friends, or if one misstep suffices to revoke such a status." No one replied. Their ability to admire when one is valuable, yet scorn when one falters, reveals a cunning and snobbishness that rivals even Slytherin. Sargalus spoke without the slightest hint of courtesy. At this moment, even the Gryffindors felt a twinge of embarrassment, for they had hailed Harry as the savior when he scored in Quidditch, but now, upon losing points, they quickly severed their allegiance. Observing the hushed crowd, Sargalus expressionlessly raised his chin. Now leave this place at once. The students scurried out of the classroom like frightened quails, and Harry and his friends intended to follow suit, only to discover that they were utterly immobilized. Within a minute, the classroom was left with only the trio and Sargalus, at which point they could finally move their feet. And you, Harry, Sargalus turned to the young wizard. Do you wish to withdraw from the Quidditch team? Harry stammered, suddenly devoid of the courage to utter the word withdraw. Sargalus regarded him with a calm demeanor, stating, It is regrettable that I see not a trace of Gryffindor within you. All I perceive is a coward who turns and flees at the first sign of adversity. His voice was cold and resolute, piercing Harry's heart like a dagger. After all, withdrawing would not restore the lost points, but rather, it would deprive him of any opportunity to regain them. Harry hung his head in shame. And you, Miss Granger, I hear you have refrained from answering questions in class these past few days? Hermione also bowed her head, looking exceedingly dejected. Sargalus then turned his gaze to Ron. Mr. Weasley, do I need to continue? Ron shook his head, appearing considerably steadier. Dear trio, this serves as both a lesson and a trial. He looked earnestly at the three young wizards, his tone softening somewhat. I understand you have endured much discomfort recently, yet perhaps this is not entirely detrimental. He picked up a textbook, gesturing for them to follow him. The four traversed through the herbology room, crossed the Quidditch pitch, and ultimately arrived before Hagrid's hut. The three young ones exchanged puzzled glances, but Sargalus offered no explanation, simply knocking on the wooden door. The door creaked open. Professor? Harry? What brings you here? Hagrid inquired, astonished to see them. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. May we come in, Hagrid? Of course, please step inside. Once inside, Sargalus unceremoniously took a seat, while Harry and the others stood awkwardly. Hagrid, do you realize that in order to send off your pet dragon, Harry and his friends caused Gryffindor to lose 150 points? This straightforward remark plunged the room into silence. The young wizard's eyes widened, and Hagrid's mouth fell agape, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Sargalus remained unfazed by their silence. Speaking in a calm and natural tone, Hagrid, you have already been expelled from Hogwarts once. Clearly, you have not learned your lesson. Are you growing weary of your position as the keeper of keys and grounds? Professor, I am truly sorry. I apologize. Hagrid stammered, flustered, yet unable to articulate a complete sentence. You need not apologize to me, for I have done nothing. Sagrais pointed to the small wizard beside him. You should extend your apologies to them, for these three have been ostracized by all due to the deduction of points, while you, the instigator, have remained solely concerned with that young dragon. At this juncture, he shook his head, confessing that it was rather disappointing. They took it upon themselves to shoulder a burden for your sake, yet when they encountered troubles, you offered not even a word of comfort. Hagrid stood within the wooden hut, his enormous frame resembling a stone wall, silently looming without a hint of movement. Harry and his friends wished to defend Hagrid, but a mere glance from Sagrais silenced their intentions. Do not allow your friends to be mired in difficulties because of you. Please consider the consequences before making decisions in the future. With that, he rose and departed the hut with the small wizards. Yet they had not strayed far when Hagrid caught up to sincerely apologize to Harry and the others, and the innocent small wizards graciously forgave him. At last, Sagrais discerned smiles upon their faces. Chapter 34, The Forbidden Forest. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, the group slowly made their way toward the castle. The small wizards were laden with thoughts, remaining silent until Hermione finally spoke. Professor, you won't report us and Hagrid to the Ministry of Magic, will you? Sagrais, without turning back, replied, Certainly not, as I possess neither evidence nor have I caught you in the act. Upon hearing this, the small wizards could not help but smile. Thank you, Professor. No need for thanks. As I said, I have done nothing. He continued, merely hoping that you might glean some wisdom from this experience. Mistakes are not to be feared. What is truly alarming is the failure to learn from them. Loneliness, too, is not to be dreaded, for it serves as the whetstone of growth, sharpening you further. The small wizards pondered his words as he gently patted their heads, adding, Moreover, this time you have each other as company. If one day in the future you must face challenges alone, I hope this lesson will aid you. Just as Harry and the others returned to the common room after parting with Sagrais, a note from Professor McGonagall found its way to them. Detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. The contents of the three notes were identical, and they exchanged glances, surprisingly devoid of complaints, for they felt they truly deserved punishment. As Professor Gringotts stated, the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had no right to cast them disdainful looks. But the students of Gryffindor had ample reason to voice their grievances. This was the reality they must confront, accept the punishment, and then seek opportunities to regain the lost points. Near midnight, Sagrais finally left the library. timing his departure to head alone to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to await the contact arranged by Lady Snowy Owl. Meanwhile, Harry, along with Draco, had recently been escorted by Filch to Hagrid's small hut, where their detention involved patrolling the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid. Despite Malfoy's repeated protests, even the mention of his father on the school board could not alter the terms of their detention. Malfoy nervously swallowed, murmuring under his breath, "We cannot venture into the pitch-black Forbidden Forest. I have heard it harbors all manner of strange creatures, perhaps even werewolves." Hagrid raised an eyebrow and retorted gruffly, "Where were you before? You should have contemplated these possibilities before causing trouble. It is too late to speak of such things now. I refuse to enter. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go," Hagrid stated bluntly. "Not even your father can change that. Of course, if you desire expulsion, feel free to return to your dormitory and pack your belongings." Malfoy stood frozen, his eyes blazing as he glared at Hagrid. His lips were tightly pressed, as if he had something to say, yet he ultimately chose silence. The trio took delight in Malfoy's predicament, untroubled by the terms of their detention. After all, Hagrid had been in this line of work for decades without incident. It was unreasonable to expect danger on their first encounter. "It's merely a precaution," Hermione whispered to Harry and Ron. However, Hagrid's subsequent words immediately dispelled their notion. "Listen carefully, tonight's venture is exceedingly perilous, and I do not wish to see anyone harmed." Hagrid's tone brooked no dissent. He led the group to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising his lantern high above his head. The light swept like a spotlight, illuminating a winding path that gradually disappeared into the dense woodland. "Look over there." Hagrid's voice rang out clearly in the night. "Do you see that flickering light on the ground? Silver white. That is the blood of a unicorn. The unicorns in the forest have come under attack from other creatures and are gravely injured. This marks the second occurrence this week. I discovered a dead unicorn last Wednesday. Our task now is to locate that poor creature and offer it assistance." The trio stood in a daze, filled with uncertainty, unsure whether Hagrid's words were intended to frighten Malfoy or if there was truth to them. Is there a possibility that we might first encounter the creature harming the unicorn?" Malfoy's voice quivered with fear, disregarding the trio's mockery. "As long as you are with me or Fong, the creatures of the forest will not harm you," Hagrid assured confidently. "Now, let us follow the trail of blood. Remember, do not fall behind, and do not stray from the path." The group moved slowly, the Forbidden Forest enveloped in darkness and silence. After a while, they reached a fork in the path. Hagrid had initially considered splitting into two groups, but opted for caution and chose to stay together. "Are there really werewolves in the forest?" Harry inquired. "Perhaps. I sometimes hear howls," Hagrid replied. "Could it be that a werewolf killed the unicorn?" Ron asked. "Absolutely not," Hagrid replied, agitated. "Capturing a unicorn is no easy feat. They are powerful magical creatures, swift as the wind. Before this moment, I had never heard of unicorns sustaining injuries. Never." The crowd circled around an ancient tree stump, draped in moss, resembling a verdant throne. Not far off, the gentle murmur of flowing water arose, akin to nature's soft symphony, whispering the secrets of the Forbidden Forest's depths. Suddenly, they all perceived an approaching presence. Hagrid swiftly blocked the four young wizards, shepherding them behind a towering oak tree. He then drew an arrow, loading it into his crossbow, lifting it in readiness to shoot. Something was gliding swiftly across the fallen leaves nearby. The sound was reminiscent of a cloak trailing on the ground. Soon after, a faint sound of hooves echoed, and Hagrid squinted into the dark path, the noise gradually fading moments later. "I think I understand," he murmured. "Something that does not belong here is lurking. Could it be a werewolf?" Ron whispered. "No," Hagrid asserted with conviction. "I do not know what it is, but it is certainly not a werewolf." Their steps slowed further, each one holding their breath, trying to capture the subtle sounds around them. After nearly half an hour, they ventured deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, and the path became nearly impassable. The bloodstains on the ground became increasingly abundant, almost merging into a silvery line, and suddenly a patch of silver light broke through the gnarled branches of the ancient oak. Harry abruptly held his breath, pointing ahead. "Look there." His voice was hoarse, trembling in his throat. A pure white glow lay amidst the decaying leaves. It was the lifeless unicorn. It curled upon the thick carpet of leaves, its elongated limbs resembling haphazardly discarded sticks, each strand of hair radiating a phosphorescent light. Those emerald eyes retained the clarity of life, yet reflected not a trace of vitality, as if the silence of the entire Forbidden Forest had crystallized within those orbs. Hagrid's eyes widened. Just as he prepared to approach for a closer inspection, a thicket at the edge of the clearing began to shake violently. From the shadows emerged a hooded figure, crawling slowly on the ground, reminiscent of a predatory beast drawing near. The group stood frozen, clearly taken aback by this bizarre scene. Only Hagrid, with utmost caution, retrieved his crossbow and gradually aimed at the cloaked figure. With a swift release, the bolt flew toward the strange silhouette. Upon hearing the sound, the cloaked figure immediately looked up, and the group finally discerned that beneath the hood, the face was smeared with the silvery blood of the unicorn. It was drinking the unicorn's blood. In an instant, the figure sprang to its feet, and the young wizards clearly witnessed the arrow aimed at him suddenly slowed down, ultimately transforming into a writhing serpent that plopped onto the ground. Chapter 35, a series of unforeseen events. It's a wizard. A thought darted through everyone's mind. Moreover, he was a formidable wizard, for they neither observed any movement from one another nor heard any incantations being uttered. This was a quintessential instance of silent, wandless magic, one they had only witnessed in their professor's demonstrations prior. The shadowy figure in the cloak surged swiftly towards them, prompting Hagrid to hastily draw back the bowstring of his crossbow. Yet, at that very moment, the massive weapon inexplicably refused to respond. "Get away from here," he cried out urgently to the young wizards. However, the group appeared distinctly paralyzed by fear at the sight of the dark silhouette, rooted to the spot in a state of shock. "Run!" Hagrid bellowed, finally rousing them from their stupor. Yaya, startled by his roar, tucked her tail and scurried away, while Malfoy turned and fled. Suddenly, Harry felt a searing pain radiate from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, as if a searing iron rod had pierced his skull, nearly causing him to collapse. "What's wrong, Harry?" Hermione exclaimed, noticing his distress and reaching out to steady the wavering boy. "We must leave at once, or we shall jeopardize Hagrid," the young witch declared with unwavering resolve, her thoughts remarkably lucid at that moment. "No, I believe we cannot abandon Hagrid." Ron, though gripped by fear, was unwilling to leave their friend behind. Harry remained silent, his vision blurred, his head pounding, nearly unable to maintain his footing. Not far off, Hagrid, armed with 2 long arrows, charged resolutely towards the shadow. Sandstorm. A hoarse, gravelly incantation echoed, and Hagrid's immense form was abruptly struck by a spell, hurtling him backward with alarming speed. As he staggered back to his feet and shook off the disorientation, he was astonished to see Harry and the others still standing there. "Why are you still here?" His voice was a mix of surprise and anger. "Return to Hogwarts, find Dumbledore, or any professor." But Hagrid, Harry managed to utter, sensing the effects of the spell upon him. "I think he has been hit," Hermione exclaimed anxiously. "What?" Hagrid responded in astonishment. Yet he quickly realized that this was not the moment for inquiries. He spun around and forcefully hurled his crossbow at the shadow, then reached for the collars of the young wizards, lifting them one by one, while tucking the last one under his arm, and turned to flee. However, as they pivoted, they beheld a disheartening sight. Another figure clad in a silvery gray cloak stood behind them, brandishing an ornate and peculiar wand directed at them. Holy light expulsion. A brilliant radiance erupted from the tip of the wand, causing Hagrid and the others to instinctively shield their eyes. Then, as if nothing had transpired, the young wizards found themselves unscathed, their faces marked by confusion. Hagrid, bewildered, began to examine his own body, when that melodious voice emerged once more from beneath the silvery cloak. Ice blast. A tremendous surge of icy energy coalesced in the air, swiftly sweeping past their faces and striking the shadowy figure that had been advancing behind them with the force of a cannonball. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through the forest, the tremendous shockwave nearly causing Hagrid to lose his balance. The startled group turned to discover that the shadowy figure responsible for the unicorn's death had vanished without a trace. Harry felt the pain of his scar dissipate, and he and his companions gazed, astonished, at the figure clad in a silver-gray cloak, only to realize that the explosion had dislodged her hood. Silvery hair cascaded from beneath the hood, and in unison, the 4 of them gasped in astonishment. For she was indeed a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. At that moment, a centaur emerged from the thicket behind her. "Is he dead?" someone wondered. "No, he has escaped," the woman replied with an expressionless demeanor. The centaur approached the site of the explosion and probed the frost-laden soil with a hoof. "Lion?" Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. "Hello, Hagrid. It has been quite some time," Lion responded. "How are you?" "Not well at all," Hagrid admitted. "I'm in agony." "Lion, what brings you here? What was that explosion? And who is this lady?" "I apologize, Hagrid, but I can only address your first question," the centaur smiled. "Not long ago, I was ambushed by a group of dark wizards while patrolling the north. They subsequently sold me to Belgium." "Dark wizards?" The group exchanged incredulous glances at the witch in the silver-gray cloak. "She is not involved," the centaur chuckled. "I was rescued from an underground auction in Belgium, and this lovely lady was commissioned to return me, along with a fee, of course." The group's attention shifted back to her. "I am not responsible for collecting the fee," she stated, her gaze fixated on the unicorn's lifeless body, devoid of emotion. "I am solely tasked with escorting you back to England." Lion shrugged, remaining silent. "So, are you all students of Hogwarts?" The woman suddenly inquired of the 3 young wizards. Yes," the 2 boys stammered, struggling to articulate their thoughts. "We are indeed students of Hogwarts. We're in our first year," Hermione added, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her companion's awkwardness. "Thank you, madam, for rescuing us," Hagrid expressed gratefully. "To be honest, at first, we misunderstood and thought you were allied with that creature." He gestured towards the crater created by the explosion. She nodded but did not respond, instead turning her keen interest back to the 3 young wizards. Since you are all students of Hogwarts, do you know Professor Sagrais? Do you mean Professor Greengrass? Hermione paused, then exclaimed, of course we know him. His lessons are fascinating, and everyone learns so much in his class. A hint of a smile graced the woman's lips upon hearing this, captivating Harry and Ron, who stood there, entranced by her unexpected expression, while Hermione facepalmed in exasperation. As they conversed, a deeper darkness suddenly surged from afar, approaching rapidly, its imposing presence akin to the forbidden forest writhing in agitation. Malfoy emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of terror as he stumbled and scrambled to the others. The ominous figure approached with alarming speed, its vast presence rustling the trees in its wake. An unspoken understanding settled among the group. None would escape its arrival, as if a silent voice urged them to relinquish their resistance. Thus, they gathered in hushed anticipation, waiting for the dark entity to descend. Only the cloaked woman remained still, her gaze fixed upon the shadow, her expression inscrutable. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, in an instant, the shadow vanished. Just before it reached them, the wind fell silent, and the trees ceased their swaying. In its stead, a familiar voice broke the stillness. Who can tell me what has transpired here? Accompanying the voice was the figure of Sagrais, clad in a black robe. Chapter 36. The eccentric centaur. 2 hours prior, Sagrais had waited at the edge of the forbidden forest, growing increasingly anxious at the absence of any figures. Just as he began to suspect an unfortunate incident, a surge of magical energy resonated from deep within the woods. Rising from his perch upon a stone, he furrowed his brow and directed his gaze towards the forest, then transformed into a colossal shadow, soaring swiftly towards the source of the explosion. Minutes later, he arrived at a clearing, where he found the group assembled. Who can tell me what has happened here? He inquired, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the lifeless unicorn nearby. Good evening, Sagrais. Professor? Professor Greengrass? Oh, thank heavens. Finally, Sagrais knitted his brow, striving to extract meaningful information from the cacophony of voices, but soon relinquished his efforts. Silence. A spell of utter quiet descended, prompting immediate compliance from the gathered crowd. Singing Nightingale, Viles, you speak. It was then that the group realized their acquaintance. Very well, Nightingale replied with a smile. I accepted a commission and was indeed supposed to meet you at the edge of the forbidden forest. However, while waiting for you, I stumbled upon something unusual. Perhaps a dark wizard? I am not entirely certain. I discreetly followed him and managed to rescue your students from his grasp. She gestured towards Hagrid, and of course, this giant. Sagrais nodded thoughtfully before turning his attention to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy. Unable to suppress a thought, these young wizards certainly knew how to keep one on edge. Wandering the castle was one thing, but daring to venture into the forbidden forest? He resolved to deduct points heavily from the 4, imposing a month's worth of detention, no, 3 months, forcing them to report to their headmaster after every class. Yet, before enacting his plan, he needed clarity. So, you 4, he pointed at the young wizards, who will enlighten me on your presence here. He spoke with a stern expression, devoid of emotion, stating that without a reasonable explanation, the students would likely spend their forthcoming free time in the confinement room. Glancing at the 4 animated students eager to speak, he eventually pointed his finger at Hermione. Miss Granger, it's your turn to speak. Professor, Hermione interjected, finally finding her voice. We are not violating any school rules. This is a matter of detention. Professor McGonagall sent us here. Slytherin raised an eyebrow. So, the consequence of breaking one rule is to breach another? He found himself at a loss for words, mentally dismissing the absurdity of the situation. Hermione continued her explanation. We were assigned to help Hagrid find an injured unicorn, and we encountered the creature responsible for slaughtering them. It attempted to attack us, and Hagrid urged us to flee, but for some reason, Harry couldn't move. You may take your time, Miss Granger, Slytherin encouraged her, and Hermione visibly calmed down. She realized she had been overly agitated and, glancing at the nightingale, shyly added, then this lady appeared, and well, she saved us. Slytherin narrowed his eyes, numerous thoughts racing through his mind, yet he refrained from speaking, turning his attention back to Hagrid. Professor, Hermione is correct, Hagrid replied, equally animated. That creature was attacking the unicorns and drinking their blood. I discovered a dead one last Wednesday. This is the second. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Slytherin felt he was inching closer to the truth, yet to avoid overlooking crucial information, he pressed on with his inquiries. Hagrid, you are well acquainted with the Forbidden Forest. What do you believe that creature is? I don't know, Professor, but it doesn't seem human. It resembles some sort of animal. An animal? Slytherin probed. Perhaps a vampire? Hagrid replied uncertainly. It was cloaked. We couldn't see it clearly. Slytherin nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward the centaur. Do you have anything to add? If I may. The Mars tonight shines brightly, the centaur muttered nonsensically. Slytherin cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the centaur's reputed eccentricities. Prophets often knew something, yet they chose to remain discreet, and he could not press further. Approaching the body, he bent down to examine the unicorn's severed throat. The silence had been lifted, yet the young wizards found themselves at a loss for words. I don't believe it was a vampire, the nightingale suddenly declared. Holy light cannot harm such a creature, so it must not be a dark entity. I believe I have an inkling, Slytherin replied without turning around. Alas, it is always the innocent who suffer first, the centaur lamented. It was the same 300 years ago, and it remains so today. Sagittarius despised the enigmatic demeanor of his counterpart. He believed that while the centaur could keep secrets, it was perplexing why he felt the need to assert his presence at such pivotal moments. It seemed as though he were beckoning everyone to inquire. Come, ask me. I possess a secret. Leon, you know what it is, do you not? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Hagrid immediately pressed for an answer, urging, please, tell us, Leon. I am afraid, Hagrid, Leon replied with a gaze fixed upon the heavens, ethereally. This is the guidance of the stars, a secret belonging to the forest, and thus I cannot divulge it. Yet, did you not see that unicorn? Hagrid exclaimed incredulously, pointing towards the lifeless body nearby. It has perished, slain by something lurking in the woods, and you still choose to guard the identity of its murderer. I truly apologize, Hagrid, Leon reiterated. We have sworn an oath to never defy fate, to refrain from revealing the omens the stars present. Why can you not avert your gaze from those distant stars? Harry could not help but inquire. Would you rather focus on the ethereal constellations than contemplate the innocent deceased before you? Clearly, he struggled to comprehend why the centaurs maintained such reticence. Enough, Sagittarius interjected, maintaining his composure. The centaurs are well versed in astrology and herbalism, capable of foretelling the future and interpreting celestial signs. However, rather than intervene, they prefer to observe the world from the sidelines. Stopping Hagrid, who was about to speak again, he continued, I understand your eagerness to unearth the truth, but we cannot expect others to risk retaliation for our sake. The centaurs cast grateful glances his way. Yet Sagittarius remained indifferent to their appreciation. Chapter 37, The Cursed One. In truth, piecing together the reality of the situation was not insurmountable, provided you understood the properties of unicorn blood. He dipped his finger into the silvery liquid, his profound gaze fixated on the viscous substance. However, the text failed to mention its utility. In our potions class, we only employed its tail, hair, and horn, Hermione remarked, appearing somewhat perplexed. This is to protect them. Nymphadora interjected timely. Unicorn blood can heal the gravest of wounds and prolong life, even for those on the brink of death. However, the moment your lips touch the blood, the curse will ensnare your veins like a venomous vine. Initially, there is pain, followed by decay, and ultimately, malevolent spirits will gnaw at your innards, driving you to madness until your soul is irreparably fractured. Indeed, Sagittarius nodded. Few are aware of this, and even fewer would dare to act upon it. Who could it be? Who would undertake such an act? Harry queried in bewilderment. I mean, to endure such a curse would make living seem worse than death. Would it not? You are correct. Leon, the centaur, could not help but concur with Harry. Sagittarius then rose abruptly, posing a question to the young wizard. Harry, did you say that when that individual approached you, your scar on the forehead suddenly ached? Indeed, Professor, although I have experienced pain before, it has never been as severe as this time. The answer seems to present itself clearly, does it not? A peculiar smile flickered across his face, only to vanish in an instant. What did you say, Professor? I said the answer is already quite evident. Harry, who has waited silently for so many years, yearning for a resurgence, who clings tenaciously to life, poised for a comeback. Harry's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by a colossal hand. Sagrais' words echoed in Harry's mind, each breath rendering that voice ever clearer. In a moment of distraction, Hagrid's coarse and deep voice resonated once more. There are rumors that he is dead? That is merely the fancy of cowards. Such a soul is only worthy of lingering on the precipice between life and death, forever denied true repose. Are you referring to Voldemort? Harry asked incredulously. A shiver coursed through the crowd. Voldemort? The Dark Lord who once wielded such power? Is he currently hiding in the Forbidden Forest? Did we just cross paths with him? Suddenly, understanding dawned on Harry. His scar, a mark left by Voldemort, had flared with pain upon the Dark Lord's approach. Is this the truth? The truth that the centaurs were reluctant to divulge? Were they fearful of Voldemort's retribution? Yet all had said that the one he feared most was Dumbledore. And being so close to Hogwarts, he should not be here. It defies logic, Hermione interjected. He should be fleeing far away, not hiding in such proximity to Dumbledore. Perhaps he seeks something from within the school. Ron interjected, his words igniting a realization in Harry and Hermione. You mean the magical artifact? They exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the treetops, hurtling swiftly towards them. A tempest rages. Sagrais cast a spell effortlessly, and a fierce whirlwind enveloped them, deflecting the incoming arrows. Moments later, as the tempest subsided, the group gazed around in astonishment, discovering a band of centaurs emerging slowly from the thicket, bows drawn, their eyes fixed menacingly upon them. Poachers! They have slain a unicorn. Elon, how could you associate with them? Why bring them into the forest? Hagrid, we had an agreement, no one but you. The centaurs clamored, accusing them vehemently, even laying the blame for the unicorn's death at their feet. The young wizards, witnessing the scene, were agitated, while Sagrais wore an expression of knowing amusement as he regarded the centaurs. "It was not us, it was Voldemort," Harry protested. "What did you discuss with them, Elon?" A centaur questioned angrily. "We all swore an oath. Have you forgotten? I did not reveal anything to them, Bane. They deduced it themselves." "Lies. You deceitful wretch." "He did not lie," Ron shouted. "Isn't that obvious? We don't need the stars to tell us." The centaur named Bane was immediately incensed by this remark. He furiously drew his bowstring, aiming an arrow at Ron. "Enough, Mr. Weasley," Sagrais calmly interjected. "They are merely a group of arrogant wretches, believing only what they perceive. Beyond that, they trust no one." No sooner had he spoken than an arrow flew toward him. Clearly enraged, Sagrais disdainfully pouted, and in a swift motion, the arrow returned to its origin with even greater velocity, hurtling toward the centaur. Bane hastily dodged, yet was still grazed on the cheek by the arrow. The other centaurs, witnessing this, promptly drew their bows, aiming at the group. "Leon, perhaps now you should convey our intentions," Nightingale coldly declared, brandishing her wand. Yet Leon, standing behind her, remained silent, retreating quietly to his kin. "I knew this assignment would be troublesome," Sagrais muttered under his breath, his dark robes swirling around him. "But no matter. Handling trouble is my forte. Hagrid, escort the human wizards out of the forest. They are unwelcome here." "What has come over you, Bane?" "We are merely investigating the murderer of the unicorn," Hagrid bellowed, his enormous frame positioning itself protectively in front of the group, refusing to budge. An arrow shot mercilessly toward Hagrid, leaving the young wizards in disbelief, as Hagrid had previously asserted that nothing could harm him in the Forbidden Forest. Just as Harry and his companions prepared to raise their wands, Sagrais restrained their wrists. "Stay still." Without invoking his wand, he merely raised a hand, and the arrow ignited in midair, instantly turning to ash. Sagrais regarded the centaurs, and a chilling glint emerged in his tranquil gaze. "I believe you are mistaken," he stated, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surrounding centaurs, his voice eerily hollow. "Since when did centaurs become the masters of the Forbidden Forest?" No sooner had he spoken than the trees of the entire forest began to rustle of their own accord, producing a cacophony. Sturdy green vines rapidly extended across the ground, writhing like serpents, swiftly coiling around the centaur's ankles, tightening suddenly. After a flurry of startled exclamations and chaos, the forest fell silent once more. Sagrais waved his hand, and over 20 centaurs, bound tightly by the vines, appeared suspended in midair. Chapter 38, Collecting the Reward. Professor Gringotts' eyes widened at this spectacle. He quickly intervened. "Do not harm them. They are merely—" "Hagrid," Sagrais interrupted. "Do I need to remind you? That centaur just loosed 3 arrows, each aimed at our throats." "But Professor—" "Think before you speak, Hagrid," Sagrais replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Alas, how has it come to this? How did things turn out like this?" Hagrid finally relinquished his pleas for the centaurs, standing there anxiously, murmuring to himself. Others remained unconcerned, as this group of centaurs had exhibited hostility from the very outset. Except for Hagrid, the rest seemed eager to teach them a lesson. Only Sagrais, clinging to his mission, held back. Otherwise, the fate of the centaurs would have been far grimmer than it currently was. He was poised to impart a profound lesson, for the centaurs appeared unlikely to willingly offer their recompense. Of course, he had no intention of truly annihilating them. Roots emerged from the soil, transforming into sharp wooden spikes, while treetops reached downwards, their leaves morphing into razor-sharp blades. As if animated, they menacingly pointed towards the throats of the centaurs. The young wizards widened their eyes, for this was an exceptionally advanced transfiguration spell, one they had never witnessed before. Even Malfoy was taken aback, finally understanding why his father had warned him never to provoke that madman at school. The trio gazed intently at the vines and spikes, all ears to every word spoken by Sagrais. He recounted that centaur tribes typically had 2 leaders, with the males responsible for hunting and warfare, while the females taught astrology and magic. He approached the centaur Bane, lowered his wand, and mockingly inquired, "What is this? Did you not have her read your fortunes before venturing out today?" The centaurs were rendered mute, their mouths ensnared by the vines. Sagrais stood there, his expression serene, as he toyed with his everlasting flowerwood wand. "I had no desire to resort to this," he continued, "for my purpose here was merely to fulfill a commission. My friend rescued your companion from poachers, and I am tasked with returning him to the Forbidden Forest, receiving my due reward." He glanced over Bane's shoulder at Leon. "This is hardly perplexing, considering the considerable expense incurred to liberate him from the underground auction." Sagrais elaborated on the events, ensuring they comprehended his intentions and the circumstances surrounding the unicorn's remains. "Now, are you willing to engage in a more civilized discourse?" He gestured to remove the vines from their mouths. The centaurs adamantly refused. Sagrais, his countenance hardening, sealed their mouths once more. His patience was wearing thin. Even the Dementors of Azkaban were more communicative. After all, Dementors can experience fear, while this group of centaurs seemed to believe no one would dare harm them. An arrow suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through one centaur's shoulder blade like a meteor. The pain caused the centaur to convulse, prompting Nightingale to instinctively cover the eyes of the young wizards. Absolutely not. Sagrais asked coldly. Absolutely not gentle or humble. The arrow reversed course, penetrating the opposite shoulder. Or is it absolutely not acknowledging your mistakes? The arrow pierced the centaur's body, arriving before Leon. Absolutely ungrateful? The arrow again penetrated Leon's front hoof, which was corrupted by dark magic. Or is it absolutely not fulfilling your promises? Finally, the arrow shattered the injured leg of the centaur. Page could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, attempting to persuade Sagrais to cease his aggression. Nightingale seized the opportunity to intervene, prompting him to momentarily halt his actions. Nevertheless, he was determined to claim the reward this time. Failure in the commission would mean that he would not acquire either the Time Turner or the wriggling darkness in Miss Snowy Owl's possession. He was unwilling to relinquish either of those items, and thus, if necessary, he would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson to the centaurs. The ground trembled slightly, and a cacophony of noise erupted from the depths of the forest. It was the charge of the centaurs. Nightingale turned to look at him as a tumult of hoofbeats rushed forth. Sagrais raised his wand, and a massive stone wall erupted from the ground, effectively separating the charging centaurs from their path. Please forgive my reckless kin for their unexpected behavior, the towering centaur at the forefront said earnestly. I apologize for their actions, and also bring you the promised reward. Sagrais couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It appeared that the centaur's astrologer possessed considerable skill, having accurately foretold the course of events. Of course, there was another possibility. Red Falcon had informed him that when a person's fate is on the brink of significant upheaval, divination tends to yield more precise conclusions. Perhaps the centaurs had found themselves in crisis due to a series of foolish actions, thus enabling them to arrive at such an accurate prophecy. I can accept your apology, Sagrais replied calmly, but in addition to the agreed-upon reward, you will also need to provide Ms. Snowy Owl with a complimentary astrological reading. His courteous demeanor left several young wizards taken aback. Just moments ago, the centaur had been aiming arrows at them, and the professor had left 2 centaurs with permanent marks. Yet, in an instant, both parties could engage in calm discourse, a feat that could only be accomplished by a competent Slytherin. The centaur leader nodded in agreement. Before I arrived here, a snowy owl had already delivered the astrological prophecy to her. That could not be better, Sagrais said, quite satisfied. He opened the pocket of his wizarding robe, and all the materials brought by the centaurs flew into the air, gracefully entering the pocket, which he had enchanted with the silent expansion charm. On the way back to the castle, Nightingale bid them farewell before vanishing with a disapparition. However, this beautiful and powerful lady left a profound impression on the young wizards. Professor Hermione hesitated before asking, Is Ms. Velisavilla? Harry and Ron looked bewildered, evidently unaware of the term's meaning. Conversely, Sagrais appeared intrigued. He had not anticipated that the young witch possessed such knowledge. Well, I probably shouldn't disclose this, but Velis and I are good friends, so it is permissible to share. He chuckled. Indeed, Velis carries the bloodline of Avila, though she is not a pure-blooded one. How is that possible? Hermione questioned, her skepticism evident. Only a few pure-blooded Vila can attract women, so if she is merely a half-blood, her influence on me should not be so significant. Sarbles understood immediately upon hearing this. He smiled and explained to Hermione that it was because she possessed another magical lineage, that of the Snow Demon. The fusion of these 2 bloodlines had resulted in certain unique transformations. Seizing the moment, he advised her not to be overly afraid, as after their 6th year, they would have the opportunity to learn the mind-shielding charm, a spell capable of effectively diminishing mental interference and resisting temptation. Throughout their journey, the trio incessantly posed various questions, to which Sarbles responded with patience. Malfoy, unusually silent, was profoundly affected by the events of the evening. First, there was the cloaked figure. Followed by the indiscriminate centaur, Malfoy realized that his once proud pure-blood heritage had lost its significance within the Forbidden Forest. The forest, it seemed, adhered to its own set of rules. Perhaps the same could be said beyond its borders. The Malfoy family's esteemed status within the British wizarding community was not solely a matter of bloodline. Reflecting on Sarbles' formidable magic, Malfoy found himself contemplating this matter with newfound seriousness. By the way, Hagrid, Sarbles called out, you should refrain from entering the Forbidden Forest alone for the time being. All right, Professor Greengrass, Hagrid replied earnestly. Of course, if you must go, it is essential to have a professor accompany you. I shall speak with Dumbledore about this matter. Thank you, Professor. I will be cautious. Hagrid expressed gratefully. Chapter 39. Final examinations time flew swiftly, and the examination week had quietly arrived, bringing with it an unusual busyness for Sargles. Although crafting questions for the impending final examinations was not within his primary interests, he dedicated considerable effort to ensure that the questions encompassed the entirety of the academic year's content. This was not particularly challenging for Sargles, as his classes were always replete with various spells, making the retention of such knowledge a relatively effortless task. The true difficulty lay in the application of this knowledge, which was precisely what the young wizards lacked. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the young wizards of Hogwarts became progressively restless. This sentiment peaked especially after the teachers distributed specialized quills designed to prevent cheating. Since his return from the Forbidden Forest, Harry had been plagued by nightmares. He was acutely aware of the truth, yet felt powerless, forced to watch time slip away. Each night, as he drifted into slumber, Harry would ponder the gradual resurgence of Voldemort's power. Perhaps one day Snape would steal the Philosopher's Stone and present it to the Voldemort lurking deep within the forest. If Voldemort were to regain his strength, his first course of action would likely be to come to Hogwarts to claim Harry's life. Harry's mental state deteriorated, yet his fellow Gryffindors no longer ostracized him, even though most believe he was merely suffering from examination anxiety. Hermione and Ron continually reassured him, asserting that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world, and that Voldemort would not dare to enter recklessly. Furthermore, Snape could never hope to bypass the enchanted trapdoor guarded by Fluffy to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Amidst the anxious waiting, the week-long final examinations finally commenced. Sargles was responsible only for the 6th and 7th year exams, which he deemed rather straightforward. Attention, everyone. The examination on the theory and practice of spells is exceedingly straightforward. The practical assessment involves capturing a test paper, while the theoretical component consists of completing it. Professor, I do not comprehend, a student inquired. You shall soon grasp it. Sagrais tossed the paper into the air, transforming the parchment into birds, paper cranes, and insects, which flitted about the classroom. Within 2 hours, capturing one test paper suffices to pass the practical exam, with no restrictions on the spells employed, nor does it matter if they were taught by me. But what if one cannot capture it, Professor? Another student queried. Then you shall receive a score of 0. Sagrais seated himself on a chair, casually adding that both theory and practice would merit a 0. He then conjured a clock on the blackboard with his wand. You now have 1 hour and 58 minutes remaining. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos. The small creatures formed from the test papers exhibited remarkable agility, darting back and forth around the young wizards. They even mocked those students who attempted to catch them with their hands. Fool, you are a wizard. Fool, you are a wizard. The young wizards promptly drew their wands, and the classroom became a dazzling spectacle of spells. All were petrified, collapsing to the ground, as a flurry of spells, freezing charms, binding curses, leg-locking jinxes, filled the air. Many young wizards cast spells without even assessing their effectiveness, resulting in a cacophony of magic intertwining and plunging the classroom into disarray. Initially, due to the multitude of papers, several students inadvertently captured them. Witnessing this, some young wizards became even more frenzied, launching indiscriminate attacks. They unleashed their preferred jinxes directly at the densest clusters of papers. A few unfortunate wizards were struck by errant spells, only to quickly realize that whenever someone was hit by another's magic, the countdown on the clock would inexplicably diminish by a minute. This unruly group of young wizards eventually regained their composure, beginning to focus on the accuracy of their spells. Sagrais also intervened to rescue a boy struck by a stunning spell, a girl afflicted by the Tarantaligra, 2 boys petrified by a stone curse, and another student beset by a fiery curse, covered in boils. As the test papers dwindled, the difficulty of capturing them escalated sharply, prompting some skilled students to collaborate. They delineated their roles. Some herded the flying papers into the corners of the classroom, while others employed spells to constrain their movements. And some focused on using wide-ranging offensive spells to strike their targets. Although they encountered initial missteps, their synergy markedly improved after 2 rounds of failures. Ultimately, an ensemble of 8 young wizards executing a barrage of spells achieved a remarkable effect. Their attack range nearly encompassing half the classroom. Sagrais felt a sense of gratification. It appeared that these adolescent wizards had indeed gleaned some valuable knowledge from their previous practical lessons. Certainly, there are indeed some fools. For instance, a few students completely incinerated their examination papers by employing fiery spells such as the Blazing Flame, thus prematurely securing their place on Sagris's list of 0s. Yes, he did indeed mention that there were no restrictions on spells, and while capturing parchment with fire magic is not entirely out of the question, it is highly probable that only a professor could execute it successfully. Hours swiftly passed, and Sagrais, clutching the parchment that had autonomously returned to him, rose from his seat and exited the classroom. The following morning, a pure white snowy owl descended from the Olary, bearing a letter from Lady Snowy Owl contained within a small tube grasped by its talons. To the esteemed Mr. Raven, your efficiency and precision render even the most seasoned smugglers of Turnover Alley envious. I hereby present the remuneration stipulated in our contract, and with this letter, I commemorate your impeccable adherence to our agreement. The Dark of the Undulating is enclosed, and I hope it aids you in unraveling the enigmas that dwell within your mind and in obtaining the answers you seek. Moreover, I must express that this collaboration once again attests to the industry's high regard for you. Should there be a hunting medal, it would undoubtedly belong to you. As previously mentioned, my private collection room shall always retain the highest standard of trading access for you. should you find a future need. My encrypted transit network password is Eternal Night Rainbow. Additionally, I shall reserve the time converter for you until the end of July's Bronze Feather Gathering. Sincerely hoping that your desires come to fruition. Yours faithfully, Snowy Owl in the Eye of the Storm in the Norwegian Sea. Sagrais extracted the manuscript from the envelope. And a faint, eerie howl emanated from the parchment, sending shivers down his spine. The light in the room dimmed, compelling him to conjure light with his wand to decipher the text upon the parchment. Each line appeared to writhe like a living entity, undulating under the dim light. While an insidious scent of decay and darkness wafted through the air, resonating with some indistinct memory in his mind. Sagrais furrowed his brow slightly, tapping his wand to produce a flash of light. He temporarily sealed the manuscript to prevent its power from leaking. Although he had eagerly anticipated this manuscript, it was evidently not the moment for an in-depth study. First, he needed to grade the papers of these young witches and wizards. Once the holidays arrived, he would have ample time to attend to his own matters. Chapter 40. Hagrid's steady performance. After his return from the Forbidden Forest, he sought an opportunity to inform Dumbledore about the events that transpired there. The old headmaster took it very seriously and instructed Hagrid to refrain from entering the forest for the time being. However, Hogwarts faced a dilemma. The school had long maintained a partnership with Ollivander's wand shop. Hogwarts supplied materials, and in return, Ollivander offered discounts to the new students purchasing wands. This year, for various reasons, Hagrid had yet to gather sufficient unicorn tail hair. Thus, the task of collecting materials in the Forbidden Forest fell upon Sagrais, much to his reluctance. Yet he found no valid reason to decline. Those capable bear the burden. He continuously reassured himself, almost casting a confundus charm upon his own thoughts. While gathering materials in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, he simultaneously sought traces of Voldemort, yet found nothing of significance. The vastness of the forest rendered the search futile, especially since Voldemort had likely sustained injuries from his last encounter with Bellatrix, compelling him to conceal himself more deeply. The end-of-term examinations had concluded, yet the young wizards were required to remain at Hogwarts for an additional week, awaiting their results. This period proved to be a torment for some, particularly for Harry and Ron, whose grades hovered precariously. Despite Hermione's diligent efforts to prepare them for the exams, the sheer volume of material to memorize overwhelmed them, leading them to abandon their studies altogether. How splendid it was to finally escape the suffocating burden of textbooks. Ron lay on the grass, his nose dusted with marigold pollen. Such weather called for slumber. The trio nestled beneath the shade of trees, dappled sunlight casting a dreamy pattern upon the ground, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Suddenly, Harry sprang up, fragments of thought swirling chaotically in his mind. Hagrid. He whirled around, the hem of his robes brushing against the faces of his companions. We must see him at once. Haven't you lost your mind, Harry? We just finished lunch. Hermione exclaimed, rising on her knees. Can't you see? Harry's breath came in quick gasps, tinged with fear. Hagrid longed for a dragon and had fortuitously acquired one. Yet what right did that stranger have to wander about with a dragon egg? He ran as he spoke. How many people have you seen bold enough to carry a dragon egg in their pocket? That's a violation of the statute of secrecy. Moreover, he abruptly fell silent, swallowing hard. Moreover, extracting information from Hagrid is not as daunting a task as you might think. We are more aware of this than anyone. Are we not? Ron's laughter froze at the corners of his mouth as he observed the goosebumps rising on Harry's neck, suddenly realizing this was no ordinary impulse. Sagrais had just returned from the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid when the trio hurried towards them. Hello there. Hagrid greeted them. How did the exams go? Go well? It couldn't have gone worse, Ron replied, only to catch sight of Sagrais, who immediately rendered him stiff with formality. Good afternoon, Professor Gringotts. Good day, Mr. Weasley, Sagrais responded. The other two young wizards quickly offered their greetings as well. Hagrid, we have an urgent matter. Harry glanced at Sagrais. Please, do not mind us, Sagrais said, holding a teacup while Hagrid combed through unicorn tail hair. Do you recall the night we won Norbert? Harry pressed down his urgency, striving to steady his voice. Do you know the original owner of Norbert? Hagrid, still preoccupied with the unicorn tail, replied without looking up. I never even saw his face. The fellow refused to remove his cloak. The three young wizards straightened simultaneously, their gazes fixed on Hagrid's face like arrows. Do not look at me like that. It is quite normal. Hagrid scratched his disheveled hair. The Hogshead Inn is filled with curious characters. Heaven knows what he looks like. We engaged in a game of explosive blackjack. To be frank, he had quite the streak at the beginning, which led me to indulge in a considerable amount of drink. However, in the final round, victory was mine, and thus Nobber was bestowed upon me. At that moment, he displayed a hint of reluctance, doubting my ability to tame a fire dragon. I reassured him that I held no fear for werewolves or giants, and even the three-headed dog was under my complete control. Was he, perhaps, intrigued by Louis, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing? Indeed, Hagrid remarked, for it was, after all, a three-headed dog. Few have encountered such a creature, and even fewer have cared for one. His curiosity was entirely justified. Did you speak further with him? I merely told him not to worry. I possess considerable skill in handling magical creatures. For instance, if Louis were to hear some music, he would be gentler than a kitten." Upon hearing this, Slughorn sighed, while the three young wizards exhibited expressions of sheer terror. "Should I have refrained from sharing this with you?" Hagrid finally registered the situation. Yet the trio had already turned and fled. "Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Hagrid," they called out without looking back. "Don't run. Stand still." Hagrid's massive hand struck the oak door, causing dust to cascade from the walls. "Music? What the devil is this music?" "I have said nothing." "Hagrid," Slughorn pondered for a considerable time, struggling to articulate his feelings. "What is the matter, Professor?" "Ah, nothing," he replied, though he yearned to ask, "Did you grow up on a potion of vomit?" Nonetheless, it mattered little, as Slughorn had recently inquired with Dumbledore, who assured him that the Philosopher's Stone was indeed quite secure. Furthermore, Dumbledore had remained stationed at Hogwarts, while Quirrell, his underling, was evidently ineffectual, relying on others to uncover his peculiarities and rescue him from Voldemort's grasp. Voldemort himself dared not approach Hogwarts recklessly. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone was presently safe. However, he needed to act swiftly and thoroughly investigate the Forbidden Forest, perhaps stumbling upon a stroke of luck and discovering the Dark Lord's whereabouts. That very afternoon, Slughorn was summoned to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster indicated that he needed to visit the Ministry of Magic and advised Slughorn to suspend his search of the Forbidden Forest for the time being. Slughorn had no objections. Upon returning to his office, he readily immersed himself in studying the manuscript of the Dark Treading, as he had little else to occupy his time. The Dark Treading originated from the underground of a nameless monastery in Venice during the 12th century. Its author, the blind monk Edmund, was infamous in the Muggle world as a notorious inquisitor. During one of his witch-burning expeditions, he fortuitously discovered a piece of human skin inscribed with text. Edmund dedicated 39 years of his life in the monastery's subterranean laboratory to complete this manuscript. Slughorn had encountered a fragmented version of this manuscript during his travels, though he had only perused the first half at that time. Despite the manuscript's text being tainted with spiritual pollution, it is not entirely devoid of value, as it contains elements of dark magic. The flesh-stripping spell was conceived by him after delving into this manuscript, serving purposes far beyond mere torture. Sagres even gleaned some secrets of blood magic and soul magic from it. Once he fully comprehends these mysteries, he may well be able to forge an entirely new form of soul magic in a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 41, The Lion of Gryffindor. He felt a profound sense of relief upon returning to Hogwarts, for it boasts the most extensive magical library in all of Britain, rendering the private collections of pureblood families almost insignificant by comparison. While those families may hold some societal advantages, it is worth noting that even purebloods predominantly rely on formal education as their primary means of inheritance. Hence, the four founders of Hogwarts achieved something extraordinarily significant by transforming the transmission of magic from traditional apprenticeship into a collegiate system, thus greatly advancing the progress of the magical world. Sagres annotated the manuscript, highlighting some obscure descriptions, before rising to head towards the restricted section in search of relevant materials. Suddenly, his footsteps faltered as the shrill, discordant voice of Peeves echoed from around the corner of the staircase, piercing the silence of the corridor. "Who's there?" The mischievous poltergeist elongated his tone, circling like a vulture sensing decay. "I may not see you, but Peeves the poltergeist is acutely aware. Someone's skulking about." With a resigned sigh, Sagres slowly retracted his already extended foot. "Well, there it is again. It seems these little wizards truly relish their nocturnal escapades." Gently tapping his wand against the wall, the heavy marble surface transformed into a transparent one-way glass. Through this magical window, he observed Peeves tugging at the tassels of the staircase carpet, making exaggerated faces at the empty corridor. "Let me guess," he mused. "Is Peeves suddenly floating upside down because of a weeping myrtle? Or perhaps a ghoul pilfering from the kitchen? Or maybe just a little rascal out for a midnight stroll?" With a swift motion, he yanked the carpet, draping it over himself like a cloak. Just as Peeves was about to break into a raucous tune of betrayal, a raspy whisper filled the air. "The Bloodman Barrow prefers not to be seen, and there are reasons for that." This voice rendered Peeves as motionless as a rooster caught by the throat, performing a comical somersault, nearly sending his bell-adorned hat flying. "Most esteemed lord." Peeves' voice suddenly dripped with honeyed flattery, as he exaggeratedly bowed. "Your loyal servant Peeves extends the most sincere apologies. It is all my fault for these useless fisheye sockets. Begone." The air crackled with a terse command. Peeves immediately darted up the staircase like a deflated balloon, inadvertently toppling a portrait along the way. The figure within stirred groggily, mumbling as a rainbow-hued blur vanished around the corner. Sagrais squinted his eyes. Although he could not see, he still knew who was conversing with the invisible Pippin. Who else could it be but Harry Potter, cloaked in invisibility, perhaps accompanied by his inseparable companions? How intriguing. A smile crept across Sagrais' lips as he waved his wand, lifting the Transfiguration Curse from the stone wall. This was the staircase leading to the fourth-floor corridor, which Dumbledore had expressly forbidden students from accessing during the opening feast. Given some additional information, it was safe to surmise that this was indeed the location where Dumbledore stored the Philosopher's Stone. From the snippets of conversation among the professors, it was evident that several of them had contributed to designing the protective challenges surrounding the stone. The purpose of Harry's visit was all too clear. Based on the information obtained from Hagrid that afternoon, perhaps they were simply driven by curiosity, or perhaps concern. Sagrais chose not to delve deeper. After all, everyone has experienced their student days, and young wizards often harbor a myriad of peculiar thoughts. They might keep secrets for reasons that, to adults, seem utterly ridiculous. Rather than apprehending the young wizard's wandering at night, he cast a disillusionment charm on the creature perched on his shoulder, allowing it to follow them discreetly. Before long, the creature trailed behind them to the door of the fourth-floor corridor, which stood slightly ajar. Through the eyes of the creature, Sagrais observed the door being nudged open before swiftly closing again, a raven flitting inside just before it shut. Upon entering the room, a massive three-headed dog immediately caught his eye. It must be Fluffy, as mentioned by Hagrid. However, this enormous canine lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep, a harp resting beside it. Clearly, someone had visited before them. Sagrais' eyes brightened. Initially, he merely intended to observe the nocturnal escapades of the young wizards. But he had stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. At that moment, Sagrais was seated within the restricted section of the library, yet the matter of analyzing the manuscripts could wait. He placed the parchment on the table and became engrossed in the unfolding events. Through the creature's eyes, he saw the slumbering three-headed dog twitching its nose, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Just then, the invisibility cloak was lifted, and the figures of three young wizards materialized before him. Harry Potter produced a flute and began to play, causing the three-headed dog to tilt its head and drift back into a deep slumber. Ron stealthily pried open a trapdoor on the floor, and the trio peered down into the abyss. The darkness below was impenetrable. Nothing could be discerned. Sagrais observed as they exchanged a few words, after which Harry handed the flute to Hermione and leaped into the void. What? That was rather reckless. He couldn't help but murmur under his breath. They simply jumped down without a thought of the height or the potential traps that could ensnare them. Frankly, he admired such audacity. Truly, he was the chosen one. Yet, for ordinary individuals, such behavior was ill-advised. They might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Upon witnessing the other two young wizards leap into the abyss, Sagrais swiftly directed Loctis to soar into the darkness below. Inside, an impenetrable blackness enveloped them, and even through the raven's eyes, they could barely discern their surroundings. Sinister black tendrils slithered about, and upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be a devil's snare. This magical plant had extended its tendrils like serpents, ensnaring the limbs of the trio before they even realized it. Hermione, the last to enter, seized the moment to break free before the vines could tighten their grasp. In terror, she observed the two boys desperately tearing at the tendrils, yet the more they struggled, the tighter the vines coiled around them. Sagrais couldn't help but chuckle. Such was the consequence of reckless actions. Don't move, Hermione suddenly shouted, her voice echoing in the damp cellar. This is a devil's snare. The more you struggle, the tighter it will grip you. Ron's face had turned a deep shade of purple as a stout vine constricted around his neck like a python. Wonderful, he gritted through clenched teeth, realizing that knowing the name of this menace was of little solace. Otherwise, I'd be oblivious to what might claim my life. Help me, Hermione, think of a way out. I'm thinking. Hermione bit her lip, her curls plastered to her forehead with sweat. Please hurry, or soon you will only be able to rescue our corpses. Ignoring their frantic banter, the young witch's eyes suddenly brightened. Professor Sprout had mentioned that the devil's snare thrived in dark, damp environments. Harry was straining to pry the tendrils from his chest. Then we set it ablaze. His glasses hung askew on his nose, fogged with perspiration. But I don't have any firewood. Hermione frantically searched her empty pockets. Sagrais felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and even Loctis nearly faltered. The professor of advanced curses and practical magic held his head in anguish, as if struck by a stupor spell. Merlin's beard, Ron suddenly erupted, dangling upside down. You're a witch. Use your damned wand to do something. Those words struck Hermione like a bolt of lightning. Oh right. She swiftly drew her wand, while her other hand reached for the crystal vial hanging around her neck, a gift from Harry, containing a pre-prepared spell. With a swift motion, she uncorked the vial, releasing a miniature glowing figure that she had previously conjured during Sagrais' class. Glowing light, a pure, white radiance burst forth from the tiny figure, illuminating the dark basement like a brilliant sun. The two boys ensnared by the devil's snare immediately felt a wave of warmth, and within mere seconds, all the tendrils recoiled from the light, relinquishing their hold. Chapter 42, Moving Forward. Cough, cough. Ron collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his fingers instinctively clawing at the now non-existent vines. Harry stumbled forward, his glasses askew, yet his first glance was directed at Hermione. Well done. Hermione's hands trembled slightly, as the spell contained within the crystal vial vanished before her eyes. She watched in astonishment as the vines retreated at an astonishing pace into the crevices of the stone wall, leaving behind charred traces upon the ground. Sagrais pursed his lips and muttered, "What a stroke of luck. Thankfully, you paid attention in class, Hermione. You are truly remarkable." Harry clearly deemed it more than mere luck, giving Hermione a thumbs up while wiping the sweat from his brow. "That wasn't my spell. Mine doesn't possess such power," Hermione said, feeling quite embarrassed. "I know," Ron replied. "That was something you picked up in Professor Greengrass's class, wasn't it?" "Yes," the young witch nodded. "It's quite challenging to maintain composure in a dire moment. I apologize for my earlier reaction." "Hermione," Harry interrupted, "you just saved us." Ron nodded in agreement. "You did exceptionally well, Hermione, but that spell is now expended, correct? The one in your vial." "Exactly, so we must press onward," Hermione affirmed. They traversed the dimly lit passageway, and suddenly a brightly illuminated circular hall unfolded before them. Countless small objects, shimmering with a metallic sheen, danced and spiraled through the high arched ceiling, resembling a rain of jewels. "Wait a moment," Harry squinted, suddenly realizing. "Those aren't T-birds. They are keys with wings." He pointed to a bronze key, clearly observing the cold light reflecting off its teeth. Hermione quickly surveyed the surroundings. "Clearly, this is a puzzle." She indicated a pile of flying broomsticks in the corner. "We need to catch the right key." Ron had already dashed to the intricately carved wooden door, examining the keyhole. "We should be looking for an old-fashioned large key, silver in color, perhaps like this." He gestured the shape of the doorknob. The three quickly mounted their broomsticks and soared into the air. The swarm of keys immediately stirred, hundreds of them scattering like a startled hive. Harry adeptly maneuvered through the metallic tempest, his seeker instincts honing in on a silver key. Its left wing drooped unnaturally, making its flight much slower than the others. "I see it," Harry exclaimed, diving towards his target. Ron and Hermione immediately understood, flanking from both sides to clear a path for Harry. The key seemed to sense danger, suddenly veering upward. Harry yanked up on his broom, executing a graceful inversion just inches from the ceiling, his right hand deftly grasping the struggling key. "Well done," Ron cheered. The key flapped its wings in futile resistance until Harry inserted it into the lock, producing a sharp click. In the shadows, Sagrais smirked slightly. He noted the fresh creases on the key's wings, indicating that those who preceded them had recently passed through. Dumbledore mentioned that he had devised a clever mechanism, yet he suddenly harbored alternate intentions. Allowing Quirrell to obtain the Philosopher's Stone might indeed prove beneficial, as it would lead to the discovery of Voldemort's hiding place. The expression about drawing the snake from its lair, or perhaps fishing for evidence, aptly captures this sentiment. This is also the reason why he has not intervened to thwart the trio thus far. There is no longer a need to concoct excuses to enter this chamber. And should the young wizards find themselves in peril, he could provide them with protection. "Let us proceed." Harry pushed open the door, and the silhouettes of the three young wizards vanished into the darkness beyond. Sagrais, manipulating a raven, trailed behind, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive wizard's chessboard. The black and white checkered floor extended to the far end of the room, where 32 chess pieces stood in perfect alignment, each towering over them. The opposing white pieces were already poised for battle, their cold, stone faces emanating an air of menace. Among the trio, it was evident that Ron possessed the greatest skill in chess, thus he naturally stepped forward to command their strategy. "It seems we must engage directly," Hermione's voice quivered slightly. The three exchanged glances, silently moving toward the vacant black square. Harry took the place of the bishop, Hermione positioned herself as the castle, while Ron drew a deep breath and advanced toward the fallen knight. His fingertips trembled slightly, but as he made contact with the stone chess piece, his expression sharpened with focus. "Listen closely," he spoke with an unexpected steadiness. "Harry, move 4 squares to your right." The chess pieces began to shift, emitting a heavy scraping sound. When the Black Knight was struck down by the White Queen, the entire room reverberated with the impact. The Stone Knight collapsed face down, cracks spreading across its armor. Hermione gasped sharply, while a chill coursed down Harry's spine. "It's all right," Ron swallowed hard. "This is a necessary sacrifice. Harry, you can now capture the opposing bishop." As the game progressed, the black pieces amassed along the wall. Beads of sweat formed on Ron's forehead. Yet his commands grew increasingly assertive. On 2 occasions, he nearly anticipated the white pieces' 3-step assault, swiftly maneuvering Harry and Hermione out of danger. Sagrais leaned against a shadowy stone pillar, admiration flickering in his gaze. The calm rationality displayed by the red-haired boy was astonishing. He was not only calculating each move, but also orchestrating the overall strategy. This lad from the Weasley family might be far more intriguing than he appeared. "Listen." Ron suddenly broke the silence, his voice unusually calm. "I must be sacrificed." "No," Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison. Ron whirled around, determination blazing in his eyes. "This is chess. Sacrifices must be made." He pointed at the board. "If I make this move, the queen will capture me, but simultaneously, you can take down the White King, Harry. Don't. What are you hesitating for? Do you truly wish to thwart Snape?" Ron's voice rose sharply, echoing through the empty chess room. As Sagrais watched the live broadcast, a look of bewilderment washed over him. He pondered the relevance of this to Snape. Could it be that the dark bat's frequent targeting of the trio had led to their subconscious perception of him as an imagined adversary? Shaking his head, he continued to observe, enveloped in confusion. Ron adjusted his collar, standing tall like a true knight. Just do as I say. As Ron took that decisive step, the White Queen, as he anticipated, abruptly turned, her stone scepter crashing down with a whistling gust. In that fleeting moment, Ron cast a trembling smile towards Harry, shaping the words silently, "Finish him." Then, he was struck unconscious upon the ground. Harry's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest, yet he did not squander Ron's sacrifice. 3 steps later, the White King's crown clattered to the ground, and all the white pieces on the chessboard simultaneously relinquished their weapons. They had triumphed. The gateway to the next level slowly creaked open, and Harry and Hermione sorrowfully glanced back at Ron one last time before dashing through the door and down the next corridor. "Ron, he will be fine," Harry asserted, as if seeking to convince himself. Indeed, Ron Weasley was unharmed, for Sagrais had arrived just in time to restore vitality, healing the young wizard's injuries. Sagrais gently stroked his chin, reflecting on how this chess match had surpassed his expectations. Not merely a contest of strategy, but a true test of courage. They had performed admirably. Chapter 43, Forward and Backward. The adventures of Harry and Hermione continued as they pushed open the heavy wooden door. A wave of putrid stench, a grotesque amalgamation of rotting flesh and decay, surged forth. The two recoiled instinctively, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes. Through their blurred vision, they beheld an enormous creature, towering at least 15 feet, ambling about the room while dragging a stone club, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. "By Merlin's beard," Hermione's voice caught in her throat. This behemoth was even larger than the one encountered on Halloween, its slate-gray skin riddled with boils, and the animal hide wrapped around its waist emanated a nauseating odor. Suddenly, it halted, tilting its head to regard the intruders, its murky little eyes glinting with dull curiosity. "Don't just stand there," Hermione exclaimed, but before she could react, Harry seized her wrist. "Remember Professor Greengrass's practical class? Fred mentioned they had discussed it with us." "What?" Hermione replied, utterly perplexed. "Professor Greengrass's practical course. Many students successfully dealt with trolls, didn't they?" As Harry darted around to attract the troll-less attention, he shouted at Hermione. "You must know some of those spells." Hermione finally snapped back to reality. "Spells? Yes, I know many." "Then that is settled. Find a way to bring it down." Let me think," the young witch murmured, gradually overcoming her inner fears. "I've got it. Lure it over here," Hermione shouted to Harry, gesturing to a spot not far ahead. "Here, bring it over." The giant, having failed to grasp Harry several times, began to grow increasingly irritable, resorting instead to swinging its stone club at him. Through agile maneuvers and evasions, Harry narrowly dodged the swings of the club multiple times, yet despite his efforts, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Ultimately, he managed to lead the giant to the designated spot, where the young witch stood poised with her wand. Suddenly, the floor collapsed. Hermione decisively cast a spell at the ground where Harry had just stepped. The instant the spell struck the floor, a gaping hole formed in the once smooth surface. The pursuing giant, oblivious to the peril beneath its feet, stepped directly into the pit, losing its balance in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the towering giant toppled to the ground, its club slipping from its grasp and hurtling toward Harry, who had turned back to look. Wingardium Leviosa. A perfectly executed levitation charm halted the club's momentum just in time, saving Harry. Following that, Hermione directed the club to strike the giant's head. The giant, which had been struggling to rise a moment ago, lay motionless on the ground, rendered unconscious, a grotesque swelling appearing on its small head. Harry sank to the ground, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. Hermione, her wand still trained on the giant, trembled slightly, yet her gaze had hardened with determination. "We must go," she urged Harry to his feet, for Snape might already have acquired the Philosopher's Stone. They stumbled into the next chamber, greedily inhaling the relatively fresh air. However, the sight before them left them both in shock. Upon an ancient stone table lay 7 uniquely shaped glass bottles, arranged neatly, their surfaces refracting an enchanting glow under the eerie blue flames. "It's a trap set by Snape," Harry said, his voice tight as his fingers unconsciously brushed against his forehead scar. Just then, the door behind them erupted into strange purple flames, while a wall of black fire surged up at the exit ahead. They were ensnared in this deadly riddle. Hermione stepped forward quickly, her trembling fingers unfurling a parchment scroll. As Harry leaned closer, he caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of wormwood mingled with mint emanating from the paper. "Danger looms ahead," Hermione whispered as she began to read the riddle, her voice echoing slightly in the confined space. As she interpreted each clue, Harry's gaze flitted between the 7 bottles. The slender crystal bottle on the far left contained a swirling emerald liquid. Next to it, a squat ceramic pot held a deep purple potion that writhed as if alive, and at the center, a silver bottle was encrusted with frost. A rather clever conundrum, Hermione remarked, but this is not magic, it is logical deduction. Without the ability to reason logically, one would be trapped here forever. What? Are you suggesting we cannot escape? Harry replied. Of course not. Hermione reassured him. The answer is on this parchment. Among these 7 bottles, one will allow us to safely pass through the black flames, while another will enable our return through the purple flames. Harry observed Hermione, who was deeply engrossed in solving the riddle, and suddenly noticed the tears that glistened on her eyelashes, remnants of the earlier encounter with the giant. At that moment, a bubble suddenly emerged from the conical flask on the far right, the amber liquid within diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. Hermione and Harry exchanged anxious glances. I fear these potions may be volatile, Hermione remarked. It's been deciphered, she declared, setting down the parchment. Based on the 4th clue, the second from the left and the second from the right bore the same scent, indicating they were both nettle wine, which would not aid us in passing through the flames. With a flick of her wand, Hermione scrutinized several flasks, and through the process of elimination, concluded that the smallest one was the key to the next chamber, while the round flask served as the key to return to the previous room. How did you deduce the answer so swiftly? Harry asked incredulously. Hermione smiled softly. Do not forget, Harry, I am a witch of Muggle origin. Few surpass my prowess in logical reasoning. Very well, Harry replied, inhaling deeply as he handed the petite crystal vial to Hermione. Listen to me, his voice steadier than anticipated. You must return to find Ron and retrieve 2 brooms from the room of the flying keys. Head directly to the Ollery and have Hedwig deliver a message to Dumbledore. His emerald eyes shimmered with determination in the flickering shadows cast by the black flames. And if feasible, try to locate Professor Gringotts. Hermione's fingers tightened around the vial, her knuckles whitening. But what if he is with Snape? I have escaped him once already. Harry instinctively touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, forcing a faint smile. Perhaps I can elude him again this time. Hermione trembled as she suddenly embraced Harry tightly. You are the bravest wizard I have ever known. Her voice muffled against his shoulder. I am not. Harry blushed, feeling embarrassed. You are the remarkable one. Without you, we wouldn't have even passed the first challenge. Stepping back, Hermione wiped her reddened eyes. Me? I merely excel in memorization. Yet, some lessons cannot be learned from books. She recalled Professor Gringotts' words about true courage and the invaluable nature of friendship. Indeed, it is precious, Harry affirmed, taking hold of the smallest vial before placing the other round flask into Hermione's hands. Let us toast to our friendship. A faint smile graced his face as he attempted a jest, though his voice quivered slightly. You are sure these are the correct vials, without a doubt? Absolutely, Hermione asserted. And without hesitation, she took a large gulp, shivering as the potion coursed through her. Is everything all right? Harry inquired. Hermione shook her head. Then let us return. She nodded, plunging into the flames. At the moment she stepped into the firewall, she heard Harry call out behind her. Tell Ron that his chess playing is superb. The flames engulfed her form, leaving only a single, curling strand of hair drifting in the heat. Alone, Harry stood before the stone table, gazing at the meager remaining potion in his grasp. The black flames surged before him, resembling a monstrous creature with outstretched claws. He raised the bottle and softly declared to the empty room, I must do this. Chapter 44, The Truth. As Hermione traversed through the violet flames, she was preparing to enter Ron's room when she suddenly noticed the foul odor had dissipated. She lowered the sleeve that covered her mouth and nose, only to discover an additional figure in the room. Professor Gringotts? The young witch appeared astounded. What are you doing here? It is I who should be posing that question. Miss Granger, smirked Professor Sagrais. I apologize, Professor. We should not have acted independently. I will explain everything to you in full detail, but the situation is dire. Harry is in danger, and we must proceed immediately. Calm yourself, Miss Granger, he interrupted her with composure. The fact that I stand here indicates that the situation remains under my control. Upon hearing this, the young witch recalled Saglais's formidable power and gradually regained her composure. Noticing her calmness, Saglas nodded. He gestured toward Ron, who lay on the ground. Awaken him, Mr. Weasley, should you miss the most riveting truth. You will surely harbor grievances against us. Disregarding the recently awakened Ron, Saglas enveloped the 3 of them in an impenetrable barrier of water and fire, then proceeded with the 2 young witches through the fiery portal with ease. On the other side, as the potion coursed down his throat, Harry felt an extraordinary lightness enveloping his entire being. He stepped towards the black fire wall, which parted like obedient servants. The scene before him gradually sharpened. The mirror of Ariste stood tall in the center of the circular stone chamber, its surface shimmering with an eerie silver glow. Yet, the figure standing before the mirror was neither Snape, as he had anticipated, nor Voldemort, but Quirrell. The timid defense against the dark arts professor, who always cowered at the staff table, now stood with his back to Harry, displaying an upright posture. When Quirrell turned around, Harry involuntarily took a step back. That face, which had been perpetually twitching, was now terrifyingly serene, adorned with a calm smile. Potter, Quirrell's voice was low and raspy, akin to a serpent slithering across the ground. I was just pondering whether you would come. You are not. Not stuttering? Quirrell chuckled softly. A sound reminiscent of ice cracking on a winter lake. Why not Snape? Harry's voice caught in his throat, his scars suddenly pulsing with excruciating pain, as if a searing iron were pressed against his forehead. Snape? Huh. It is indeed thanks to Snape that you are here. With him meandering about the school, wand twirling elegantly between his fingers, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Harry's mind raced. Fragments of memory colliding into a horrifying image. But didn't he want to kill me? During Quidditch. Kill you? Huh. He was saving you. Quirrell's eyes narrowed dangerously. If not for Snape's counter curse, you would have shattered into pieces long ago. And that damned Gringotts. His voice suddenly warped. A sinister expression flickering across his face. He had ruined my meticulously crafted plan. Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Snape had been protecting him? That potion-making professor, who was always looking for faults. This revelation was far more difficult for him to accept than Quirrell's betrayal. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Quirrell suddenly snapped his fingers, and the ropes sprang forth from the ground like venomous serpents, binding Harry tightly. Tonight, the Dark Lord would finally obtain what he desired. I cannot allow you to live any longer, Potter. I intended to do this the last time in the Forbidden Forest, but that accursed woman nearly killed me. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have turned to ashes on the spot. This is all your fault. But fear not. This time no one will come to your rescue, Harry Potter. This time, no one can save you. However, before that, Potter, you must wait quietly for a while, as I need to take a good look at this intriguing mirror. Was that figure in the Forbidden Forest you? Harry's eyes widened. Were you drinking unicorn blood? Indeed. Quirrell replied, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the mirror, not turning back. Hard to imagine, isn't it? For decades prior, I was unaware that the blood of those beasts possessed such potent magic. Alas, if that bastard Gringotts hadn't been frequenting the Forbidden Forest lately, my powers would be far greater than they are now. But do you not fear the curse? Drinking unicorn blood brings a curse. Harry summoned his courage to speak once more. A curse? Quirrell glanced back at him nonchalantly. What are you talking about, Potter? Are you trying to use falsehoods to deter me from studying this mirror? With that, he disregarded Harry entirely, pacing around the mirror, murmuring, I see the Philosopher's Stone. I see myself offering it to my master in exchange for a rich reward. Does this mirror possess prophetic powers? Can it reveal what is to come? Quirrell muttered anxiously to himself. That is the mirror of desire. Harry seized the opportunity to speak, attempting to buy time and divert Quirrell's attention. Indeed, his words had an effect. Quirrell turned to face him. You know about this mirror? Quirrell asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Tell me, Potter, reveal its secrets. Harry appeared somewhat fearful. He was genuinely terrified. If I tell you, will you spare me this time? Professor Quirrell, I do not wish to die. The young wizard struggled to feign the persona of a coward, ready to employ every tactic to negotiate with his foe. Oh, Potter, Quirrell chuckled. Are you begging for mercy? The renowned savior himself. I have no desire to be any savior, Harry shouted defiantly. I merely wish to be an ordinary person. I understand. Quirrell slowly approached him, a false smile plastered across his face. My master will surely grant your request, although he is quite severe with me. He will be exceptionally merciful towards you. Of course, this requires you to divulge everything you know. Quirrell endeavored to soften his tone, while Harry tirelessly wove lies in his mind. This is the mirror of Erist. Harry hesitated as he spoke, explaining that it reveals one's innermost desires. Yet the visions it conjures are illusory. Are you suggesting that the Philosopher's Stone is not here? Quirrell's smile vanished, replaced by a brooding demeanor. Of course it isn't. Harry replied with increasing fluency, as a flurry of clever little lies sprang to mind. Professor Dumbledore has always kept the stone on him. I've seen it, a small cloth pouch. Quirrell's expression grew increasingly grim, prompting Harry to reassure him, but I might be able to procure it. The boy feigned pride, stating, Dumbledore holds me in high regard. You know, perhaps this is the sole advantage of being the so-called chosen one. But why would you do such a thing? Quirrell inquired. Consider it a reward for sparing my life. Harry replied, a touch of excitement in his voice. Understanding dawned on Quirrell as he nodded, leaning closer to the young wizard. But if that is the case, why is this mirror placed here? A sneer crept across his face, as if he had unraveled all of Harry's fabrications. That old fox Dumbledore would not safeguard a worthless mirror. It's a trap, Harry quickly asserted, claiming that Professor Gringotts had urged him to mislead those coveting the stone, insisting that the mirror itself was a deception. Harry felt a surge of confidence, as if any lie could be conjured with ease. What did you say? Quirrell's eyes widened in shock, his face paling as he scanned the surroundings, shouting, Master, we have been deceived. This is a trap. As Harry struggled to comprehend, a deep, hoarse voice emanated from Quirrell, chilling him to the bone. That boy is deceiving you, fool. Harry felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Though the voice continued unabated. The Philosopher's Stone lies within the mirror. If you cannot obtain it, use that boy. He can assist you in acquiring it. Quirrell turned his gaze back to Harry, his countenance dark enough to draw water. "Very well, Potter," he said, suppressing his fury as he waved his hand to untie Harry. "You should not have lied to me, though I do not hold it against you now. Come here." Quirrell gestured towards the spot before the mirror. "Approach. Gaze into the mirror, and then tell me what you see." Harry could not fathom how he found himself before the mirror, the voice echoing in his mind. For a fleeting moment, he even believed it to be a mere figment of his imagination. "I must still lie, regardless of what I see. I must fabricate a falsehood," he repeatedly admonished himself. Finally, he stood before the mirror, lifting his gaze to behold his reflection. He had expected to see his family, but soon realized he was mistaken. The visage that stared back was pale, his scar appearing particularly grotesque in the dim light. Suddenly, the figure in the mirror revealed a mysterious smile, one that was certainly not characteristic of Harry himself. The reflection of Harry extended a hand into the pocket of his robe and withdrew a blood-red gem. The Philosopher's Stone shimmered with an eerie glow in the illusory realm of the mirror, resembling a drop of congealed blood. The figure playfully winked at him, and in an instant, returned the gem to his pocket. A thud resonated. Harry's entire being shuddered. His robe's pocket suddenly felt heavy, a distinct warmth emanating through the fabric. This was no mere illusion. The Philosopher's Stone had indeed materialized in his pocket. Harry struggled to suppress any sign of disturbance as Quirrell stood directly behind him, the heat of his breath palpable against the back of Harry's head. Quirrell seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned to face the mirror. "What are you looking at? What did you see?" he barked, his voice laced with unease. Harry fought the impulse to reach for his pocket, forcing his expression to remain one of terror. The reflection in the mirror reverted to its initial state of alarm, as if everything that had just transpired had never occurred. Yet, through the ample fabric of his wizarding robe, he could distinctly feel the subtle warmth of the Philosopher's Stone nestled within, akin to cradling a tiny heart. "I see a multitude of people surrounding me," Harry said, gazing at his pale reflection in the mirror, "and I have become the head of Gryffindor. Oh, not just that. I have also assumed the role of student council president." Quirrell began to grow impatient, but Harry continued unabated. "I brought the house cup to Gryffindor, and I joined the national Quidditch team." "Silence. Get away from me." Quirrell shoved Harry aside and stepped closer to the mirror. "Lies. That boy is still lying." "A horse." Deep voice echoed once more, but this time Harry observed closely. Quirrell's lips did not move at all. "Potter, return." Quirrell shouted immediately. "Speak the truth. What did you see? Do not attempt to deceive. Before the master, all your lies are futile." "Quirinus, allow me to speak with him. Let me confront him face to face," the voice insisted. "For he appears to be a child who delights in falsehoods." "But master, your strength has not yet returned. I still possess some power." The voice seemed irritated by Quirrell's doubt. "Do not make me repeat myself, Quirinus." "At your command, master." Quirrell hastily bowed his head in trepidation, unwrapping the scarf that enveloped his head, revealing the baldness beneath. In that moment, Harry witnessed Quirrell turn around, presenting the back of his head towards him. For an instant, Harry recalled the nightmares that often haunted him. He wanted to scream, yet no sound emerged. He yearned to flee, but his feet felt rooted to the spot. For where Quirrell's head should have been, a human face grotesquely emerged. Harry had never beheld such a horrifying visage. Its skin was as white as bone, the eyes a blood-red hue, and beneath them were two elongated nostrils, reminiscent of serpents. Harry's face whispered softly, "At last, we meet again." He felt unsteady, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the steps. "Look what you've done to me," the face murmured. "I have even lost my own body, wandering through the forest like a lost spirit, surviving only by relying on snakes and mice." Harry was at a loss for words as the visage continued to speak. "But it matters not. The great and merciful Voldemort can offer you a chance. If you are willing to hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket, then I shall. Of course, spare your life." Realizing Voldemort was fully aware of his intentions, a tumultuous wave surged within Harry. He had not known the enemy could read his thoughts. He had assumed Voldemort could discern lies. What is there to fear? Harry suddenly felt a sense of calm. Had he not prepared for this moment before entering the room? Or rather, he should have perished at Voldemort's hands 11 years ago. With this thought, he forced his trembling legs to steady and summoned all his strength to stand. "Do not be foolish, child. Do not think you can resist me like your parents did," Voldemort snarled. "Did you not just say you were willing to steal the stone from Dumbledore in exchange for my mercy? Now I present you with that opportunity. Simply hand over the stone." "Not a chance," Harry shouted defiantly, swiftly turning to dash toward the wooden door engulfed in black flames. "You cannot escape." Quirrell advanced threateningly, while Voldemort's gaze remained fixed on him, a malevolent grin spreading across his twisted face. Suddenly, ropes materialized, binding Harry's legs, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Voldemort's voice slithered like a serpent over dry bones, each word laced with a chilling essence. "Courage is such an alluring trait." His decayed visage twisted upon Quirrell's head, "just like your father, who refused to yield." Harry felt the ropes biting into his flesh, but the greater pain came from the memories being violently torn asunder. Details previously unknown were now recounted by his adversary. "Did you know? Your father didn't even wield a wand at the time. How brave was his resistance? Voldemort hissed with perverse delight. My killing curse sent him flying across the room, yet he stood firm at the staircase, attempting to buy time for your mother. Suddenly, an unseen image materialized before Harry. A dark-haired man with glasses struck by green light, flying down the corridor like a shattered puppet. And your mother? Voldemort paused. She could have survived. I offered her a choice, yet she insisted on shielding your cradle with her body. The serpent-like face contorted. What a foolish choice. Avada Kedavra. Harry's heart skipped a beat, but no green light flashed before him. Only Voldemort's mocking smile remained. Voldemort advanced, his voice incessantly murmuring, I should have done this 11 years ago. Potter, indeed, I did so back then, only to be betrayed by you, resulting in this current predicament. Now, after 11 long years, do you believe you can evade your fate once more? Harry gasped for breath, forcefully suppressing the sorrow within him. He struggled to extract the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, hurling it with all his might into the flames. How dare you? Voldemort's expression morphed into a fierce grimace as he extended his hand, casting a summoning charm towards the floating stone. However, the crimson gem was suddenly snatched away by a raven that had appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Lockhart, Harry exclaimed in joy. Meanwhile, Quirrell's face turned pale with terror. Master, that is a raven from Gringotts. It has arrived. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the raven landed upon the shoulder of a cloaked figure, who was followed by 2 young wizards. Relief washed over Harry as he beheld the silhouettes of Sagrais and his companions, nearly bringing him to tears. Though he ultimately stifled them, for Sagrais offered him a reassuring glance. Voldemort chewed on the name Sagrais, a smirk playing upon his lips as he regarded the familiar visage. How have you fallen to such depths, resorting to stealing from a child? He reached out to take the Philosopher's Stone from the raven's beak, scrutinizing it closely. No wonder Voldemort paid no heed to Quirrell's foolish antics. He lay hidden beneath the very noses of everyone. He observed every one of Quirrell's actions without interference. The more conspicuous Quirrell became, the safer Voldemort felt. After all, who would suspect that the evidently suspicious defense against the dark arts professor was Voldemort himself? Sagrais regarded Voldemort with a complex expression, a flicker of disappointment igniting in his eyes. Voldemort's demeanor shifted unpredictably, unperturbed by the sarcasm in Sagrius's tone. After a moment of silence, he began, Sagrius, I know your father was once my most loyal servant. We need not be adversaries. The 3 young wizards froze at Voldemort's words. Professor Gringotts' father had been a servant of Voldemort. They dared not ponder further, but fortunately, Sagrius's subsequent words dispelled their doubts. Indeed, not only him, Sagrius replied nonchalantly. Many from the Gringotts family have followed in your footsteps. They are merely still confined in Azkaban. I know. It is a sorrowful truth, Voldemort coaxed. Now, relinquish the Philosopher's Stone to me. Once I regain my strength, rescuing them shall pose no challenge. Rescue them? Sagrius exclaimed, astonished. Why would I wish to save them? Some of them I was responsible for sending there. Both Voldemort and the young wizards were momentarily taken aback, yet Sagrais continued. After all, your belief in pure blood is nothing but a heap of rubbish. You fail to comprehend that only through constant mutation, amalgamation, and innovation can the magical civilization avoid becoming a mere fossil. Your perspective on magic is regressive, destined to remain irrelevant. Silence, you filthy mongrel. Voldemort could no longer contain his inner fury upon hearing these words. His grotesque expression caused the 3 young wizards to involuntarily retreat a step. The dominion of pure-blood wizards is ordained by destiny. How could a mongrel like you ever grasp the power derived from lineage? Sagrais, with an impassive visage, passed the Philosopher's Stone to Hermione behind him and nonchalantly drew his wand. Is that so? If so, then you should not have knelt in the forest to drink the blood of unicorns. He descended the steps slowly, advancing toward Voldemort, who retreated quietly. Magic does not concern itself with your surname. You should have understood this when you were surviving in the forest alongside serpents and rodents, Sagrais stated calmly. Avada Kedavra. A piercing green light shot toward him like lightning. Sagrais made no attempt to evade. Instead, he elegantly flicked his wand, and a ghostly white phoenix burst forth from its tip, colliding with the oncoming killing curse. In an instant, the green light dissipated into nothingness. Well done. At least you possess the courage to cast a spell at me. He nodded at Voldemort, though lacking in potency. I can already discern a hint of the Dark Lord within you. Sandstorm. Voldemort continued to cast spells, but Sagrais once again effortlessly waved his wand, instantly dissolving the dark spell's energy. Still insufficient, he remarked, shaking his head with a furrowed brow, his tone laden with scrutiny. If this is all you possess, then it seems you shall not escape death today. Heart-piercing curse. This time, the crimson spell slithered like a serpent, striking Sagrais with precision. Yet it failed to halt his composed and resolute advance. Ah, the heart-piercing curse, he chuckled derisively, such theatrics. I encountered these tricks when I was merely 5 years old. Frankly, my mother wielded this curse with far greater potency than you. Voldemort found himself cornered, with no avenue for retreat. In a desperate move, he violently waved his wand. unleashing a torrent of furious crimson flames that swiftly morphed into a menacing fire serpent. Quite impressive, Sagrais raised an eyebrow. Now this is beginning to pique my interest. Not far away, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Fiendfire. The other two young wizards could not suppress their curiosity. Is it powerful? Indeed, Hermione replied. Fiendfire is an exceedingly difficult magical flame to control. It possesses a consciousness of its own and is reputed to be the hellfire that can consume all. The young wizards displayed expressions of concern. Yet, Sagrais remained unperturbed, his stride unwavering. Ah, yes, the fire of annihilation. Indeed, I have delved deeply into this incantation. Sagrais approached the roaring flame serpent without hesitation, eager to witness who would ultimately suffer the consequences in this fiery contest. With that, he stepped boldly into the inferno unleashed by Voldemort. However, the anticipated scene of devastation did not materialize. Sagrais traversed the sea of flames unscathed. The menacing crimson serpent transformed into a pale flame bird the moment it made contact with him, swiftly redirecting its course towards Voldemort. Voldemort hastily cast a counter curse, which Sagrais discerned to be a masterful fusion of the stunning spell, the freezing charm, the water-gushing spell, and an advanced transfiguration spell. The white flame bird was ultimately held firmly at bay by Voldemort, gradually dissipating before him. Truly, the Dark Lord is worthy of his title, Sagrais remarked with an impassive facade, though his eyes betrayed a concealed mockery. Then came the fury of flames. Voldemort's expression shifted dramatically, the fleeting hint of pride instantly replaced by sheer terror. The flame bird he had painstakingly tamed, under Sagrais' control, transformed into a tempest of flames, utterly consuming him. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed amid the fire, revealing Quirrell's voice. Sagrais, I beg you, spare my life. I am utterly compelled. Quirrell wailed in desperation. Sagrais remained unmoved, merely waving his hand gently, causing the pale flames to recede like a tide, revealing a crumpled figure on the ground, in a pitiful state. Sagrais, save me. Quirrell continued to cry out. I have always been powerless. Voldemort has controlled me. I long to confess the truth to you, yet I could never find the opportunity. Sagrais stood silently, his gaze piercing, remaining utterly silent. Initially, I only wished to learn a few powerful spells from him, then seek a chance to report him. But who would have known that Voldemort would seize control of my body? By the time I wished to resist, I found myself utterly powerless. All I attempted afterward was to draw your attention to my plight, but each of you chose to ignore it. Sagrais, please help me once more, grant me another chance. Even if it means facing Azkaban or the Dementors. A swift, silent cutting curse sliced through the back of Quirrell's head, and by the time he registered the event, his entire face had been severed away by the spell. Yet, Sagrais' furrowed brow remained taut, for despite the blood gushing from the wound, Voldemort's visage remained firmly affixed to Quirrell's skull. Separation of flesh. Sagrais continued to cast spells upon Quirrell, revealing yet another horrifying application of this incantation. It forcibly disjoined the body from the soul. Ah! Quirrell emitted an even more piercing scream, yet this time, the feigning Voldemort could no longer evade, being brutally extracted from Quirrell's head. You shall all perish. The bloodied, disfigured face suddenly proclaimed. Before its demise, it ravenously consumed Quirrell's flesh and soul, and in an instant, this former defense against the dark arts professor was utterly devoured, leaving behind only a shattered shell. Akin to a scarecrow stripped of its outer garment, laid bare before the onlookers. The visage of Voldemort that had fallen away suddenly contracted, as if gathering strength. And then a terrifying explosion ensued. In the blink of an eye, dust filled the air, followed by an extended silence. A silent whirlwind swept through, purging all debris. And when Sagrais finally discerned the now empty room, he slowly lowered his wand, revealing the young wizard and Quirrell, who was evidently nearing the end of his life. Nearly drained of all magical power, flesh, and soul by Voldemort, what remained was a barely living corpse, on the verge of expiration. Was Voldemort dead? Quirrell, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, inquired. No, he escaped, Sagrais replied impassively. The young wizards felt a wave of familiarity wash over them, as if this scene had transpired before. Upon reflection, they realized it mirrored the encounter in the Forbidden Forest, following Bellatrix's expulsion of Voldemort and the conversation with the Centaur. Forenza. Chapter 46, Rewards and Punishments. I truly regret that I initially sought only to learn formidable magic from him and expose him, never anticipating such dire consequences. Quirrell gasped. Sagrais, I envy your extraordinary prowess, your immense renown, and the respect others afford you. Each a pursuit I have longed for yet failed to attain. His voice dwindled to a whisper until it vanished entirely. Thus he passed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, completely devoid of life. Was he a Death Eater? Harry finally ventured to ask. Sagrais did not turn around. While performing the burial of Quirrell with his wand, he responded, not quite. He was merely an ordinary man momentarily blinded by greed. Sagrais' words plunged the young wizards into a collective silence, yet the truth remained. Most Death Eaters hailed from pure-blood families, their allegiance to Voldemort largely driven by the promise of greater gains through his ideology of blood purity. The cake of the contemporary magical society is fixed, yet the scarce purebloods monopolize a significant portion of its wealth. Yet, their dissatisfaction lingers, for long ago. The entirety of the cake belonged to them. But he once sought to kill me, did he not? Harry pressed his lips together, though he had failed in his attempt. Indeed, Sagrais nodded in agreement. If you ask whether he intended to do so, the answer is affirmative, but his inner conflict rendered his methods inept. Casually restoring the shattered remnants of the erased mirror, he continued calmly. Not everyone can choose to resist when confronted by the Dark Lord, and thus Quirrell capitulated. Though perhaps he never truly wished to kill you from the outset. Professor, I don't quite understand. Upon observing the bewildered young wizards, Sargalus took the rare opportunity to elucidate. If he truly wished to eliminate you, why would he choose the arena for such an endeavor? Would it not be far more prudent to act in secrecy, under the watchful eyes of the entire school faculty and students? Even if you were to fall from your broom, Mr. Potter, your life would not be in peril. Noticing the hesitant trio, Sargalus drew his wand and pointed it at a stone, for a powerful wizard. The act of vanquishing a novice who has just entered the magical realm could be accomplished with but a mere flick of the wrist. As he spoke, the stone was instantly reduced to dust. But Professor, Hermione interjected, as Professor Quirrell mentioned, not everyone possesses your strength. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Granger. Sargalus replied with a slight bow and a smile. However, one should never underestimate your defense against the dark arts instructor. For who but an extraordinary individual could infiltrate Gringotts and emerge unscathed? But him. Ron pointed to a small mound of earth. Indeed, he ultimately met his demise. Sargalus remarked, casting a glance at the mound, reflecting on how Voldemort had ruthlessly abandoned him. He murmured, "It appears Voldemort is as merciless to his enemies as the rumors suggest, and equally callous towards his followers." The young wizards nodded in solemn understanding as Sargalus led them back at a leisurely pace, taking the time to restore some of the damaged objects along the way. By the way, Professor, where is Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry inquired. Is he unaware of what transpired here tonight? The other two young wizards turned their gaze towards Sargalus as well. He received an urgent communication from the Ministry of Magic and has gone to London, Sargalus replied, showing no inclination to keep the old headmaster's whereabouts a secret. All right. Harry nodded and after a moment, cautiously continued, Professor Gringotts, may I ask you a few questions? Certainly, Potter. I previously stated that addressing your inquiries is one of a professor's responsibilities. It is said that Voldemort killed my mother because she fought desperately to protect me. However, that raises the question, why did he wish to kill me in the first place? How did I manage to escape him? And why does he claim that I caused him to become what he is? Harry posed a series of questions, with Hermione and Ron listening intently. Regrettably, Potter. Sargalus shook his head as they walked. My knowledge in this area is rather limited. After all, I was merely a 10-year-old child at the time, having never set foot in Hogwarts. Perhaps you might consider consulting Dumbledore, as he is invariably privy to many secrets. All right, Harry nodded. Then what about the invisibility cloak? Do you know who gifted it to me? I remain uncertain. Mr. Saglas appears somewhat awkward, yet I surmise it was a gift from Dumbledore. For I have previously observed an identical garment in his office. Is that so, Professor? Do you believe Dumbledore bestowed Harry with the invisibility cloak? Ron interjected suddenly. Indeed, Mr. Weasley, he recollected thoughtfully, that is a rare invisibility cloak, flawless in every respect. Of course, it is also conceivable that it is merely a coincidence. Perhaps they fortuitously possess two identical cloaks. After all, I did mention earlier that this is merely my conjecture, is it not? Could it be that Dumbledore intended for you to do this? Ron abruptly turned to Harry, his tone laced with both probing and doubt about all of this. Surely not. Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain herself. If that were the case, it would be utterly dreadful, for Harry could very well be in grave danger. Both of them turned their gazes toward Harry, who suddenly appeared somewhat at a loss. I trust Dumbledore. I have faith in him. There must be a rationale behind his actions, Harry murmured, almost as if to convince himself. As Professor Greengrass mentioned, we are merely novices in the realm of magic. And Dumbledore, being the greatest wizard of our time, could easily impose his will upon us with a mere flick of his wand, without the need for such elaborate machinations. What do you think, Professor? Hermione inquired, turning to Saglas after hearing Harry's words. The rogue professor first smiled before reflecting thoughtfully. Dumbledore is indeed an intriguing individual. I believe he possesses a considerable understanding of the events transpiring here and is quite aware of your intentions. His decision not to impede your actions may stem from his belief that you have the right to confront Voldemort. In Saglas' view, Dumbledore was a good man, albeit not a saint. The old professor was complex and multifaceted. It was indisputable that he was a good man. He was benevolent, gentle, and remarkably insightful. Having been the greatest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts, dedicating immense efforts to safeguarding the magical world. However, he was not without human frailties. His desire for power had once led him astray in his youth, His decisions occasionally veered towards idealism, tinged with a degree of arrogance. His grand vision sometimes caused him to overlook personal sentiments, rendering him somewhat aloof. This was also the reason Sagrais had long harbored reservations about the old headmaster, as he had experienced this firsthand. If one were sufficiently weak, Dumbledore would exhibit great tolerance, even in the face of one's missteps, yet if one were powerful enough, the old professor would instinctively scrutinize and question you, regardless of your actions. Nonetheless, he held profound respect for this towering figure of the magical realm, despite their disparate natures. No wonder these trials appear akin to a testing ground, a rite of passage, Hermione murmured. It is a pity that ultimately, Voldemort, the Dark Lord, managed to escape. You may address him directly, Miss Granger said, regaining her composure. Fear of a name only serves to amplify the fear of the thing itself. Given Voldemort's current strength, it is but a foolish dream to think he could employ the magic of names. Therefore, you may refer to him as Voldemort. Noticing the three nodding in agreement, she continued, however, regarding the penalties for your recent transgressions. Professor Ron widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, we successfully thwarted Quirrell and prevented Voldemort from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Are you truly going to deduct points for that? Mr. Weasley, and you too as well, Sagrais pointed at the trio, to be precise. It was your actions that assisted Voldemort in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, which nearly led to its theft. He raised his hand to silence the trio, explaining. Much to their astonishment, the final enchantment of the mirror was personally arranged by Dumbledore. It is an exceptionally cunning device that combines the properties of the Mirror of Erist to reveal one's innermost desires. Under its influence, only those who genuinely wish to possess it, yet have no intention of exploiting it, may retrieve it from the mirror. Therefore, if it were merely Quirrell, he could not possibly acquire the Philosopher's Stone, and the same holds true for Voldemort. The three young wizards stared in astonishment. Of course, some of your actions during this time were indeed commendable. Sagrais shifted his tone. For instance, Mr. Weasley. Ron immediately paid close attention. Your performance on the chessboard was remarkable, particularly in the final moves, where your courage was truly admirable. Ron's face flushed crimson, yet his delight was unmistakable. However, in light of your breach of school regulations, I must deduct a point. Believe me, other professors would impose a far harsher penalty. I have been rather lenient. How much? 1 point. Ron nearly failed to comprehend. Do you believe that is insufficient? Mr. Weasley. Certainly not, Professor. Your judgment is nothing short of brilliant. Ron hastily replied, now devoid of sorrow, even feeling quite pleased. Miss Granger. Yes, Professor. Hermione perked up. Your reasoning skills are rather exceptional, and you have preemptively mastered many advanced spells. Although you may become somewhat flustered in critical moments, I have observed your progress. For instance, your timing with spells during the encounter with the troll was commendable. The young witch felt a touch embarrassed, pressing her lips together tightly. However, considering your violation of school rules, I must additionally deduct 2 points. And I can grant you permission to participate in my practical course next semester. Of course, you may decline. Really, Professor? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had originally only been able to audit theoretical classes, and Sagrais' decision was a source of great joy for her. Indeed, is it your intention to refuse? Certainly not, Professor Sagrais said, waving his hand dismissively. What I mean is that I would be honored to participate. That's good. Sagrais nodded and continued, Mr. Potter. I am here, Professor. Harry promptly replied. Well, Potter, he pondered, his expression becoming complex. To be honest, I believe your most commendable quality lies in the fabrications you spun when confronting Voldemort. Instantly, Harry felt a flush of embarrassment, assuming Sagrais was jesting, as he had woven numerous lies, including about the very professor before him. Please do not misunderstand, Potter. I speak only the truth, he noted, observing the young wizard's discomfort, and smiled as he elaborated. It requires a remarkably agile mind and the courage to remain unflinching in the face of danger. I am quite astonished that you managed to accomplish this. Although you did not deceive Voldemort, that was merely because he possesses the ability to extract thoughts. Extract what thoughts? Harry asked, bewildered. Extract thoughts, Sagrais reiterated. You may learn about it in the future. Harry's performance had indeed been quick-witted. His ability to disguise himself and employ lies to buy time when facing Quirrell was quite commendable. After all, at that moment, Quirrell represented death. Sagrais even sensed a hint of Slytherin traits within Harry, though he refrained from voicing this observation. Therefore, Mr. Potter, aside from the deductions for your rule violations, you can still earn approximately 3 points for Gryffindor. So that makes it. Ron suddenly interjected. Neither more nor less. Hermione declared. All right, before dawn breaks. You 3 should hurry back to bed, Sagrais instructed, using a levitation charm to transport the young wizards from the alcove to the corridor, all the while ensuring that Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, was lulled to sleep as well. In just a few days, your results will be released. I wish you all a joyful holiday. As he escorted them to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, he bid them farewell. By the way, Professor, Hermione called out, stopping Sagrais as he turned to leave. I almost forgot this, she said, retrieving a red stone from her pocket. The Philosopher's Stone. Sagrais contemplated for a few moments before replying. Just leave it with you. Miss Granger. What? Hermione and her companions exclaimed in astonishment. Tomorrow, Dumbledore will return, and you can return it to him, he said, winking slyly. Besides, do you not have many questions to ask him? This provides a splendid excuse. But it is the Philosopher's Stone, the young witch reiterated. I am well aware, Miss Granger. I certainly know it is the Philosopher's Stone. Not only can it transmute base metals into gold, but it can also grant immortality, and perhaps possess other wondrous properties. Sagrais chuckled. However, if you reflect carefully, you may realize that it is not as marvelous as it seems, at least in certain aspects, it is not. Observing the incredulous expressions of the three young wizards, he continued, with it, no matter how much wealth you desire or how long you wish to live, all your wishes can be fulfilled. Endless wealth and an inexhaustible life. These two desires epitomize what humanity yearns for most. How could such insatiable longings ever be quelled? The possession of one mountain of gold inevitably begets the desire for another, and a millennium of life begets the yearning for yet another. This relentless pursuit shatters the cycle of life and death, amplifying the desires harbored within the human heart, a flagrant transgression of nature's laws. The young sorcerers remained silent, and at last, Sagrais spoke softly. Thus, I assert, it is not as splendid as you may envision. With that, he departed under the contemplative gazes of the three. I have the distinct impression that Professor Greengrass is devising every conceivable scheme to vex Professor Dumbledore, Ron remarked, perplexed. I share your sentiment. Harry concurred. Chapter 47. The Ownership of the Philosopher's Stone. Sagrais returned to the library to continue his examination of the manuscripts, and this time, no one intruded upon him. Consequently, he unwittingly lingered in the restricted section until the afternoon of the following day. Only when fatigue began to weigh upon him did he draw his wand and cast 2 consecutive spells upon himself, wakefulness and slumber dispersal. The drowsiness evaporated. Over the years, these 2 incantations had granted him precious time, serving as his clandestine weapon in the relentless pursuit of magical knowledge. Wakefulness was akin to a fleeting mental respite, substituting the need for physical sleep. It allowed the caster's mind and body to enter a state of restorative repose without the necessity of closing one's eyes or halting activity. Slumber dispersal, on the other hand, alleviated the urge to sleep, temporarily suppressing fatigue and enhancing the recovery of magical energy and physical vigor, enabling the caster to remain alert and act with efficiency. These spells had been unearthed from the Greengrass family's library, originally designed to forge an unceasing army of slaves. However, as the Greengrass family fell into decline, they had long been forgotten. Initially, Sagrais deemed them of little utility, yet after a fortuitous trial, he was pleasantly surprised by their efficacy in invigorating him. Nevertheless, excessive use of these spells could lead to agitation and emotional breakdowns. Yet, if one could manage to sleep once every 10 days, the side effects remained negligible. Particularly after he had developed his mechanical mind, the adverse effects of these spells became even less of a concern. Upon exiting the library, Sagrais intended to head to the Great Hall for a bite to eat when Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, approached him. Please visit the headmaster's office. The password is toffee. The note clutched in Fawkes' beak read thus. Sagrais pursed his lips, first fetching a pie from a house elf before proceeding to munch while ascending to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The stone gargoyle slowly pivoted aside, and Saglais's dark cloak swept past the flickering candlelight on the spiraling staircase. Dumbledore sat beside the phoenix perch, his fingers tracing the blood-red patterns of the Philosopher's Stone. Good afternoon, Sagrais, the headmaster greeted, a glimmer of delight sparkling beneath his moonlit spectacles. Do you think I ought to award Hogwarts a few more merit badges? Sagrais lifted a beverage from the tray, scrutinized it for a moment, then tapped the rim of the cup and replaced the mead with coffee. For Potter and his companions? He inquired, taking a sip of coffee. It seems you bear no grudge against their impulsive actions. Dumbledore smiled. Though I am an elder now, I too once knew youth. The 3 of them may indeed be somewhat reckless, yet their hearts are not malicious, and their potential is remarkable. Suit yourself. You are the headmaster, Sagrais replied nonchalantly. Is that the purpose of your summons? Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's hand levitated, casting a brilliant glow between the two. Indeed, there is more, he continued. The old headmaster gazed at the luminous stone with a sense of nostalgia, saying, after over 6 centuries, the miracle of immortality must ultimately return to dust. He sighed. After deliberation, both Nicholas and I have concluded that the destruction of the stone is the wisest choice. Destroy it? Sagrais' expression grew serious. Does Nicholas support this as well? Dumbledore nodded. But won't he and his wife perish? Everyone must face death, Dumbledore replied with a smile. To youthful lives such as yours, death may seem foreign and terrifying. Yet Nicholas and Perenelle have long understood that death is merely a peaceful slumber following a long journey. For the truly wise, it represents a magnificent new adventure. But it is not as you imagine, is it? The amusement in the old headmaster's eyes deepened. You believe everyone is immune to the allure of immortality, especially after having tasted its sweetness. Sagrais remained silent, for he indeed harbored such thoughts. You are astute, Dumbledore remarked. Among the young people I have encountered, none possess your intelligence. The elder spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of jest. Yet, conversely, you are excessively proud. You look down upon us from your lofty perch. And while you mask it well, I can still perceive it. I believe you have misunderstood. I do not. Dumbledore raised a hand to halt Sagrais' intended retort, speaking earnestly and solemnly. This is something perhaps even you have not realized, but I can see it. What you rely upon is not magic, but rather the wisdom gained over the past century, a facet of existence the Muggles refer to as life experience. Sagrais fell into sudden silence, left speechless. For a fleeting moment, he even thought the old headmaster had once again employed legilimency on him, but reason told him otherwise. After all, since third year, no one had been able to breach his mental defenses unnoticed. Yet, as Dumbledore said, he had never acknowledged this issue himself. In the past 20 years, he believed he had been humble, eager to learn, and courteous. But in reality, the truth was, he had always clung to the mindset of an outsider. Looking down from above, he had often reveled in his own fortunate abilities. To him, everyone in this world merely appeared as natives, though he had never expressed this sentiment. It was a truth deeply rooted within his heart. The old principal gazed at the silent Sagrais and spoke gently. I am unaware of the experiences you have endured. Perhaps you have witnessed wondrous vistas that others have never beheld, or acquired a mysterious magic that eludes the grasp of many. However, I must impress upon you that such notions do not justify arrogance. If you persist in belittling others, there will inevitably come a day when you stumble because of it. The principal spoke earnestly, just as you believe that no one can resist the allure of the Philosopher's Stone. The truth is that Nicholas and his wife have long been prepared. In intellect, they are not inferior to you, and in action, they may even surpass your courage. Sagrais nodded, understanding. It was not weakness or ignorance that hindered survival, but rather arrogance. Ah, what a profound statement. The principal chuckled heartily, clearly delighted. However, I must express my belief that destroying the Philosopher's Stone is not a prudent choice. The principal was taken aback by this remark. Oh, why is that? Have you begun to take an interest in immortality? Sagrais shook his head. That is not my path. I merely feel that to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, would be a grave misfortune. After all, this is the sole Philosopher's Stone in the magical realm. It may guide future generations in certain aspects. But each fragment could give rise to a new Tom Riddle. Dumbledore sighed, aware of how it could corrupt the heart. For the promise of immortality is a profoundly seductive notion. Then let it be placed in a location more secure than Gringotts, and conceal this secret within a mind that no master of legilimency could penetrate. What do you mean? I mean to carry it with you, Sagrais replied earnestly. Simply place it in your pocket. Trust me, it occupies little space, and no one in this world will seek it again. The old professor remained silent for a moment before gently setting the crimson stone down on the table. Yet I fear this poses a dilemma, for my age is considerable. Dumbledore lamented, a hint of resignation in his voice. Do you believe I can safeguard it for many more years? Merely a suggestion, Sagrais sidestepped the elder's query. His tone calm. I will not impede your decision. I simply believe that its destruction would be a loss for the magical community. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as a perspective he had never contemplated. Nicholas, and I shall give your suggestion serious consideration. Sagrais nodded, preparing to rise and depart when a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to halt. I almost forgot to ask. Who is this Tom Riddle you mentioned? Oh, you met him just last night, Dumbledore replied, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, not providing a direct answer. Are you referring to Voldemort? A surge of intense curiosity welled up within Sagrais. The old principal nodded with a smile. Do you know him well? Sagrais resumed his seat, filled with uncertainty regarding Voldemort's condition. The elder behind the desk fell into a brief reverie before responding slowly. I cannot say I know him well, though I have long sought to understand him. Thus, his current state. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not know. I cannot comprehend why he continues to exist. Perhaps, it may no longer be considered living. The elderly man behind the desk seemed lost in memories. His deep blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, appeared to transcend time, witnessing events of the past. Tom, Voldemort, he yearns for immortality with an insatiable thirst, paying many a price for it. Dumbledore's voice was somber and distant, as if echoing from a long-forgotten past. Yet, because of this, he has ventured farther down the path of immortality than anyone else. Sagrais was engulfed in thought. He had always believed that true immortality did not exist in this world, at least not in the history he knew. Otherwise, how could he have never heard of anyone truly achieving the legend of eternal life? Nicholas Flamel? Over 600 years of life, though lengthy, hardly qualified as immortality. Moreover, it was a life sustained by the elixir of life, created from the Philosopher's Stone, rather than stemming from profound magic. He had encountered Nicholas Flamel himself, An elderly man whose longevity potion merely delayed his death without halting his physical decay. It merely bestowed upon him a state of undying. By the way, Sagrais suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with gravity. Could you provide me with a small vial of the elixir of life? Just a small one. He did not intend to use it for himself, having previously stated that it was not the path he pursued. That substance is only held by Nicholas. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Focusing intently on him, of course, I can inquire on your behalf, but first, you must disclose your purpose. The scrutiny emanating from behind Dumbledore's glasses was palpable. Well, I could say that I do not intend to consume it. Sagrais pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to be forthright. I require it to exchange for something. The old principal remained silent, simply observing him, waiting for his explanation. A time turner, an unregistered time turner, as it has been damaged. Sagrais's tone conveyed a casual indifference. It was merely a personal desire, and even if denied, it would bear little consequence. Upon hearing his words, the old principal's brow furrowed slightly. I will assist you in inquiring with Nicholas. Thank you. I believe he will not refuse you. After all, it was you who safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore affirmed. Just as Sagrais was about to speak, Dumbledore continued with a grave tone, but I must caution you, Sagrais. The elder's voice was solemn and serious. All magic related to time is exceedingly perilous, and I would not wish for Hogwarts to lose a distinguished professor as a result. Sagrais nodded, indicating his understanding of the other's concerns. Dumbledore sighed softly in response. Furthermore, the abuse of time turners could lead users to become ensnared in the pursuit of rectifying past mistakes, neglecting the essential acceptance of reality. I comprehend, Sagrais replied with a smile. I have no intention of altering anything. I merely wish to retain a potential option. Chapter 48, The House Cup. As Sagrais entered the Great Hall, it was already brimming with students. The hall was resplendently adorned in the green and silver of Slytherin, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. Simultaneously, an enormous banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung prominently on the wall behind the staff table. Sagrais smirked. Slytherin's triumph in the House Cup was undoubtedly due to Snape's relentless efforts. Had he not diligently deducted points from the other 3 houses, the outcome might have been more uncertain. Naturally, Sagrais himself held the House Cup in disdain. To him, it was merely a token of symbolic glory. While it indeed bolstered the students' sense of identity with their respective houses, it also exacerbated the rivalry and prejudice between them. The hall buzzed with excitement. Students eagerly anticipating the forthcoming holiday, akin to caged birds yearning for the moment their cage door would swing open, allowing them to soar freely. At the staff table, professors engaged in animated conversation. Sagrais found it rather perplexing that professors seldom assigned failing grades at the end of term. This lenient educational approach bore a striking resemblance to the joyful education he remembered from the West. However, it was of no concern to him. He would steadfastly uphold his principles and would not hesitate to grant a 0 when deserved. As Dumbledore's silvery figure appeared at the Great Hall's entrance, the cacophony of voices receded like a retreating tide. Another year had passed, time flying by, and the old headmaster's voice, rich like honey yet imbued with compelling authority, resonated. Before indulging in our sumptuous feast, allow this old chap to say a few words. He playfully winked, eliciting soft laughter from several younger students. This year, each of you has seen your wisdom flourish, though some have undoubtedly grown more than others. The hall erupted in good-natured laughter. Even Professor McGonagall at the staff table couldn't suppress a slight smile. Now, let us unveil the recipient of this academic year's House Cup. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the score hourglasses of the 4 houses shimmered and levitated into the air. 4th place, Gryffindor. 3rd place, Hufflepuff. 2nd place, Ravenclaw. 1st place. He deliberately prolonged the suspense, and the Slytherin table fidgeted with anticipation. Slytherin. The silver-green sea erupted in jubilation. Draco Malfoy slammed his goblet down upon the oak table, the crystal glass clashing sharply against the wooden surface. His pallid cheeks flushed with excitement as he rhythmically tapped the floor with the heel of his shoe. Casting a challenging glance towards the Gryffindor long table, Crabbe and Goyle loomed like 2 moving hills, swinging their robust arms perilously close to toppling the pumpkin juice before them. Pansy Parkinson let out a shrill laugh, tossing silver-green ribbons into the air. Thus far, Slytherin had amassed the highest score. Dumbledore's silver-white beard trembled slightly in the candlelight as he raised a hand, signaling the jubilant Slytherins to quiet down, his blue eyes glinting mischievously behind half-moon spectacles. However, the headmaster's voice suddenly took on a playful tone, suggesting that all events occurring before the term's end should be taken into account. His gaze swept across the staff table. Professor McGonagall sat upright, Snape's lips twitched, while Slughorn raised his glass, concealing a knowing smile at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Ron Weasley. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the suddenly silent hall. Ron's face turned crimson, resembling a scalding boiler, almost emitting steam from his ears, as he exhibited extraordinary tactical prowess, orchestrating what could be deemed the most magnificent wizard's chess match in a century at Hogwarts. A deluge of rubies surged forth from Gryffindor's hourglass, warranting an addition of 50 points to their score. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous cheers. Fred and George leaped onto the benches, tossing their wizard hats into the air. Percy struggled to maintain the dignity of a prefect, though his lips were already stretched to the base of his ears. Miss Hermione Granger, Dumbledore continued, as Hermione's curly hair fell over her flushed cheeks when she bowed her head, concealing her embarrassment. In the face of fire and the threat of a troll, she displayed remarkable wisdom and courage. Yet another batch of rubies descended into the hourglass, adding another 50 points. Padma Patil leaned toward her sister and whispered, I told you she should come to our house. The piercing gazes of Slytherin pierced the backs of the Gryffindors, each one resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, their thick necks reddening. Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore's voice took on a solemn tone, silencing the whispers in the hall. He faced unimaginable challenges, exhibiting extraordinary bravery and determination. Rubies cascaded down like a waterfall, prompting me to reward Gryffindor with an additional 60 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly overturned the enchanted ceiling. Lee Jordan jumped onto the long table, beginning an impromptu dance, only to be startled back down by a single glance from Professor McGonagall. Finally, Dumbledore smiled gently. True courage lies not only in confronting enemies, but also in standing by one's principles in the face of friends. He turned to Neville, who was nervously clutching his toad. Mr. Longbottom, in standing up to prevent your friends from breaking school rules, you have faced potential ridicule and isolation. Thus, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 10 points. The hall fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by even more fervent applause. Neville sat in a daze until Seamus gave him a vigorous nudge to bring him back to reality. At this moment, Gryffindor's total score has surpassed Slytherin's by 10 points. The red and silver hourglass flickers with distinctly different hues under the candlelight. I believe, Dumbledore cheerfully proclaimed, it is time to adorn the Great Hall with some new decorations. With a clap of his hands, the silver-green banners of Slytherin instantaneously transformed into golden-red lions. Thousands of golden-red balloons cascaded from the ceiling, and the ghost of the Fat Friar excitedly floated through the long tables. Professor McGonagall discreetly adjusted her wizarding hat, while Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in exhilaration, and Professor Sprout revealed a gentle smile, though Snape barely managed a strained grin. Sagrius wore a sardonic smile, feeling that the value of the House Cup had diminished as a result. After all, the power to assign points rested solely with the professors. Snape's bias and McGonagall's stringent fairness were hardly distinguishable. This was, in essence, a contest for the definition of excellence. Dumbledore's arbitrary decision to award additional points to Harry and his friends, thus reversing the outcome, was a blatant affront to authority and the rules. In such circumstances, what significance does this trophy, a symbol of honor, truly hold? Sagrius rose and departed the Great Hall, his robes trailing gracefully behind him. Dumbledore's antics left him feeling rather uninspired. While witnessing Snape's greasy visage turn an ashen hue was indeed amusing, such capricious adjudication felt utterly inappropriate. Professor Gringotts. The calls of the young wizards echoed from behind. Turning, Sagrius found the trio of students hurrying to catch up. What is it, my dear trio? He inquired with a smile, for at this moment, Gryffindor's heroes should be reveling in the cheers of victory within the hall. The three exchanged awkward glances. Their earlier joy now significantly diminished. Professor, we truly had no idea that Professor Dumbledore would award us additional points, Harry began. We all know you've already given us points, but come now. Ron's fiery red hair flared as he instinctively countered. Snape added at least 200 points to Slytherin for no reason. We, Ron. Hermione suddenly interjected. That's not the issue. The issue is that this feels somewhat, well, out of order. The young witch struggled to find a less severe way to express her concern. Sagrius couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. It was evident that these three young wizards had indeed matured considerably. They had not been blinded by glory. Rather, they acutely sensed something far more profound at play. However, this was Dumbledore's decision, and they needn't feel the slightest twinge of shame for it. With a gentle wave of his hand, the heavy curtains in the corridor were slowly drawn back by an invisible force, and the warm orange glow of the setting sun streamed through the glass, cascading softly into the space. Relax, he softly advised. The House Cup is merely a child's game, intended to teach you the importance of adhering to rules for the sake of management. Ah, is that so? The three individuals displayed a hint of bewilderment, evidently having their illusions punctured by Sagris's succinct words. The professor in the black robe regarded them with calmness, gesturing toward the exquisite hourglass adorned with jewels that adorned the dome of the auditorium, and earnestly stated, the glimmer of those gems is but a fleeting brilliance. True glory does not reside within the hourglass, but rather here. He pointed to the hearts of the young wizards. The courage and wisdom that dwell within you shall not waver with the fluctuation of scores. This, I believe, is also the intent behind Dumbledore's actions. He merely seeks to reward your remarkable bravery. After all, the old headmaster originally intended to bestow upon them each a special commendation medal. but it appears he ultimately opted for a points increase. Harry interjected, thus, you may revel in this experience without concern for its adherence to rules. Sagrais smiled. Ron's brow furrowed in confusion as he scratched his head. Your words are rather profound, Professor. In simpler terms, follow your heart, even if the hourglass reaches 0. Sagrais elucidated. A raven elegantly flew in from the end of the corridor, alighting gently on his outstretched arm, a letter clasped in its beak. Now, indulge in the banquet that belongs to you, along with the forthcoming delightful holiday. With a wave, he ushered the 3 young wizards back to the auditorium. Before turning towards the library, his figure gradually fading into the depths of the corridor. Fortunately, he had perused numerous self-help books prior to his passage. At least when it came to imparting value, he found it quite effortless to enchant a few underage wizards. Sagrais mused as he walked. Chapter 49. The gathering of the bronze feather. As night descended, the stars concealed themselves behind thick, heavy clouds. Amidst the dense forest, Sagrais, cloaked in a black cape, cautiously navigated through the thorn-riddled underbrush. The hood obscured much of his face, revealing only a pair of deep, piercing eyes. This was his first visit to this place. A path lined with thick vines and toxic mushrooms, where he even encountered several muggles who had mistakenly ingested hallucinogenic fungi, merrily conversing with tree stumps. They appeared to be campers, though he pondered how they had stumbled upon this secluded spot, reluctantly guiding them out of the forest. He nearly arrived at his destination by mere happenstance. An ancient manor stood solitary in the heart of the woods, the air thick with a nauseating stench. Sagrais passed through the gate, approaching the manor's entrance where 2 silent waxen sentinels stood guard, scrutinizing him with an unyielding gaze. He slightly lifted his chin, revealing a badge engraved with a raven, prompting the waxen sentinels to respectfully open the grand door. Inside the hall, candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced across the multitude of figures, most of whom cleverly concealed their identities. Some donned grotesque masks, while others, like Sagrais, enveloped themselves in heavy cloaks. A swift glance revealed that he seemed to be the last to arrive. Look who has graced us with their presence. A chilling, hoarse voice resonated from the grand hall. The speaker was the nefarious dark wizard, Dramione, who had been pursued by the International Wizarding Association for 15 long years. At that moment, he lounged leisurely upon a floating Persian carpet, casually tossing a coin in the air. I hear you have taken up the role of a professor at Hogwarts? Dramione taunted. Sagrais cast a cold glance in his direction, but chose to remain silent. The members of the Bronze Feather were a mixed lot, some representing endless troubles, and he preferred not to waste his breath. In the hall, the Red Falcon and Thunderbird wore masks, while the Nightingale donned a cloak. The Snowy Owl stood out distinctly in a striking white fur coat, unmasked and unapologetic about her appearance. As she would say, a businessperson cannot conduct affairs while hiding in the shadows. Sagrais scanned the familiar faces in the room, then nodded slightly to indicate his presence. Now that everyone is here. An elderly man with graying hair clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Let us take our seats. We have a new member joining us. The assembly settled around a massive, oval table, and the old man warmly introduced an unfamiliar middle-aged woman to the group. This is our new member, codename Wren. She possesses exceptional skills in magical locks, particularly adept at unraveling intricate sealing spells. The middle-aged woman appeared somewhat nervous, having made no effort to adjust her appearance. At the elder's urging, she awkwardly stood to greet the assembly, but the response was sparse. Noticing this, the elder rose again, his demeanor gentle as he addressed the group. Raven, since you were the last to arrive, why don't you introduce the newcomer? Sagrais did not decline the invitation, yet he remained seated, casually leaning back in his chair. With an expressionless face, he gestured towards the man who had just spoken to him, his tone indifferent. Dramione, a wanted criminal, dark wizard. With a hefty bounty on his head. Ignoring the man's furious glare, he continued pointing to the next individual. Swift, a cursebreaker, skilled in locating magical relics. The young man he indicated quickly stood up, nodding in acknowledgement to Wren. Kingfisher, a fairy craftsman, specializing in various forging techniques. This was a greedy-eyed fairy who, like the others, had made no effort to enhance his appearance, as his stature rendered any adornment superfluous. Snowy Owl, a black market trader, fair in her dealings. You can approach her for any transactions. At this, the Snowy Owl smiled. Nightingale, a master potion maker. You can procure any potion from her at reasonable prices. The Nightingale's silver-gray cloak fluttered slightly, as if she nodded beneath her hood. Red Falcon, a diviner, although she has not accepted commissions in the past 2 years. The young red-haired girl, adorned with a beautiful mask, immediately pouted upon hearing Sagrais's words. Thunderbird, a master wand maker, possesses exquisite skills and excels in the North American tradition. Upon hearing this, Thunderbird displayed a gentle smile and nodded amicably at the newcomer. Stork, an information broker, is the one to approach for inquiries or the dissemination of news. He gestured towards a man cloaked in black. Although draped in a robe, one could discern his gaunt frame through the empty garment. Blissbird, an alchemist, enjoys conducting alchemical experiments with firecrackers and is adept at mechanical modifications. The newcomer, Ren, swallowed hard as she caught a glimpse of the mechanical visage beneath the hood. Unable to distinguish gender, Hummingbird, a healer, specializes in mending the wounds inflicted by dark magic, demonstrating remarkable skill. A young woman promptly rose to bow to the newcomer upon hearing Sagrius's introduction. Robin, a defense expert, excels in constructing barriers and safe houses. A woman adorned with a feathered mask nodded solemnly, her demeanor serious. Falcon, a dark wizard, is proficient in tracking and assassination. Pelican, another dark wizard, specializes in poaching. Lark, a dark wizard, is adept at thievery. Poo-Poo, a dark wizard, is skilled in transplanting magical creature organs. Lastly, Albatross, a scholar, requires no further introduction as he was recommended by Sagrius, who pointed to the white-haired elder who had spoken initially, his tone somewhat dismissive. Ah, and what of you, Raven? Albatross wore an awkward smile, secretly regretting his choice to allow the ill-tempered Raven to introduce the newcomer. Did you not already say? My codename is Raven. Sagrius remained seated, undisturbed. The individuals hastily labeled as dark wizards by him looked increasingly displeased, their eyes flickering with anger, yet none dared to contest his words. Sagrius remained unfazed. To him, they were merely a rabble. Should his words have been any more scathing, they would have been likened to refuse, the dregs of society, unworthy of consideration. Were it not for the Bronze Feather's prohibition against internal strife, he would have long since cast these unsightly individuals into Azkaban. Chapter 50, The Traitor. Here, only a few could be deemed virtuous, with Sagrius engaging most frequently with them. As for the others, either their competencies mirrored his, or there was little necessity for interaction. The atmosphere grew tense, but ultimately, Albatross stepped forward to ease the strain, calming the emotions of those present. He then methodically arranged for the newcomers to be seated and guided everyone back onto the path of information exchange. The matter at hand is straightforward. The Cursebreaker, Swallow, recently uncovered a concealed magical relic. Following preliminary investigations, he is convinced it is the final resting place of a bishop from the 11th century. According to the texts he has consulted, this tomb is said to contain numerous precious magical artifacts. However, the intricately layered and highly triggering magical mechanisms deterred him, leading Yueying to ultimately return to the Bronze Feather in search of assistance from his companions. The group expressed keen interest in this commission, yet Sagrais remained indifferent. He had previously ventured into that ruin during his travels and knew it contained little of value. However, he clearly had no intention of divulging this information. The subsequent commissions similarly revolved around the quest for rare items and materials, with discussions rising and falling like waves. Sagrais settled beside Lady Snowy Owl and engaged in hushed conversation. Perhaps it can extend life by 5 years? He said uncertainly. I am not sure, but I have heard that the initial usage yields the best results. As he spoke, he produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Lady Snowy Owl. She examined the vial carefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a delicate hourglass from her handbag and presented it to Sagrais. Let me clarify, this item cannot be used directly, Lady Snowy Owl reiterated. It is damaged. Although she had mentioned this in her previous correspondence, she felt compelled to emphasize it again out of professional ethics. Understood, Sagrais nodded, stowing the hourglass away while also cautioning her, you should consume that as soon as possible, or it may lead to complications. If Voldemort were to discover she possessed it, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize it. Despite the vial's negligible value to him, Lady Snowy Owl remained fixated on the crystal vial in her hand, absent-mindedly nodding. Meanwhile, a fairy artisan, previously engrossed in conversation, suddenly froze, turning to reveal a glint of greed in his swollen eyes as they fixed upon the vial held by Lady Snowy Owl. He was a well-traveled fairy, yet his age was considerable. Just as the exchange between the two concluded, the windows on either side of the hall shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying like arrows towards the assembly. The fairy artisan's complexion paled as he abruptly overturned a table, his voice laden with accusation. Did you bring a tale, Professor? Upon hearing this, Sagrais cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, do you really believe I require assistance to deal with your kind? No sooner had he spoken than the aurors from the Ministry of Magic descended from above. Their shouts echoed thunderously, and Thunderbird immediately shattered the chandelier with a spell, plunging the hall into darkness. Several glowing orbs ignited almost simultaneously, illuminating the panicked faces of the crowd. Amidst the chaos, the diminutive fairy could not suppress his greed any longer. Launching a sharp cutting curse at the back of Lady Snowy Owl, he aimed to seize the elixir of immortality. Sagrais waved his wand, and a formidable magical barrier materialized, intercepting the lethal strike aimed at Lady Snowy Owl. Simultaneously, an obscure wave surged like lightning, and in an instant, the fairy's raised arm fell to the ground with a thud. Save your efforts, Grok. Sagrais, with a calm demeanor, pressed down on the fairy's severed wrist while casually wielding his wand, stifling the creature's anguished cries. I suggest you conserve your strength, otherwise, you won't be able to scream shortly. He then turned to survey the chaotic hall and decisively snapped his fingers. In an instant, the gravity within the entire space reversed, and an invisible force yanked everyone violently toward the ceiling, rendering them immobile. The brilliant spell light vanished, and darkness reigned once more. With a flick of his wand, the 17 members of the Bronze Feather were drawn to him, as if tethered by unseen ropes. Regardless of their will, they were ensnared in this sudden spatial shift. Following a surge of tumultuous magical energy, all members of the Bronze Feather disappeared, leaving only a group of aurors plummeting from the ceiling. In a safe house within France, the figures of 18 individuals materialized out of thin air, instantly crowding the once modest room. "There is a traitor among us," Sagrais announced impassively. A palpable atmosphere of tension filled the air. With a subtle incantation, he expanded the safe house's space several-fold, alleviating the congestion. He then waved his wand again, casting a spatial anchoring spell that extinguished all possibilities of apparition. Silence enveloped the room as the 17 stood there, their expressions fluctuating as they gazed at the fairy lying on the ground, struggling silently. Despite the earlier tumult in the hall, everyone had witnessed his actions firsthand. "How intriguing," Sagrais mused, toying with his wand and regarding the assembly with a bemused smile. "Until the truth is uncovered, none of you are permitted to leave. This is far more entertaining than mere information exchanges. Why should we?" The dark wizard Barlow scowled, questioning when it had become his place to issue commands. The Falcon and Pelican instinctively nodded in agreement, seemingly united by Sagrais' dark wizard label. "Why should you?" Sagrais replied with a smile, feigning surprise at the folly of the question. In the blink of an eye, a flash of crimson spell light transformed Barlow, who had been standing a moment before, into a gruesome splatter against the wall. A collective shudder rippled through the group, and even the silent, wretched Groke on the floor wisely sealed his lips, beads of sweat trickling down into his eyes. "Have you misunderstood something?" Sagrais said expressionlessly. "I am not requesting your compliance. I am notifying you." He glared at them coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the Bronze Feather from within. Just as Barlow had just perished, he relished the thought of others voicing dissent, eager for them to reveal their true colors. Chapter 51, The Informer. Nonetheless, Sagrais is also a man of reason. Or so he believes. After all, they have worked together in this clandestine organization for quite some time. If someone were to voluntarily show weakness, he could hardly strike without cause. This is not a game, and taking a life does not yield experience points. Lady Nightingale drew her wand. The tip firmly pressed against Glock's Adam's apple, causing beads of sweat to cascade down the fairy's forehead, amplifying his evident terror. "Why do you attack me?" Lady Nightingale's visage was as frigid as ice, her tone sharp. "Your actions during the table flip were far too deliberate, clearly an attempt to conceal something." "Madam, I was momentarily blinded by greed, and I have already paid a grievous price for it." Glock trembled, revealing his severed arm, his voice a mere whisper of desperation. "But I truly am not the informant. Which fairy would willingly court trouble by engaging with an auror? Trust me, I speak the truth." At that moment, Nightingale retrieved an exquisite small black vial from her robe, drawing the attention of all present. "A potent truth serum. Just 3 drops will reveal all." She raised the vial, and Glock's complexion turned ashen. Yet, under the weight of their threatening gazes, he ultimately refrained from uttering a word of refusal. "Why have your ears turned purple?" Redhawk exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed at the fairy who had consumed the truth serum. "The effects of the truth serum," Thunderbird, well versed in such matters, explained. "Humans exhibit similar symptoms upon ingestion. The fading of color indicates the waning effects of the potion." Nightingale nodded in agreement and proceeded directly to the interrogation. "What is your true name?" Glock lay silently on the ground, momentarily dazed, until faint, shimmering runes began to emerge upon his skin, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. "Mauritius Glock, have you ever leaked information to the Ministry of Magic?" "I have not." "Did you divulge the details of the gathering of the Bronze Feather to others?" "I did not." The ancient fairy's eyes were vacant as he mechanically responded to the inquiries. The expressions of those present grew grave once more. "It is not him." This meant that the informant must be someone else. Sagrais slowly approached Glock, scrutinizing the flickering runes upon him. "Is there a problem?" Nightingale inquired, puzzled. Sagrais straightened, a subtle, inscrutable smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He plays the part well. "Have you ever taken truth serum before?" Glock remained utterly still, save for a barely perceptible tremor in his large ears. Nightingale paused, taken aback. Is this old fairy merely acting? The others, upon hearing Sagrais' words, shifted their gaze to Nightingale, clearly not doubting Sagrais' judgment. Consequently, Nightingale, who had produced the truth serum, became the primary suspect. Furrowing her brow, she was about to explain when Sagrais spoke again. "It has nothing to do with her." He gestured toward the unmoving Glock. "It is he who bears the anti-interrogation runes marked by Gringotts." Upon hearing these words, the novice Wren suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The goblins who possess the key to the vault in Gringotts are indeed marked with such incantations to prevent them from divulging secrets. Lady Snowy Owl disdainfully curled her lips, remarking that she had not expected him to be merely a goblin from Gringotts. The tension that had gripped the falcon and his companions began to dissipate. They had genuinely feared that Sagrais might seize this opportunity to eliminate dissenters and launch an assault against them. However, it now seemed fortuitous to uncover the true informant. But why did you divulge the location of the bronze feather gathering to the Ministry of Magic? The white-haired albatross rose in indignation, his tone devoid of the previous amicability. The goblin remained motionless on the ground, indifferent. You traitor! The novice wren, filled with fury, drew his wand and pointed it menacingly at the goblin's forehead. Glock finally ceased his pretense, struggling to rise from the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Spare me! The old goblin cried in terror. I was indeed pretending. But I truly did not lie. Still attempting to defend yourself. Wren's anger flared, the tip of his wand shimmering with an increasingly brilliant light. Clearly prepared to unleash several curses. Sagrais, observing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. If he did not intervene, the old goblin would likely be executed on the spot. Everyone. Sagrais gestured towards the panicked goblin. Let us conduct a thorough investigation. I shall examine his memories. No sooner had he spoken than he unhesitatingly waved his wand. Regardless of Glock's willingness, he forcibly extracted the strands of memory from the goblin's temple, utilizing memory projection to scrutinize them before the assembly. Ultimately, it was revealed that the old goblin had indeed spoken the truth. He was not involved in this matter. Sagrais then nonchalantly waved his wand, returning the strands of memory back into the goblin's mind. However, this experience would undoubtedly leave the old goblin somewhat forgetful, and given his advanced age, the likelihood of him suffering from senility upon awakening was considerable. Nevertheless, this was quite fortunate. After all, he had narrowly escaped death moments ago, and now at least could enjoy his twilight years. It appeared that the affair was far from concluded. He slowly surveyed the gathering, speaking in a calm tone. Yet there remains ample truth serum. Uncovering the reality is merely a matter of time. He then pointed at the novice wren, indicating, you shall be next. What? Me? Yes. You. Sagrais nodded, noting that the individual's behavior was excessively aggressive, which was rather conspicuous for a newcomer. Without regard for the other's willingness, he gestured to Nightingale to proceed. Nightingale delicately tapped her wand 3 times against the vial's opening. 3 droplets of metallic-hued potion precisely fell into Wren's forcibly opened mouth. The middle-aged woman's pupils dilated instantaneously. Her ears began to change color, while silver vein-like patterns emerged beneath her skin. Your true name? Eliza Ferguson. Her voice was mechanical and hollow, with uncontrolled saliva trickling from the corners of her mouth. Have you ever leaked information to the Ministry of Magic? Yes. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Which organization do you belong to? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The albatross's expression suddenly darkened considerably. Do you have accomplices? No. What is your purpose? To infiltrate, observe, assess, and seek opportunities to capture the wanted criminal, the Shrike, Kale Fister. The once vibrant albatross seemed to crumble in an instant, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. A few chuckles emerged from the crowd. Old man, have you grown weary of life due to your age? You actually recommended someone from the Ministry of Magic? The information dealer, the stork, questioned with a tone full of mockery. This time, it was merely my failing eyesight. I will compensate you all. The albatross's expression was despondent, as if all strength had been drained from him. Chapter 52, The True Traitor. Huh, how intriguing. Sagrais shook his head, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Can you guess what I have discovered? All eyes turned to him as he extended his wand, slowly extracting the memory strands of the newcomer, the wren. In the memory images that appeared in the air, everyone clearly saw her meeting with the aurors of the French Ministry of Magic and the scenes of her transmitting information. What is the problem with this? The Nightingale keenly sensed the anomaly. He knew Sagrais would not make baseless accusations. It's poorly made, resembling the instructional materials of the memory cancellation command. Sagrais enlarged a few key images while slowing down the playback. Nightingale, are you suggesting that someone has altered her memories? Sagrais remained noncommittal. Blissbird, what does this imply? Sagrais, it means that the memories we just witnessed were meticulously designed by someone for us to see. Red Falcon, so Albatross. Do you have anything to say? Once again, the crowd's gaze fixed upon the elder, his face pale, cold sweat trickling from his temples. I do not know what you are talking about. You will soon find out. Sagrais decisively cast legitimacy, his powerful magic forcefully invading the elder's memories. He quickly uncovered a clue. Your mental occlusion is indeed commendable, he remarked candidly, but unfortunately, you have encountered me. The magic sliced through the elder's defenses in an almost instant fashion, like a whirling blade. As Sagrais forcibly extracted his memory strands while the elder convulsed and foamed at the mouth, the images unfurled before the audience like a scroll. This description is not suggestive. Do not misinterpret it. The images clearly depicted the albatross in the dim light of the Broken Cauldron pub, his expression somber as he discreetly pinned the specially crafted badge of the bronze feather to the hidden place on the wren's chest. Under the cover of night at the wren's home, He launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Wren and wove a false memory, altering her perception. At last, he cunningly revealed the location of the bronze feathers gathering to the officials of the Ministry of Magic, his eyes glinting with the light of a conspiracy fulfilled. As for his intentions, they were rather straightforward. The bronze feather had long been without a leader, and as the oldest member of this organization, he deemed himself the most suitable candidate for the role. However, this came with a caveat. He had to eliminate certain unstable elements, those dissenters, those who refused to heed his commands, those potential threats he could not control. Unfortunately, the horrors of the French Ministry of Magic proved to be as inept as they were incompetent, suffering a dismal defeat even when prepared, failing to capture any targets, which thwarted the Albatross's plans. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements, designating a scapegoat. This not only allowed him to shift all blame seamlessly, but, if executed properly, he could even orchestrate the revelation himself, thereby solidifying his position within the organization. Yet, despite his self-proclaimed mastery of memory alteration, he did not anticipate crossing paths with the formidable Sagrais. Ultimately, everything spiraled out of control, and the conspiracy was laid bare. He himself, subjected to Sagrais' mental assault, was utterly reduced to a fool. Let us conclude for today, Sagrais declared, turning to face the assembled group, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. The new gathering was scheduled for a week hence, to be held at a safe house in Paris. The attendees nodded in acknowledgement, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of apparition, leaving only 8 individuals behind. Nightingale, the Potion Master, Snowy Owl, the Merchant, Red Falcon, the Diviner, Thunderbird, the Wand Maker, Hummingbird, the Healer, Stork, the Information Broker, Robin, the Defense Expert, and Swift, the Curse Breaker. It was not that they wished to linger, but several had received unspoken cues from Sagrais, compelling them to stay. I know your minds are rife with questions, but rest assured, I shall address each of them. Sagrais spoke, his voice steady and commanding. With a flick of his wand, the 3 individuals who lay on the ground, the Pixie, the Novice, and the Albatross, were instantly transported to a corner. Following this, an elongated oval table and 9 bronze chairs materialized out of thin air. Sagrais pulled out a chair and sat down, prompting the others to take their seats in unison. All that was previously discussed regarding the new gathering is hereby null and void. Sagrais' first statement left the group in a state of bewilderment, but he quickly provided clarification. Upon viewing this, you will comprehend. A slender thread of memory floated towards the table, and as the images unfolded, the attendees could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. This is the original memory of the novice Wren, Sagrais remarked with a smile. Little did the old man know that the scapegoat he meticulously selected was, in fact, a genuine spy for the Ministry of Magic. So have we wronged him? Red Falcon exclaimed in surprise. Not at all, Sagrais replied, his expression icy and serious, his actions backed by irrefutable evidence. It is merely that this Wren. He extended his wand, and with a gentle motion in the air, the memories scattered like tangled threads, only to be reassembled under his deft control. The 9 witnesses present beheld this masterful display of memory magic. Sagrais was indeed exceptionally gifted in this art, perhaps a trait inherited from his reticent father. He meticulously erased all information regarding the 9 individuals from the newcomer's memory, and then inscribed the time and location of the upcoming gathering a week later. After completing this intricate task, he delicately infused the rewoven memory into the mind of the Lark. She would undoubtedly divulge the gathering details to the French Ministry of Magic. And as for those dark wizards, Sagrais chuckled at the thought, warning not to mistake his restraint for cruelty. After all, his decision not to act against them today was a significant act of mercy. His gaze swept across each individual present, his tone resolute and grave. The bronze feather shall be purified. We no longer require those ambitious fugitives. Nor can we allow ourselves to be hunted by the International Wizarding Federation any longer. Their achievements in their respective fields are utterly incompatible with our principles. From this moment forth, you shall no longer suffer their threats nor be forced into hiding because of their existence. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Sagrais declared firmly, we shall revive the dignity of the Bronze Feather, an ancient organization born in the 5th century BC, dedicated to combating dark creatures. Each of you shall have the opportunity to recommend newcomers. Likewise, the scrutiny will be exceptionally stringent. With a flourish of his wand, all the bronze badges detached from their positions and flew into his palm. A gentle yet pure light then blossomed, revealing 8 resplendent and magnificent bronze badges before their eyes. I have cast protective enchantments upon your badges and made some ingenious modifications. He casually picked up one of the badges to showcase it. It now not only conveys brief messages, but also transforms into a magical key. In the future, the time and location of our gatherings will be decided by the members in rotation, with the decision-maker responsible for setting the key's destination. Naturally, in times of crisis, it will serve as a reliable guardian. As long as the caster's magical power does not exceed my limits, all spatial anchoring spells will become ineffective. At that moment, activating the badge will allow you to escape peril in an instant, while also notifying other members to come to your aid. To ensure absolute security, I have also applied blood source magic. A single drop of the user's blood will bond the badge to your lineage, rendering it untouchable by anyone else. Finally, Sagrais cast a glance at the assembly and slowly spoke. Next week, within the safe house in Paris, all members of the Bronze Feather from the newcomer Lark's memory will be apprehended. They shall be executed on the spot amidst fierce resistance, thereby bringing a perfect conclusion to the International Wizarding Federation's global manhunt for the Bronze Feather. Chapter 53. The Time Turner? A piece of cake. By the time Sagrais returned to Hogwarts, it was already the afternoon of the following day. The objective of this endeavor was flawlessly achieved. He sat in the chair of his office, gazing at the exquisite hourglass in his hand, a pure smile gracing his face. The Time Converter, a top-secret artifact of the Ministry of Magic, was accessible only to those with authorization. This was an extraordinarily unique magical device, serving but one purpose: time travel. He recalled the renowned theoretical physicist Hawking, who had once proposed the chronology protection conjecture, asserting that quantum effects would preclude macroscopic time travel, thereby averting any paradoxes. More than 2 decades had elapsed, yet these theories lingered vaguely in his mind, for he had once held an unwavering belief in science. However, since his transcendence, he had embraced magic instead. The desire to return to the past was undoubtedly a yearning shared by all, and Sagrais was no exception. Though that was a notion he had entertained prior to his crossing, his current study of the Time Converter was not to rectify past regrets, but rather to delve into the essence of magic itself. As he scrutinized the hourglass, a frown creased his brow. Let me ponder, he mused. There were several points to consider: the grandfather paradox and the butterfly effect. The former could lead to logical contradictions, causing the collapse of the timeline. The latter might result in significant alterations to a predetermined future due to minor changes. The essence of timeline collapse is the loss of logical coherence in reality, with consequences far beyond human comprehension and control. It signifies not only physical destruction, but also a complete negation of the meaning of existence, causality, and free will. Sagrais endeavored to comprehend time travel through his understanding, but soon relinquished the effort. For if an event's occurrence was contingent upon the future self's interference with the past, would that not invert cause and effect, ensnaring one in an endless loop? He decided to dismiss such thoughts, waving off the raven-like Loctis. He resolved to first prepare the time converter in his hand and personally attempt it. This would afford him a more detailed understanding of the workings of time magic. The core of the time converter was woven from the sands of time and the threads of fate. The former corresponded to the laws governing celestial motion, while the latter represented the physical manifestation of causality. The issue with his time converter lay with the sands of time. Prolonged use inevitably depleted a portion of these sands, disrupting the balance between the two forces and ultimately leading to the device's malfunction. To restore it, one must adjust the resonance frequencies of these two powers, re-establishing equilibrium. However, the dilemma was that Sagrais currently had no surplus materials for the repair, since he could not restore the balance for the time being. Could he perhaps achieve a new equilibrium? With this thought, inspiration struck him. He decided to extract a portion of the threads of fate in a novel manner to reconstruct the balance. I am truly a genius. Sagrais marveled at his own idea. With a clear direction, the repair process progressed swiftly. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, the time converter was finally revitalized. How splendid! He surveyed the hourglass in his hand, unable to conceal his excitement. Let me test it for a minute first. Sagrais entered the corridor, calibrated the scale, and inverted the hourglass. In an instant, his body became suspended, while his mind surged with exceptional vigor. He observed the birds outside flying in reverse, the setting sun transforming back into a blazing orb, and the raven, Locris, flitting in and out of the window. The leaves in the distance shifted from yellow to green, and the snowflakes swirled upwards from the ground into the sky. The furnishings of the office morphed, with numerous strangers departing and returning. Ultimately, even the walls and the surrounding ceiling vanished from sight. When he regained control of his body, he discovered himself standing atop a large stone in the wilderness. Sagrais turned to survey his surroundings, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes after a long absence. Where on earth am I? Has Hogwarts ceased to exist? The confusion on his face gradually morphed into terror. So, this must be at least a millennium ago. Sagrais finally embraced his predicament. He scrutinized the hourglass once more, but found no apparent faults. The sand within continued to defy gravity, flowing upwards, leaving him perplexed about the source of the anomaly. Having traversed to a timeline that should not have included him, Sagrais was bewildered by the mechanics of it all. After all, temporal magic was exceedingly intricate, and he had only recently begun to delve into its mysteries. Perhaps, when the sand in the hourglass has fully reversed, he might return to his original timeline. He pondered the duration this might require, estimating the flow of the grains. Fortunately, he still possessed his wand. Upon inspecting his belongings, he was pleasantly surprised to find a small vial of Felix Felicis tucked away in his pocket. Grateful to Velis, He disregarded any doubts about the efficacy of the time-bending potion and promptly consumed 3 drops. At least a millennium's worth of luck was still within its prime. Sagrais sighed, only to realize that, by all accounts, its production date was over 1,000 years hence, thus it could not possibly be expired. He endeavored to maintain an optimistic outlook, for nothing could be worse than his current plight. Once more, Sagrais scanned the area, attempting to identify anything that might resonate with his memories of Hogwarts. But he soon surrendered to futility. Time had etched deep scars upon this land, were it not for his own eyes. He might never have believed that the desolate terrain before him was indeed the original visage of Hogwarts. What are you searching for? A cold female voice suddenly resonated from behind him, causing Sagrais' spine to stiffen instantly. The sound was so near, it felt as though it whispered directly into his ear. Yet he had not detected any approach, truly astonishing. The shadows move unseen. Almost instinctively, Sagrais activated his apparition spell, executing 3 successive jumps through space accompanied by a deafening crack. His figure left 3 afterimages in the air before finally materializing upon a massive stone 10 meters away. His wand was already aimed at the source of the voice, the crimson spell light coalescing at its tip, distorting the surrounding air with heat. It was only then that he discerned the appearance of the newcomer. She was a tall woman clad in a silver-blue robe, her gaze serene and her demeanor exuding an air of elegance, seemingly indifferent to the wand held by Sagrais. "What did you just drink?" she continued to inquire, her tone peculiar and devoid of any fluctuation. Sagrais' expression darkened considerably as he sensed countless invisible strands of magical energy spreading towards him like a spider's web. These filaments, as delicate as gossamer, possessed a terrifying penetrative force, attempting to pry open the defenses of his mind. In the brief exchange, she had already initiated numerous covert mental intrusions. Were it not for the strength of his mental barriers, he would likely have found his thoughts thoroughly rummaged through by now. Quite an impressive attempt at mental manipulation, Sagrais remarked coldly, but if you wish to avoid becoming a lifeless corpse, I advise you to cease your efforts to breach my defenses. Chapter 54, Testing. The woman's gaze finally wavered, a hint of disdainful amusement flickering across her features. She tilted her head slightly, her pure white hair cascading down like a waterfall, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Sagrais smiled as well, his grin revealing the ruthlessness of a predator. "It seems a lesson is in order." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Sagrais raised his wand with sudden fervor. A wave of dense magical energy erupted from him, resonating through the air with the sound of shattering glass as the invisible strands were severed. The woman stumbled back, her already pale complexion turning ghostly white, her blue eyes glinting with an eerie light under the moon. Yet Sagrais afforded her no respite. His wand traced a blinding arc, its tip aimed at the night sky. Thunderbolt. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar as it descended. The blinding white light illuminated the forest as if it were midday, and upon striking the ground, it unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Ancient trees around him were carbonized by the intense heat, and the earth was blasted into a massive crater 3 meters in diameter, with molten lava churning at the bottom. The air thick with the scent of ozone and scorched earth. Sagrais stood atop a boulder, his black robes billowing in the heatwave. His instincts warned him that she had not perished. The woman's silhouette vanished amidst the aftermath of the explosion, yet his magical senses keenly detected her presence, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Petrify them all. A red spell light suddenly surged from behind him, the magical energy so potent that the surrounding air trembled. Without turning, Sagrais swiftly traced a perfect arc with his left hand. Armor shield. The silver-blue barrier precisely intercepted the petrification curse, causing ripples to surge across its surface. Simultaneously, Sagrais pointed his wand towards the direction of the incoming spell light. Cataclysmic blast. The violent surge of magical energy erupted in the air, instantly shredding the trees within a 10-meter radius into splinters. Amidst the swirling wood shavings, the woman deftly executed her phantasmal shift, evading the explosion. Scarlet tore through the air. Sagrais offered no respite, unleashing a piercing beam of red light aimed directly at her throat. In a swift response, the woman conjured an ironclad spell to shield herself, a transparent protective barrier manifesting before her. The moment the crimson incantation struck the ironclad shield, it seamlessly melded into the ethereal barrier. To her astonishment, she perceived a terrifying transformation occurring within her protective shield, as blood-red patterns resembling a spider's web emerged upon its surface, swiftly morphing into countless sharp blades of blood that hurtled toward her. Forced to employ her phantasmal shift once more, the woman's form had scarcely coalesced when Sagrais thrust his wand forward, solidifying the space within 100 meters like iron. The woman's phantasmal shift was abruptly interrupted, and in that critical moment, she had no choice but to invert her wand. Obstacle-laden, her gray incantation struck her own form, sending her lithe body soaring backward like a severed kite, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the blood blades. Yet, a corner of her silver-blue robe was severed, lending her an air of disarray. Fire ash serpent pestilence. The woman finally cast aside her underestimation as her wand swept forth, releasing a dense cloud of gray-green smoke. Within that haze, the silhouettes of countless serpents could be discerned, each serpent's eyes glimmering with a ghostly green poison. Sagrais attempted to disperse the smoke with a raging tempest, but discovered that this magical mist clung to him as if it were alive. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he deftly tapped his wand, vanishing without a trace. Silver light cascaded like moonlight as the magical smoke began to dissipate rapidly. Just as the mist teetered on the brink of dispersal, Sagrais felt a sudden sting. A translucent gray serpent had coiled around his left arm, its fangs embedded in his flesh. Interesting. Sagrais scoffed coldly, his wand unhesitatingly pressing against his own arm. A sharp slicing incantation followed, and the gray serpent emitted a piercing shriek as it was forcibly extracted from his body, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, the bite wound began to rot at a visibly alarming rate. Sagrais remained unfazed, his wand sweeping over the wound as a healing light ignited, expelling the decaying flesh and releasing tendrils of black smoke. You are more formidable than I had anticipated. The woman's voice resonated from all directions, as if countless iterations of her spoke simultaneously, yet the game had merely commenced. Sagrais tightened his grip on his wand, a sinister smile curving his lips, just as I desire. Rain of morning. The woman's wand traced an arc, and the heavens darkened ominously. Leaden clouds churned above, unleashing torrents of rain that fell like the size of beans. This was no ordinary deluge. Each drop bore the weight of despairing memories, burning tiny black spots upon contact with skin and directly eroding one's sanity. Sagrais narrowed his eyes, allowing the rain to cascade down his cheeks. He could sense the negative emotions attempting to penetrate his mind: abuse, bullying, injustice, and self-doubt. This incantation evidently intertwined the despairing essence of the Dementor with advanced meteorological magic. The corners of the woman's mouth curled slightly upward, but her smile quickly solidified. Mechanical mind. Sagrais' voice was chillingly inhuman, all emotional fluctuations forcibly suppressed, rendering him as calm as a placid lake. Weather spell, disperse. A blinding beam of dark light shot skyward, and magical energy coalesced in the air into a colossal raven's head projection. In an instant, the ominous clouds dissipated, the wind ceased, and the rain halted, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the battlefield. The woman's expression finally shifted, her eyes betraying a hint of gravity for the first time. Sagrais was privately astonished by the mysterious woman's unfathomable magical prowess, which might even surpass Dumbledore's. Phantom fire. Hundreds of pale fire ravens screeched forth, forming a dense net of encirclement, each raven's wings ablaze with a cold flame capable of incinerating souls. The battlefield's temperature plummeted, and the ground blossomed with eerie frost flowers. I advise you to relinquish your resistance. Sagrais' voice was terrifyingly calm, though you may also choose to be reduced to ashes. The swarm of fire ravens began to constrict their encirclement, a palpable aura of death permeating the air. He had intended to inquire about a few matters, such as the current time. The woman glanced at the throng of fire ravens, sensing the intense magical fluctuations within, and finally lowered her wand. I concede that I underestimated you. However, as she gradually lowered her wand, she suddenly raised her head at the moment of surrender. Chains of fate. A blue chain inscribed with ancient runes shot forth from her chest with a speed that surpassed thought. Sagrais instinctively conjured a fire shield for protection, the blazing barrier forming in an instant. Yet, the runic chain disregarded the defense, piercing through the wall of fire and embedding itself directly into his chest. Useless. The woman's voice carried an odd melody, as if singing. Our fates are now intertwined. Any harm you inflict upon me shall be reflected upon yourself. Her voice remained steady, but Sagrais detected a hint of weakness. She was evidently out of options. Otherwise, she would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Chapter 55, The Forbidden Arts. I indeed have no further reason to act against you. Sagrais inclined his head slightly toward the woman, his tone softening. The tension in her shoulders eased somewhat. Yet in the next moment, she became rigid once more. However, I have never required a reason to act. Sagrais' words pivoted sharply, and a spiraling silver-white light cone tore through the air with a deafening roar. Boom. The woman was blasted backward, blood spewing from her mouth. Her body flung like a rag doll, and even her wand slipped from her grasp. Sagrais was in no better condition. Although he had attempted to defend himself in that fleeting moment, the damage seemed to manifest from thin air, unavoidable. Pulling apart his wizard's robe revealed a gaping, gruesome wound on his chest. He gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Fortunately, he was more resilient than his opponent, and his wand remained firmly in hand. Raising it, he cast a swift healing charm upon himself and glanced at his adversary, only to notice that the woman was gradually recovering as well. It appeared that this curse was rather tenacious. However, he sensed that the chains binding him had weakened slightly. In that moment, Sagrais made a decisive choice. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he reversed his wand and pressed it against his chest. A piercing blast erupted. The blinding white light penetrated his chest, causing Sagrais to convulse violently. Simultaneously, The woman across from him let out a heart-wrenching scream as her recently healed wounds tore open once more. Casting a glance at the woman sprawled on the ground, he felt his initial assumptions were correct. As he ensnared himself once more in a self-imposed healing spell, both of them experienced slight improvements. Yet the color of the chains faded further. Almost forgetting, with a cruel smirk, Sagrais unleashed another spell, heart-piercing rend. The instant the crimson light struck him, the woman arched her back, emitting a series of inhuman wails. Her nails dug deeply into the earth, her fingers contorting in agony. Every nerve burned, every drop of blood boiled, as if countless dull knives were slowly slicing through her very soul. The indescribable pain exploded within her chest. It was not merely ordinary suffering, but rather the sensation of thousands of glowing steel needles simultaneously piercing every nerve. Her heart was being gripped tightly by invisible claws, contorting with each beat, inflicting fresh torment. Sagrais remained impassive, while his opponent teetered on the brink of collapse. It seemed your endurance for pain pales in comparison to mine. Sagrais approached her, once again tapping his chest with his wand, invoking heart-piercing rend. The blue rune chains grew fainter, ultimately shattering amidst the woman's anguished screams. Threads of mental intrusion surged into her mind, yet before Sagrais could explore further, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards him. The gaze of decay. Without even glancing back, Firecrow had already established a defensive barrier behind him. His movements were swift, bordering on precognition. Even the green light of the death curse struggled to match such reflexes. Yet, he was still struck, almost simultaneously as the spell was uttered. He felt a chilling sensation on his back. Transforming into a shadowy figure, he shifted his position, and upon descending from the sky, he finally glimpsed the individual who had appeared behind him. It was an exceedingly handsome man, with high, sharp cheekbones and eyes that bore an icy indifference. Sagrais could discern no emotional fluctuations on the man's face. He stood there like a meticulously crafted instrument, devoid of warmth. Taking the opportunity to glance at his own back, he noticed that his wizarding robe had decayed into ash, exposing skin that was visibly rotting at an alarming rate. Strangely, he felt no pain, only a sense of cold numbness. Venomous reprisal. A deep purple glow enveloped his body, and the festering wounds emitted a peculiar green radiance. This is a forbidden incantation that transforms toxins into healing energy, embodying the principle of counteracting poison with poison. Generally, he is reluctant to employ it, for a failed treatment could result in far graver injuries. However, today he has fortuitously consumed a few drops of a fortifying elixir in advance. The man across from him furrowed his brow slightly, a minuscule expression that sent a shiver down Sagrais' spine, not due to the man's reaction, but rather because he noticed the slight movement of the man's lips, producing a raspy, low hissing sound. The hoarse whispers echoed across the wilderness, causing the ground to tremble uneasily. A sudden conjecture flashed through Sagrais' mind. With a sweep of the man's pale arm, hundreds of corpses emerged from the earth, rotting hounds revealing their skeletal frames, humanoid figures wrapped in shrouds with flickering blue flames dancing in their eye sockets, and even a few giant skeletons, their hollow chests teeming with venomous serpents. The army of the undead. The man's voice cut through the air like a blade against stone. The legion of the dead turned in unison, hundreds of lifeless eyes locking onto Sagrais. The foremost corpse suddenly accelerated, thick black mist seeping from its form, coalescing in the air into a gargantuan visage of agony. Without a moment's hesitation, Sagrais raised his wand towards the heavens and then swung it forcefully. Meteor summon. A colossal fireball tore through the clouds, trailing a long tail of flames as it plummeted to the ground with a thunderous roar. Its velocity was such that it scorched the earth black before impact. At that moment, the handsome man extended his wand towards a woman, both drawn together by an unseen force. The ground then heaved, and a massive serpent burst forth, swallowing them whole and swiftly fleeing from the sight of the meteor's descent. Attempting to escape, a glint of cold light flashed in Sagrais' eyes. A chaotic explosion precisely struck the serpent's midsection, cleaving it in two. Immediately, a crimson spell light sliced through the air, shredding the upper half of the serpent into a rain of blood. Amidst the blood mist, the man emerged, clutching the woman in a disheveled state. His lips moved as he hissed in serpentine speech. 3 emerald-hued vipers suddenly darted up from beside Sagrais. Flesh and bone wither away. Sagrais violently waved his wand, a gray-white light sweeping across, instantly stripping the 3 vipers of their flesh, reducing them to mere bones that fell to the ground. Yet, more colossal serpents surged from every direction, each as thick as a barrel, their vertical pupils flickering with eerie purple flames. Sagrais regarded the approaching serpents with an expression devoid of any emotion, coolly uttering 4 words: "Stars fall." The sky darkened abruptly, and hundreds of meteors tore through the clouds, cascading down with long tails of fire. This forbidden incantation, which had once raised the fairy stronghold of Black Iron City in 1717, was a collective spell requiring 7 wizards to cast in unison while standing upon the ruins of an ancient observatory. Yet now, Sagrais wielded it with effortless grace. The air was thick with the scent of destruction, and everywhere he looked, Meteors rained down indiscriminately upon all that his eyes could see. Amidst the fleeting moments of the meteor shower, Sagrais wielded his wand once more. Rise, remnants. All the shattered serpents and the remnants of the undead drew towards him, their blood transforming into crimson threads, intricately weaving bizarre runes in the air. Flesh and blood meld together. The remains began to twist and merge. The sound of bones grinding against each other resonated like nails on a chalkboard. This notorious forbidden transmutation spell, an evil incantation strictly prohibited by the International Wizarding Federation, was effortlessly unleashed by Sagrais. In mere seconds, a towering monstrosity of flesh and blood, standing at a staggering 80 feet, erupted from the ground. It bore the torso of a giant, the wings of a fire dragon, the tentacles of an octopus, and a myriad of heads from diverse creatures. Each head emitted a chilling wail, a cacophony of the lamentations of all the beings fused together. Sagrais stood atop the shoulder of the beast, his black robe billowing in the heat, gazing down at the disheveled pair below with a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 56. The Bargain. Wait. One of the travelers struggled to lift their head, their voice hoarse. Mercy? Sagrais scoffed, his elongated fingers toying with the stolen wand. Do you not think it is too late to plead for that now? With a sharp crack, he snapped the opponent's wand in two. You have forced my hand to employ such magic. He inhaled deeply, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. I once believed these incantations would remain buried within my heart. A blazing meteor struck the fleshly beast, the fiery rock merging into its colossal form like droplets of water. The creature's skin began to emit an eerie red glow, as if it had gained newfound strength. Choose your demise. Sagrais' voice was chillingly calm. Swift or prolonged. The fleshly monstrosity let out a deafening roar, its immense body beginning to writhe. Kill us, and you shall forever be lost in the river of time. The woman suddenly cried out, her voice remarkably clear amidst the howling winds. Sagrais' brow furrowed sharply. He raised his left hand, causing the multitude of meteors to freeze in midair, the fleshly beast ceasing its movements. Intriguing, he remarked, tapping his wand lightly, restoring the broken wand to its original form in a blue glow. Tell me, his gaze sharpened, his tone brooking no dissent. Rowena Ravenclaw, what else do you know? The woman met his gaze without surprise, as if she had anticipated his recognition. You require my assistance. Otherwise, when the sands of time run out, you shall be forever trapped in its crevices. Sagrais narrowed his eyes. Continue. I have come following the guidance of the stars, to illuminate your path home. A glimmer shone in Ravenclaw's eyes. In exchange, you must resolve a few of our troubles. Sagrais curled his lips into a cold smile. Let us negotiate the terms. How about you assist me in resolving my troubles, and in return, his gaze swept over the two. I shall allow you to leave alive. Agreed. The decisiveness of the other party left Sagrais momentarily stunned. He even harbored doubts that they had been prepared to concede from the very beginning. How do you intend to assist me in resolving this issue? He inquired. You must first hand over the hourglass, came the response. Sagrais, silent as he regarded the other, ultimately produced the hourglass, tossing it alongside the repaired wand. Rowena Ravenclaw examined the hourglass for a moment before slowly speaking. Did you acquire this from someone else? Sagrais remained non-committal, responding with, Is there a problem? The hourglass has been tampered with. Sagrais narrowed his eyes, initially thinking of the snow owl, but then recalled the previous warning he had received. Ravenclaw continued, Though the handiwork is remarkably precise, the execution is rather crude. Her fingers grazed the barely visible golden thread. And she asserted, This is no mere accident. It is a meticulously orchestrated trap. Someone has severed the crucial nodes of fate, which has caused you to appear at this erroneous moment. Sagrais swallowed hard, his expression darkening. Ravenclaw mistakenly believed he was contemplating the identity of the perpetrator, while in truth, he was mentally chastising himself. He was acutely aware of the culprit, none other than the foolish and arrogant Sagrais Greengrass. How do we rectify this? He evaded Ravenclaw's probing gaze, seizing the opportunity to redirect the conversation. The witch sighed, and sparks of silver blue erupted from the tip of her wand. Once the complete thread of fate is disrupted, it is exceedingly difficult to restore. However, she produced a Ptolemaic planetarium, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, which appeared to be a time converter. Tossing it to Sagrais, she calmly stated, Use this to return. I have already set the time for you. Sagrais glanced at the planetarium before pocketing it. Now, what predicament do you wish for me to assist you in resolving? A fleeting smile graced Ravenclaw's face, only to vanish almost instantly. The witch-hunting movement was intensifying. An ever-growing number of wizards and witches were being pursued, judged, and executed. The church's pyres, the nobility's bounty notices, and the Muggle panic were cornering wizards into a dire predicament. Salazar Slytherin raised his arm, and a series of magical images materialized, a young witch being dragged to the gallows, her tattered skirts revealing a malformed cat's tail. The crowd roared with fervor. Some audacious souls struck her with sticks, while others used iron pincers to lift her skirts. There were also children, captured by Muggles due to magical outbursts, who possessed little means of resistance. Awaiting them were brutal interrogations and water torture. If they sank, they would be deemed innocent, yet drowned, and if they floated, they would be labeled as witches and subsequently executed. In a dark dungeon, an elderly man, shackled, was having his nails brutally extracted by pincers, merely for being accused by a neighbor of using his gaze to halt a cow's milk production. The charred skin peeled away in the flames, while children struggled within soaked burlap sacks, and the anguished screams of the tortured echoed as their nails were wrenched from their fingers. The vivid imagery was far more brutal than the historical accounts of the witch hunts etched in memory. Though the majority of victims during these frenzied witch hunts were mere muggles, wizards also suffered devastating blows. The apprentice-master lineage placed magic in a state of considerable ignorance, leaving most wizards utterly defenseless against the armies of the church and the knights of the nobility. Sagrais fell silent for a moment. "What do you want from me?" he heard his own hoarse voice ask. "To incite a war? We need to enact change," Ravenclaw replied with unwavering resolve. "We must protect young wizards and preserve the knowledge of magic." "So, you wish to establish a school? A school specifically for training wizards?" Ravenclaw arched an eyebrow slightly. "Is that not the case?" Sagrais countered. "Indeed, a school is a commendable idea," Ravenclaw pondered, but it is not so simple. Slytherin interjected suddenly. "What exactly do you need me to do?" "You know in your heart," Ravenclaw said meaningfully. "You understand what must be done." Sagrais immediately comprehended. As a time traveler, he possessed knowledge of the future. They did not require him to reveal everything, but rather to indicate the path forward. "Then let us build a school, right here," he declared, stomping his foot. "Hogwarts will welcome all children who awaken to their magical talents." Hogwarts? The two nearby were momentarily perplexed. "Is that the name of the school? Why call it Hogwarts? If you dislike it, you may call it Azkaban instead." "Let it be Hogwarts," Ravenclaw mused, sensing that the second name might carry unfavorable connotations. "But why? What significance does Hogwarts hold?" Slytherin furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Do not ask," Sagrais replied bluntly, for he too was uncertain of the answer. This endeavor was not solely about saving wizards, it was also about rescuing muggles. After all, those falsely accused of witchcraft among the muggles were the most innocent. Yet no one extended a hand to aid them. Not wizards, and certainly not muggles. However, Sagrais was willing, perhaps because he had once been a muggle himself. "This matter must be discussed with Godric and Helga when they return," Ravenclaw finally stated. "They are our companions." Sagrais did not respond, merely raised his hand. And the meteors suspended in the sky abruptly changed direction, plummeting with increased speed. They struck the ground in the distance, creating a massive crater, the intense heat melting the rocks at the bottom into charred glass. Chapter 57, The Young Four Founders. During the days of waiting, Sagrais spent most of his time seeking Ravenclaw's insights into the mysteries of time magic. This field was profoundly intricate and incredibly perilous, starkly contrasting with the harmful spells he had previously devised. In the nearby wilderness, Salazar Slytherin meticulously dissected a creature wrought from flesh and blood by Sagrais. His makeshift workshop was shrouded in an eerie emerald glow. The serpentine candelabras embedded in the stone walls exhaled cold flames, distorting his shadow into a grotesque figure across the desolate terrain. Upon a rudimentary workbench, a series of silver surgical knives gleamed with a chilling sheen, each handle adorned with the organs of various beings, the vertical pupils of a harpy, the amber irises of a centaur, and the crystalline tear glands of a unicorn. All remained vividly moist, as if freshly severed. "Sample number 7, commence recording." Slytherin's voice resonated, deep and devoid of emotion. A levitating quill immediately etched a dark line upon the parchment. A silver blade precisely incised the creature's chest cavity, causing a mass of eyes to contract violently. Yet Slytherin's lashes did not flutter. The parchment automatically documented. Magical circuits exist at the junction of the wing bones and pectoral muscles, resembling biological eyeballs, hypothesized to be conduits of flight magic. Sagrais' learning curve was astonishingly swift. Before Godric and Helga's return, he had already mastered the foundational principles of temporal magic. Of course, whether Ravenclaw retained certain crucial incantations remained uncertain. After all, she was a remarkably astute witch, well-versed in the realms of time, fate, and memory. In his leisure, he would observe Slytherin's magical experiments. The meticulousness of this future founder's research astonished him, each step accompanied by detailed experimental records, every conclusion rigorously validated. It is noteworthy that even in the 20th century, no wizard surpassed his capabilities, though they had suffered defeat in their magical duel that day. Sagrais held no doubts regarding their future accomplishments in the arcane arts. Intriguingly, this observation was reciprocal. While he scrutinized the two founders, they too were subtly analyzing Sagrais. His unconventional spellcasting methods and the integration of modern logic into magical theory quietly influenced the thoughts of these two prodigies. Regrettably, after more than a millennium of evolution, the progress of the magical realm appeared woefully limited when juxtaposed with the ever-advancing technology of the Muggle world. Wizards seemed to be stagnating. Sagrais silently regarded Slytherin's experiment. He would not convey to them that every era possesses its own mission, and and the purpose of the four founders was to establish Hogwarts, not to instigate a transformative revolution spanning millennia. That was his undertaking. As twilight deepened, an unusual black that suddenly emerged on the horizon. Initially, Sagrais paid it no mind, until the shadow expanded at an astonishing speed, tearing through the clouds to reveal its true form. A Ukrainian iron-belly dragon, measuring at least 65 feet in length. This colossal beast, nearly extinguished in the 20th century, was diving towards them. The silver-gray metallic scales refracted a cold gleam in the setting sun, and with each powerful beat of its wings, the dragon stirred hurricane-like turbulence. Sarglass's pupils constricted sharply as his wand traced a vivid crimson arc through the air. The ground trembled, and a grotesque creature, forged from flesh and blood, erupted forth with a thunderous roar. Dozens of tendrils, alive and writhing like serpents, coiled around the neck of a scaled fire dragon. What in the world is that? A furious shout erupted from the dragon's back. In a flash of silver, the stout tendrils were severed. The unsteady fire dragon thrashed violently in midair, its riders scattering in all directions, ultimately rescued by a levitation charm. A cold smile curled at the corners of Sarglass's lips. Suddenly, the creature's mutilated back tore apart, revealing a pair of colossal wings formed from shattered bones and sinew, which unfurled at an unnatural speed, pursuing the falling fire dragon. A massive claw, covered in suction cups, gripped the dragon's neck, generating a nauseating sound of corrosion where scales met flesh. Stop! The cry from Ravenclaw erupted simultaneously with the dragon's fiery breath. Yet, instead of being consumed, the creature's body absorbed the white-hot flames like a sponge, its every muscle fiber swelling and trembling with the influx of energy. At the opportune moment, Sarglass raised his left hand, causing the creature, on the verge of devouring its prey, to freeze into a grotesque statue of blood. The dragon's desperate roars shook the ground, sending fragments of stone leaping, but its head, ensnared within the creature's grasp, began to merge grotesquely with the writhing flesh, its scales gradually transforming into a dark, bloody texture. With a sharp crack, Sarglass snapped his fingers. The blood-soaked creature immediately relinquished its grip, and the Ukrainian iron belly emitted a pained screech before stumbling a few steps and then soaring into the sky. Who is this guy? A booming voice echoed as a burly man with a beard stepped forth from the crowd. He wore a pointed wizard's hat, and his reddish-brown curls defiantly peeked from beneath its brim, while his jeweled longsword dripped with blood. That was a rare catch. I just had my first ride. Calm down. Godric. The speaker was none other than Slytherin, who approached swiftly, his pale fingers resting on the man's shoulder as he whispered a few words in his ear. The expression on Gryffindor's face shifted from anger to astonishment. Is it really him? The man, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Sarglass, and then Ravenclaw stepped forward to introduce him. This is Sarglass, a traveler. She then turned to Sarglass, saying, "This is Godric Gryffindor." After introducing the bearded man, she pointed to a voluptuous and beautiful lady, saying, "This is Helga Hufflepuff." Lady Hufflepuff had long, light golden hair adorned with woven purple wildflowers. Her round face graced with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Sarglass also noticed that her linen dress bore stains of fresh herbal juices. These are the children we rescued from the clutches of the church. Sarglass's gaze shifted beyond them, landing on a group of trembling children in the background. These little wizards, salvaged from the church's grasp, were wrapped in rags, their exposed ankles bruised and battered. The terror evident in their eyes reminded Sagrais of young beasts trapped within a cage. He was perplexed as to why Gryffindor and the others had not dressed the young sorcerers more appropriately. Nevertheless, a wave of jubilation surged through him. With a graceful flick of his wand, golden, sparkling motes of magic cascaded down upon the children. With a few fluid transfiguration spells, their tattered rags transformed into neat black robes. The smallest girl timidly reached out to touch her new attire, and suddenly, she revealed the first smile of the day. Gryffindor stood with his arms crossed, his gaze inadvertently gliding over Sagraus's face. "It seems we have much to discuss," he remarked, casting a pointed glance at the colossal, grotesque creature. Yet, before the gravity of the moment could settle, he broke into a radiant smile. "But first, we must indulge in a hearty meal," followed by a few drinks. Chapter 58. The beginning of everything. What did you say? Establish a school? Godric Gryffindor's thick brows shot up, his steel needle-like beard morphing with his exaggerated expression. Where would it be built? Rowena Ravenclaw gestured to the desolate ground beneath their feet. "You mean to construct it in this godforsaken wilderness?" Rowena did not respond verbally, yet her demeanor spoke volumes. "Then who will be the teachers? Who will be the students?" Gryffindor pressed on with a different inquiry. Ravenclaw's silver-blue eyes glimmered under the moonlight. "We four would serve as the finest educators and could continue to recruit others. As for the students," she said, her gaze sweeping over the group of children adorned in their new robes, "all young sorcerers awakening to their magical potential deserve systematic education, rather than perishing in the witch hunt. But some of those children already have teachers." Gryffindor waved his gem-encrusted sword, its blade slicing through the air with a silvery arc. Salazar Slytherin suddenly scoffed, his emotionless eyes glinting with cold light. What use are those so-called teachers? 9 out of 10 cannot even cast a decent Lumos spell. Their abilities are uneven, and most cannot escape the church's persecution. So we are to poach them? Gryffindor scratched his unruly hair, a broad grin breaking across his face. Rowena, you truly present me with a conundrum. He thumped his chest decisively. Leave this to me. I will ensure that every wizard in Britain knows the renown of Gryffindor School of Magic. Wait, Ravenclaw interrupted suddenly. The school shall be named Hogwarts. What? Why not Gryffindor School of Magic? What a magnificent name. Gryffindor's eyes widened in disbelief. It shall be called Hogwarts, Ravenclaw stated with an air of finality, the blue light at the tip of her wand flickering slightly. However, there will be 4 houses, 1 for each of us. Gryffindor deflated like a punctured balloon. All right. Each of us shall be responsible for 1. Mine shall be Gryffindor House. He promptly began to stroke the hilt of his sword with pride. I intend to construct the common room in a towering spire, adorned with the finest crimson velvet. Ravenclaw exchanged a knowing glance with Hufflepuff, both filled with exasperation. Suddenly, Gryffindor slapped his forehead, causing his hat to crumple. Wait a moment. Why must there be 4 colleges? His robust arm encircled Sagrais' shoulder, the iron clasp of his leather bracer digging painfully into him. This friend had been of immense help. Surely he deserved a college of his own. Ravenclaw's eyes sparkled as she tentatively proposed to Sagrais. What if we add 1 more? Perhaps the Azkaban you mentioned earlier? Sagrais shook his head repeatedly in refusal. Just then, a blinding blue light erupted from the Ptolemaic planetarium in his pocket. The distinct sound of turning gears resonated, and Sagrais' form began to fade like a watercolor painting losing its vibrancy. Realizing what was happening, he opened his mouth to utter something, but his figure grew increasingly translucent, vanishing completely before the eyes of the onlookers mere seconds later. Wait. Gryffindor reached out in an attempt to grasp him, only to clutch a wisp of dissipating starlight. Merlin's beard. He kicked a stone in frustration, lamenting that he still had many questions left unasked. Ravenclaw calmly elucidated, the laws of time are calling him back. We cannot hold him. Yet, her voice carried a tinge of melancholy, evidently reflecting her own multitude of inquiries regarding magic. In the night sky, only the towering, fleshy giant remained as testament to his presence. What are we to do about this? Gryffindor pointed at the immense, grotesque creature, and the others cautiously directed their gazes toward the terrifying being, exchanging uncertain glances. Allow me to handle this, Slytherin interjected at an opportune moment. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Hufflepuff lifted the lid of a copper pot, revealing a bubbling golden broth, while skewers of meat sizzled as they rotated on the edges of the pot. Let us first satisfy our hunger, she said gently, her voice dispelling the heaviness in the atmosphere. With a flick of her wand, wild grasses wove themselves into a dining table. Whether it was constructing a school or dissecting a creature, she glanced meaningfully at Slytherin. Both tasks required strength. Let us eat and drink, and then we shall commence. Gryffindor wiped the froth of ale from his beard, suddenly pausing to ponder what form the castle would ultimately take. Ravenclaw raised her wand, and a miniature model of a dirt-constructed Hogwarts castle materialized, rotating gracefully into view. The castle's stones shimmered with magical luster, and the tower's spire cast slender shadows in the moonlight. Splendid, Gryffindor exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he pointed to a tall tower. This spot is perfect for Gryffindor's tower. I shall take charge of designing the castle's defenses. To be honest, I have a plethora of ingenious ideas swirling in my mind. For instance, I envision moving staircases and animated suits of armor and statues to assist with patrolling and safeguarding the school. Gryffindor rambled excitedly, gesturing animatedly, before finally placing a hand on Slytherin's shoulder. Salazar, what say you? Slytherin remained silent for a long moment before his pale fingers pointed to the crater created by Sagrais' meteorite at the edge of the model. There. His voice was somewhat hoarse. My college shall be built beneath that. I trust you are not considering taking the easy way out? Gryffindor firmly placed a hand on his shoulder, an expression of certainty gracing his face. I must tell you, do not even think about slacking off. You shall contribute to the construction of the castle. Slytherin, unfazed, brushed aside his hand and replied impassively, I shall take responsibility for the entire castle's underground drainage system. He gestured towards the charred pit, adding, moreover, I intend to fill this pit with water to nurture some experimental subjects. Helga, what about you? Where do you wish to build? Gryffindor continued to inquire. Hufflepuff, while handing out cups of drink to the young wizards by the campfire, tilted her chin towards a spot. Right here, she smiled, indicating a location adjacent to the kitchen. I will oversee the nourishment of all students and teachers. You cannot manage all that alone. You must also teach. Gryffindor shook his head, arms crossed. I shall find a way to enlist some helpers. In fact, I already have a few ideas in mind. She cheekily winked. Additionally, I need to construct several greenhouses, as some rare herbs require a special climate. Not a problem. Let us place it here. Gryffindor pointed with his sword. Hufflepuff nodded with a smile, and then turned to Ravenclaw. Rowena, what about you? I wish to establish an observatory to study the stars. Ravenclaw replied calmly, indicating the highest point of the castle. With a flick of her wand, She projected an ethereal image of a library onto the castle, stating, "The library shall also be my responsibility. Knowledge requires the utmost protection." "That is splendid. I shall bring back some books for you," Gryffindor interjected, seizing the opportunity. "Those individuals will undoubtedly be eager to entrust me with their tomes. To be honest, I believe only the grandest library is worthy of my intellect." Slytherin rolled his eyes at this, and even Hufflepuff could not stifle a giggle. "Now, what courses shall we establish?" Gryffindor declared, drawing his sword dramatically, its blade tracing a silver arc in the moonlight. "I shall teach them the art of combat with both wand and sword." Ravenclaw calmly interjected, "I shall instruct in charms. Defense against the dark arts." Slytherin's voice bore a hint of coldness, but to withstand darkness, one must first comprehend it. "Then I shall teach herbology." Hufflepuff gently distributed the last piece of roasted meat to the young wizards, continuing without turning her head, "A wizard must understand the gifts of the earth. Indeed, we require additional personnel to teach other subjects. Otherwise, we shall be utterly exhausted." As the conversation shifted to admission standards, Slytherin suddenly tapped the ground with his wand, producing a sharp sound. "We must clarify one point. Not every child who can wield a wand is worthy of training." His icy gaze swept over the group. "How many of those from Muggle backgrounds ultimately become witch hunters for the church?" "Salazar," Gryffindor retorted dismissively, "that is merely because they have no other choice. Provide these children with a home, and they will protect Hogwarts with their very lives." "A beautiful fantasy," Slytherin scoffed with a smirk, "then let each choose their own path. My academy only accepts descendants from wizarding families, for at least their loyalty is bound by familial magic, ensuring they would never raise their wands against their parents. Thus, I must be the bravest." The sound of Gryffindor's heartbeat echoed in the night, for only those courageous enough to confront dragons are the true Gryffindors. "And what about you two?" Ravenclaw pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "I desire intellectually gifted children, as I wish to impart upon them some profound magic." The assembly nodded in agreement, ultimately directing their gaze towards Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff's voice remained gentle, yet this time it bore an unusual firmness. "I cherish loyal and upright children," she declared, "but those who have nowhere else to go are always welcome in my academy." She glanced at the other three, then at the children whose eyes sparkled with hope, expressing a rare conviction. "Every child who arrives here should have a home. Hogwarts must serve as their sanctuary." Not another insurmountable barrier. Chapter 59, The Reunion of Two Geniuses. At the moment the time turner resumed its operation, Sagrais experienced an eerie sense of disconnection. His thoughts felt ensnared in a viscous honey, each idea requiring immense effort to disentangle from the myriad of obstacles. Meanwhile, his body was astonishingly light, as though every movement had been enchanted with an acceleration spell. The scene before him began to fast-forward crazily. The wands of the four founders wove a tapestry of shimmering light, the castle's foundation bursting forth from the earth like spring shoots, propelled by magic. The crater was instantaneously filled with azure waters, reflecting the shadows cast by the tower's spire. Shadows flitted by like a revolving lantern. Young wizards clutching hefty tomes scurried through the corridors. Newly appointed professors with robes billowing traversed the courtyard, some casting curious glances towards Sagrais' direction, as if peering through frosted glass. When the torrent of time finally calmed, Sagrais staggered and collapsed into the armchair of his office. He pressed his fingers firmly against his brow, his mind and body finally realigning. Trembling, he loosened his collar to inspect his chest for any wounds or curse marks, finding the silver thread embroidery at the cuffs intact. The Ptolemaic planetarium lay quietly in his palm, the bronze surface still retaining a warmth not of this era, as if to assure him that this was not a mere dream. "Wait." Sagrais furrowed his brow in confusion. "How did he end up in the office?" He suddenly turned, his wand slicing through the air, flinging the oak door open with a resounding bang. In the corridor, another version of himself was gradually becoming transparent, like a faded oil painting. A minute, indeed. He shut the door and carefully stored the time turner away. Then, this typically energetic professor unexpectedly drew the curtains tightly shut and collapsed heavily onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Time passed swiftly, and soon Hogwarts entered the season of new beginnings, during which Sagrais did not neglect to discreetly act, eradicating the blight of the bronze feather. Not long ago, he received a letter from the Nightingale, succinctly announcing her formal appointment as the potions professor at Buxbaden. Accompanying the letter was a newspaper. The front page of the Pioneer Daily featured a striking photograph of the Aurors from the French Ministry of Magic proudly displaying the confiscated bronze badges. After a 3-year pursuit, the chase had finally come to an end. The headline, embossed in gold, jubilantly proclaimed the downfall of the notorious organization, the Bronze Feather. In the corner of the photograph lay a mask, pierced by a spell, quietly resting in a pool of blood. The report elaborated on the thrilling operation, detailing how reliable intelligence had pinpointed the hideout and how, in the heat of battle, lethal spells were regrettably employed. Curiously, all the deceased could be found in the wanted files of the International Confederation of Wizards. Thus, the narrative reached a flawless conclusion. During the summer, Sagrais had traversed nearly the entirety of the European continent in search of clues regarding the sands of time. From the Dragon's Blood Black Market in Bulgaria to the ancient Nivens Institute in Norway, he had come up empty-handed. If all else failed, he could temporarily infiltrate the Department of Mysterious Events to borrow some resources, but fortunately, his research was not time-sensitive, and he had ample time at his disposal. In the final week before the school year commenced, clinging to a last glimmer of hope, he ventured into Diagon Alley, where he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure in the rare book section of Flourish and Blots, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was adjusting his golden curls in front of a mirror. In Sagrais' recollection, this individual's talents were rather pedestrian. If there was anything remarkable about him, it was his adeptness at self-promotion rather than academic pursuits. Sagrais had observed him more than once in the common room of Ravenclaw, boasting about non-existent achievements. Upon graduation, he had inscribed a phrase in magical ink on the wall of the common room. When you one day see my name in the newspapers, do not be surprised. That is merely the beginning of my illustrious life. At the time, most of their classmates regarded him as a joke who deserved to be confined to St. Mungo's psychiatric ward. However, the subsequent developments astonished everyone, including Sagrais. After graduation, Lockhart had traveled the world, during which he published his first book, Traveling with the Poisonous Unicorn. Achieving instant fame, he subsequently released a series of works, including Parting with the Banshee, Traveling with Ghouls, Journeying with Trolls, Sailing with Vampires, and his autobiography, The Wizard Who Could. Sagrais had perused these books, and aside from the last one, he found that the others contained some semblance of truth. Perhaps this former senior was not as inept as he had initially believed. Yet, now it seemed that this Ravenclaw alumnus had become even more ostentatious. Adorned in a violet robe embellished with at least 12 glowing medals, each step he took scattered shimmering gold dust. Sagrais instinctively attempted to evade him. But Lockhart recognized him with uncanny precision. "Merlin, is this not our genius junior?" Lockhart's voice was as sweet as honeyed cheese, a sticky sound that made one's scalp tingle. The newly published hardcover edition of The Magical Me is effortlessly flipping its pages, revealing exaggerated illustrations within. Sagrais distinctly recalls his early days at school, when this sixth-year senior nearly faced expulsion for casting a memory charm on his roommate to conceal his exam cheating. At that time, when caught in the act, he had pleaded with the professors in an overly saccharine tone. Sagrais, wishing to silence him, casually inquired about the Romanian monster hunters mentioned in his book Aboard with Vampires. Lockhart's lips twitched involuntarily. Oh, to think that the dear junior had actually read it. He suddenly became affable, draping an arm over Sagrais' shoulder, the badge of an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance digging painfully into his skin. Speaking of which, I am currently preparing a new book. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then conspiratorially leaned closer to Sagrais' ear. Have you seen the newspapers? Not the Daily Prophet, but the French Pioneer, regarding the bronze feather. Sagrais couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, anticipating more from him. Lockhart's voice brimmed with undisguised pride, claiming that the French aurors could only crack the case thanks to his covert maneuvering. However, he feigned regret, shrugging, though the final blow was rather heavy-handed. Who could guarantee there would be no mistakes when confronted with such a ferocious dark wizard? Sagrais subtly pushed him away, a rare smile gracing his face. Is that so? Are you truly certain that all members of this so-called bronze feather have been apprehended? Lockhart's smile faltered, and Sagrais continued. After all, such a dangerous dark wizard, what if someone managed to escape? Would you not fear their retribution? Ha. Lockhart let out a hollow laugh, but quickly regained his greasy grin. Fear not, Sagrais. After all, I am not merely a smile that dispels the banshee of Malwyn. You know, even though I have won the most charming smile award from which weekly 5 times in a row, I never boast about it. Sagrais smiled faintly. The current Lockhart mirrored the senior he remembered. As for those books, well, the feats may be true, but they likely have little to do with Lockhart himself. By the way, my book signing event is about to commence. He eagerly seized Sagrais' sleeve. Sparkling, Sagrais, do come along. Truth be told, although the Daily Prophet rarely reports anything good about you, he lowered his voice, infused with a hint of boastfulness. Dealing with those pesky reporters is my specialty. I could teach you a few tricks. After all, geniuses ought to assist one another, right? Sagrais frowned slightly, withdrawing his sleeve with evident irritation. His long fingers traced a subtle line beside him, casting an imperceptible confundus charm over the loquacious writer. You have mistaken the person. Sagrais' voice was calm and devoid of any ripple. Then he turned and walked away. Interacting with him was merely a waste of time. Lockhart blinked in confusion, his gaze suddenly turning vacant. By the time he regained his senses, the figure of the dark-robed wizard had vanished at the street corner. Chapter 60, The Dismal Beginning. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express pierced the September sky, filling the ancient castle once more with the joyous laughter of young wizards. Sagrais stood in the center of the great hall, observing his meticulously designed decorations. Those floating, color-changing, sausage-shaped light strips, brain flowers, and eyeballs, being methodically dismantled by Professor Flitwick's little elves. My dear, These colors and combinations are rather avant-garde, Professor Flitwick remarked diplomatically from the staff table. Perhaps a more traditional adornment would be more suitable? Sagrais raised an eyebrow. Opting not to argue, he casually tossed a stack of design blueprints into the fireplace, watching as they turned to ash in the flames. It mattered little, after all. He had merely sought to pass the time. In a corner of the hall, a copy of the Daily Prophet from a few days prior caught his attention. With a flick of his finger, the newspaper soared into his hands. A cursory glance was all it took before he was about to discard it. But a particular report halted his movements. Shock. 2 members of prominent pureblood families brawl in the streets. The accompanying image depicted Lucius Malfoy's platinum hair being grasped by Arthur Weasley, the latter having lost 3 buttons from his shirt in the scuffle. Mr. Weasley is a bit bald, after all, and had little to grasp. The most riveting aspect was that the two were engaging in a decidedly muggle manner of combat, tugging collars, pulling hair, slapping faces, and throwing punches. The corners of Sagrais' mouth involuntarily lifted. He could scarcely recall the last time he witnessed such unadulterated physical conflict. As night fell, the great hall gradually filled with students. Sagrais sat at the staff table, idly toying with a silver goblet, then discreetly disassembling it into tiny particles of mithril to pocket. To his left was the seat of the defense against the dark arts professor, and at that moment, its occupant made an entrance that could not be overlooked. Gilderoy Lockhart strode into the hall like a peacock displaying its plumage, his pale golden hair shimmering under the candlelight and his sky-blue robes, adorned with intricate patterns. Boasting at least 20 medals, Sagrais distinctly remembered there being far fewer just days prior. As he walked, Lockhart blew kisses to the students, pausing occasionally to strike a pose for pictures. Only when Professor McGonagall finally urged him did he reluctantly take his assigned seat. "Ah, Sagrais." Lockhart suddenly turned to him, flashing that signature, radiant smile. "I was just hoping to discuss that matter regarding." Sagrais, expressionless, cast a silencing charm upon himself, and the world around him fell silent. He gazed up at the enchanted starry ceiling, contemplating whether to fabricate an excuse to leave early. The sorting ceremony commenced amidst the flickering candlelight. Sagrais' indifferent gaze swept over the group of Navi first years. Suddenly, his gaze alighted upon a slight figure, Astoria Greengrass, his nominal cousin. She stood awkwardly at the end of the line, her voluminous wizarding robe draping over her, rendering her even more diminutive than the others. Sagrais observed her pallid complexion, nearly translucent in the candlelight, save for the glimmer of exuberance in her gray-blue eyes. Astoria Greengrass. Professor McGonagall's voice caused the girl to shudder slightly, and she carefully lifted the overly long hem of her robe as she approached the stool. As the sorting hat settled upon her light golden hair, Sagrais noticed her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her garment. 30 seconds passed, yet the hat remained silent, and the hall began to murmur, a most unusual occurrence for a pureblood Greengrass. Sagrais leaned forward, twirling his wand between his fingers, intrigued by what this frail cousin might be discussing with the hat. Ravenclaw. The hat's proclamation was akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters. The Ravenclaw table erupted into enthusiastic applause, while the Slytherin side instantly ignited an uproar. "Traitor!" Daphne Greengrass's shrill voice pierced the clamor as she abruptly rose, pointing at her sister. "You have sullied the family's name. What did father tell you before coming here?" Astoria's spine stiffened momentarily, but she quickly straightened, striding purposefully toward the Ravenclaw table. A buzzing discussion erupted among the Slytherin table, all eyes now fixed upon the frail girl, who feigned nonchalance as she approached Ravenclaw. Her fingers concealed in her sleeves trembling uncontrollably. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if it were a replay of the past. Sagrais cast a glance at Dumbledore, who displayed no intention of intervening. Suddenly, he rose, waving his wand. Silence. An invisible wave swept through the hall, abruptly halting all noise. Daphne opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Disruption of order. Slytherin loses 20 points. Sagrais' voice was not loud, yet each syllable resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Snape sprang to his feet, resembling a bat unfurling its wings. Sagrais. This is the sorting ceremony. He shot a glance at the equally astonished Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, before slowly adding, "This is not your place to command." Sagrais cast a frosty glare at him, then swept his cold gaze over Dumbledore, McGonagall, and all the students. Slytherin loses 50 points. He flicked his wand, and a spell's light struck the scoring hourglass. "Any questions?" he queried with an impassive expression. Snape, seething with anger, gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. At that moment, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Severus, sit down. Slytherin has indeed disrupted the order." Snape shot a cold look at the elderly professor before turning and leaving the staff table. The sorting ceremony continues. Sagrais subtly nods at Professor McGonagall before gracefully taking his seat, as if the previous commotion had nothing to do with him. The new students fall silent, well aware that Slytherin House has already incurred a deduction of 50 points on the very first day of school. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, who opted to drive themselves to Hogwarts in a magical car instead of boarding the Hogwarts Express, have just arrived outside the Great Hall. Ron Weasley sets his trunk down on the steps and stealthily approaches a window. Hey, Harry, come quick. There's sorting. Harry hastily leans in, catching sight of a young wizard approaching the four-legged stool as Professor McGonagall prepares to place the sorting hat upon his head. Where has Snape gone? Harry remarks in astonishment, noticing his empty seat. Who cares about that old bat? Ron replies without turning his head, his gaze eagerly scanning the line of new students. I hope I haven't missed Ginny's sorting. Maybe he's sick. Harry speculates casually. Perhaps he was driven to his wit's end. Ron grins widely, recalling the fact that Snape once again failed to become the defense against the dark arts professor, a position he had coveted for nearly several years. Or perhaps he's been dismissed. Harry adds with some excitement, considering the multitude of individuals who despise him. Maybe a cold, hollow voice is lurking behind you, outside the hall, listening to two fools speak ill of him. Instantly, Harry and Ron are struck dumb, their minds wiped clean by the sudden words, reluctant to face the reality before them. Perhaps your potions professor should ponder how many points to deduct from Gryffindor. Turn around. Snape commands, and the two young wizards obediently comply, finding themselves under his icy gaze, which reveals an unpleasant smile. Perhaps you two should explain your magnificent flying car adventure. Chapter 61, A New Term. The sorting ceremony proceeds amidst an eerie silence. Sagrais leans against the high-backed chair of the professor's table, his gray eyes apathetically sweeping over each new student. The great hall is filled solely with the announcements of the sorting hat and the applause of the students. The students at the Slytherin table sit tensely, even their breaths cautious. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Lockhart suddenly leans in, his golden curls bouncing with exaggerated motion. He lowers his voice, yet cannot conceal the excitement in his tone. Sagrais, you certainly know how to steal the spotlight. That was truly. He struggles to find the right adjectives. The metals on his chest clinking. Sagrais lifts a crystal goblet and takes a slight sip of mead, too indifferent to spare a glance. However, I must say, Lockhart persists, leaning in closer, the overwhelming scent of perfume causing a slight dizziness. Your lines could carry more gravitas, if it were me. He suddenly straightens his posture, striking a dramatic pose. I would declare, in the name of Merlin, I shall demonstrate what true discipline is, and then wave my wand like this. Sagrais remained unperturbed, silently placing down his goblet before rising abruptly and exiting, offering not a single glance to his incessantly chattering colleague. Wait, where are you going? I haven't finished. Lockhart's voice trailed off. Without turning back, Sagrais snapped his fingers, effectively silencing his interlocutor. He strode toward the side door, as if the animated, golden-haired professor behind him were nothing more than a wisp of air. Time flowed quietly by, and soon Hogwarts found itself in the midst of its inaugural supplementary examination season. Yes, supplementary exams. A novelty that had not existed before now. Sagrais stood within the classroom, his elongated fingers gently tapping upon the lectern. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the anxious faces of the graduates, two of whom had already donned the Ministry of Magic uniforms. Advanced magical theory and practice. His voice resonated with a calmness reminiscent of still waters, devoid of any fluctuation, for the Ministry deemed the proficiency of Hogwarts graduates to be concerning, thus instituting this compulsory examination. A few awkward chuckles echoed within the room. Sagrais paid them no mind, his fingers gesturing towards the exam papers on the desk, which soared into the air, transforming into fluttering birds, colossal beetles, and dragonflies. I am indifferent to notions of excellence, adequacy, or mediocrity, he proclaimed, pacing between the desks, his black robes trailing across the floor. Here, there exist but two outcomes. He paused, abruptly pivoting, his gray eyes scanning each student. Either pass or receive a score of 0. The same set of questions were employed, for there was no need for alteration. These students had indeed acquired knowledge in class, albeit through misguided approaches. As the last student completed the examination, the setting sun bathed the classroom in a golden hue. Sagrais collected the papers, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, he remarked without glancing back. 11 trolls have successfully evolved into humans. A few graduates immediately embraced one another, laughing and crying, sharing tales of their summer plans with Sagrais. Truth be told, he was scarcely interested. Yet he patiently endured their incessant chatter. The Hufflepuff girl, notorious for mispronouncing spells, approached with reddened eyes, stammering as she recounted her experiences interning at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Finally, Sagrais raised his hand, bringing an end to this premature alumni gathering. All right, everyone, he asserted, lifting the parchment in his hand. Next time, remember to master these before graduation. With a sense of reverence in the students' gazes, Sagrais exited the classroom, his black robes billowing behind him. He hurried through the corridor, for another spell class was about to commence. The theme for the first lesson of the new term was healing spells. Sagrais entered the classroom empty-handed. Today, we shall explore the magical nodes associated with healing spells, he announced, his voice resonating clearly in the hushed room. Following 2 theoretical lessons, we will proceed to practical applications. With a gentle flick of his wand, Intricate diagrams of spells materialized on the blackboard. Remember 3 steps: the incantation, the detection of magic, and finally, the healing. Sagrais spoke with a certain gravity. I do not expect you to become healers at St. Mungo's, but at the very least. Suddenly, he drew his wand across his palm, and blood gushed forth. The students gasped in shock. Heal swiftly. Sagrais recited the spell without flinching, the wound visibly mending at an astonishing pace. This will enable you to manage minor emergencies in life, ensuring you do not find yourselves helpless. Since the last incident involving point deductions, the Slytherin students had been particularly docile in his class. Sagrais was quite pleased with this, even though every encounter with Snape in the corridors brought a chill to the air. However, Sagrais remained unfazed, as the old bat had never regarded him with anything resembling warmth. After class, he made his way directly to Hagrid's hut. Autumn sunlight filtered through the shadows of the forbidden forest, casting a dappled glow on the path and lifting the spirits. Yet, a golden figure marred his good mood. Simply sprinkle my special glittering powder around the well, and I assure you, no water creature will dare to approach. Lockhart animatedly pitched his invention to Hagrid, the metals on his chest glinting in the sun. Hagrid's face was a portrait of reluctance, his thick fingers incessantly twisting his beard. Upon noticing Sagrais approaching, Lockhart's expression froze, clearly still haunted by the last encounter that had left him speechless. Ah, Professor Gringotts. He no longer referred to Sagrais by name, awkwardly straightening his collar. I suddenly remembered I have fan letters that require responses. Sagrais merely cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Lockhart to scurry away like a frightened creature. Thank goodness he has finally gone. Hagrid exhaled deeply. He has become more bothersome than ever, hasn't he? Sagrais chuckled and nodded. Is there something you need, Professor Gringotts? Hagrid inquired. After Sagrais articulated his purpose, Hagrid scratched his head. What about the Grindylows in the Black Lake for the healing class? Sagrais shook his head in disapproval. You know the Forbidden Forest better. Do you have any other suitable recommendations? Goblins. Or ghouls? Hagrid continued, but Sagrais kept shaking his head. Ultimately, Sagrais left empty-handed, though he entrusted Hagrid with the task of collecting some flobberworms. However, as he passed the Quidditch pitch, a heated argument drew his attention. Slytherin and Gryffindor players were facing off in the center of the field. More notably, Snape stood in the shadows of the stands, his black robes merging with the darkness, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Chapter 62. For the Self of the Past. The 7 members of the Slytherin Quidditch team stood in perfect formation, each brandishing a brand new Firebolt 2001, the silver embellishments on the broomsticks shimmering in the sunlight. Malfoy languidly caressed the registration number on the broom's tail, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the newly appointed Seeker for Slytherin, Malfoy proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Would you care to admire the new Nimbus 2000s my father procured for our team? The members of Gryffindor stood in stunned silence before the 7 exquisite brooms, unable to utter a word. Not bad, is it? Malfoy feigned a smile, yet surely the Gryffindor team can afford a few new brooms. Considering your team's clean sweeps are nothing but antiquities, I'm certain a museum would pay a handsome price for them. The Slytherin team erupted in laughter, while the faces of the Gryffindors flushed crimson. At least every member of Gryffindor earned their place on the team through merit, not by purchasing brooms for others. Hermione sharply retorted. Malfoy's insincere grin froze on his face, as if he had been struck at a vulnerable point. This is not your place to speak, you filthy little mudblood. With those words, chaos ensued. George and Fred lunged toward Malfoy, while Marcus Flint positioned himself protectively in front of him. What did you say? Gryffindor's female player, Elia, demanded angrily, as Ron drew his wand from his pocket, aiming it menacingly at Malfoy. Ron Weasley. A chilling voice descended like a bucket of ice water, prompting everyone to turn and discover Sagrais standing behind them. And not far off, Snape's figure was also swiftly approaching. Are you intending to cast a spell on a fellow student? Sagrais regarded Ron with an impassive gaze. Think carefully, Mr. Weasley. If you can handle the potential repercussions from Lucius, I shall not intervene. But Professor, he insulted Hermione. I heard it. Sagrais replied, turning his attention to Malfoy. A long-forgotten term. He surveyed the Slytherins, his voice calm and devoid of any tremor. I cannot believe that after all these years, your vocabulary remains appallingly impoverished. His gaze swept over their necks, causing the 7 Slytherins to collectively step back. Slytherin loses 50 points. He announced calmly. And as for you, Malfoy, 1 month of detention. Dare to utter another word, and I shall add an additional month. Draco Malfoy's expression darkened considerably. Professor, is this not the captain of Slytherin, Marcus, who wishes to speak? Marcus Flint. Sagrais interrupted. If I were you, I would stand there quietly and remain silent. However, before you speak, consider how many members remain in the Flint family, Marcus. Marcus Flint's face turned ashen. Sagrais approached silently. Was a month of detention excessively harsh? Excessive? Sagrais replied without turning. Did you hear what Malfoy said? Professor, I was too far away to catch it clearly, Snape stated expressionlessly. Is that so? I can retrieve his memories to allow you to revisit the splendid discourse just delivered. Sagrais raised an eyebrow. Malfoy, alarmed by this statement, retreated a step further. Snape cast a frigid glance at Malfoy. Yet if my memory serves me correctly, you have already incurred a penalty. Indeed. But the school regulations do not stipulate that a deduction of points precludes confinement. A month of detention is certainly open to negotiation. Professor, he referred to a mudblood. Sagrais reiterated. Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding that term, or does it evoke pleasant memories for you? Snape suddenly froze, his expression contorting into a malevolent grimace. How dare you? He abruptly brandished his wand. How dare you cast legilimency upon me? The students scattered in fear, yet Sagrais remained unperturbed, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. Are you prepared to take action, Professor? He regarded Snape with a faint smile, seemingly oblivious to the wand aimed at him. I would advise you to contemplate this carefully. He spoke softly, almost as if whispering, with utmost gravity. However, his gaze distinctly conveyed, go ahead. Snape's face twisted with rage, his fingers gripping the wand turned pale, trembling incessantly. Petrificus Totalis. A blinding spell erupted from the tip of his wand. Just as the incantation was about to reach its target, a bolt of gray lightning descended from the heavens, precisely intercepting the spell. Snape's pupils dilated. That gray silhouette was none other than Sagrais Raven. At this moment, it barreled through the spell's light unharmed, continuing its descent toward him. The astonishment on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling intent to kill, an untraceable lethal strike. Yet again, the raven charged directly into the slicing spell, the sharp light merely grazing its wings, leaving behind a few faint marks. In the blink of an eye, the raven had lunged before Snape. An obstruction loomed. With a swift motion, its sharp claws left 3 gashes on his face, interrupting his unfinished incantation. Snape staggered backward, his wand glowing ominously red once more. Get away! But the raven was swifter. It dove down, deftly snatching Snape's wand, and soared high into the air, ultimately perching on Sagrais' shoulder. Following this, a brilliant burst of flame erupted, and fox wings tore through the air as Dumbledore's figure gradually materialized from the fire. Always fashionably late, Dumbledore, Sagrais remarked, his back turned to the venerable headmaster, his tone laced with icy sarcasm, reminiscent of bygone days. Sagrais, you ought not to, should not endure your folly and arrogance any longer? Sagrais calmly accepted the wand from Lockhart's grasp, his elongated fingers caressing the wand's shaft, the gesture tender, as if cradling a cherished treasure. Dumbledore remained silent, while the surrounding students anxiously retreated, creating a space between the two figures. Do you believe I employed legilimency upon him? Sagrais inquired, then shook his head in disappointment. How utterly disheartening. He slowly turned around, his voice eerily calm. When Malfoy uttered the term mudblood, you did not come. When Snape cursed me, you were also absent. Yet, at the moment Lockhart seized this wand, a sardonic smile graced his lips. You appeared. Crack. The sharp sound of splintering resonated across the field as the wand shattered into 2 pieces in his grasp. Snape's face turned ashen, while Dumbledore's azure eyes lost their usual warmth, becoming piercing. Sagrais, do you comprehend what you are doing? Perfectly clear, Headmaster, he replied, fixing his gaze upon the elder's eyes. His tone as tranquil as still water. I am accomplishing what should have been done 6 years ago. Sagrais nonchalantly fed the silver filigree from the wand to the raven perched on his shoulder, then gestured to release it. Had I shattered your wands back then, perhaps the favoritism and protection at Hogwarts would have been diminished. His boots crunched over the gravel, each step sounding like a heartbeat to the onlookers. Though I cannot alter your folly, at the very least, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his gray eyes. I can put an end to the current injustice. Dumbledore's expression was a complex enigma. To be candid, Dumbledore, as a headmaster, you have failed miserably. He shook his head in disappointment, an unshakable chill etched upon his brow. You neither granted me justice in the past, nor remembered to afford me the respect I deserve now. The broken wand crumbled into powder in his palm, scattering with the wind. A single apology, Albus. He stared intently into the old headmaster's eyes. Otherwise, today will witness the shattering of more than just a wand. Chapter 63. An unresolved conflict. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. Dumbledore's long beard stirred without a breeze, the blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped lenses glimmering with danger. An apology? The old headmaster's voice was soft yet silenced the entire field. For what? To prevent a gifted student from straying onto the wrong path? Sagrais chuckled lightly, his laughter akin to ice scraping across glass. A wrong path? He lifted his hand, the everlasting wood wand tracing a faint arc in the air. Look around you. Albus Dumbledore, who has been enabling the toxic ideology of pure-blood supremacy to fester within these halls, who has tacitly allowed professors to don their hypocritical masks while trampling upon fairness and justice. His gaze swept over Snape's pale visage, as the latter's fingers stealthily reached for a backup wand concealed within his robes. Do not move, Severus. Sagrais did not even glance in his direction. Unless you wish to embark on another grand adventure. Dumbledore raised a hand to halt Snape as well. What sort of apology do you desire? he inquired, fatigue creeping into his voice for the first time. A sincere apology. Sagrais stepped forward, the debris beneath his feet parting automatically. Acknowledge your negligence. Admit that you allowed a bullied student to face the animosity of the entire school alone. Confess that you were fully aware of the happenings at Hogwarts yet chose to turn a blind eye time and time again. A commotion arose from afar, and Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached with other faculty members. However, upon witnessing the standoff at the center, they came to a halt. Dumbledore's brow was furrowed deeply. I have never. He began, but Sagrais interjected calmly, lies. An invisible shockwave emanated from him, extinguishing the torches around the courtyard, a chilling aura of magic sweeping over the gathered crowd. 6 years ago, I was unaware, but just now, while Malfoy was hurling insults at Hermione Granger, you were clearly in your office, watching, yet remained unmoved. This statement struck everyone like a heavy blow. Hermione's complexion turned pale, and the Gryffindor students gazed incredulously at the old headmaster. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged slightly. At that time. Planning for a greater good? Sagrais responded impassively. No, Albus, not this time. I shall accept no more excuses. The tip of his wand began to glow a dangerous red, and his voice, though eerily calm, resonated with intensity. In the past, I was too weak, believing time would change you, yet I was mistaken. Hogwarts ought to be the beacon of civility in the magical world, not a breeding ground for prejudice. Today, I shall restore this school to its original mission. The red light at the wand's tip surged menacingly. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall vanish forever. The air thickened for several moments. I apologize, Sagrais. Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice hoarse, for my negligence. And for Miss Granger. Sagrais remained unyielding. The old headmaster turned to Hermione, his blue eyes, usually hidden behind half-moon spectacles, revealing a rare guilt. Please accept my sincere apologies, Miss Granger. Actually, Hermione stammered, waving her hands. I don't even understand the meaning of that word. It is a profoundly derogatory term. Dumbledore straightened, his voice becoming steady and resolute. In the name of the headmaster of Hogwarts, I assure you, that word shall never again be uttered within this castle. His sharp gaze swept over the Slytherin students. Mr. Malfoy, I shall write to your father. Finally, he turned to Sagrais. Are you satisfied with this course of action? You made the right choice, headmaster, Sagrais replied, turning away towards the forbidden forest, his dark robes billowing behind him. He ought to have felt the joy of victory, yet instead, he tasted only bitterness. His fingertips brushed against his wand within his sleeve, secretly yearning for that old wand to point at himself, thus granting him the rightful authority to transform his opponent into a portrait hanging on the wall, even if it meant being dubbed the new Dark Lord. Yet, in the end, they chose to bow their heads. He could not act thus before these Navi students. After all, his long-term goal was the flourishing of the magical community. The setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it forlornly across the lawn. In the distance, the castle's lights gradually illuminated, shining upon a group of children oblivious to the world's perils. Hogwarts must change. When 11-year-old children learn not acceptance but prejudice, and the whispers of blood purity continue to echo in the Slytherin common room, this castle has long strayed from the founding principles of its four creators. Should the dark mark once again scar the night sky, how many Slytherin students would join without hesitation? Can Dumbledore see this? Indeed, he can. Yet, upon the chessboard that is Azure Gaze surveys, these are merely expendable pawns. Sargeras halted in the forbidden forest, raising his hand to catch a drifting maple leaf. Flames ignited in his palm, reducing the leaf to ashes. Tonight is merely the beginning. Hogwarts serves as an ideal starting point. These young souls are akin to unfired clay, most susceptible to being molded. From curriculum reforms to the college system, from the appointment of teachers to enrollment regulations, he intends to let the wildfire of transformation engulf this ancient castle. Then, it shall spread to the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. You seem quite troubled by the pesky flies. A dreamlike voice suddenly floated in. Sargeras turned abruptly to see two first-year girls tiptoeing to feed hay to the Thestrals, the setting sun casting a hazy glow around them. Luna Lovegood and Historia Greengrass. Sargeras directed his gaze towards the speaker, forcibly suppressing his chaotic thoughts. Students are prohibited from approaching the forbidden forest. Are you not aware? Professor, we are merely. Astoria nervously twisted her fingers, her golden locks dancing in the night breeze. Oh, the pesky flies have vanished, Luna exclaimed, her misty eyes widening as she tilted her head to scrutinize Sargeras. How did you do that? Sargeras felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He maintained a stern expression and declared, Ravenclaw loses 10 points. How strange, they have returned, Luna muttered to herself, entirely unconcerned about the loss of points. Sargeras inhaled deeply, the sunset casting soft shadows on his sharply defined profile. This is your final opportunity. Explain what you are doing here. We're befriending the Thestrals. Luna Lovegood's voice was peculiar, reminiscent of Rowena Ravenclaw's tone, yet lacking a measure of gravity. You can see them too, can't you? Sargeras remained silent, diverting his gaze to the other girl. Astoria, when will you be able to see the thestrals? I cannot see them, little Greengrass replied softly, her fingers grazing the thestral's rugged back with precision. But I can touch them. Luna told me they are beautiful. Sagrais shook his head in resignation, yet his mood gradually lightened. Very well, you must return to the castle now. His voice regained its calmness. The night in the Forbidden Forest conceals many dangers. Chapter 64, Magical Creatures. Gryffindor Common Room. The fire crackled in the hearth, yet it could not dispel the heaviness in the air. Students huddled in small groups, speaking in hushed tones about the astonishing events of the night. Merlin's beard. George Weasley whispered, his voice barely audible. I've never witnessed such a scene at Hogwarts. A professor pointing a wand at the headmaster? Dean Thomas interjected. This will surely be recorded in the annals of school history. In the corner, Harry gently nudged Hermione's elbow. Are you all right? Me? I'm fine, Hermione replied, somewhat dazed. Her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her book. Ron poured a large cup of butterbeer from a crystal bottle and handed it to her. Don't take it to heart. That Malfoy bloke will be in detention for a month. Well, I'm okay, Hermione said, staring into her drink before suddenly asking, do you think Professor Gringotts will be dismissed? Absolutely not. Ron blurted out, then nervously glanced around, lowering his voice to a whisper. I mean, Dumbledore, he sometimes. His voice trailed off. Harry took over. We all know Dumbledore is a great wizard, but if he has been aware of Malfoy's actions all along, he should have intervened. After all, he is the headmaster. Isn't he? You're right. Ron nodded in agreement. He failed to act, so he apologized to Hermione and made a promise. I still worry about Professor Gringotts, Hermione frowned, gazing at the flickering flames in the fireplace. What if he is dismissed? After all, he broke Snape's wand. Ron shrank back in his armchair and added quietly. That was Snape's own doing. I'm sure that old bat is furious right now. Did you not mention that Professor Gringotts taught at Ilvermorny? Harry suddenly spoke up. He is so talented, Hogwarts wouldn't dismiss him lightly. Even if they were to dismiss someone, it should be Snape and Lockhart first. Ron chimed in. Why? Hermione suddenly reacted. What has Professor Lockhart done? Are you plotting against him? Merlin, Hermione, you've been blinded. Ron exaggeratedly waved his arms. You're so clever. Can't you see it? It's been weeks since school started, and everyone knows he has I am a fraud written all over his face. The young witch pursed her lips, appearing somewhat displeased. It's too early to jump to conclusions. It's only been a week since school started. She clutched the hardcover of Walking with Trolls, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, wisely choosing silence. After sending the two young witches back to Hogwarts, Sargalus found himself at the edge of the Black Lake. As night fell, the surface of the lake shimmered under the moonlight. Suddenly, a searing heat emanated from the bronze feather badge in his pocket. He swiftly retrieved the badge, and the glimmering words appeared within the bronze bird's eye. Cushion Mountain, Africa. Venomous leopard sighted, urgent assistance required. Sargalus's fingers tightened immediately. The magical patterns of the key glowed with a deep azure light in his palm. In the next moment, the space around him twisted, pulling him into a swirling vortex. As the sensation of dizziness faded, he found himself standing in a rickety wooden cabin. The decaying floorboards beneath him groaned under the weight, while moonlight seeped through the cracks, illuminating several familiar figures within. A hummingbird perched in the corner, inspecting a charred corpse with its wand. A robin and a nightingale whispered heatedly by the window, their wands aglow with protective light. The thunderbird and the red-tailed hawk. An elderly pair, unusually refrained from bickering, while the informant stork sat quietly at the table, discussing strategies with Lady Snowy Owl. Raven, Swiftwing strode in, his robe smeared with dirt and blood, the situation spiraling out of control. Sagrais noted the charred tip of his wand. A first in his acquaintance with this expert in counter curses. Gringotts had uncovered ancient magical relics beneath the desert, not far away. Swiftwing's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. I was brought in for the counter curse, but just as I arrived, that creature burst forth from the ground. He gestured to the window, where the distant sound of trees crashing echoed ominously, even through the walls. Sagrais could detect the cloying scent of death in the air. The noxious miasma of the venomous leopard was spreading. Over 70 wizards had succumbed to poison, unconscious, and Swiftwing's nails dug painfully into his palm. Worse still, the toxic fumes had reached 3 Muggle villages, likely endangering over 2,000 innocents. He did not need to elaborate, for Sagrais understood the grave implications. Over 2,000 innocent lives extinguished due to a miscalculation by Gringotts. Sagrais fixed his gaze on the distant, blurred giant, his fingers instinctively tightening around his wand. Although he had read descriptions of such creatures in books, this was his first encounter with the venomous leopard, a beast inhabiting the African deserts, far more terrifying than any textbook could convey. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of the colossal creature became clearer, its streamlined body nearly 10 times the size of an ordinary cheetah, its amber eyes glimmering in the darkness. Most lethal was the toxic mist it exhaled, now swirling through the night sky, as if alive. Sagrais recalled Newt Scamander's warning, marked in red ink, more deadly than a fire dragon, more vicious than a basilisk, with only one historical account of it being subdued by a coalition of elite wizards. Suddenly, the cabin shook violently, accompanied by a roar that rent the night air. Sagrais' wand erupted in blinding crimson light, casting sharp shadows on the walls. "You are responsible for evacuating the survivors," he declared, his voice as calm as water. "I will handle this beast. Be careful," the Thunderbird cautioned. "Attacking will only provoke it to release more potent toxins." Sagrais nodded, lightly tapping his wand to cast a bubblehead charm upon himself. He accepted the emerald potion handed to him by the nightingale, tucking it into his pocket. It was a premier antidote crafted from mandrake root and phoenix tears. He pushed open the door, the scorching desert wind rushing in. Fortunately, the incident had occurred in a desolate area. Otherwise, the casualties would likely have been tenfold. Sagrais discerned the direction of the monstrous presence with clarity. In a swift motion, he transformed into a colossal shadow of a raven, hurtling towards his target. Chapter 65, The Alchemical Laboratory. Upon witnessing Sagrais' formidable raven form, the venomous leopard unexpectedly turned to flee. Its massive frame soared across the dunes with astonishing speed, almost leaving behind a blurred afterimage in the moonlight. Attempting to escape, Sagrais furrowed his brow, his wand tracing intricate patterns in the air, binding sandstorm. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and towering walls of sand erupted from the earth, swiftly converging like a living creature, ensnaring the beast within. Sagrais descended from the sky, his black robe billowing in the moonlight, and the second incantation followed in quick succession. Quicksand trap. The sandy terrain, spanning a mile in diameter, instantaneously liquefied, forming a massive vortex that threatened to consume all. The venomous leopard thrashed wildly in the quicksand, emitting deafening roars, its toxic breath distorting the air around it. Sagrais hovered in midair, the tip of his wand glowing with ancient runes, eternalized coffin. A frigid aura irradiated from him, causing the sand particles to crystallize into ice. Within seconds, the entire quicksand area transformed into a shimmering glacier, sparkling with an ethereal blue glow under the moonlight. Through the icy layer, one could distinctly witness the moment of the beast's frozen roar. This ancient runic magic had never before been employed in combat, and its effectiveness exceeded all expectations. Sagrais stowed away his wand and retrieved a crystal vial, casting it into the air to begin absorbing the noxious fumes that lingered in the atmosphere. To ensure absolute certainty, he released over a dozen additional containers until the night sky regained its clarity and the stars once again showered the earth. Only then did he slowly reclaim the crystal vial and turn towards the village. The surroundings were eerily silent. Apart from the subtle crunch of sand beneath his feet, no other sounds were present. Under the moonlight, the neatly arranged homes appeared strikingly sinister. There were no cries, no pleas for help, and even the chirping of insects and birds had vanished without a trace. He pushed open the door of the nearest house, where a family of 5 lay quietly in their beds, their faces serene as if still lost in slumber. Sagrais lifted the spell of enchantment, and the desert's warm wind brushed against his taut visage, carrying with it a faint whiff of decay. The death toll from this incident would likely shatter records not seen in nearly a century. As for who would be held accountable, the Ministry of Magic, the local government, or the avaricious goblins of Gringotts? Sagrais was uncertain of the answer. Yet, one thing was painfully clear: the innocent villagers resting in their beds would never awaken again. Sagrais returned directly to the wooden cabin. As he pushed the door open, a pungent aroma, a mixture of antidotes and charred flesh, assaulted his senses. The undetectable extension charm had transformed the once humble abode into a makeshift battlefield hospital, with dozens of beds occupied by unconscious casualties. He navigated through the narrow corridor, the sound of his footsteps drowned out by the chorus of pain-filled groans. Members of the Order of the Bronze Feather moved swiftly among the injured, their wands aglow with the luminescence of healing spells. The identities of the injured are exceedingly complex. Several are goblins from Gringotts, accompanied by human wizards employed by the bank. There are graduates from the prestigious Wagadu adorned in starry robes, and formal members of the Sahel Sorcerers Alliance, easily recognizable by their distinctive desert cloaks. Over 30 individuals have succumbed to their injuries. The sound of hummingbirds reaches from behind as she levitates a box of freshly brewed antidotes. The toxic mist spreads at an alarming rate, leaving many with insufficient time to react. I am aware. Sagrais has also joined the rescue efforts. And as a wizard who previously studied in the library of Wagadu School of Magic, this mission is both a duty and a moral obligation for him. Once the last injured party's condition stabilizes, Sagrais promptly gathers all members. Let us adjourn to another location, he commands, surveying the group. His gaze settles on the Robin, who immediately comprehends. The nearest safe house is in Egypt. Let us proceed to Egypt. Sagrais nods slightly, adding, this safe house will be permanently decommissioned. I shall erase all traces of it. With a snap of his fingers, 9 badges illuminate simultaneously, and in an instant, everyone's figures vanish. In the desolate expanse of the wasteland, a small stone cottage stands solitary. The figures of the members of the Bronze Feather suddenly materialize. stirring up a thick cloud of dust within the stone abode. With a flick of his wand, Sagrais coalesces the dust into spacious tables and chairs. Who will handle the venomous leopard? He inquires, placing a crystal vial on the table, within which a magical creature is miniaturized yet still thrashes restlessly. I shall take care of it. I have some acquaintance with Newt Scamander, the Thunderbird signals. Sagrais nods, stating, I have cast a dream confusion charm on all survivors. They will believe that it was the International Wizarding Federation's standard rescue team that saved them. The memory weaving spell is also complete. All recollections associated with us have been replaced with unfamiliar visages. Sagrais' tone remains remarkably calm, assuring that even if the truth were to be uncovered in the future, the trail would lead nowhere near us. However, to prevent Gringotts from evading responsibility and obscuring the truth, he further assigns tasks to the group. Robin, you will later transform the cabin to resemble a standard curse-handling station. Swift, endeavor to obliterate the security protocols at the entrance of the ruins and the fairy warnings, but ensure there are sufficient clues leading back to Gringotts. Lady Snowy Owl, deploy African confusion insects around the ruins and the cabin to fabricate false magical fluctuations. Remember to recover them after the task is complete. Stork, starting tomorrow morning, disseminate the narrative that this disaster was instigated by Gringotts in their quest to exploit the ruins. And ensure Swift does not become a scapegoat. The flickering candlelight reflects the icy glint in his eyes. What we seek is not merely to escape unscathed, but to ensure that Gringotts pays dearly for their avarice. With that, Sagrais rises, stating, I must now proceed to the ruins to ascertain whether there are any further surprises concealed within. Returning to the foothills of Cooksey Mountain, Sagrais navigated through the twisted underbrush, where a gaping hole torn by violence abruptly emerged before him. The jagged rocks were adorned with remnants of shattered protective runes, yet upon venturing further, distinct claw marks came into view. It seemed to be a process of reciprocal engagement, albeit with an unfortunate conclusion. He raised his wand, the light of the Lumos spell illuminating the profound passageway. The walls were beset with claw imprints of varying depths, growing increasingly dense and terrifying as he delved deeper. Ultimately, he arrived at a dust-laden alchemical laboratory. At the center of the laboratory stood a massive, shattered glass dome, strikingly conspicuous. Sagrais crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the dim protective runes etched upon the glass shards. Having been destroyed 3 months prior, he squinted his eyes, realizing that the venomous leopard had been confined here for an extended period. The apex of the glass dome was connected to a complex system of brass tubing, the exterior of which was still adorned with peculiar green crystals. With a gentle tap of his wand, a fragmentary magical image flickered to life, toxic mist meticulously extracted and purified, ultimately converging into the silver cauldron nestled in the corner. On the opposite side of the laboratory, another glass dome inscribed with runes captured his attention. Within it floated a swirling mass of dark chaotic energy, the remnants of a once-living entity, still languidly writhing. Sagrais refrained from approaching. Even the slightest disturbance could cause this unstable energy to dissipate entirely. The red crystal upon the stone pedestal glimmered with an eerie radiance under the glow of his spell. Sagrais levitated it, feeling the astonishing surge of magical power coursing through it. Could this be a magical stone? He murmured incredulously. Dust covered the parchment manuscript at the edge of the pedestal. A cleaning charm swept across it, revealing a scrawl that bordered on madness, the plague magic theory, the magical enhancement of infectious carriers. A new interpretation of the essence of life's magic siphoning. Advanced applications of flesh and blood alchemy. Research notes on the fragments of the Book of Abraham. In the corner lay several mold-stained bird-beaked masks, quietly resting. Sagrais' pupils constricted slightly. He was all too familiar with such equipment. Doctors of the Black Death in the 14th century, plague disseminators in the 18th century, had all traversed the world wearing masks like these. It appeared to be the deranged laboratory of an alchemist, Sagrais surmised, conducting forbidden experiments with the Book of Abraham, using the venomous leopard as a living venom factory, and attempting to conjure something with the chaotic remnants and dark magic. His gaze swept over a pile of dubious ashes in the corner. An elixir for immortality? Chapter 66, The Philosopher's Stone. Upon returning to the safe house, the fervent discussions within abruptly ceased. Members of the Bronze Feather were gathered around the table, flickering candlelight casting varying shadows across their faces. You have returned? Nightingale lifted her head from a pile of potions, her eyes gleaming with curiosity beneath her voluminous cloak. Did you acquire anything of significance? Sargales revealed a significant smile, casually tossing a stack of yellowed parchment onto the table. Instantly, everyone reached for the documents in unison, and the stone chamber was filled only with the rustling of pages. As they delved deeper into the reading, the expressions of each individual grew increasingly grave. Some trembled slightly at their fingertips, others furrowed their brows in concentration, and a few breathed more rapidly. The Book of Abraham? The stork's voice tightened. Is it not the forbidden tome referenced by Nicolaim when he forged the Philosopher's Stone? Sargales did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly retrieved another object from the inner pocket of his wizard's robe, a stone of a vivid, blood-red hue, exuding an eerie glow under the candlelight. "This is the Philosopher's Stone," Sagrais declared, his tone calm, yet serious. In that moment, the chamber was enveloped in the sound of crackling embers, as every gaze fixated on the legendary alchemical artifact. So the ruin is indeed the alchemical laboratory where the swift swallow painstakingly crafted the Philosopher's Stone? Yet the manuscript contained nothing but dark sorcery. The Thunderbird slammed the parchment back onto the table, causing the silver cup to clink loudly. "Using powdered infant bones as a catalyst, mixed with the blood of a virgin. Are you certain this is truly the Philosopher's Stone?" Lady Snowy Owl interjected, her fingers tightly gripping the quill. "And what of its creator?" Sagrais stared at the red stone in his palm, sensing the familiar pulse of magic akin to that of the one he had encountered at Hogwarts. The structure and magical properties were entirely consistent. He lifted his gaze, pondering the creator's fate. He recalled the heap of ashes draped in a black cloak in the corner of the laboratory. "I surmise he imbibed something he should not have, and has perished." "That is illogical," Lady Snowy Owl frowned. "If it were indeed the Philosopher's Stone, how could its possessor be dead? The elixir of life you provided me is undeniably effective." "Perhaps," the nightingale mused, gliding her fingers along the charred edges of the parchment, "he misinterpreted the method of creation? But the raven asserts that this is the Philosopher's Stone." Suddenly, the stork reached out to touch the red stone, but hesitated midway. "Can it truly turn stone into gold? Could it possibly be a forgery?" Sagrais did not respond. Instead, he flicked his fingertip, and a copper natter flew from his sleeve, transforming into pure gold upon contact with the surface of the red stone. Rolling with a melodious clang upon the stone table, the sound echoing in the stillness of the chamber. Sagrais gently caressed the smooth surface of the Philosopher's Stone, the otherworldly red light dancing within his gray eyes. A terrifying hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. If this stone, wrought from dark magic, were genuine, then Nicolame's might also be authentic. "Thunderbird," he suddenly inquired, "how old are you this year?" Thunderbird, about to re-examine the parchment, paused in surprise, his silver brows knitting together. "I am 103, and will turn 104 by the end of November." He instinctively touched his nose with his wrinkled hand, perplexed by the sudden question. Sagrais did not answer directly, but continued to probe. "Given your level of magical prowess, how much longer do you estimate you can survive?" The air within the stone chamber suddenly thickened. Everyone ceased their activities, their gazes oscillating between the two individuals. "A decade, perhaps 15 years. The voice of the Thunderbird was hoarse, and I could sense my body and magic beginning to wither. He raised his right hand. The sparks emanating from his fingertips were significantly dimmer than in his youth. Sagrais abruptly stood, his dark robe casting a colossal shadow in the flickering candlelight. "This is irrational." His wand traced a series of luminous names in the air. Nicodemus, 665 years. Barry Winkle, 422 years. Armando Di Pietro, 355 years. "Are you suggesting," Lady Snow Owl leaned forward, her silver hair quivering with excitement, "that these long-lived beings have utilized such a thing to prolong their lives?" Sagrais completed her thought, his brows slightly furrowed. "Why not? Observe how this stone was forged. Plague, flesh, dark magic." The stone chamber fell into a prolonged silence, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the candle flames breaking the heavy air. 8 pairs of eyes fixated on the stone, emanating an eerie red glow upon the table, as if it were a beast poised to awaken at any moment. "Very well, everyone." Sagrais suddenly clapped his hands, the sharp sound startling the red falcon. He casually placed the magical stone upon the table, the collision of stone and wood producing a dull thud, rather than entangle ourselves in ethical dilemmas. "Let us consider the practical benefits." With a flick of his wand, a fist-sized irregular stone floated from the corner. The moment it made contact with the magical stone, a dazzling golden light erupted, and in the blink of an eye, a chunk of pure gold, the size of a pumpkin, landed heavily on the table, causing the candle holder to wobble precariously. The expressions of the 8 individuals transformed into a spectacle. Lady Snow Owl gasped. The swallow unconsciously rubbed his empty coin pouch. Even the usually composed Thunderbird involuntarily swallowed hard. "Of course, do not think of counterfeiting galleons." Sagrais chuckled lightly, tossing the gold piece aside like refuse. "The fairy's anti-counterfeiting spells are no mere trifles." However, he cast a meaningful glance around the room. Becoming a billionaire in the Muggle world would be more than sufficient. Perhaps the Red Falcon tentatively suggested, "Should we recruit an alchemist to investigate whether this stone possesses other uses?" "That suits me well," Sagrais agreed. "If you have recommendations." "It would be best. After all, these days, he couldn't help but shake his head. Finding a genuine alchemist is rarer than a hideous beast. With that, he stowed away the magical stone, stating, "I shall temporarily safeguard it. Some of you may be aware that I serve as a professor at Hogwarts, and not long ago, Voldemort was in pursuit of this very item." "Voldemort?" A few seemed taken aback. They had evidently heard of him, but it was perplexing. Was he not dead? Over a decade ago? "I once believed he was dead too." Sagrais shook his head. "Yet now I can assert with certainty that he still lives, albeit in a rather twisted manner." "Can you elaborate?" The swallow inquired. The specific circumstances elude my understanding, Sagrais remarked. Yet the individual in question no longer possesses a corporeal form and can only sustain existence through the vessels of others. Does this imply a lack of threat? The nightingale inquired. Do not underestimate him, the thunderbird cautioned. He is a formidable sorcerer. I encountered him in his youth, when he was both courteous and exceptionally talented. Chapter 67, New Spells. Sagrais rose, his wand tracing the air, as an immense parchment inscribed with ancient incantations gradually unfurled before the assembly. The situation is deteriorating. He stated calmly, the wizarding world is in turmoil, thus it is imperative that you acquire new magic to fortify yourselves. The onlookers' fingers instinctively glided over the parchment. Where incantations glimmered ominously in crimson, are these dark arts? Not so, Sagrais replied with unwavering composure. These are highly effective survival spells prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. With a snap of his fingers, the text on the parchment reconfigured into 3 columns. Protective assistance spells, escape and evasion spells, controlling offensive spells. Gazing deeply, Sagrais spoke in a low tone. I hope each member of the Bronze Feather can live safely and thrive for ages. The Thunderbird was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of astonishment crossing his wrinkled visage. Sagrais, grasping the unspoken, allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. Of course, with the exception of you, Mr. Thunderbird. What price must we pay? The robin's keen gaze pierced through the mask, his fingers unconsciously caressing the edge of the parchment. None is required, Sagrais declared resolutely. You have already demonstrated your character through action, each of you a commendable sorcerer. However, should the day arise when I require assistance, I hope you will stand forth to offer what aid you can. Silence enveloped the stone chamber. Sagrais did not rush them, merely awaiting their response. In the absence of dissent, I shall assume your agreement. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, causing the parchment to divide into 8 precise fragments, descending gracefully before each individual. We shall convene on the full moon night in mid-month, and I will impart my knowledge generously. As for how much you learn, that shall depend on your own abilities. With that, Sagrais waved to the assembly, stating, until we meet again in a week. As his words faded, Sagrais vanished from sight, leaving the group in stunned silence, gazing at the spot he had occupied until the red falcon suddenly erupted in a cheer. Look at this. Her finger nearly puncturing the parchment, she pointed to the line beneath. Shadow flicker spell. Can transform into shadow, disregarding the disillusionment charm for swift flight. If I master this, I shall no longer require a broomstick. The red falcon exclaimed with excitement. You may not know, but my broomstick has always been less than satisfactory. The assembly exchanged glances. And soon the stone chamber was filled with lively discussion. The parchment shimmered under the candlelight, revealing a myriad of incantations in varied hues, the vivid crimson of dark magic, the ethereal blue of ancient spells, and the gilded allure of runic enchantments. To aspire to master all these spells is akin to chasing a delusion. However, mastering just a few would be sufficient to distinguish oneself within the wizarding community. Does he possess all these spells? Lady Snowy Owl inquired with a hint of incredulity. I doubt he would inscribe spells he does not know on this parchment, Nightingale replied without lifting her gaze. What do you think? The crowd nodded in agreement, their conviction palpable. These spells had been meticulously gathered by Sagrais over a decade from various corners of the world, with some originating from ancient stone tablets in the Forbidden Forest, others from crystal orbs within the fairy black market, and a few from the meditation bowls of deceased dark wizards. Yet, several of the most perilous spells remained unlisted, as those original creations had long since entwined with Sagrais' very soul, rendering them impossible to impart. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Sagrais made a beeline for the restricted section, seeking specific information. The alchemical technique of magical siphoning, discovered within a parchment manuscript from the alchemical laboratory, suddenly reignited thoughts that had lain dormant for years. A wild notion stirred within his chest. If he could transmute this alchemical skill into a spell, he might create an incantation capable of absorbing others' magical energy, thereby forcibly augmenting his own magical reservoir. If he could truly achieve this, could it not rekindle his latent potential? With this thought igniting his fervor, Sagrais immersed himself in research, utilizing a method to dispel fatigue and summon clarity whenever exhaustion threatened to overtake him. It was not until the following afternoon that he reluctantly vacated the library, not due to fruitful discoveries, but because he had to attend class. Another session on teaching healing spells awaited him, and Sagrais felt somewhat lethargic due to the relentless strain of combat and study. After all, the last time he had enjoyed restful sleep was before the term commenced, nearly a month ago. In class, his appearance was notably haggard. To stay alert, he mechanically waved his wand, repeatedly slicing open his own arm, blood trickling down his pallid skin, staining his dark robe with deep crimson marks. Observing the contraction patterns of the wounds, his voice emerged hoarse, noting that the magical flow of advanced healing spells should spiral. Suddenly, Hermione in the front row retched, her complexion paling in terror, a truly ghastly sight. It was then that Sagrais noticed his student's fingers, gripping their wands, trembling. At long last, the class concluded, and Sagrais felt an urgent need for rest. His peripheral vision was clouded with dark spots, and the echoes of dissonant whispers filled his ears, sometimes the chanting of magical texts, other times the roaring of alchemical manuscripts. "Professor," a student called out, prompting Sagrais to sigh in exasperation. "What is it, Potter?" he inquired, rubbing his temples, where the veins pulsed insistently. "Do you know why some people occasionally hear strange sounds within the castle?" Sagrais mused to himself, pondering the absurdity of the question, particularly as he was currently besieged by odd noises urging him to sleep, while simultaneously compelling him to continue his magical studies. Akin to a revelry of sirens within his skull. "Be specific," he pressed, suppressing his irritation. "Time, location, content." One evening, a friend overheard some peculiar utterances in Professor Lockhart's office. Ghosts, or perhaps the mischief of Peeves. Sagrais appeared somewhat dismissive. Yet the vagueness of the inquiry was indeed too broad. Harry nodded in confusion, clearly unsatisfied with the response. However, he recognized that he could not fault others, for his question was inherently ambiguous, naturally yielding a similarly indistinct answer. Nevertheless, Sagris's conjecture was not entirely unfounded, as that very afternoon, Lockhart had been regaling his class with tales of his exploits in taming Peeves, only to be abruptly struck by a falling dung bomb. The corridor echoed with Peeves' shrill mockery. "Fraud Lockhart. Braggart Lockhart. Look at his new hairstyle." Soon after, another rotten egg accurately struck Lockhart on his gleaming forehead, the yolk oozing down his nose. The classroom fell into an instantaneous silence, punctuated only by the muffled snickers of the students. This was an assault on the professor. Lockhart frantically brandished his wand, exclaiming, "Watch this," only for Peeves to swoop in, snatch the wand away, and toss it deftly out the window. In a flourish, Peeves produced a bucket filled with ink balloons. Try the special ink eggs from Peeves the Poltergeist. One ink balloon struck Lockhart's face, splattering ink and transforming his pristine robes into an abstract masterpiece. "My new robes," Lockhart shrieked, leaping up, only to step on a banana peel, mysteriously discarded by Peeves, sliding 3 meters before landing in a perfect frog pose on the podium. Peeves performed a somersault in the air, full marks. The classroom erupted into raucous laughter. Seamus rolled off his chair in mirth. Ron's applause resonated louder than the whomping willow, and even Hermione was shaking with suppressed giggles. "What are you laughing at? Did Lord Peeves make you laugh?" With that, Peeves hurled several ink balloons into the crowd of students, and shrieks reverberated throughout the corridor. Lockhart struggled to rise, his wig askew, revealing hair stained black with ink. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Peeves launched another ink balloon, hitting him squarely and silencing him. What followed in the classroom was sheer chaos, as Peeves indiscriminately attacked everyone. While Lockhart was often the primary target, many young witches and wizards found themselves caught in the mayhem as well. Class dismissed. After exhausting his supply of ink balloons, Peeves whistled cheerfully and spiraled away. His distant song lingered in the hall. Lockhart is a big fool, only capable of boasting and buffoonery. Lockhart stood amidst the remnants of the chaos, an eggshell perched atop his head, ribbons adorning his robes, resembling a Christmas tree ravaged by a storm. He forced a smile, declaring, This is my arranged teaching demonstration on how to be elegant. Professor." It was a rare occasion for Neville to raise his hand to speak, only to exclaim, "Your hair is on fire." It was then that Lockhart realized that the mischievous poltergeist had kindly set a small flame to his wig before departing. Once again, the classroom was filled with the sound of his panicked screams as he slapped at his flaming hair. However, this was of little concern to Sagrais, who yearned only for a good nap and a secluded spot to complete that damned magical siphoning spell. Chapter 68. The daily life of young wizards. The common room hummed with chatter as students whispered about Lockhart's encounter with the poltergeist. Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, while Hermione sat nearby, engrossed in a copy of detailed explanations of healing spells. Harry's chess set, a Christmas gift from the previous year, was still somewhat disobedient, often contradicting his commands. A few onlookers had gathered around them, and Harry's chess pieces regarded him with disdain. Harry hesitated, muttering, "I'll move my white king." Instantly, the white king clutched its head in exasperation. "Not again. I've perished this way 100 times over." The white queen rolled her eyes beside him. "Merlin, why can't you learn from that lad over there?" Meanwhile, Ron's pieces stood tall and proud, the Black Knight even polishing its lance in preparation for a charge. "Watch this." Ron grinned, "My knight to 6. The Black Knight galloped forward, executing a splendid leap to the designated spot, simultaneously sending one of Harry's pawns flying. "Your turn, Harry," Ron said smugly, taking a bite of sausage, an illicit snack pilfered from the dining hall in a crystal bottle. Harry wiped his brow. "Then I'll move my bishop to 5. "What?" His white bishop shrieked. "Have you lost your mind? That Black Knight will cleave me in 2. The pieces clung to the board for dear life. "Please, just trust me this once," Harry pleaded quietly. "Absolutely not." The white bishop protested, plopping down on the board. "Let him go. It's no loss if I perish." He pointed at a pawn, which merely rolled its eyes in response. Ron's pieces erupted in laughter, with the black castle shaking with mirth. Surrender already. Hermione looked up from her book. How about I take a turn? No way. Harry and Ron chorused. At that moment, Harry's White Queen sprang to her feet, kicking the bishop to 5. I've had enough. I will take over this match. She turned to Harry. Silence, lad, and watch my prowess. Ron's eyebrows shot up to his hairline. Wow, your pieces certainly have character. For the next 10 minutes, Harry's pieces completely disregarded his commands, bickering amongst themselves to devise their own strategies. The White Knight even engaged in a tussle with the Black Castle after the latter remarked that its horse resembled a mule. Checkmate. The White Queen executed a graceful slide, cornering Ron's king. This is unfair. Ron's Black King protested. They're cheating. Harry shrugged. My pieces are just too spirited. The onlookers gradually dispersed, and seeing that time was still on their side, Harry and Ron decided to play another round. Come here and kill him. The fire suddenly crackled, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Harry sprang up from the chessboard, his knee knocking over a piece. The White King tumbled into Ron's cup with a shriek. What? His voice was barely louder than a whisper, his green eyes wide with alarm. Ron and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. Are you all right? Hermione closed her book, a comprehensive guide to healing charms, her expression revealing concern. Did you not hear that? Harry's fingers instinctively brushed against the scar on his forehead. That voice had returned, threatening him once more. His voice dwindled as he noticed the shift in his friend's expressions from confusion to fear. The freckles on Ron's pale face stood out starkly. Mate. It's so quiet here you can hear fat lady snoring, apart from the chess pieces cursing. Harry forced himself to take a deep breath. The pieces were crawling out of the cocoa cup, glaring at him with malevolent eyes. Meanwhile, that cold, clammy voice had vanished without a trace. It must be Peeve's prank. He managed a faint smile, though his fingers continued to tremble. Seizing the moment, Ron's pieces attempted to stealthily return to their positions, only to be caught by Hermione's sharp gaze. Are you truly okay? Hermione lowered her voice. Should we visit Madame Pomfrey? No need. Harry's voice emerged louder than he intended, startling both friends, prompting him to add awkwardly, I might just be a bit tired. Time passed slowly, and progress on the analysis of Sagrais' new spell was commendably smooth. Late at night, in the restricted section, Sagrais' fingers glided over a yellowed ancient tome. The parchment hastily chronicled an incident from 1432, detailing how a wizard named Blad used a similar spell to drain magic during a duel, resulting in his body shattering like glass, with shards glowing blue with magical luminescence. A rather educational failure, he murmured, the tip of his wand casting flickering shadows across the pages. The psychological scars from his last time-traveling ordeal still haunted him. This time, he had to ensure perfection. The quill danced swiftly across the paper, listing a series of potential risks. 1. Magical overload leading to bodily explosion. C. Blad case. 2. Backlash from the drain magic. Buffering method requires redesign. 3. Contamination of magical circuits. Alchemical circle needs engraving. Suddenly, Sagrais halted. Confronted with the most challenging issue, the spell required the alchemical circle to be directly inscribed onto the flesh of the caster. This posed significant difficulty and would be exceedingly painful. However, pain was not an insurmountable problem. The primary concern remained the complexity of the task. With over 70 magical circuit paths and more than 2,000 alchemical runes, every detail had to be flawless, executed in one attempt. He recalled an old wizard he had encountered at Wagadu, whose entire body was adorned with glowing runes, resembling a human magical array. Regrettably, he felt uneasy about seeking assistance from others and preferred to rely solely on his own efforts. It seemed necessary to pay a visit to Hagrid. He was uncertain whether Hagrid possessed the materials he required. Sagrais murmured softly to himself, contemplating a moment to venture to Hagrid's hut to inquire about the needed supplies. And if those were insufficient, he would have to make a trip to Diagon Alley for further purchases. However, the following afternoon, just as he was preparing to head to Hagrid's, he encountered Draco Malfoy, who had come seeking him. Malfoy's month-long detention had commenced the day after the incident, but due to its extended duration, he was compelled to serve 3 to 5 days of detention with nearly every professor. Sagrais regarded him with calm composure, and Malfoy, intimidated by his gaze, hesitated slightly, though he managed to suppress the urge to flee. Ultimately, Sagrais waved his hand, and a flurry of books soared from the shelves. From this day forth, you need not seek out other professors for your detention, he declared. Malfoy quickly grasped the implication, as the towering stack of books before him far exceeded his height, leaving him with insufficient time to consult other instructors. The tomes Sagrais provided were all Muggle literature. His intent was to impart a jarring revelation to this young wizard, whose mind was consumed with notions of blood supremacy.